Chapter 1: Invasion of Space. On May 24th, 2019, in Baiguangzhou, the Great Yin Republic, Yuzhou Province, Shanghai City, the sky was overcast and a chill rain drizzled down, coinciding with the evening rush hour, rendering the city's roads congested. Trams and private vehicles jostled for space, struggling to navigate the narrow thoroughfares. The exhaust fumes from cars, swirling in the misty rain like the smoke rings exhaled by addicts, emerged from countless tailpipes, contaminating the city's air. Everyone had grown accustomed to such pollution. Electric bikes darted through the traffic like nimble fish. While a collision occurred at a distant traffic light, two vehicles scraped against each other as they turned. The drivers halted, stepping out to argue and take photographs. Behind them, the cars became immobilized, their occupants frantically honking their horns. The cacophony of horns escalated from a mere whisper to a crescendo, reminiscent of barking dogs in the night once one voice emerged. A chorus quickly followed, plunging the streets into chaos. As raindrops glided over the window, Xiao Pingan leaned against the glass of Tram 11, dozing off. He felt utterly exhausted. At 21, Xiao Pingan had already spent 5 years as a skilled mechanic in a repair shop. Due to his prolonged exposure to automobile maintenance, the young man bore an almost imperceptible scent of oil after just half a day without a shower, and his complexion, rarely icy by the sun, appeared somewhat pallid. Compared to his peers, Xiao Pingan appeared somewhat disheveled at this moment. He was clad in a somewhat worn tracksuit, and as he leaned against the car window in slumber, a few dark strands of hair clung to his forehead, weighing down his ebony eyebrows. The cacophony of car horns outside reached Xiao Pingan's ears in a hazy blur, reminiscent of distant trumpets. It was not until the driver of the number 11 tram, growing increasingly impatient, honked twice that the sound pierced through the fog of his dreams, jolting him awake. Ahead, a traffic accident had drawn the attention of the police, who were working to restore order, gradually easing the congestion. The massive flow of vehicles inched along the road, moving sluggishly. Having had several restless nights, Xiao Pingan longed to close his eyes and drift back into a light slumber. Just as he prepared to do so, his phone in the pocket of his garment began to vibrate insistently. Simultaneously, every phone in the carriage erupted into a symphony of vibrations and ringtones, transforming the previously serene atmosphere into a cacophonous hubbub. Everyone in the carriage instinctively pulled out their phones. Unable to return to his slumber, Xiao Pingan retrieved his device and, upon unlocking it, was greeted by a flashing headlight on the screen. The pre-installed anti-intrusion security app had been activated. We have detected signals of a spatial incursion, the epicenter of which lies to the northwest of Shanghai City. As you find yourself within the affected area, upon receiving this message, please proceed immediately to the nearest refuge. Adhere to the directives provided by the personnel at the shelter and enter in an orderly fashion. The security forces of the Order Committee and the summoning team have been dispatched and will arrive shortly to ensure your safety. According to our calculations, the most suitable refuge for you is located at the Taiyun building on Qingyun Middle Road, a mere 270 meters from your current position. The National Order Committee of the Dayan Republic, an interconnected satellite in space, has detected anomalies in gravitational fields and issued a timely alert. The built-in application on your mobile device has instantaneously dispatched this message. Computers and big data analytics automatically pinpoint the incursion zone and assess the number of individuals affected, subsequently assigning the nearest optimal shelter to each person while providing navigation assistance. In this moment, one can truly appreciate the benefits bestowed by technology. The content of this message jolted Xiao Pingan awake, as if doused from head to toe with a bucket of cold water, leaving him wide awake and devoid of any drowsiness. Simultaneously, the advertisement for toothpaste on the tram's television screen was abruptly interrupted, replaced by the broadcast of this message. The other passengers received the alarming notification. "Driver, open the doors quickly," someone on the tram shouted in panic. "Spatial incursion! Spatial incursion! Those monstrous creatures are coming. Let me out, please." The passengers, once seated calmly, were now engulfed in terror. Some turned pale, others trembled, and a few began to scream hysterically. The once somnolent carriage transformed from tranquility to chaos in mere seconds. It was utterly unexpected. Far too sudden, the passengers aboard had no time to prepare. Among those on the bus, a aside from a handful of students, the majority were commuters. Yet, such an invasion of space offers no forewarning. It arrives unannounced. The driver of the tram, who had just been fervently sounding the horn in frustration, abruptly halted the vehicle, flinging open both the front and rear doors. The passengers, in a state of frantic disarray, surged towards the exits, a cacophony of noise accompanying their hasty departure. Those on the streets outside likely received similar alerts and notifications within mere moments. Minor traffic incidents escalated into dozens of collisions, bringing the thoroughfare to a standstill. Individuals who had previously navigated the streets on electric bikes and bicycles abandoned their vehicles and sprinted towards the nearest shopping center or building the closest. Refuge lay at the foot of nearby high-rises, where shelters awaited beneath structures towering 7 stories or more. Car doors swung open as frantic occupants vacated their vehicles, leaving them stranded in the rain, rushing towards the shelters lining both sides of the street. Some private cars mounted curbs and flower beds, their drivers hastily exiting to join the throng headed for safety. The bus driver, too, opened the side door adjacent to the driver's seat, leaping from a vehicle to follow the crowd towards the sidewalk. At this moment, the imperative of survival overshadowed all else for everyone involved. The streets have descended into utter chaos, as throngs of people scurry like ants toward their respective havens, guided by their mobile devices. Meanwhile, several shops along the roadside have begun to lower their security gates and rolling shutters. Xiaopingan chose not to jostle with the crowd at the vehicle's entry and exit points. Instead, he slid open a window, protruding his body outward, his hands gripping the interior frame, and deftly maneuvered himself out of the car. The piercing sound of the space invasion alarm echoed from the nearby skyscrapers, reverberating through the eardrums of all in proximity. Cold rain splattered against Xiaopingan's face. He gazed upward and noticed that the once leaden sky had transformed into a bizarre shade of dark crimson. Within this ominous cloud cover, a colossal vortex spun menacingly, flickering with hints of lightning, as if it were a gateway to another real man, unsettling sight indeed. The dark red clouds served as a harbinger of the impending space invasion. It appeared that the scale of this incursion would be substantial, likely classified as an inflevel invasion. In, perhaps even a level 1, Xiaopingan mused internally. Having spent a full 21 years in this world, he had previously encountered 3 space invasions and had narrowly escaped several refuges. However, in the previous 3 instances, the highest level of spatial incursion recorded was classified as F.I in a small town outside the city. Upon receiving the alarm, the residents hurriedly retreated to their respective shelters. It was not long before the creatures from the spatial invasion were eradicated by the security forces of the National Order Committee. That year, Xiaopingan was merely 7 years old. In the subsequent 2 incursions that Xiaopingan experienced, the highest classification reached was G, which proved to be more of a scare than a true threat. 5 years ago, Xiaopingan's parents tragically passed away due to an accident, leaving behind a younger sister. Over the years, Xiaopingan and his sister have relied on each other, with him assuming the mantle of responsibility for her care. His sister, Xiaoning, is currently 19 years old and a second-year student at Yuzhou Academy of Fine Arts, residing on campus. The school is equipped with a shelter that allows students to access safety swiftly in times of crisis. Reassured by the thought that Xiaoning could quickly reach the school's refuge, Xiaopingan joined the throng of people on the street, hastening towards the nearest shelter. Chapter 2. Abilities. The refuge lies within the depths of the building, specifically on the lower levels 3 and 4. The throng seeking sanctuary can swiftly access the shelter via elevators, the parking garage, and public passageways. A distance of several hundred meters is hardly daunting. Xiaopingan possesses remarkable speed, and within 2 minutes, guided by the navigation system, he arrived at the Taiyun building on Qingyun Middle Road. Cradling a 2-year-old boy in his arms, accompanied by a pale-faced middle-aged woman. Together, they merged into the rapid influx of people entering the building's refuge passageway. The corridor glimmered with red lights, and a chorus of orderly commands resonated through the air. Everyone, please proceed in an orderly fashion, do not crowd. Several security personnel donned in uniforms wielded loudspeakers, urging calm amidst the panic-stricken crowd. Xiaopingan observed several female professionals, their high heels abandoned in their haste, entering the shelter barefoot. Nearby, a group of portly men sprinted, sweat glistening on their foreheads, as they loosened their ties and unbuttoned their shirts. As he made his way here, Xiaoping noticed a middle-aged woman emerging from a private vehicle, struggling to keep pace with a child in tow. Without hesitation, he lifted the child into his arms, ensuring their swift entry into the refuge, for the child's weight was but a feather, scarcely more than that of a takeaway order. With the support of advanced technology, the security application designed to prevent spatial invasions is capable of issuing a warning 5 minutes in advance when monitoring satellites detect anomalies in gravitational fields. Within urban areas, the application utilizes computer algorithms and big data to allocate shelters for individuals, all situated within a 5-minute walking distance. As long as one can reach a shelter within this time frame, the likelihood of safety is considerably high. However, as with all matters, unforeseen circumstances may arise, and perfection is unattainable. Should there be no nearby shelter in your vicinity when a spatial incursion occurs, or under certain extreme conditions, a limited number of otherworldly entities may breach the robust defenses of the shelter. If you fail to enter the shelter within 5 minutes, your fate becomes uncertain. Upon entering the refuge, Xiaoping promptly handed the child he had been carrying to a pallid-faced middle-aged woman. Thank you, she uttered, clutching her own child with profound gratitude, tears welling in her eyes. No need for thanks. The underground shelter resembled a colossal isolation chamber, with the refuge beneath the ironclad building divided into 4 distinct sections. The influx of individuals into the underground facility was methodically directed at the entrance, leading them into 4 mutually isolated shelters. This design aims to maximize the safety of those within the refuge in the event of an emergency. For instance, should a monstrous entity indeed possess the capability to shatter the several-meter-thick concrete defenses and breach the steel security door of the shelter, any such creature would only be able to infiltrate one isolation chamber at a time, leaving the others secure. This design is akin to the watertight compartments on a ship. Should one compartment take on water, the entire vessel will not succumb to sinking. Xiaoping and the middle-aged woman entered shelter number 2, which was brightly illuminated and spanned the size of 4 basketball courts, though its height was rather low, barely 3 meters. People continued to stream in, and within a short span, 500 to 600 individuals had crowded into shelter number 2. As the announcement echoed, the shelter's entrance will soon close. The mechanical voice reiterated the urgency. When 5 minutes elapsed, the steel door of the shelter thunderously slammed shut, isolating those within from the outside world, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the occupants. To prevent the spread of rumors that could incite panic, all mobile signals were severed. Inside the shelter, screens displayed messages and notifications from the National Order Committee and government departments, leaving everyone to await further instructions. No one could exit until the state of external invasion was lifted. The atmosphere within the shelter was tumultuous, with hushed sobs and frantic searches for misplaced belongings, wallets, phones, and lost shoes. Xiaoping found a secluded corner, leaning against the wall, quietly awaiting the resolution of the invasion. The duration until they could emerge hinged on the severity of the incursion. It could range from a few hours to several days or even longer, which would herald a true catastrophe. In general, public shelters are equipped with a sufficient supply of food and water, enabling those who seek refuge within to sustain themselves for a period ranging from 2 weeks to a month. Larger shelters are even connected to the supply warehouses of major supermarkets within the city, as well as underground military passages. Within mere moments, the faint sound of explosions began to resonate from outside, causing the cacophony within the shelter to cease abruptly. An eerie silence enveloped the space, even silencing the quiet sobs of those in distress and halting the search of individuals seeking belongings. It was the drones. Our drones had arrived first, already engaged in eliminating the extraterrestrial intruders outside. Besides Xiaoping, a man in his 40s sat on the ground, swallowing hard as he murmured to himself. This man appeared to possess considerable experience in confronting spatial invasions. In urban areas, drones from the Order Committee can swiftly reach the site of an incursion to launch the initial wave of counterattack. The recent explosion was loud enough to penetrate the shelter, likely indicating the use of high-altitude thermobaric munitions, as the sound emanated from above. A bespectacled intellectual adjusted his glasses and quietly remarked that the drone's high-explosive ordnance would not be deployed in densely populated urban areas or in forests prone to igniting fires. If the incident were in the city, the drones would utilize more precise blade missiles. Everyone will be safe, the man beside him concluded just as the lights in the shelter flickered violently, plunging the entire space into darkness, prompting startled screams from the occupants. 2 seconds later, The dim red lights in the shelter flickered to life, and a voice emanated from the loudspeaker. Please remain calm to prevent any fire hazards. The municipal power supply has been intentionally cut off. The emergency generator in the shelter has been activated, and all conditions within the shelter are normal. We kindly ask for your patience. The commotion in the shelter gradually subsided. In a corner, Xiao Pingyan closed his eyes, focusing his attention. Within mere seconds, a vivid image materialized in his mind. It was a scene outside the building. A piercing whistle filled the air. 2 drones zipped swiftly from the rooftop. One to the left and the other to the right, hurtling towards the swirling clouds in the sky. After traveling a distance of 1 kilometer, flames flickered beneath the wings of each drone, releasing 2 missiles that traced fiery arcs through the air towards the roiling crimson clouds. 2 enormous, blinding flashes erupted in the somber sky, followed by a deafening explosion that reverberated across the city, akin to thunder, shattering the windows of a distant high-rise. The eerie, dark red cloud formations, elongated like tendrils from the sky, were severed by the force of the blast. Rain tinged with crimson and fragments of flesh began to descend from the heavens. More than 10 seconds elapsed before the sound of the explosion finally reached the shelter. Amidst the resounding cacophony, more than 1,000 meters away from the Iron Cloud Tower, a street was enveloped in ominous crimson mist. As the fog dissipated, over 20 monstrous rats materialized upon the ground. These creatures were larger than lions, measuring nearly 2 meters in length without their tails, their eyes a ghastly red, adorned with razor-sharp teeth. The rats paused for a fleeting 2 seconds, surveying their surroundings, before scattering in all directions. One rat, resembling a rampaging rhinoceros, charged onto the road, violently colliding with a parked sedan, then swiftly darted into the city streets, vanishing in the blink of an eye. 2 others smashed through the entrance of a nearby hotel, immediately storming inside. One rat, slightly slower in its movements, had just taken a few steps when an ominous sound erupted from the sky. A missile, armed with blades, descended with precision, striking the creature and shredding its body into a gruesome heap of flesh, leaving behind only a gory indentation on the ground. Several helicopters approached from the distance, hovering momentarily before deploying ropes. Armed to the teeth, elite special forces teams descended from the helicopters, with one group infiltrating the hotel while others pursued the remaining rats. Helicopters continued to arrive, dropping wave after wave of fully equipped combat teams into the area besieged by the monstrous rodents. Xiao Pingyan beheld a man clad in a black leather trench coat and donning sunglasses, who, amidst the torrential downpour, astonishingly leaped from a helicopter suspended over 10 meters above the hotel rooftop without grasping any safety line. He landed gracefully upon the hotel's roof and, in a fleeting moment, vanished into the establishment. Mere seconds later, the air was rent with the sound of gunfire emanating from within the hotel. Shortly thereafter, a window on the 3rd floor shattered violently, and a magical rodent burst through the opening, leaping from the 2nd floor's ledge to the ground below. Hot on the rodent's heels was the man in the black trench coat and sunglasses, brandishing a black, short-barreled, large-caliber shotgun. As he descended, his weapon discharged mid-air. The magical rodent was struck, blood erupting from its body in violent bursts. Sensing the man's pursuit, the rodent turned to flee upon landing. The man, still airborne, pointed a free hand towards the magical rodent and bellowed a single word. Suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted from the already waterlogged ground, engulfing the rodent. The creature shrieked as it transformed into a flaming torch, the surrounding moisture evaporating instantly. The man in the black leather trench coat descended steadily onto the somewhat waterlogged ground, while the burning rodent swiftly reduced to a heap of ash amidst the flames. At that moment, the ground suddenly heaved, debris scattering in all directions. A creature, 5 or 6 meters long and as thick as a gasoline barrel, emerged from the earth, its body resembling that of a worm, yet its head bristling with sharp teeth. It lunged at a man clad in a black leather trench coat and sunglasses. The man fired his gun. The bullets from his large-caliber handgun struck the creature, sparking upon impact, yet the beast, undeterred, remained unscathed. Its skin was encased in a thick layer of quartz akin to armor. As the monster opened its gaping maw to bite, the man leapt back with astonishing agility, almost instantly landing on the balcony of the hotel, over 4 meters high. He gestured, uttering the words, "Slave soldier." In a flash, a barefooted ancient warrior, radiant with a crimson glow and clad in animal hide, wielding a spear, materialized before the worm-like creature. With a swift motion, the summoned warrior thrust his spear, piercing the creature's body. Green blood gushed forth, splattering the ground. where it began to sizzle and corrode the earth, leaving pockmarked scars. The roof of a nearby car was ravaged by the corrosive liquid. The monster turned and swallowed the summoned warrior whole. Moments later, the creature's body convulsed in agony, rolling chaotically on the ground and wreaking havoc in the flower bed outside the hotel. Yet, before it could complete several revolutions, a dagger abruptly pierced through its abdomen with a hiss, slicing the monster in half as it fell to the ground. The summoned warrior, having just been swallowed by the beast, emerged covered in a viscous green substance, only to dissipate into specks of red light moments after taking a few steps, leaving behind the lifeless carcass of the creature. At this point, the squad that had rushed into the hotel began to retreat. Of the 10 who entered, only 7 emerged, 3 of whom were injured and bloodied, carried out by their comrades. One injured team member's arm had been severed from his shoulder, held aloft by another. A helicopter descended to evacuate the wounded swiftly. The rain intensified in the sky. As the man clad in a black leather trench coat and sunglasses led the remaining team members in pursuit of another magical rodent, he suddenly halted, turning to glance in Xiaoping's direction. That fleeting gaze felt like a direct encounter, and Xiaoping sensed that the man in the black leather coat had indeed noticed him. Startled, Xiaoping, still within the shelter, opened his eyes wide and whispered to himself, "Is this what a summoner truly is? Impressive, indeed, to perceive my presence." Xiaoping once again closed his eyes. Moments later, the visage of Xiaoning emerged within his consciousness, and upon seeing her safely ensconced within the sanctuary of the school, a wave of relief washed over him. Xiaoping opened his eyes once more, only to shut them again, this time genuinely leaning against the wall to indulge in a brief slumber, replenishing his energy while awaiting the resolution of the turmoil outside. Chapter 3. Alarm resolved. What began as Xiaoping's brief rest evolved into a prolonged slumber. Although the sanctuary could not provide the comforts of a proper bed, he managed to sleep soundly for an entire night, exceeding 14 hours. Throughout that night, all within the sanctuary remained on edge, anxiously awaiting developments. The electronic display within the refuge persistently broadcast a singular message: the situation outside is being brought under control. The spatial invaders are gradually being eradicated. Kindly exercise patience. At last, by 7 o'clock the following morning, the electronic display presented a different announcement. Order in Xianghe City is being restored. The spatial invasion alert has been lifted. The green light on the sanctuary's security door illuminated, and the gate reopened, allowing all those within to step out, weary yet relieved. This particular spatial invasion was classified as Level F, with the intruding entities identified as demon mice and sandworms. A total of 137 demon mice and 5 sandworms invaded. We successfully eliminated 133 demon mice and all 5 sandworms, although 4 demon mice managed to escape via the waterways. We have dispatched teams to pursue and search for them, and we welcome any information from the public. The spatial invasion alert in Xianghe City has been lifted, with power and water supply restored, and other public services gradually resuming. Some areas remain under lockdown, and subsequent epidemic prevention and sanitation measures are being implemented. Your cooperation is appreciated. The casualties and losses incurred by our personnel during this spatial incursion are still being tallied, and updates will be available in forthcoming news bulletins from the National Order Committee of the Great Yin Republic. At the moment he stepped out of the shelter, Xiaoping's phone vibrated once more. He glanced at his device, where the anti-spatial invasion safety application had sent a notification. Just as he finished reading this message and emerged from the safety corridor onto the street, another alert chimed in from the repair shop owner. Yesterday, a magical rodent infiltrated our workshop. Following directives from our superior authority, operations will be suspended today and tomorrow for disinfection and epidemic prevention. The factory will be closed today and tomorrow, resuming normal operations on Sunday. Please take the time to rest and contact the factory promptly if any issues arise. No sooner had he processed this notification than his phone rang again. It was a call from Xiaoning. "Brother, are you all right?" Her voice was laced with concern and urgency. "I'm fine, don't worry. How about you?" he replied. A sigh of relief echoed from the other end. "I'm okay too. As soon as we received the notice yesterday, the school organized everyone into the shelter." "Good, hee. You're the best, brother." Xiaoning's laughter suggested she was unfazed by the recent spatial invasion. After concluding the call, Xiaoping tucked his phone away and exhaled deeply. The recent incursion into our territory undoubtedly resulted in casualties. However, such is the nature of life that, more often than not, one finds oneself too preoccupied to mourn for others, nor can one foresee the arrival of unforeseen calamities. Nations strive to minimize the impact of such incursions on cities and regions, hence their communications remain rather subdued, neither concealing nor exacerbating the sorrow and losses involved. Each incursion is reported in the news akin to narrating the aftermath of an avalanche or a traffic accident. The loss of life is a grim reality. Yet hospitals witness daily fatalities, and the number of lives claimed by a minor incursion does not surpass the daily toll taken by hospitals within a city. In fact, the number of fatalities from traffic accidents in our nation exceeds that of those lost to incursions each year. As traffic police and tow trucks begin to appear on the streets, they commence directing traffic and clearing obstacles, gradually restoring the city's flow. Should one not pay close attention, they might remain oblivious to the extent of the changes in their surroundings. The deceased have been transported to hospitals or taken away by relatives, and the remnants of the invaders have been meticulously cleared, leaving no trace behind. Only in certain designated areas can one observe the erected caution tape. Shards of glass scattered across the ground, and the potholes yet to be repaired. Occasionally, one may spot personnel clad in protective gear and specialized vehicles on the move. While municipal authorities tend to the restoration of damaged streets, matters concerning vehicle losses will be addressed by insurance companies. As fire trucks or ambulances with sirens wailing pass by, citizens quietly yield a path. Many individuals who sought refuge in shelters throughout the night emerge today, possibly to resume their duties at work. It is not that people have become indifferent. Rather, they have grown accustomed to such a lifestyle, acclimating to the encroachment of space. Xiaopingyan and Xianing reside in a somewhat aged yet not entirely dilapidated community. The surroundings may not be picturesque, but the convenience of daily life is appreciable. The neighborhood is bustling, and rent is quite affordable. More importantly, a police station is situated at the entrance, with patrol cars and officers frequently present, ensuring a commendable level of security. Following the demise of their parents, Xiaopingyan brought Xianing to this place. Their parents were immigrants who had initially settled in the Great Yin Republic from the Earthquake Nation, purchasing a home in Shanghai City through a mortgage. Unfortunately, after the tragic events that befell them, the bank repossessed the property. Social welfare agencies in Yin had even arranged for Xiaopingyan and Xianing to be placed for adoption, but both siblings steadfastly refused, unwilling to be separated. After their parents' passing, Xiaopingyan left school to work in a repair shop to support them. Over the years, the siblings have lived modestly. The rented space in their community is merely a small loft of just over 60 square meters. Initially, the loft suffered from leaks, but after several discussions with the landlord, repairs were made, albeit requiring attention every 2 years. Xiaopingyan encourages Xianing to pursue her studies in fine arts, a pursuit that demands considerable financial investment. Currently, their primary source of income is derived from Xiaopingyan's employment. Fortunately, the social welfare system in Yin country is quite commendable. During her middle and high school years, Xianing hardly incurred any expenses, and medical insurance covered her healthcare needs. As citizens born in Yin country, both Xiaopingyan and Xianing received a monthly allocation of reproductive welfare benefits from birth until the age of 18. Additionally, there was an educational subsidy for Xianing once she entered university. Xiaopingyan greeted the security guard in the lobby of their apartment building before ascending the staircase. The railings along the corridor had begun to show signs of wear, and carrying the items he had purchased from the supermarket, he climbed to the 7th floor. He retrieved his key, unlocked the secure door, and stepped into their home. The modest space, spanning over 60 square meters, was equipped with some aging appliances left by the landlord. It comprised 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room, and a bathroom. Xianing's bedroom was located on the 1st floor, while Xiaopingyan resided in a small loft above. The siblings had transformed their humble abode into a tidy and welcoming sanctuary. The living room was adorned with an array of colorful origami cranes meticulously folded by Xianing. The walls displayed numerous drawings of animals and landscapes, crafted by her own hand, imbuing the space with a warm, familial atmosphere. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Xiaopingyan felt revitalized. Outside the living room window, a breathtaking panorama of undulating mountains stretched into the distance, their peaks capped with glistening white snow. This ordinary yet enchanting scenery captivated Xiaopingyan, who found it endlessly mesmerizing, almost magical. Such a sense of wonder was a unique experience reserved solely for him. A simple bowl of noodles, complemented by the breathtaking mountain scenery, offers Xiaopingyan a delightful dining experience. The majestic mountains outside are the Qianlong mountain range of the Yin Nation, named so due to its composition of numerous smaller peaks, spanning over 800 kilometers. The Qianlong mountain range nearly traverses half of northern Guangzhou, and it is renowned as the premier skiing destination of the Yan Nation. In Xiao Pingin's eyes, this mountain range bears another name, the Rocky Mountains. Since the year 1421, when the fleet led by the esteemed Ma Gongong discovered this new land and christened it Guangzhou, centuries have passed. Whenever calamities or upheavals befell the divine state, vast waves of immigrants from the Jin nation arrived here in search of survival and prosperity. The earliest settlers were fortune seekers, drawn by the legends of gold in Guangzhou, inspiring countless dreamers to seek their fortunes in mining. After centuries of trials and tribulations, the present-day Yin Republic has emerged as a formidable nation, covering an area of 22.78 million square kilometers, nearly encompassing all of northern Guangzhou. With a population of 680 million, the Yin nation stands as one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, while the divine state remains unchanged. And the Jin nation persists, the world beyond has undergone significant transformations. By the way, the river that Ma Gongong named, flowing from the valley into the seemingly bottomless abyss, is the Valley of Radiance, suspected to be the origin of the sun's first light. This valley is, in fact, the Colorado Grand Canyon. At this moment, the Valley of Radiance still bears the inscription left by Ma Gongong upon his discovery. Amidst the breathtaking vistas of the Rocky Mountains, Xiao Pingan finished his noodles. Just as he had washed the dishes in the kitchen, the doorbell chimed, ding dong. Ding dong. It's too early for the landlord to collect the rent, he murmured to himself. Wiping his hands on a towel, he approached the door. Instead of peering through the peephole, he glanced through the sturdy security door. In that fleeting moment, his heart raced. Standing outside was a man clad in a sleek black leather coat, sporting sunglasses that exuded an air of cool sophistication. The sight of this man conjured vivid memories in Xiao Pingan's mind. Images of him vanquishing malevolent rodents and exterminating pests. This man was a summoner, affiliated with the National Order Committee. As the man removed his sunglasses, he revealed a resolute face marked by sharp features. His deep black eyes meeting Xiao Pingan's gaze through the thick security door. Note: American scholar Henrietta Mertz, in Fading Records. Chapter 4. The visitor Xiao Pingan took a deep breath and extended his hand to unlock the security door, revealing the visage of the man in the black coat. Hello. May I ask whom you are looking for? Xiao Pingan inquired calmly. Of course, I am here to see you. The man replied from his position at the threshold. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Pingan stepped aside, allowing the man to enter. Once inside, the newcomer surveyed Xiao Pingan's abode with keen interest. Xiao Pingan closed the door and turned to face him. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mo Yin Xiao, and I am the director of the National Order Committee in Shanghai City. We met yesterday. The man's gaze was sharp and bright, scrutinizing Xiao Pingan with a professional intensity that inexplicably instilled a sense of pressure. The National Order Committee of Yin Nation is the most formidable institution within the country, renowned for its authority and influence that extends far beyond its borders. Frequently depicted in various films and television dramas, this organization and its members are characterized as formidable, cold, and nearly omnipotent, instilling fear in criminals and otherworldly invaders alike. The history of the National Order Committee stretches back several centuries. You are the lantern bearer. The recollection of the man's terrifying prowess and summoning abilities stirred something within Xiao Pingan. The title of lantern bearer is antiquated and has not been in use for quite some time. Yin Nation now upholds the rule of law, and we are merely a specialized group of civil servants serving the interests of the state, operating strictly within legal boundaries, refraining from violence unless absolutely warranted. Mo Yin Xiao regarded Xiao Pingan, a faint smile gracing his lips. As an awakened individual, your clairvoyant abilities are commendable. Yet encountering someone like me makes it all too easy to be detected. With the confrontation initiated, Xiao Pingan found an unexpected calmness. He turned to pour a glass of water for the man, placing it on the coffee table before taking a seat across from him. I must admit, I am still mastering my abilities, and I had not anticipated you possessed clairvoyance as well. The ability of clairvoyance is a rarity among those who have awakened. Yet it is not entirely absent. I happen to be one of the few. May I inquire when you discovered you possessed such a gift? Just a few days ago. I was equally astonished to find myself suddenly endowed with this ability, Xiao Pingan replied calmly, even too lazy to feign a look of surprise. A few days ago? Surely that is a fabrication. Mo Yin's lips curled into a smirk, fully aware that Xiao Pingan was lying. According to the laws of the Yin Nation, all awakened individuals are required to register their abilities with the Order Committee within 2 weeks of their awakening, yet Xiao Pingan had not done so. If this clairvoyant ability had indeed been awakened earlier, Xia Pingyan's concealment for so many years would have evidently breached several provisions of the Yin Nation's Public Safety Act and the Awakened Management Act. However, if Xia Pingyan had only awakened just days prior, then his failure to register at this moment would be entirely justified, and the law could not hold him accountable. Nevertheless, Mo Yin was not there to nitpick about Xia Pingyan's past. What truly mattered was how Xia Pingyan would proceed moving forward. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Pingyan shook his head, stating, "I have only just awakened this ability, and no one else is aware of it. What about your sister, Xianing? Does she not know either?" Xia Pingyan lowered his gaze and shook his head once more, saying, "She is also unaware." Mo Yin gazed intently at Xia Pingyan, fully aware that this was the second time Xia Pingyan had uttered a falsehood. Xia Pingyan's sister, Xianing, should certainly be privy to his extraordinary ability of remote viewing. After years of cohabitation, it was improbable that such a talent had remained concealed from her. The reason Xia Pingyan shook his head was rooted in his firm belief that Xianing would never disclose his ability to anyone, regardless of the circumstances, even if questioned or asked to testify in court. Mo Yin chose not to dwell on this matter. Instead, he continued, "You are aware that one must report the awakening of special abilities to the Order Committee. Do you comprehend the implications of such powers? Shall I elucidate further? In Yin country, the awakening and possession of special abilities necessitate notification to the Order Committee, which subsequently conducts an assessment. Should the ability prove beneficial to the nation, the individual endowed with such a power will be conscripted to serve the country, akin to military service. Those who awaken special abilities typically find themselves directly recruited into the National Order Committee of Yin country or other governmental departments, embarking on a unique path that diverges from the ordinary. This path is fraught with challenges yet imbued with profound honor, as it is portrayed as service to the nation and its people, at least in the media narrative. Every year, prior to the college entrance examinations, Yin country conducts health screenings for all candidates, aiming to identify those with the potential to awaken special abilities, thereby nurturing their talents. In truth, this practice is not exclusive to Yin country. Other nations employ similar strategies, recognizing the awakened individuals as invaluable and specialized assets. Due to Xia Pingyan's decision to leave high school prematurely and enter the workforce, he evaded the physical examination for the college entrance examination, and his remote viewing ability remained undiscovered. However, as a law-abiding citizen of Yin Nation, I am fully aware of my obligations and am preparing to report my situation in a few days. Xia Pingyan maintained his composure. There's no need for you to be anxious. I have not come to accuse you or to engage in a discussion about national loss. Mo Yin smiled gently, adding, I have no intention of delving into your past. Xia Pingyan exhaled softly, realizing the purpose of Mo Yin's visit. Are you able to disclose the reason for your visit? We require your assistance. Mo Yin stated plainly. Are you referring to the search for those escaped demon mice? Xia Pingyan immediately grasped the situation, understanding that the involvement of the Order Committee was solely due to his unique abilities. Indeed, among the escaped demon mice, 2 are female, and we must locate and eliminate them swiftly. Should they survive in the wilderness, it would pose significant complications. I am aware, it's a responsibility we all share. As stated in our elementary textbooks, exterminating demon mice is a duty for everyone. Xia Pingyan smiled faintly. The demonic mice can consume nearly any form of vegetation, animal, carrion, roots, bark, insects, or even the refuse found in sewers, thriving in conditions that would render most creatures vulnerable. If one were to cast a demonic mouse into the frigid realms of the North or South Pole, it would undoubtedly endure. Furthermore, their reproductive capabilities are remarkable. They can breed thrice a year, producing between 3 to 6 offspring each time. Alarmingly, these creatures may harbor thousands of foreign viruses and bacteria, with over 100 pathogens capable of infecting humans. Among the most perilous of these are the zombie virus, plague, hemorrhagic fevers, and mutated typhus. Indeed, you understand the gravity of the situation. The emergence of such invasive organisms into the wild poses a significant threat, as they have no natural predators and may proliferate rapidly. In the Order Committee of Xianghe City, I stand as the sole individual endowed with the ability of remote viewing, while others with this gift are scattered across the land on various missions, necessitating time for their arrival. What we are sorely lacking at this moment is time. Did those 4 demonic mice flee in 2 directions? Xia Pingyan's brows furrowed slightly. Yes, I can only pursue one direction with a team, focusing our efforts on tracking the mice in that specific path. The other pursuit team must be accompanied by someone possessing remote viewing abilities. And you happen to possess such a skill? Please allow me to decline. Xiaopingin shook his head and stated unequivocally, even if I were to awaken the ability of clairvoyance, I remain merely an ordinary citizen, lacking the means for self-preservation. Pursuing the demonic rat poses a significant risk to my life. Thus, I reserve the right to decline participation in such perilous endeavors. Currently, I am still within the reporting period, and until I formally notify the National Order Committee, you have no authority to compel me to undertake any actions. Should you suspect that I have concealed my abilities, you may pursue legal channels for investigation and prosecution, to which I shall respond and bear all consequences. Mo Yin glanced steadily at Xiaopingin, unfazed by his refusal and obstinacy. Prior to his arrival, Mo Yin had already reviewed Xiaopingin's dossier and sensed that he was not an ordinary youth. Typically, for someone of his age to possess the ability of clairvoyance, it would be exceedingly difficult to remain inconspicuous for years, living as a mere mechanic without boasting or revealing his gifts. Yet Xiaopingin had achieved just that. A young man who could simultaneously conceal his clairvoyant abilities while working to support himself and caring for a younger sister in a modest apartment exhibits a level of maturity beyond that of the average individual. In the face of such a person, platitudes hold little weight, and the constraints of law are similarly limited. Xiaopingin is acutely aware of the legal repercussions of concealing his abilities, yet he chooses to do so, indicating his readiness to face the consequences. Such individuals possess a mature mindset and unwavering determination. They hold their own worldview and values, exhibiting rigorous self-discipline and discernment in their actions. The methods that might sway ordinary people are ineffective against them. Mo Yinshao inhaled deeply, extending 2 fingers, 20,000. Find a magical rat, and I shall reward you with 20,000. His proclamation resonated with conviction and straightforwardness. I am aware of your financial constraints. This is the bounty from the Order Committee. Your accompanying team consists of 2 summoners and seasoned special forces from the Order Committee Security Division, ensuring your safety. All you need to do is indicate the location of the magical rat. The battle will be handled by them, requiring no participation from you. 20,000, you say? Xiaopingin rubbed his face, his expression transforming into one of righteous resolve. Director Mo, as a citizen of the Flame Nation, in the face of spatial invasion, for the sake of my country and its people, I stand ready to contribute to society at any moment. Therefore, I have decided to assist you in the search for the magical rat. Mo Yinshao's lips twitched, taken aback by Xiaopingin's rapid change of demeanor. He gazed at Xiaopingin for a couple of seconds, somewhat speechless. You truly are. Mo Yinshao struggled to find the appropriate words to describe him. Greedy for wealth, shameless, mercantile. These terms seemed to capture only fragments of Xiaopingin's character, yet not the entirety. The Xiaopingin before him evoked a sense of intrigue and elusiveness in Mo Yinshao. Within the few minutes of their encounter, he sensed that Xiaopingin concealed another facet of himself, one that remained elusive and hard to grasp. Xiaopingin let out a sigh, helplessly spreading his hands. Commander Mo, it is quite costly to support a sister who enjoys painting, and I am on the verge of paying my rent. The landlord will not spare a single cent. Can we depart now? Mo Yinshao fell silent for a brief moment, then coughed. I don't have any money on me. Then let us draft an IOU. Xiaopingin turned around and, like a magician, produced paper and a pen. Mo Yinshao took a deep breath and swiftly wrote an IOU, handing it to Xiaopingin. He watched as Xiaopingin placed the note into a drawer in the room before asking solemnly, Can we leave now? As Xiaopingin spoke, he quickly jotted down a note for Xia Ning, pressing it under a cup on the living room table. After leaving the note, Xiaopingin turned to Mo Yinshao and confidently declared, Now we can go. Chapter 5. Remote Pursuit. Xiaopingin followed Mo Yinshao downstairs and into the community, only to discover that 2 olive-green painted Falcon helicopters were already stationed on the lawn. The helicopters bore the insignia of the National Order Committee. Several Special Forces operatives clad in black combat uniforms stood armed beside the helicopters. Fortunately, there were not many residents around at that moment. The presence of the 2 helicopters did not cause a significant stir. Only a few retired gentlemen and ladies, along with a handful of housewives, curiously observed the helicopters, engaging in hushed discussions and pointing. The community's security personnel were also maintaining order around the lawn. The repercussions of yesterday's spatial incursion linger, as many speculate that the 2 helicopters' arrival is connected to the incident. Under the watchful gaze of a crowd, Xiaopingin, clad in sports attire, swiftly approaches a Falcon helicopter alongside Mo Yinshao. Inside the helicopter's cabin sit 9 individuals, 7 fully armed Special Forces operatives, a robust bald man, and a strikingly beautiful woman with an icy demeanor. The imposing bald man possesses a physique reminiscent of a bull, his muscles resembling boulders on a hillside. Beside him rests an oversized machete, more than a meter in length, akin to a guillotine. The short-haired beauty, in her 20s, sports raven locks and fiery red lips, adorned in leather attire that accentuates her alluring curves. A pistol and a dagger are tucked into her thigh, suggesting she is not to be trifled with, much like a thorny rose. This woman is intently engaged with a tactical computer before her, her fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard as various maps flicker across the screen. Lao Tu, this is Xiao Ping'an. I'll leave him in your capable hands. Mo Yin Xiao instructs the muscular man before turning to Xiao Ping'an. You shall accompany them. Xiao Ping'an nods, swiftly boarding the helicopter to take his seat beside the imposing figure, while Mo Yin Xiao dashes towards another helicopter nearby. Young man, you possess quite the remarkable ability to perceive from afar while remaining inconspicuous. As Xiao Ping'an settled into the helicopter, the burly bald man grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of metallic teeth that inspired trepidation. He handed Xiao Ping'an a pair of noise-canceling headphones. Xiao Ping'an accepted the headphones and donned them. Just as the helicopter's hatch was drawn open, the rotors began to whirl, producing a thunderous roar that sent the grass below swaying chaotically and caused the onlookers surrounding the lawn to scatter in haste. The helicopter ascended swiftly, followed by another aircraft. And soon the two helicopters diverged, one heading east and the other west, soaring towards different destinations. From the sky, the residential area shrank beneath them, and the city's buildings and the vehicles on the roads rapidly receded from view. Nearly a few kilometers out, a gray-green Falcon helicopter joined them in the air, trailing closely behind. This display brought a sense of reassurance to Xiao Ping'an. First, let's proceed to the location where you last detected those two fleeing magic rats. As the helicopter steadily flew beyond the city limits, Xiao Ping'an, seated inside, wasted no time in getting straight to the point. He addressed the bald man, known as Lao Tu. Also, please show me the footage of those two magic rats. I must ascertain their appearance. Absolutely. The old butcher spoke directly, then addressed the short-haired beauty, Ling Shan, allowing to see. The short-haired beauty remained silent, her fingers deftly maneuvering over the tactical computer before pivoting the display screen towards Xiao Ping'an. The first image that materialized on the screen was captured by the helmet camera of an assault team member from the previous night. The background was a vivid green, indicative of night vision conditions, as the team followed a trail of blood leading them to an outdoor logistics park, where they discovered the gruesome remains of two workers, their bodies ravaged beyond recognition. As the scene shifted, several team members entered a warehouse, commencing their search. They uncovered the bodies of the victims, and the 7th squad, upon entering the warehouse, activated the thermal imaging device, indicating that their target might be in close proximity. Moments later, the thermal imager detected a moving heat source, prompting the squad to swiftly surround the area, followed by a cacophony of gunfire. In the ensuing chaos, two demonic rats emerged suddenly from behind a stack of wooden crates, charging through a hail of bullets. One demonic rat lunged at two assault team members, its claws tearing through the throat of one before it made a hasty retreat. The second image was aerial, likely captured from a drone. At dawn, the two magical mice had already fled beyond the city, racing through the thickets by the riverside. The drone captured only a fleeting 5 seconds of footage. One of the magical mice paused momentarily, lifted its head to glance at the sky. And before the drone strike could descend upon them, both mice darted into the river, submerging themselves and vanishing from sight. The third scene unfolded in the wilderness as daylight broke. The drone recorded the two magical mice emerging from the riverbank, only to disappear into a vast expanse of marshland and reed beds. Satisfactory. Xiao Ping'an nodded, imprinting the appearance of the two magical mice in his memory, then fell silent. Half an hour later, two Falcon helicopters arrived above the marshland, located more than 160 kilometers northwest of Xiang'an City, where the magical mice were last seen. This marshland covered over 20 square kilometers, with distant, endless mountain ranges marking the landscape, nearing the national park region of Nani Province. From the helicopter's vantage point, the marsh was largely shrouded in the shadows of trees, reeds, and wild grasses, with a complex terrain of hills, intersecting river valleys, waterfalls, and expansive dense black pine forests, making it challenging to spot any targets. The helicopter circled above the marshland as the bald man turned to Xiao Ping'an, questioning whether they could uncover the trail of the two magical mice. Just seconds later, a vivid image emerged in Xiao Ping'an's mind. Within an underground earthen burrow, two magical mice remained utterly still. As consciousness expanded, Xia Ping'an beheld the expansive black pine forest beyond the cave, along with the nearby steaming geothermal spring and two barren mountain peaks. A vast meadow unfolded before him, and the surrounding terrain gradually came into sharper focus. The two magical mice had departed from the marshland and ventured into the mountainous region. Xia Ping'an opened his eyes and pointed toward a direction approximately 80 kilometers away, nestled within the black pine forest. "Can it be marked on the electronic map?" inquired the bald man. "Certainly," Xia Ping'an nodded, accepting the electronic map handed to him by the bald man. After a brief examination, he circled a specific area on the map, indicating the precise location. The bald man then tapped the pilot of the helicopter ahead, signaling him, and two Hawk helicopters soared toward the direction Xia Ping'an indicated. The drone can first proceed to monitor the target area from above. The short-haired beauty finally spoke, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. In a short while, Xia Ping'an observed the computer screen before the short-haired beauty light up with imagery from the high-altitude drone, which was swiftly approaching the area he had marked on the electronic map. Before the helicopters arrived, the drone had already reached the vicinity, hovering above the extensive black pine forest, utilizing its thermal imaging system to scan and identify movements on the ground. This black pine forest spanned over 60 square kilometers, stretching across a valley and hillside. In the depths of the forest and valleys, creatures such as elk, bison, and antelopes have been continuously detected by thermal imaging devices mounted on drones. However, the elusive two magical mice remain unseen. "These two mice are exceptionally cunning," remarked Xia Ping'an. "They burrow underground, evading detection by thermal imaging equipment." The bald man licked his lips and turned to Xia Ping'an, inquiring if the hiding place of these mice could be pinpointed more accurately. "I apologize. While some individuals possess the ability to perceive with remarkable precision, I currently lack such capabilities and can only ascertain a general vicinity," Xia Ping'an replied, shaking his head. Yet, merely 10 minutes later, two Falcon helicopters reached the periphery of the dense black forest. They lowered ropes, from which the commandos swiftly descended, initiating a careful search of the area. "You should remain here on the helicopter. Any discoveries can be promptly communicated to us," the bald man stated as he grasped his formidable blade, resembling a guillotine, and leaped from the helicopter like a fierce tiger. The short-haired beauty stowed her tactical computer into a tactical backpack aboard the helicopter and seized a shotgun before following the bald man into the descent. The two Falcon helicopters subsequently maneuvered through the skies, landing on a grassy expanse over 20 kilometers away. The Falcon helicopter can remain airborne for over 6 hours during a single mission. Due to the uncertainty regarding the time required for the pursuit team to search this expanse of black pine forest, the helicopter must patiently wait nearby, avoiding unnecessary consumption of its airborne duration. Meanwhile, the aerial assault and surveillance tasks are entrusted to unmanned drones, which possess a longer flight endurance. As the helicopter came to a halt, Xia Ping'an disembarked and relieved himself among the nearby bushes, gazing at the breathtaking scenery of the surrounding valley. A sense of enchantment washed over him, momentarily leading him into a reverie. This territory should belong to Yellowstone National Park. He had previously visited North America to conduct a field study of the mountainous terrains described in the Shanhai Jing, particularly the Dongshan Jing. The entrance fee was calculated per vehicle, approximately $25 per car. However, at this moment, he found himself in a 5A rated national forest park in the province of Yuzhou, the Yin country, which did not charge an entrance fee. Chapter 6. The Slaying of the Demon Mouse from morning until afternoon. There had been no news from the pursuit team entering the black pine forest. Bored and restless, Xia Ping'an chose to close his eyes and quietly await on the helicopter. As evening approached, the intercom within the helicopter crackled to life once more. "Falcon 3 received. Falcon 4 received. We have deployed a red smoke grenade at the designated point." "Understood." In the blink of an eye, the two helicopters took to the skies, heading towards the black pine forest. Just as they soared over a ridge, they spotted a plume of red smoke rising from the ground in the distance, prompting the two helicopters to swiftly converge upon the source of the crimson haze. Only a few minutes later, the helicopter arrived at the location where crimson smoke billowed into the air, scattering the red haze emanating from the smoke canisters on the ground. On a grassy patch within the black pine forest lay the bodies of 4 members from the pursuit teams. Some had their intestines exposed, while others bore gruesome wounds on their necks and thighs, seemingly having engaged in a fierce battle with the demon mice. A few team members were injured yet still able to move. The group swiftly carried the wounded onto a Falcon helicopter. while the 7 uninjured members boarded the helicopter with Xiaoping on. Both helicopters ascended simultaneously. The one transporting the injured flew towards the urban area of Xianghe, while the helicopter carrying Xiaoping pursued into the distant valley. Xiaoping closed his eyes once more, and mere seconds later, a vivid scene reappeared in his consciousness. A demon mouse dashed through the forest, pursued by 2 drones in the sky. A blade missile fired by one of the drones was obstructed by dense trunks, veering off course after severing several trees and large branches, crashing heavily behind the demon mouse. Another drone unleashed a barrage from its machine gun, sending soil and wood splinters flying across the forest floor. The pursued demon mouse, battered yet remarkably swift and agile, adeptly utilized the towering trees and its surroundings to evade capture. More importantly, the wounds on the demon mouse's body were visibly healing as it sprinted away. Xiaoping observed as the wounds on the magical mouse rapidly ceased bleeding, the gashes knitting together, while several bullets lodged within its body were forcefully ejected, clattering to the ground. A few hundred meters behind the creature, a bald man known as Old Butcher wielded a large blade, pursuing through the forest at an astonishing speed. His swiftness defied human capability. When confronted with fallen trees, he leapt effortlessly over 2 meters, vaulting directly over the trunks. Alongside him was a short-haired beauty, whose speed rivaled that of the bald man, yet her movements were even more agile. When faced with the thickets, she navigated through the obstacles with the grace of a gymnast on a balance beam, twisting and rolling with ease. Frankly, Xiaoping had never witnessed a woman capable of such velocity, especially within the confines of a forest. Even Olympic hurdle champions paled in comparison to her. The bald man and the woman converged upon the magical mouse like a pair of pincers, effectively cornering it. The creature appeared to be trapped with no escape. Just then, a dark cave emerged on the hillside ahead, and without a moment's hesitation, the magical mouse darted into the cavern. A drone whizzed overhead, missing the opportunity to continue its assault. 30 kilometers to the 3 o'clock direction, just crossed the valley ahead, Xiaoping directed the helicopter pilot, guiding the way forward. A few minutes later, the helicopter hovered above the ground near the cave, and Xiaoping, along with other members of the pursuit team, disembarked and approached the cave entrance. Upon spotting Xiaoping, the bald man strode over with a grave expression. There are too many paths within the cave. Can you sense which route that magical rat has taken? This rat is a female, not an ordinary one, possessing remarkable regenerative abilities and the potential for evolution. We cannot allow it to escape from the cave. A hushed silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone turned their gaze towards Xiaoping. Initially, he intended to decline, but upon observing the anxious faces around him and recalling the injured teammates who had been airlifted moments ago, he ultimately nodded, resolved to take the risk. The magical rat has just slipped into the cave. If I enter and follow closely behind, I can trace its path. The bald man scanned the faces of the teammates and decisively issued orders. Xuecheng, relinquish your tactical helmet, tactical bulletproof vest, and weapon to Xiaoping, and instruct him on their usage. Zhao Yang and Lin Feng, prepare climbing gear and ropes. The 4 of us will venture into the cave. You 2 will primarily focus on safeguarding Xiaoping, while the rest will remain at the entrance to establish a defensive perimeter and set up remote sensing landmines. We must not allow the magical rat to escape through the entrance. Understood. Without further ado, everyone sprang into action. The member known as Xuecheng promptly removed his tactical helmet and bulletproof vest, assisting Xiaoping in donning them while concurrently demonstrating their operation. The tactical helmet is equipped with night vision, communication, and body monitoring devices, rendering it exceptionally convenient for use, a skill that Xiaoping has readily mastered. As for weaponry, the pursuit team is armed with assault rifles. All high schools in Yin country offer courses on weapon usage, ensuring that every student is adept in the fundamental handling of rifles, handguns, and assault rifles, a proficiency that Xiaoping possesses as well. Merely 2 minutes later, clad in a tactical vest and donning the helmet, Xiaoping, armed with an assault rifle, ventured into the cave accompanied by several others. Upon their entrance, the team members who remained outside promptly set up remote-controlled landmines around the cave's entrance. Within less than 50 meters inside the cave, darkness enveloped them, with only a faint glimmer of light emanating from the entrance. At this moment, Xiaoping relied solely on the night vision capabilities of his tactical helmet to discern the environment within the cave, which was bathed in a subtle green glow. Positioned second to last in the formation, he enjoyed optimal protection. Leading the charge was a bald man wielding a large knife, followed by a short-haired woman, while the Special Forces operative named Zhao Yang was directly ahead of Xiaoping, with another operative, Lin Feng, trailing behind him. Remarkably, Xiaoping observed that both the bald man and the short-haired woman navigated the pitch-black cave without the aid of night vision equipment, effortlessly perceiving their surroundings. As he concentrated on the cave's conditions, he spoke, noting that the magical mouse had only recently entered the cave. His remote viewing ability remained fixated on the creature, allowing him to recall the path and persistently pursue it. Ahead, turn left. There lies an opening above. To the left, within the rocky wall, there exists a fissure through which one can crawl. This rock, towering over 5 meters, necessitates the use of ropes for descent. Xiaoping guided the way through the cave. Initially, the path was manageable, but as they ventured deeper, it became increasingly arduous. Water began to trickle through the cave, forming a small stream, and they waded through its waters, with Xiaoping's clothing quickly becoming drenched. Fortunately, the large magical rat could reach the narrow spaces, allowing Xiaoping and his companions to follow suit. After more than 40 minutes, Xiaoping suddenly halted. Closing his eyes, the entire group came to a standstill. He pointed towards a pitch-black opening roughly 20 meters ahead, nodding emphatically before indicating the right side of the entrance. At the 3 o'clock position, everyone comprehended that the magical rat was concealed within that opening, specifically to the right at the 3 o'clock direction. The bald man gestured to the 2 special forces soldiers guarding Xiaoping and the short-haired beauty. Lin Feng promptly led Xiaoping back, ensuring he took cover behind a large rock. Turning around, Zhao Yang retrieved 2 flashbangs from his gear and approached the entrance, raising 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. The 2 flashbangs were thrown simultaneously into the right side of the cave entrance, causing everyone outside to turn in unison. A muffled explosion resonated from within the cave, and a blinding white light engulfed the entire cavern in that fleeting moment. As the white light faded, the bald man ducked low, rolling in first, followed closely by the short-haired beauty. Inside the cave, the air was filled with the deafening whistle of a blade slicing through the air, accompanied by the bald man's furious roar, "Beast, die!" Gunfire soon erupted, illuminating the cave with a vivid crimson glow, transforming it into a fiery inferno. 2 minutes later, silence fell over the cave. The bald man emerged, seemingly unfazed despite several gashes on his left shoulder, wielding a large knife, followed closely by the short-haired beauty. Along the way, a few bats and cave-dwelling creatures flitted about. Zhao Yang, Lin Feng, you 2 will guard here. Ensure no other animals enter the cave. I will promptly notify others to conduct disinfection and purification, he commanded. Understood. The 2 soldiers replied, taking their positions at the cave's entrance, vigilantly watching their surroundings. The bald man turned his gaze towards Xiaoping, approached him, and patted him on the shoulder, revealing a mouthful of gleaming steel teeth that could instill dread. The sight of his shiny dental array transformed the man's grin into that of a hungry ghost, capable of making any child weep in terror. Kid, you've performed well today? Showing some courage. I reckon the director won't let someone like you slip away again. It's hard to come by someone with keen eyes. From now on, stick with me, and I, old 2, will look after you. Chapter 7. Siblings. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, a black SUV emerged from the distance, halting by the roadside at the entrance of the residential complex where Xiaoping resided. The streetlights flickered like will-o'-the-wisps, illuminating the somewhat dilapidated road and the sycamore trees lining it. The shadows cast by the sycamores seemed to writhe beneath the glow of the street lamps, as if a monstrous entity were poised to leap from the depths below. Typically, this hour would see a bustling scene of pedestrians and vendors outside the complex. However, tonight, an unsettling stillness enveloped the area. Although an hour prior, news had spread throughout the city that the 4 escaped magical rodents had been entirely eradicated. The aftershocks of yesterday's spatial invasion lingered ominously. Many residents harbored fears of potential stragglers or criminals taking advantage of the chaos, rendering the streets unusually desolate. Indeed, instances of stragglers had occurred, as monitoring and statistical assessments of spatial invaders are not always impeccably accurate. Moreover, in smaller-scale invasions, particularly those classified below Grade G, it is plausible for some to evade satellite surveillance. The issue of urban security during spatial invasions is undeniably a concern. A melancholic atmosphere quietly permeates the city's night, intertwined with the threat of fear. Inside the vehicle, Xiaoping unfastens a seatbelt. Imo Zhenshao hands him a thick envelope, containing the promised remuneration of 40,000 yuan. It is rare for Lao Tu to commend others. His acknowledgement signifies that your assistance in this task was executed splendidly. Clad in a fresh set of attire, Xiaoping appears significantly revitalized. Imo Zhenshao squints at him and remarks, "You may keep this outfit as an additional reward. Furthermore, I am officially notifying you in the capacity of the National Order Committee, that the committee has recognized your awakened abilities. Please report to the National Order Committee in Xianghe City at 9 o'clock next Monday morning. Xiaoping numbly nods in response, then opens the car door to alight. However, just before stepping out, curiosity prompts him to inquire, was that bald man truly a summoner? Why does he carry a large sword yet refrains from displaying his powers? Oh, is that so? With that, Xiaoping exits the vehicle, the doors slamming shut behind him as he strides towards the community entrance. Mo Zhenshao observes him enter the gates, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmurs to himself, "Rest assured, we shall meet again soon." Upon concluding his words, he picks up his phone and dials a number. A languid male voice answers on the other end, "What is up? I require all information pertaining to Xiaoping. The more detailed, the better." Xiaoping, is he the one with the keen insight that old Tu mentioned today? Indeed. Merely an ordinary awakener, unworthy of my time. My seconds are worth hundreds of thousands. Enough of this chatter, I shall grant you a day. After uttering this statement, Mo Yin promptly hung up the phone. That 40,000 yuan was not an insignificant sum for him. He would need to toil at the repair shop for at least 3 months to earn it. Yet today, he acquired it in a single day. The National Order Committee, such a formidable entity, indeed possesses wealth. Though money is desirable, his latent remote viewing ability has now been revealed. Yesterday, he succumbed to the temptation of peering into the future. A single thought triggered a cascade of reactions, rapidly fermenting within his life. Whether this turn of events is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Xiaoping pondered silently, realizing that if he were to report this, the Order Committee would undoubtedly scrutinize his past history. Who knows what they might uncover? Such is life. No one can predict whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will arrive first. The weight of the 40,000 yuan in his bag mirrored Xiaoping's current mood. Despite the financial gain, he felt no sense of ease. Instead, he was engulfed by a sense of heaviness. Upon reaching the entrance of his apartment building, he entered the code and unlocked the door to the lobby. "Are you all right?" Xiaoping ascended the staircase step by step, pondering the arrival of a helicopter to collect him that day. He surmised that the news would likely spread throughout the entire community and hoped that his explanation would quell some of the unfounded speculations among the elderly residents. However, he doubted it would deceive everyone entirely. He would assess the situation and, if necessary, consider relocating to a place closer to Xianning's school. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was about to retrieve his keys when the security doors swung open. Xianning, now a sophomore, appeared before him. Her beauty accentuated by a simple athletic outfit and a lively ponytail. Her slightly round face and pointed chin radiated youthful exuberance, and her eyes sparkled like crescent moons when she smiled, exuding a vivacious spirit. Xiaoping affectionately ruffled Xianning's hair as he stepped inside. "Brother, you've donned a new outfit and shoes. These must be designer pieces, costing over 2,000, right? Where have you been?" As soon as they entered the house, Xianning's keen eyes caught the unusual attire on her brother, which could be described as somewhat extravagant. Typically, his clothing rarely exceeded 200 yuan, as he had always been reluctant to splurge on luxury brands. "I'll tell you later." Xiaoping casually tossed the envelope filled with money onto the sofa. "All right then. Let us eat first." "I'm happy to do so. I'm not hungry anyway." Xianning scrunched her nose playfully at Xiaoping, making a funny face before beginning to serve him food. However, just then, a rumble emanated from her stomach. "What was that sound?" Xiaoping inquired. The two siblings burst into laughter and began their meal, the humble abode suffused with a warm ambience. Xianning prepared a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried green asparagus with meat slices, and a seaweed soup. The simple dishes adorned the table, showcasing a vibrant palette of red, white, blue, and green, reminiscent of her artist's palette, pleasing to the eye. Since middle school, Xianning had already mastered the art of cooking, and her culinary skills had significantly improved over time. After finishing their meal and clearing the table together, Xiaoping settled onto the sofa, habitually brewing himself a cup of coarse tea. Sipping the tea, he summoned Xianning and handed her the envelope, instructing her to deposit it tomorrow. Upon opening the envelope, Xianning was taken aback by the sight of 4 stacks of pristine 100 yuan bills, her small face registering sheer astonishment, her eyes widening. 40,000 yuan. "Brother, where did you acquire such a sum? Did the repair shop distribute bonuses? But it's still not year-end. Your boss is quite stingy and wouldn't be so generous." Xiaoping chuckled. "Of course, it's what I earned today." Xianning scrutinized her brother, taking in his new clothes and shoes, her expression suddenly shifting to one of complexity as she let out a soft sigh, her brows furrowing in concern. "Brother, I understand that at your age. You may feel quite troubled and restless, especially without a girlfriend. Even if our family is facing financial difficulties, there is no need for such drastic measures. That wealthy lady from last time had a preference for young men like you, yet her age was rather advanced. How could you compromise yourself for money? I have actually been scouting potential girlfriends for you at our school. There are several senior girls in our class who are quite remarkable, fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall. Last time, when I suggested you model in the nude at our school, you were reluctant. If you were to go for it, considering your physique, it would be exceedingly easy to attract a girlfriend by simply showcasing yourself in the classroom. Cough, cough. Xia Pingyan almost choked on a sip of water and glared at Xiaoning, unable to refrain from flicking her on the forehead. What nonsense is swirling around in that little head of yours? Xiaoning, that mischievous girl, had even considered introducing Xia Pingyan to their school as a nude model. Under the pretense of gaining both wealth and beauty, rubbing her head, Xiaoning pouted defiantly at Xia Pingyan, insisting, "Did I say something wrong? Brother, you need not feel embarrassed. I know some boys are indeed attracted to mature, affluent women." Xia Pingyan gazed speechlessly at the ceiling, pondering his sister. She had many admirable qualities, yet, how should one put it? She seemed rather precocious for her age, knowing far too much and worrying about everything. That money was a reward from the order committee. In order to prevent Xia Ning from overthinking, Xia Pingyan finally decided to reveal the truth. Xia Ning was momentarily taken aback, and then a thought struck her, causing her expression to subtly shift. "Ah, brother, do they know about your clairvoyance ability?" The extraordinary gift of clairvoyance possessed by Xia Pingyan was known only to Xia Ning. Having relied on each other for so many years, such a remarkable talent could not be easily concealed from her. As for their shared experiences of circumventing dangers, such as when Xia Ning encountered some ruffians after school and Xia Pingyan hurried to her aid, those instances were not singular. In such circumstances, unless Xia Ning were a fool, it was impossible to keep Xia Pingyan's clairvoyance a secret. Upon her inquiry, Xia Pingyan could only recount how he had managed to keep his ability hidden from Mo Yin Xiao, as well as the events of today's mission where he pursued the demon rat. "Brother, was that cold, short-haired beauty you mentioned beautiful? Did she say anything to you?" Surprisingly, this was Xia Ning's first question after hearing Xia Pingyan's account. "It matters not. When you spoke of that woman, you referred to her as the short-haired beauty no less than 5 times, while the bald man was mentioned only 4. This indicates she left quite a profound impression on you." Xia Ning stated earnestly, propping her chin in her hand and gazing intently at Xia Pingyan. "If she were to become my sister-in-law, then it certainly concerns me." Xia Pingyan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Could you not be concerned about something else? I risked my life today to pursue the demon rat." Xia Ning shot him an incredulous look, retorting, "Please, if there were real danger, you wouldn't dare go near. You'd simply watch from a safe distance. Do you think I don't know you? You're so afraid of dying and so cunning." Xia Pingyan, "By the way, brother, are you really going to report to the order committee next Monday?" A look of concern and curiosity reappeared on Xia Ning's face. This time there was no choice. He must go, and it was highly likely he would be conscripted. "Brother, I truly believe you should have gone long ago," Xia Ning said earnestly. "That job as a mechanic is utterly beneath you. You're surrounded by men, and there is no chance of finding a girlfriend. Aren't you worried that once I'm conscripted by the order committee, I'll be engaged in perilous work? I am confident, my dear brother, that you will be just fine. I have always believed that even if the world were to crumble, you would find a way to ensure my survival. Moreover, within the order committee, you would have the opportunity to find me a sister-in-law. By the way, set aside 3,000 yuan for this month's rent and leave another 2,000 for next month's living expenses." Xia Ning busily divided the money into 2 portions, suggesting that the remaining 35,000 yuan be saved for tomorrow, reserved for you to purchase a home and seek a bride. Furthermore, let's withdraw 10,000, saving 25,000 would suffice. With that 10,000, you could seek out a reputable teacher during the holidays and enroll in a training course. Xia Ning hesitated momentarily, wrestling with her thoughts, before finally stating, "I plan to work during the holidays. I've already made arrangements with my classmates." Xia Pingyan gazed at her sternly, asserting his brotherly authority as he took a stack of 10,000 from Xia Ning's divided amounts and placed it alongside the 5,000, declaring, "I am still alive. And it is not your place to toil for such meager earnings. You can wait until you become a renowned artist to earn money. When your paintings fetch hundreds of thousands, I shall no longer need to work, and it will be your turn to support me. For now, focus on your studies during the holidays. Now, Off to bed with you. We have been busy all day, and I too am quite weary. Tomorrow is the weekend, and we shall go out to sell. Enrolling in an art class won't require 10,000,5,000 will suffice. Xiaoning retorted. During the holiday, do you not wish to eat, drink, buy clothes, or visit the National Gallery with your friends? Keep the remaining 5,000 for yourself. Purchase whatever you desire on your own accord. This is settled, so take care of the money and refrain from idle chatter. After uttering these words, Xiaoping turned and ascended to the small attic. Chapter 8. Secrets. The following day, the siblings arose at the crack of dawn, well before the sun had risen. Around 5 o'clock, children from impoverished families do not indulge in the luxury of sleeping in. Together, they prepared breakfast, and after satisfying their hunger, Xiaoning carefully packed her easel, paints, and paper into a backpack. Xiaoping, too, donned a hefty backpack filled with oilcloth, balloons, and a pump for his market stall. The siblings then stored 25,000 yuan in cash, ensuring the remaining 15,000 yuan was safely tucked away at home before they ventured out. Upon leaving their residential complex, they made their way to an automated banking hall near the police station, where they deposited the 25,000 yuan at the ATM. Subsequently, they proceeded to a nearby bus station, where they patiently awaited a bus that would carry them beyond the city limits. As it was the weekend, an open-air temple fair was taking place near the Jiajun Temple in the southern outskirts of Xianghe City, a gathering that citizens spontaneously organized each week. At such events, numerous vendors would transport a variety of snacks and amusement facilities to the site, while attendees could also sell their own belongings, including old records, used furniture, an assortment of second-hand items, and handmade crafts, among others. The temple fair at the General's Temple is a vibrant locale, brought to life by the immigrants from the kingdom of Jin who have settled in the Fiery Land. It is said to possess a tradition that spans several centuries. By around 8 o'clock, with the sun having risen, two siblings, Xiaoping and Xiaoning, navigated their way through 2 bus routes and finally arrived at an open space near the General's Temple. A considerable number of people had already gathered, many arriving in private cars and pickup trucks. They parked their vehicles and, upon opening the trunks, began selling their wares. Xiaoning selected a patch of land measuring approximately 5 to 6 square meters to set up her stall. She unpacked her easel, paints, and paper, displaying 2 finished portraits, eagerly awaiting customers who wished to commission her artistry. Priced at 30 yuan each, her portraits were reasonably priced, and her exceptional talent often drew the attention of passers-by, who were captivated by the sight of such a lovely and skilled young lady selling her artwork. Meanwhile, Xiaoping retrieved a tarpaulin and a folding stand from his backpack. Adorning himself with a wig and a cheerful clown mask, he began inflating a collection of elongated balloons with a pump. Once inflated, the balloons transformed into shapes resembling cucumbers in his hands. He skillfully twisted and contorted the balloons into charming creations such as small dogs, flowers, and swords, selling each for just 2 yuan. The area was bustling with children, and the moment one child purchased a balloon animal, others would inevitably express their desire for one as well. The stall business has been a venture for Xiaoping for several years. This enterprise requires minimal investment, yields quick returns, and is resilient against losses. The technical requirements are not demanding, nor does it attract undue attention. One merely needs to purchase a few balloons and a pump, alongside a folding table and an oilcloth to commence operations. The clown masks and wigs serve to enchant the children. In truth, a few hundred yuan suffices for the initial costs. The business operates on thin margins but thrives on volume. If fortunate, one can earn 300 to 400 yuan in a day, with even a modest day yielding 100 to 200. However, competition arises from 2 other balloon twisting stalls nearby, thus diluting the earnings for all. Brother, let's save up and buy a pickup truck. In the future, you can drive us anywhere we wish, allowing not just for setting up stalls but also for travel. Xiaoning remarked enviously, observing those who effortlessly sold their wares from pickups. In the vast expanse of Dayan country, where the population is sparse, such dual-purpose vehicles are particularly favored by ordinary families. At this moment, over 70% of the stalls at the fair were run from pickups. Sure, when will you go learn to drive? Once you've mastered it, we can purchase a second-hand one to share. Upon hearing Xiaoping's words, Xiaoning's spirits soared, brimming with enthusiasm. Let us establish our family's second fund, aptly named the Second-Hand Pickup Fund. By the way, how much does a second-hand pickup typically cost? Generally, around 20 to 30,000 yuan. For one in slightly better condition, it might run up to 70 or 80,000. Our modest goal for the second-hand pickup truck fund is to accumulate 70,000. Let us persevere. Xiaoning began to encourage herself. Xia Ping'an had just twisted 2 small dogs from balloons and was ready to start. A little boy arrived, tugging at his mother's hand, and purchased a purple balloon dog from Xia Ping'an. As Xia Ping'an sold 5 balloon creations, Xiaoning welcomed her first customer, a chubby little girl of 7 or 8, dressed in a lovely dress. The girl, captivated by the portrait Xiaoning had drawn, could not resist asking her to create one for her. However, the number of visitors at the temple fair was significantly lower than usual, resulting in modest sales. It seemed the repercussions of the recent space invasion had not yet fully subsided. During the day spent at the stall, Xia Ping'an sold 106 balloons, yielding a total revenue of 212 yuan. Meanwhile, Xiaoning painted 6 portraits, earning 180 yuan. Nevertheless, she was exceedingly delighted. Since her middle school days, Xia Ping'an had often brought her here on weekends, and each visit was a source of immense joy for her, filled with play, art, and delightful treats. The following day, the pair indulged in a leisurely day at home, watching television, tidying up, hanging laundry, preparing delicious meals, reading, and daydreaming. In the morning, Xia Ping'an called the owner of the repair shop to tender his resignation, stating that he could no longer endure the strain and wished to pursue a more relaxed occupation. The owner, disheartened by the news, implored him to reconsider, lamenting the loss of such a diligent and skilled young technician. As individuals like Xia Ping'an were exceedingly rare to find, Xia Ping'an graciously declined the offer. Tomorrow, he is to report to the order committee, oblivious to the circumstances awaiting him there. However, given his remote viewing abilities, it seems improbable that he will be permitted to leave again. While Xia Ping'an was conversing on the phone with the owner of a repair shop, a disheveled man in his 30s, sporting thick glasses, a scruffy beard, and clad in a garish floral shirt typically worn by older gentlemen, ambled down the long corridor, whistling cheerily with his hands shoved in his pockets. He arrived at the office of Mo Yanxiao. As the door to Mo Yanxiao's office swung open, a short-haired beauty, who had previously completed a mission with Xia Ping'an, emerged alongside a bald man. Upon spotting the short-haired beauty, the man in the flamboyant shirt's eyes lit up, nearly drooling in admiration. After swallowing hard, he approached her, saying, "Shanshan, are you heading out on a mission again? Do you have time tonight to come over and listen to my hi-fi? I just acquired a sound system worth over 4 million. The sound quality is exceptional, and my home is spacious and inviting." The short-haired beauty barely reacted, casting a cold glance at him before curtly responding, "Get lost." The flamboyant man, visibly frustrated but undeterred, muttered to himself, "Had I known, I should have been more direct and asked if you were willing to share my bed." Just before a swift kick from her black boots connected with him, the flamboyant man let out a peculiar laugh, displaying agility akin to a monkey as he darted forward, deftly evading her strike and bursting into Mo Yanxiao's office. Mo Yan was seated behind his desk, having just put away a document. "I have prepared the information you requested on Xia Ping'an." The flamboyant man retracted his smile, adopting a serious demeanor as he produced a dark, grimy USB drive from his pocket and handed it over. "That fellow is rather intriguing." "Intriguing? Quite so," Mo Yan remarked. His curiosity piqued as he glanced at the black USB drive. He hesitated, contemplating whether to accept it, noticing it was smeared with some unidentified substance, appearing rather unclean. Ultimately, his aversion to filth prevailed over his curiosity. After a brief moment of deliberation, he opted not to take the USB drive, instead stating, "Please, go ahead. I am listening." After the passing of his parents, he had declined the foster family arranged for him and his sister by the government's social work department, choosing instead to drop out of school and work to support his sister's education. "Yes, I am aware of that," Mo Yan nodded. "At 16, he is no longer considered a child laborer. Is there an issue with that?" Mo Yan inquired. "Ah, therein lies the intrigue. According to the information I have gathered, it appears that prior to his employment as an auto mechanic, he had never repaired a vehicle, possessing only a middle school education and lacking any formal training in automotive technology. However, astonishingly, within a mere 2 months of his arrival at the repair shop, he ascended to the role of the principal automobile technician, exhibiting proficiency in repairing various types of vehicles and resolving an array of automotive issues. Typically, a young individual without prior exposure to automotive repair would require approximately 3 years of training to attain such expertise. His explanation to the repair shop was that he had taught himself at home. Moyan's eyes sparkled with curiosity, narrowing slightly as he urged, What else? Please, continue. Furthermore, there is the matter of his parents. The flamboyant man licked his lips, revealing that his parents were among the victims of the tragic traffic accident in Shanghai City 5 years ago. Moyen's brow furrowed slightly. He recalled this incident. The Order Committee had initially taken charge of the investigation into the 819 event. Eventually, it was determined to be a standard major traffic accident, unrelated to spatial incursions or supernatural abilities, leading the Order Committee to cease their involvement and transfer the case to other departments for procedural handling. The 819 major traffic accident occurred 5 years ago. Had you not prompted me to investigate Xia Ping'an, I might have forgotten all about it. However, my curiosity piqued. I took it upon myself to explore the circumstances surrounding the individuals involved in the 819 incident. And you won't believe what I discovered. The flamboyant man attempted to maintain an air of mystery, but upon encountering Mo Yan's piercing gaze, he chuckled awkwardly and proceeded to divulge the information. The scion of the Daxiang group, Zhao Yuan, had perished in Europa 4 years prior. Zhao Yuan's corpse was discovered in his villa, with reports from Europa and the autopsy confirming that he had succumbed to an overdose from prolonged substance abuse, ruling out foul play. 3 months following his son's demise, Zhao Jincheng, the president of the Daxiang group, suffered a myocardial infarction and also passed away. From the perspective of their causes of death, everything appears to be in order, doesn't it? Mo Yan's fingers gently tapped the table. Individually, the circumstances surrounding their deaths indeed seem unproblematic. However, the doctor who had conducted a psychiatric evaluation allowing Zhao Yuan to evade legal repercussions met with an untimely demise 4 months after Zhao Yuan's death. Accidentally electrocuted while bathing at home. The presiding judge of case 819 lost control of his vehicle 7 months after Zhao Yuan's death, plummeting off a cliff to his end. Furthermore, the chief prosecutor of case 819, 9 months post Zhao Yuan's death, was fatally stabbed by the husband of his paramour upon being discovered. If these occurrences are mere coincidences, the probability is less than 1 in 10 million. Mo Yan's expression grew increasingly grave. What else is there? The most intriguing aspect is that Xia Ping'an's sole record of traveling abroad occurred just a week before Zhao Yuan's demise. He utilized a tourist visa to purchase a ticket to the Kingdom of Galan. However, I am unable to ascertain any information regarding his activities there. He did not board a plane, did not use a mobile phone, nor utilized a credit card. The only trace he left behind was a hotel check-in record in Strasbourg, located in Galan. I recall that Strasbourg is in close proximity to Europa, near the border. Mo Zhenshao furrowed his brow and remarked, without evidence, do not speak recklessly, nor insinuate anything. I shall make my own judgments. Mo Zhenshao spoke with a grave countenance. Of course, I have said nothing at all, merely stating some facts. They are all a bunch of scoundrels. Their demise is inconsequential to me, and I have no concern for their troubles. The flamboyant man shrugged nonchalantly. Is there more? The day after the chief investigator of the 819 case passed away, Xia Ping'an took his sister to visit their parents' grave. You would never guess what happened next. Moreover, a fortnight after the tomb visit, Xia Ping'an ventured alone to Qianlong Temple, where he remained for 3 days. After his departure, Master Yungu of Qianlong Temple announced the cessation of tattooing practices, no longer offering tattoos to others. Could Master Yungu's decision be related to Xia Ping'an? Mo Yanshao was genuinely astonished. He was familiar with Master Yungu, as the fiery lion tattoo adorning Mo Yanshao's body was crafted by him. In the entire Yuzhou province, Master Yungu is regarded as the foremost figure in the tattooing realm. This is my analysis based on data and information. Xia Ping'an's mobile location data indicates that he remained stationary at Qianlong Temple for 3 days, coinciding precisely with the time Master Yungu completed a tattoo. Upon Xia Ping'an's departure from Qianlong Temple, it was announced that Master Yungu would enter seclusion. Subsequently, all tattoo requests at Qianlong Temple were attended to by Master Yungu's disciples. When Lao Tu visited Qianlong Temple for a tattoo, he did not encounter Master Yungu, as it was his disciples who assisted him. In fact, Master Yungu had already sealed his needles shortly after Xia Ping'an left the temple, though the reason remains unknown. The correlation between the two events is highly probable. All right. I understand. This matter rests here. You have not visited me today. Mo Yanshao fell silent for a moment, quietly picking up the USB drive, which instantly transformed into wisps of smoke in his hand, melting into a formless mass. The flamboyant man blinked, tapping his head in confusion. Why did you summon me? Look at my memory. I've forgotten again. Mo Yanshao's eyebrows twitched, realizing. Chapter 9, The Immutable King 2 hours later. Mo Yin Shao stood at the entrance of Qianlong Temple, gazing up at the ancient temple, renowned for its vibrant incense offerings. Qianlong Temple exudes an antique charm, flanked by 2 rows of cypress trees at its entrance. Standing before the temple gates, one can behold the snow-capped Qianlong mountain range, which enhances the grandeur of Qianlong Temple. Today, being a bustling weekend, the number of visitors to Qianlong Temple has significantly increased, with many coming to offer incense and numerous individuals seeking tattoos. The finest tattoo artist in Xianghe City is not found in the bustling tattoo parlors, but rather at Qianlong Temple. According to legend, the tattoos crafted within the temple possess the power to ward off calamities and bestow divine protection. The tattooist at the temple does not charge for their services, however. Not everyone is permitted to receive a tattoo. Prior to inking, the temple's master scrutinizes the individual, and should they deem someone unworthy, no amount of money can persuade them to proceed. For instance, those ruffians who constantly engage in violence and chaos can only resort to conventional tattoo shops. Should they attempt to enter Qianlong Temple, regardless of their guise, the tattooist would see through their facade and refuse them. Similarly, those with malevolent intentions or nefarious deeds find it exceedingly difficult to seek tattoos here. Being granted a tattoo at Qianlong Temple serves as both a profound blessing and a testament to one's righteous path. Tattoos are a long-standing tradition among summoners, with each possessing a distinctive design. These tattoos are not merely for aesthetic appeal or to exhibit bravado. Rather, they serve a practical purpose, ensuring that, in the event of a fatal mishap during the fusion of the realm beads, one's remains can be identified. This tradition has been passed down through generations of summoners for centuries. Mo Yin Shao's tattoo, obtained from Master Yungu at Qianlong Temple, is a testament to this heritage. Even during the time when Master Yungu offered his services, only those of notable stature could earn his favor. Upon entering the temple, Mo Yin Shao approached a monk in charge of hospitality to express his intent, and the monk promptly led him to the living quarters behind Qianlong Temple. Arriving at Master Yungu's private abode, the venerable Master Yungu has surpassed a century in age, his white brows and beard contrasting with the vibrant hue of his complexion. He sits in stillness beneath a ginkgo tree in the courtyard, remaining motionless until the arrival of Mo Yin Shao, who stands before him. At that moment, Master Yungu opens his eyes, revealing a gaze as tranquil as a serene lake, and offers a gentle smile, greeting, "Ah, Master Mo has come. Good day. Master Yungu, I have matters to discuss, and I seek your guidance," Mo Yin Shao states directly. While meditating today, waves of emotions surged within me, and memories flooded back. "I am already aware of your intentions. Please, follow me," Master Yungu replies, unfolding his legs and rising gracefully, leading Mo Yin Shao toward his chamber. Upon entering the room, the two settle onto a sitting couch. Master Yungu pours a cup of tea for Mo Yin Shao, who finishes the beverage before the master resumes speaking. "For years ago, a young man named Xia Ping visited the temple, requesting my assistance in tattooing a design. I obliged." Curiosity piqued, Mo Yin Shao inquires, "Typically, when individuals seek tattoos at the temple, your esteemed disciples are more than capable. What prompted you to personally attend to this youth, and why did you cease your practice thereafter?" The young man presented a painting he had created within the temple, wishing to have it inked upon his back. "My disciples gazed upon the artwork, yet none dared to wield the needle, thus they summoned me. After I completed the tattoo, my mastery of the art was perfected, leading me to retire from the craft," Master Yungu explains, his demeanor warm and inviting, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. "What could this painting be, that even your esteemed disciples were hesitant to approach it?" Mo Yin Shao wonders, his heart brimming with curiosity. In this scene, the master of Cloud Valley tugged at the rope beside him, causing a yellow curtain that had been hanging on the wall to part, revealing a striking portrait concealed behind it. The imposing nature of this artwork compelled the monk to keep it hidden, lest it frighten those unacquainted with its significance. As Mo Yin cast his gaze upon the painting, a sensation akin to being scorched enveloped his eyes at first glance. With a second look, he felt a tremor within his soul, and by the third glance, his complexion turned pale. The image depicted a furious deity, one Mo Yin had never encountered in any temple or religious scripture. The figure was of a deep, dark blue hue, adorned with 7 top knots, with braided hair cascading over its left shoulder. Its left eye was partially closed, and its lower teeth bit into its upper lip, radiating an expression of wrath. Flames erupted in swirling circles and vibrant bursts from behind this fierce deity, filling the void with their intensity. The flames were vividly depicted, fierce and overwhelming, as if capable of incinerating all in their path. The wrathful deity sat upon a rock, its right hand resting at its waist, grasping a colossal, sharp sword. around which coiled a menacing dragon. The deity's left arm was bent, palm upward, holding a rope with its fingertips directed to the left. Such a formidable representation was unlike anything Mo Yin had ever witnessed. Regaining his composure, he swallowed hard and inquired, "Master, why have I never seen this deity before? And what is its name?" The master replied, "This painting was created by that young lad. When I asked him about the deity depicted, he informed me that it is known as Fudmai, a vision he encountered in his dreams." Mo Yin pondered for a moment, his expression filled with confusion. The name Akalanatha was indeed peculiar. He had never encountered it in any other temple or in any ancient texts. Akalanatha. Akalanatha. How enlightening. Mo Yin murmured to himself, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion at the very essence of this name. What profound significance does Akalanatha embody? The young boy had not elaborated on it that day. Master Yungu gazed at the image of Akalanatha, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Despite dedicating a century to extinguishing the flames of his own delusions, he still felt a sense of incompleteness. Upon witnessing the manifestation of Akalanatha, for reasons unknown, the delusions within him were instantly quelled. Decades of cultivation culminated in an instant, leaving no regrets. The secret meaning of Akalanatha is difficult for ordinary minds to fathom. Every detail within the painting holds profound significance, which even I cannot fully comprehend. The boyish dream of this vision must be destiny. Thus, the master spent 3 days tattooing the image of Akalanatha on the boy's back. Indeed, Master Yungu smiled gently, explaining that as a trade, he requested the boy to leave the image at the temple for veneration, to which the boy consented. Having no further inquiries, Mo Yin expressed his gratitude to the master. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the painting, feeling as though his eyes had been seared by countless flames. The depiction of Akalanatha seemed to emanate an indescribable, soul-stirring power. The tattoos adorning each summoner's body serve as manifestations of their spiritual beliefs and soul totems, imbued with individual imprints and ethereal qualities. As Mo Yin reflects on the pathway from Qianlong Temple, the image of the immovable king, Fudmai Dash, conjures the serene visage of Xia Pingyan in his mind. Having previously encountered Xia Pingyan on several occasions, Mo Yin finds it hard to fathom that such a commanding tattoo of Fudmai resides upon Xia Pingyan's back. Could this immovable king truly be the spiritual totem of Xia Pingyan? What tales does Fudmai harbor, and what do they symbolize? How much of Xia Pingyan's demeanor before him was merely a fade, a guise of a harmless, ordinary individual? It appears that Xia Pingyan conceals numerous secrets, far beyond the mere all-seeing eye. Yet, everyone possesses their own secrets. Mo Yin is no exception. As long as these secrets do not encroach upon the responsibilities of the Order Committee, he harbors little curiosity about the mysteries of others. Individuals like Xia Pingyan are precisely those who ought to be integrated into the Order Committee. Allowing such a person to roam freely poses considerable danger. Thus it is prudent to keep them close at hand. Fortunately, Xia Pingyan is set to report for duty tomorrow. Suddenly, Mo Yin finds himself filled with anticipation for Xia Pingyan's arrival. Chapter 10. Joining on Monday, May 27th, at 8:50 in the morning. Xia Pingyan arrived at the entrance of the National Order Committee in Shanghai City. The address of the National Order Committee of Shanghai City is situated to the north of the city, with its entrance facing south. Within a few kilometers surrounding the Order Committee, there exists a vast expanse of wilderness, devoid of any other structures. In this context, the striking black cubic building of the National Order Committee stands out dramatically, exuding an imposing presence. The multitude of spherical, tower-like, and dome-shaped satellite antennas, radars, and signal towers adorning the cube render it reminiscent of a warrior clad in black armor, brandishing a spear and shield, as well as a formidable fortress. Encircling the Order Committee is a tall granite wall, which adds an air of mystery, obscuring the view of the interior from the outside. One can only sense the vastness within, as unmanned aerial vehicles and helicopters can be seen taking flight. The main entrance of the Order Committee remains tightly shut, with no guards or sentinels stationed at the entrance. As Xia Pingyan approached, the electronic display on the gate illuminated, revealing the visage of a woman. "Sir, may I inquire about your business?" My name is Xia Pingyan. I have an appointment with Director Mo Yin to report today." "Very well. Please place your palm on the adjacent blue-lit palm print scanner and direct your gaze towards the iris recognition device." Xia Pingyan placed his palm on the scanner and looked towards the iris recognition device. "Your identity has been confirmed. Please hold on." Xia Pingyan waited at the entrance for just a brief moment when the gate automatically slid open, revealing Mo Yin standing behind it. Mo Yanxiao was still clad in a black trench coat and combat attire, exuding an air of coolness. Beside him stood a middle-aged woman in her 40s, donned in a white lab coat and glasses. Upon noticing Xia Pingyan, Mo Yanxiao nodded slightly without any further pleasantries. You are quite punctual. This is Dr. Huang, who will escort you for a comprehensive physical examination to ascertain your abilities. Once your assessment is complete, we shall converse further. Xia Pingyan refrained from saying much and followed Mo Yanxiao and the woman in the white coat towards the imposing black edifice. Upon entering the building, they found themselves in a spacious lobby where few individuals traversed. The polished black marble floor bore a massive emblem of the National Order Committee, an ancient scale, with the sun and moon adorning either end. A double-headed dragon coiled around the scale, one claw grasping a sword while the other held a shield. The sword and shield intercrossing at the center to maintain equilibrium. The lobby featured a row of elevators, all appearing meticulously organized, with scant presence of people. Here, Xia Pingyan parted ways with Mo Yanxiao, accompanying Dr. Huang into an elevator that ascended swiftly to the third floor. The elevator doors opened with a chime, revealing a corridor lined with staff in white coats. The floor was immaculate, reminiscent of a hospital or a research institution. Dr. Huang summoned a nurse-like individual to escort Xia Pingyan to the disinfection room. There, he was instructed to don a complete set of blue sterile attire, meticulously changing from head to toe. Following this, Xia Pingyan was led to a chamber where his height, weight, and blood pressure were measured and photographs were taken, followed by a thorough physical examination. Subsequently, blood samples were drawn and saliva collected, culminating in his entrance into an instrument chamber, adorned with various apparatus on his head and body. Once Xia Pingyan had entered this chamber, it began to rotate incessantly for approximately 10 minutes, nearly disorienting him before it finally came to a halt. This entire procedure consumed over an hour. Upon his emergence from the instrument chamber, Dr. Huang guided him into a dimly lit room for a conversation. Mr. Xia, may I inquire about your prior knowledge regarding the classification of remote viewing abilities? Dr. Huang asked. I'm not sure, Xia Pingyan replied, shaking his head. Dr. Huang adjusted his glasses, retrieved a folder and a pen, and proceeded with the formalities. Remote viewing abilities are relatively rare among awakened powers. However, throughout history, numerous individuals have exhibited this capability. In ancient China, it was referred to as the 1,000-mile eye, and many abroad have also awakened to remote viewing. Through years of research and exploration, various nations have classified the abilities of awakened individuals into several tiers: S, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, to distinguish varying levels of awakening. Moreover, several major countries have developed a scientific methodology for accurately assessing these awakened powers. Evaluating something that science has yet to elucidate through scientific methods may seem paradoxical. The criteria for delineation are quite similar to those for spatial intrusion. Thus, it facilitates comprehension. The test I am about to conduct aims to ascertain the precise level of your remote viewing capabilities, and I implore your cooperation in completing the forthcoming assessment. We shall commence with the simpler tasks. Excellent. Xia Pingyan is also eager to discern the classification of his remote viewing prowess. He has not previously engaged in such assessments and is filled with curiosity. In the adjacent room, we have placed a table. May I inquire if you can visualize that table from here? Xia Pingyan closed his eyes and, after a brief moment, opened them again. Yes, I can see it. How many legs does that table possess? Dr. Huang continued his inquiries. Can you discern the colors corresponding to the numbers on those 6 legs? Indeed. The colors of the 6 legs, in order from 1 to 6, are red, blue, black, white, and yellow. Excellent. As Dr. Huang jotted down notes, he asked, among those 6 table legs, one has a hollow interior concealing several heroin packets. Can you perceive that? Xia Pingyan closed his eyes once more and shook his head. He truly could not discern the internal structure of the table. Within this edifice, there are several rooms housing identical tables. Could you please provide me with the door numbers of those rooms? Xia Pingyan closed his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he envisioned several other rooms along with their door numbers: 201, 407, 1911, and 371. Within a 2,000-meter radius beneath this building, there are 2 locations where an identical table is buried. Could you indicate the approximate areas of these burial sites on the map? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Pingyan began to mark those 2 locations on the map. In a certain building within Xianghe City, there is also a place housing an identical table. Could you pinpoint the location of that building? Xia Pingyan made another annotation on the map of Xianghe City. Can you ascertain on which floor and in which room the table is situated within the building? Xiaoping attempted to do so but shook his head in uncertainty. These are several geographical coordinates on the map. Among them, one coordinate contains an identical table. Can you locate it? Dr. Huang produced a stack of notes, each inscribed with geographical coordinates from maps scattered across continents, with the farthest coordinate over 10,000 kilometers away from Xiaoping. He shook his head, feeling a slight chill of sweat. Can you see who, wearing a mask, entered room 201 and placed that table there before your arrival? Dr. Huang presented a picture to Xiaoping, depicting over a dozen different Peking opera masks. Xiaoping shook his head, sensing that the question had transcended the limits of his clairvoyant abilities. It was a request to pierce through the veil of time to witness past events related to that table. Such power was indeed terrifying. Can you predict the fate of that table in the room across from us a minute from now? After a brief moment of silence, Xiaoping shook his head once more. Shortly after his gesture, a gaping hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling of the adjacent room, and a large red stone fell, shattering the table into countless pieces. A six-legged table had provoked a myriad of peculiar inquiries. Doctor Huang questioned Xiaoping for over half an hour before finally concluding his strange line of questioning. Dr. Huang, what level does my clairvoyant ability belong to? Based on the recent tests, your clairvoyant ability is classified as level F. Is Director Mo's also level F? This matter pertains to the internal secrets of the Order Committee, and I am not authorized to disclose that information, Dr. Huang replied, shaking his head. Indeed. Some individuals possessed clairvoyant abilities that were more effective than reconnaissance satellites. Decades ago, various nations had already begun researching the application of clairvoyant abilities within military and national security domains. Within the awakened community, this was no secret, and you would come to encounter it in the future. Xiaoping took a deep breath. All right, thank you, Dr. Huang. I have no further questions. As the elevator doors opened, Mo Yanxiao stood once more before Xiaoping, a document in hand, regarding him with a notably peculiar gaze. I am now formally authorized to inform you that, in accordance with relevant national laws and regulations, your awakened remote viewing abilities can serve our national security. Furthermore, considering your commendable past conduct as a law-abiding citizen with no criminal record and instances of valorous behavior, you have successfully passed the evaluation process. You are hereby officially recruited by the National Order Committee. From this moment forth, you shall serve as an operative under the Special Operations Division of the National Order Committee in Shanghai City. Please sign this document. Xiaoping observed that Mo Yanxiao had placed particular emphasis on the phrase no criminal record, seemingly hinting at something deeper. He gazed at the recruitment document, adorned with the emblem of the Order Committee, hesitating slightly. If he were to sign, many aspects of his life would no longer be within his control. What is there to ponder? Mo Yanxiao continued. Countless individuals aspire to join the Order Committee yet find themselves unable to do so. Aside from the inherent dangers, the benefits here are substantial: generous welfare, excellent treatment, delightful meals, ample holidays, and thrilling encounters await you. Once you join us, we shall be colleagues. And you will still have plenty of time to contemplate a vacation in Strasbourg, Golan. Mo Yanxiao regarded Xiaoping with a gentle smile. Xiaoping cast a glance at Mo Yanxiao and broke into a smile. He then took the pen and readily signed the document, expressing his profound honor in serving the nation and his delight in joining the Order Committee. Mo Yanxiao observed the signed document with a slight smile before collecting it, assuring him, "Trust me, you will not regret this decision." It is said that awakened individuals who join the Order Committee are required to integrate with the Realm Orb, aspiring to become summoners. Indeed, the integration of the Realm Orb by awakened individuals does not provoke the same rejection response as with ordinary people, thereby diminishing the element of failure. Although there is always a risk of losing one's life during the integration process, it is both the duty and privilege of the awakened. The balance of sacrifice and reward is inherent. You would not refuse, would you? Xiaoping took a deep breath, inquiring, "When will I undergo the integration?" "It is already in process. Approval from above will arrive within 72 hours. Now, let me guide you around to familiarize yourself with the environment here." Chapter 11. Colleague Xiaoping followed Mo Yanxiao through the building, as Mo Yanxiao elaborated on the workings of the Order Committee. Several endearing robots roamed the premises, and Mo Yanxiao casually placed Xiaoping's signed document onto a robot's tray, instructing it to deliver the files to the archives. The robot then turned and ascended the elevator to carry out its task. The primary responsibilities of the Order Committee encompass addressing incursions from other realms and threats posed by extraterrestrial beings. while simultaneously managing all incidents that jeopardize national security and societal stability concerning summoners, awakeners, and all supernatural forces. The National Order Committee's operational force in Xianghe City is divided into two segments, one being the Special Operations Division. This division comprises two categories of personnel, combatants and logistical support staff. The combatants primarily consist of summoners and awakeners like yourself, with the Special Operations Division operating directly under my command. In addition to the Special Operations Division, there exists a military base situated behind this building, which houses a battalion of the National Order Committee Security Response Forces. The commanding officer of these forces is Colonel C. Shimming. Depending on the nature and complexity of the missions, the Security Response Unit may collaborate with our operations. However, there are instances when the Special Operations Division undertakes missions independently. At times, we receive requests for assistance from the Xianghe City Police, the Narcotics Division, the Department of Homeland Security, and other agencies, leading us to execute certain tasks in conjunction with those departments. In due course, you shall come to understand all of this. As the two conversed, it took but a few moments for Mo Yin to lead Xiaoping into the entrance of an office marked with a sign reading Finance Room. Mo Yin pushed the door open and stepped inside. The ambience in the office was relaxed, with music playing softly and the aroma of coffee permeating the air. A matronly woman in her 40s, adorned in a flowing dress, was leisurely tending to a potted plant with a spray bottle. Upon noticing Mo Yinshao's entrance, she set aside the sprayer and greeted him with a respectful, "Director, allow me to present Lu Qi, our esteemed financial controller for the Special Operations Division. You may address her as Sister Lu," Mo Yinsha said to Xiao Pingon, adding, "Henceforth, this is where you will procure special operational funds and submit expense reports." Turning to the woman, Mo Yinsha continued, "Sister Lu, this is the new recruit for the Special Operations Division. Kindly process his onboarding financial procedures at the division's Tier 1 salary level." "Certainly," Sister Lu responded, casting a glance at Xiao Pingon. She retrieved a form from a drawer and extended it to him with a smile. "Young man, please sign here and indicate the name of your beneficiary for accidental death compensation, along with their relationship to you. There's no need for apprehension. This is merely a formality." The Tier 1 entry-level salary entails a basic monthly remuneration of 69,000 yuan, disbursed on the first of each month, exclusive of operational bonuses and special allowances. The salary card will be provided upon payday. Accidental death compensation accrues based on years of service within the Special Operations Division, commencing at 4 million yuan for the initial year, with an annual increment of 500,000 yuan. A basic monthly salary of 69,000 yuan. Excluding operational bonuses and special allowances, this compensation package is indeed quite attractive, on par with that of a high-end white-collar professional. It surpasses my previous earnings as an auto mechanic by a considerable margin. The compensation for the accident is indeed a substantial amount. With such a stable income, it may be time to consider finding a new residence for Xianing, a home of her own. Xianing has long yearned for a secure place to call home, free from the burden of renting and paying monthly rent. As Xiaopingen contemplated this, he swiftly signed the form, designating Xianing as the beneficiary. After completing the paperwork, he handed it over to Sister Lu, who glanced at it, nodded in approval, and then tucked it away before returning to tend to her potted plants. Mo Yinsha then led Xiaopingen out of the finance office. "May I inquire about the salary standards for the Special Operations Department?" Xiaopingen asked, driven purely by curiosity. 19 levels. Mo Yinsha replied with a slight smile. "I am on the 5th level, with a basic monthly salary of 390,000. The Order Committee is generous to those with exceptional abilities. The state will not allow us to suffer while bleeding. The highest annual salary for summoners within the Order Committee can reach hundreds of millions, comparable to that of senior fund managers. There are no impoverished individuals in the Special Operations Department. Hundreds of millions for summoners? It seems there truly are no per-summoners," Xiaopingen remarked. "Hearing this makes me feel as though I have gained a significant advantage by being here." "You haven't gained an advantage," Mo Yinsha countered. "Hiring summoners and awakened individuals comes at a considerable cost, and working here is still a high-risk occupation. The remuneration reflects a friendly price for serving the nation. Summoners and awakened individuals are charged even more when employed by foreign governments, large corporations, or wealthy private individuals." Xiaoping blinked in surprise. "Is it possible to find opportunities to earn extra income while working here?" "Haha, you'll soon understand. Summoners are a scarce resource. Not every nation or wealthy individual can afford to keep a cadre of summoners on standby, like a few major powers do. I see what you mean. Xia Pingyan nodded thoughtfully. By the way, it seems the Order Committee has a particular fondness for the number 9. My first level salary is 69,000 yuan, while your fourth level salary is 390,000 yuan. Is the entire salary system organized into 19 levels? Ha ha ha, you've noticed as well. Summoners can be quite superstitious at times. This tradition has persisted for many years. Everyone believes that the number 9 is auspicious, symbolizing longevity, which is why all base salaries end with the digit 9. As they conversed, they entered the elevator. Mo Yin pressed the button for the 7th basement level. In the blink of an eye, the elevator descended rapidly to the underground 7th floor. As soon as the doors opened, Xia Pingyan could faintly hear the sound of gunfire echoing from this level. This is the equipment depot and training ground for special operations. You'll undoubtedly find yourself here often. Stepping out of the elevator, they traversed a corridor over 20 meters long before turning a corner. Xia Pingyan felt as though he had entered a vast, upscale emporium. The store's floor gleamed, illuminated by bright lights, resembling a boutique selling jewelry and luxury goods, exuding an air of sophistication. Behind a long counter and display windows were shelves brimming with an exquisite array of merchandise. To the left of this grand emporium lies an exquisite collection of firearms from around the globe, featuring an array of handguns, assault rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, and grenade launchers. It is truly a veritable cornucopia. Any gun enthusiast who steps into this realm of splendid weaponry might very well swoon with delight. On the right side of this counter, one is transported to a lavish boutique, where the display windows gleam with elegance, showcasing impeccably tailored suits, shirts, shoes, belts, watches, mobile phones, earrings, necklaces, bags, bulletproof vests, tactical vests, and much more. The weapons here comprise both premium international merchandise and custom modifications tailored to specific desires. Though the attire may appear ordinary at first glance, each piece is crafted from specialized high-performance materials. Even a simple shirt boasts ballistic and stab-resistant capabilities. Standard equipment for special operations is distributed free of charge, yet bespoke items come at a cost, and some can be quite extravagant. As Mo Yin pondered, he rubbed his nose thoughtfully, offering a wry smile. When you receive your salary, you might feel affluent, but upon entering this establishment, you are swiftly reminded of your relative poverty. At that moment, two individuals engaged in conversation when a door behind the counter swung open. An elderly gentleman emerged, balding, portly, with hair streaked with gray. He wore glasses as thick as the bottom of a glass bottle, a pin clipped to his ear, a measuring tape draped over his shoulder, and was clad in a gray shirt and denim overalls. "Director Mo," he greeted, "another newcomer has arrived?" The old man resembled a seasoned tailor. "This is Xia Pingyan, a newcomer in the Special Operations Department, and this is old Zhou Nian, the head of the Equipment Division. In this realm, his word is law, and everyone heeds his command." Mo Yinshao briefly introduced Xia Pingyan to the old man. "Old Zhou, take a look, prepare a new recruit's outfit for him." "A new recruit's outfit, certainly." The old man chuckled, casting a glance at Xia Pingyan before breaking into a broad grin. "Come here, lad. Extend your hands so I may assess what equipment suits you best." "What is this? Are we reading palms here?" Xia Pingyan shot a puzzled look at Mo Yinshao, who merely nodded in encouragement for him to comply. Thus, Xia Pingyan remained silent and approached, extending his hands. After inspecting his right hand, old Zhou proceeded to examine Xia Pingyan's left hand with the same meticulousness. Once he finished, old Zhou turned and rummaged beneath the shelves, returning with a box which he placed before Xia Pingyan. He opened the box to reveal a gleaming, large-caliber revolver adorned with a scope. "My dear boy, the handgun most suitable for you is this one, the sniper-enhanced version of the Mandarin MR-73 from Matra Defense. This firearm is an improved variant of the MR-73, almost identical in appearance, albeit with a slightly larger caliber and a marginally elongated barrel. The MR-73 is chambered in .357, while this weapon boasts a caliber of .50, preserving the competition-grade shooting precision of the MR-73 to the utmost, ensuring safety and reliability, all while capable of firing the powerful .50 Magnum handgun cartridge. The muzzle energy reaches a staggering 3,100 joules, sufficient to take down even a grizzly bear. The scope mounted on the weapon was designed by Matra Defense for Special Forces use, and I believe this design embodies the whimsical spirit of the Gallic Rooster, hence its retention. With a muzzle energy of 3,100 joules, one must acknowledge that the AK-47's muzzle energy is merely 2,000 joules. Should a user of this firearm lack sufficient wrist strength, a single shot can send the weapon flying from their grasp or rebound to strike them in the face. Before Xia Pingyan could react, Old Zhou turned to the cold weapon rack behind him and retrieved a black box. Upon opening the box, he revealed a coiled steel whip, resembling a cobra, entirely black and weighted with significance. The handle of the whip is robust, tapering towards the end, giving it the appearance of a black serpent at first glance. Upon beholding the box presented by Zhou, Mo Yinshao's brow furrowed slightly. He gestured towards the black, elongated whip, remarking, "Zhou, this black cobra has languished in that box for years, untouched. Are you certain he possesses the aptitude to wield it? A misstep with this implement could lead to self-inflicted harm." Zhou cast a stern glance at Mo Yinsha, retorting with obstinate defiance, "My judgment is unwavering. Others may falter. But this lad possesses the inherent skill. If not immediately, then assuredly in due course. Shall we wager on it?" "Never mind," Mo Yinsha conceded, rubbing his nose, opting not to engage in a wager with Zhou, while Xia Pingyan's gaze flickered momentarily at the sight of the gleaming Mandarin MR98. It was not until Zhou unveiled the black steel whip from the second box that a genuine sense of wonderment washed over him. How did Zhou discern his affinity for the whip? Chapter 12. The neophyte departing from the armory, Xia Pingyan bore two boxes. One contained a customized Mandarin MR98 revolver, complete with holster and 100 rounds of large caliber, steel core ammunition. The other held the steel whip known as Black Cobra. These armaments, particularly the whip, were bespoke creations, virtually unobtainable elsewhere. Mo Yinsha found Zhou's selection of these particular weapons for Xia Pingyan somewhat peculiar, yet he ultimately lacked the temerity to challenge Zhou's assessment. For in such matters, Zhou reigned as the undisputed authority within the Xianghe City Order Committee. Xia Pingyan's mobile phone was left behind. Old Zhou stated that from this moment on, Xia Pingyan's phone would be rendered unusable and must be replaced with a specialized secure device. The phones utilized by the Order Committee are custom-made, offering enhanced reliability and durability, featuring encrypted communications and anti-eavesdropping capabilities, along with several other functionalities. These are the standard equipment for all personnel in the Special Operations Department. The phone replacement would take an hour, and Old Zhou instructed Xia Pingyan to return after that duration. This floor houses a shooting range and a cold weapon training facility, where he could practice marksmanship or the use of a steel whip in the future. The primary combatants of the Special Operations Department are either summoners or awakeners. The self-defense weapons routinely carried by summoners and awakeners consist of non-automatic or cold weapons. Although heavy and automatic weaponry can be obtained when the mission necessitates, such instances are relatively infrequent. Targets that can be neutralized by automatic or heavy weapons are generally the responsibility of the security response team's assault units. Mo Yin led Xia Pingyan toward the elevator while explaining this to him. Is Old Zhou also an awakener? Indeed. What is the nature of his awakened abilities? His awakened ability is not particularly extraordinary. It is the kind of talent that enables him to swiftly compute the product of two 7-digit numbers in a mere second. This aptitude for mathematical calculation is indeed a gift, yet Old Zhou is also an ardent enthusiast of weaponry. He has ingeniously merged his awakened ability with his passion, resulting in a unique skill or intuition. Whatever he selects for you is invariably the most suitable for your needs. Does Old Zhou not have any family? He must be of considerable age. Mo Yin fell into a brief silence, revealing that Old Zhou's family had perished during the space invasion. This loss is what drives him to serve steadfastly in the Order Committee. In his own words, this is his life's work. He has no intention of going elsewhere. Whoever is tasked with vanquishing those monstrous beings, he supplies them with the necessary equipment. Xia Pingyan felt a tinge of melancholy and murmured, "I understand now. Your custom outfit will require 3 days to fabricate. You may collect it after that period. You may take an unlimited supply of ordinary training bullets. But to acquire the specialized silver bullets, you must seek my signature. You should be aware of the reason for the existence of silver bullets, correct?" "I have heard a bit about it. Ordinary steel, lead, and copper projectiles inflict minimal damage upon those beings from the space invasion. Their wounds heal rapidly. Only silver bullets deal significant harm. Once struck, the wounds inflicted on those space invaders are exceedingly difficult to heal," Xia Pingyan remarked. The silver bullet, also known as the demon-hunting bullet, encapsulates the collective experience of humanity in its long-standing battle against extraterrestrial invaders. Silver, being a trace element essential to human tissue, offers beneficial properties such as disinfection and sterilization. However, when silver ions infiltrate the bodies of these interdimensional beings, they disrupt their physiological functions. The legend of silver's ability to ward off evil is not without foundation. As two individuals entered the elevator, a taciturn figure pressed the button for the 9th floor. Silver bullets may be acquired during missions, though it is prudent to keep a supply on hand. Beyond silver bullets, there exist more advanced varieties, such as the divine script bullets. Unfortunately, these are not available at the equipment department. Only select summoners who possess the knowledge of divine script can craft them independently. You will encounter this in due course. Understood. Where to now? I shall show you to your quarters. Each member of the Special Operations Unit is assigned a private room within this building, serving as both an office and a place for rest during standby periods. Is it akin to a dormitory? Essentially, yes. One might think of it as such. There are no idle members in the Special Operations Unit. Those without missions and not venturing outside often reside here long-term. Summoners must remain undisturbed while merging with the dimensional orbs, and this location provides the utmost safety for such endeavors. The elevator swiftly chimed as it arrived at the 9th floor. Mo Yin and Xia Pingyan proceeded down the corridor ahead, flanked by a series of rooms. The door numbers were rather intriguing, each beginning with the digit 9, which Xia Pingyan immediately deduced to be a superstition among the summoners. Upon reaching the entrance of room 963, they encountered a smart lock that required palm print and iris recognition to unlock. Once the door swung open and they stepped inside, Xia Pingyan realized that the room was quite spacious for an individual. The suite comprised 3 distinct rooms, one resembling an office, furnished with a desk, a computer, and a bookshelf. Connected to this office was a bedroom, which boasted a wardrobe, a bathroom, and all the amenities typical of a high-end hotel suite. Adjacent to the bedroom was a cultivation chamber. The office also housed a weapons cabinet, specifically designed to store an array of armaments. After surveying the room, Xia Pingyan placed the weapons he had acquired into the cabinet, and then Mo Yin continued to guide him in familiarizing himself with the surroundings. Overall, the atmosphere in the building felt rather sparse, with few individuals present, yet each was engrossed in their own pursuits. Unless one ventured to open the doors of the various rooms, it was unlikely to encounter anyone wandering the corridors. According to Mo Yin, the Order Committee's reputation was quite formidable during the execution of special tasks in order to mitigate public panic and prevent excessive media speculation. The Special Operations Division often don various disguises while performing their duties. These individuals encompass, but are not limited to, security personnel from various security firms, private investigators, media journalists, investigators from commercial inquiry firms, evidence-gathering attorneys from law offices, environmental supervisors within government agencies, undercover police officers, disaster assessment evaluators from disaster prevention centers, and more. Indeed, an intriguing assembly. As the hours slipped away, morning turned to noon, and at the buffet of the Order Committee, Xia Pingyan finally encountered others from the Special Operations Department. Among them was a man known as Old Two, a steel-toothed bald fellow who, having just emerged from the gym, exuded a palpable heat and sweat. For his midday meal, Old Two devoured half a roasted pig. The striking yet aloof short-haired beauty named Fong Lingshan, upon hearing Mo Xiao introduce Xia Pingyan, merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. Additionally, there was a flamboyant, middle-aged man clad in a floral shirt and flip-flops, who was also affiliated with the Special Operations Department. This ostentatious character, known as Man Zi, serves as the head of the Intelligence Information Center for the Order Committee of Shanghai City and is a professional stock market speculator. According to Mo Yin-Xiao, Man Zi is among the wealthiest individuals within the Special Operations Department, though the exact extent of his fortune remains a mystery. Beyond these few, Xia Pingyan also met 2 other members of the Special Operations Department, a man and a woman. The man, named Chao Xinghua, appeared to be in his late 20s, characterized by a resolute expression and a muscular physique, complemented by his short hair. Chao Xinghua, also a summoner, is reticent and often disappears from the dining hall shortly after finishing his meal, showing no interest in conversation. In stark contrast, there is another woman named Qing, an absolute beauty who captivates the attention of all who see her. And Qing possesses long, lustrous black hair, fair skin, and enchanting eyes, with delightful dimples appearing when she smiles. Her voice is gentle and soothing, and she listens intently when others speak, embodying the quintessential dream goddess of countless young men. If Fong Lingshan is likened to a perennial iceberg in the Arctic, and Qing represents the warmth of April in the human realm, it is difficult to fathom that such a woman is also a summoner. According to Mo Yin, there is currently another male summoner from the Special Operations Department who has not yet joined for dinner, still lost in slumber. Several other summoners from the Special Operations Department are either on vacation or engaged in other missions. The tasks of the Order Committee in Xianghe City extend far beyond its borders, should unusual or extraordinary situations arise elsewhere. Personnel from various Order Committees may be summoned for assistance. Currently, only 6 summoners remain on duty within this building. Ching, do you have time tonight to come over and listen to my hi-fi? I recently purchased a magnificent sound system for over 4 million. And my home is spacious and comfortable, Manzi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he invited Ching to his residence. One cannot help but wonder if this brazen man is openly attempting to flirt with a summoner at the dining table. Xia Pingan observed the scene with great interest. Ching smiled faintly, sipping on freshly squeezed juice while maintaining her decorum. Dear uncle, you are rather advanced in age. Perhaps it is best for us to maintain a certain generational gap. By the way, I noticed some goji berry and tremella soup over there. Would you like to have some? The smile on the flamboyant man's face suddenly stiffened. Xia Pingan seemed to hear the sound of a knife piercing through the flamboyant man's heart. At that moment, Mo Yan's phone rang, causing him to retrieve it. His expression slightly shifting. Enough of the banter. A sudden fire has erupted at the Tianqin shopping center in Xianghe City. The fire department has been dispatched, and there are apartments situated above the shopping center. Individuals are trapped within both the shopping center and the apartments, and due to the rapid spread of the flames, the fire department is struggling to ascertain the locations and numbers of those trapped, which will inevitably hinder the rescue efforts. The cause of the fire remains undetermined, and the fire department has sought assistance from the Order Committee. Mo Yin put down his phone and glanced at the individuals present, his gaze settling on Xia Pingan. Consider this your first mission, Ching. You and Xia Pingan are to head there. Chapter 13. Fire Rescue. The red Ferrari 599 burst forth like a wild stallion from the automatically sliding doors of the Order Committee. The powerful thrust pressed Xia Pingan firmly against the back of the passenger seat. The distance from the Order Committee's entrance to the road was traversed in mere seconds, and the red sports car executed a stunning 90-degree drift at the road's end, emitting a piercing screech as it hit the pavement and then sped off like the wind. To his astonishment, Xia Pingan realized that the radiant beauty in Ching possessed a wild driving style. What further exhilarated him was that her speed showed no sign of abating. With a swift motion, Ching reached for a police light from beside her seat, rolled down the window, and affixed the light atop the vehicle. As the siren wailed to life, she promptly closed the window, muffling the sound from outside significantly. This was a woman capable of steering a Ferrari with one hand. Remarkably, despite the rapid pace, her expression remained utterly composed, as if she were merely enjoying a leisurely ride. In truth, over 90% of the requests for assistance received by the Order Committee from various governmental departments were unrelated to spatial incursions or supernatural phenomena. Nevertheless, they felt compelled to dispatch someone for verification. As Ching drove, she engaged in casual conversation with Xia Pingan, resembling a neighborly sister patiently tutoring her younger counterpart. Previously, such tasks were personally handled by the director, as the Special Operations Division of the Xianghe City Order Committee had only one individual endowed with remote viewing abilities, himself. Now that Xia was present, he could conveniently delegate these responsibilities to him. Among all the abilities possessed by the awakened, remote viewing was the most versatile, which explained the director's eagerness to recruit him for some respite. Dear sister, perhaps you should focus on driving. I would prefer not to find myself featured in tomorrow's newspaper due to a traffic accident. Xia Pingan glanced at the speedometer, which had already soared to 180 kilometers per hour. Ching smiled gently and pressed the accelerator slightly, leaving a group of cyclists practicing on the road in her wake. Leaving the athletes dumbfounded, forced to inhale her exhaust. You possess such timidity? Old Tu mentioned that your courage is not insignificant. Daring to chase through the mouse demon's burrow. I merely wish to live a few more years, Xia Pingan remarked, gazing ahead as scenes began to unfold in his mind. Just around the bend, an elderly gentleman on an electric bike was stooping by the roadside to retrieve a fallen box of apples. With a mere turn, they would soon encounter him. It would be prudent to slow down. If you were to take on the role of navigator, you would undoubtedly excel. Ching chuckled softly, her words laced with amusement, yet she decelerated the vehicle. Moments later, the Ferrari turned, gliding past a thicket where the elderly gentleman was squatting to collect his apples. The car passing by unscathed and without alarm. A few minutes later, Xia Pingyan could visibly discern a plume of black smoke rising ominously from the urban area of Xiang'an City. The sight of it suggested that the fire was not abating. Anqing drove swiftly, and after a few more moments, the crimson Ferrari trailed behind several fire trucks, arriving at the vicinity of the Tianjin shopping center, where the blaze had erupted. The streets were cordoned off, and throngs of people were streaming from the entrance of the shopping center. Numerous fire trucks were stationed along the roadside, while teams of firefighters hurriedly maneuvered hoses, bustling about the thoroughfare. Given that this area was a bustling urban center, both pedestrian and vehicular traffic were substantial, with traffic police present to manage the chaos and direct the flow. Anqing parked the car by the roadside and retrieved a work badge hanging from her neck, which she handed to Shopping and to wear. She donned her own badge as well. The two alighted from the vehicle and made their way directly toward the shopping center. The police officers, who had cordoned off the area, glanced at the badges around their necks, giving Anqing an additional scrutinizing look. Without uttering a word, they permitted the two to enter the restricted zone. Inside the shopping center, thick smoke billowed, and flames surged out from the windows, fierce and uncontrollable. The situation was equally dire in the apartments above, with smoke and firelight escaping from the windows. Fire trucks had deployed aerial ladders, utilizing high-pressure hoses to combat the inferno. Firefighters braved the choking smoke, rushing into the shopping center to rescue the elderly and children who remained trapped. Meanwhile, residents of the apartments waved towels and arms from their windows, striving to catch the attention of those below. Two vehicles equipped with high-altitude rescue ladders stood at the base of the building, their extended ladders ascending to reach those ensnared within the apartments, while life-saving inflatable mats lay prepared on the ground. Amidst several fire trucks at the scene, a group of men clad in fire department uniforms were engaged in a heated discussion with a few suited individuals, fervently examining a set of blueprints. The majority of personnel in the shopping mall have been evacuated. Our team has already rushed in to search for individuals trapped within the mall and the adjoining apartments. The smoke is exceedingly dense, and the team members are navigating through it. The flames have begun to surge upward, and the apartment building contains over 300 rooms, making it nearly impossible to search each one in time. The property manager of the building has mentioned that there are still individuals trapped in the basement, but the precise locations remain uncertain. As for the drone, let's first deploy it to hoist the aerial water hose. Upon seeing Shopping and Anqing approaching, a middle-aged man clad in the uniform of the fire chief visibly relaxed and hurried over. Thank goodness, you have finally arrived. Missin, has Director Mo not come? The man glanced behind the two. Chief Fei, this is our new colleague. Director Mo has assigned me to assist you. Upon hearing Anqing's introduction, Chief Fei scrutinized Shopping and with a look of curiosity on his face. Can he actually perceive the situation inside? Shopping gazed at the inferno engulfing the building and promptly stated, there are several individuals trapped in the fifth passage leading to the shelter in Zone B of the basement level 2. At this moment, there was no need for explanations. It sufficed to demonstrate his capabilities. Upon hearing Shopping's assertion, Chief Fei's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly grabbed the communicator to begin directing the rescue operations. Shopping's clairvoyance unfolded, revealing a scene of billowing smoke and flames within the shopping mall. Images of individuals emerged in Shopping's consciousness. In the women's restroom on the second floor's eastern section, 2 women and 2 children were trapped. In the cold storage of the kitchen at the Joy restaurant on the 4th floor, 7 restaurant employees were ensnared. One of your firefighters had sustained injuries in the stairwell on the 5th floor and was rendered immobile, engulfed by the dense smoke. Immediate assistance is imperative. In apartment 6011, a child was hiding beneath the living room sofa. In apartment 7031, an elderly man, seated in a wheelchair, had fallen unconscious in the living room. In apartment 7066, a mother and her child were taking refuge in the bathroom. In apartment 8009, 3 children were present. A firefighter was trapped by the raging fire in the B3 area on the eastern side of the 2nd floor. Immediate rescue is required. As Shopping meticulously relayed this information, the rescue operations on site became increasingly targeted and efficient. The presence of a clairvoyant summoner could enhance the firefighters' rescue efficacy manifold. Meanwhile, as Shopping continued to report the ongoing situations within the mall and the apartments, Anqing, with her eyes closed, grew increasingly grave in expression. The summoner possesses a profound sensitivity to summoning spells and other supernatural forces. Amidst the billowing smoke and raging flames engulfing the shopping mall and apartment complex, Anqing sensed an unsettling residue of supernatural flames within. This inferno was no mere accident. It bore the unmistakable mark of supernatural interference. Xia Pingyan, employing his clairvoyant abilities, began to search the building when, suddenly, a vivid scene materialized in his consciousness. In room 9089 on the 9th floor of the apartment building, 3 individuals lay gruesomely dismembered, their heads, torsos, and limbs completely severed. The bloodied remains were arranged into a grotesque depiction of an eye, with the central pupil formed by 3 agonized faces. Mouths agape in torment. The floor was awash with blood, the limbs contorted into a chilling pattern, as the crimson fluid flowed into the eye-shaped arrangement, resembling a nightmarish eye. Weeping blood-red tears. Chapter 14. Malevolence. An hour later, the blaze at the Tianjin shopping center and the upper apartment had been brought under control. While the perimeter remained cordoned off, the fire trucks had departed. Those who could be rescued had been saved. Those who could not would remain lost forever. The financial toll of the disaster had yet to be assessed, but the number of lives claimed had been accounted for, a total of 11 souls, not including the 3 corpses found within room 9089. The corridor of the apartment building was engulfed in a haze of smoke, bearing the scars of a raging inferno. The ground was littered with blackened puddles, a chaotic scene where the flames had ravaged the ceiling, leaving gaping black holes in their wake. The twisted steel framework of the ceiling hung precariously, further constricting the already narrow passageway of the building. At the entrance of the 9th floor corridor, a cordon had been established by the National Order Committee, barring entry to all but its personnel, along with members of the police and fire department. As Mo Yinshao stepped through the waterlogged floor, his boots splashed against the remnants of charred debris. Accompanying him were Tu Polu, Fong Lingshan, and Chao Xinghua, alongside a strikingly handsome man with long hair, clad in a black suit, whose weary visage hinted at fatigue. This handsome figure lingered at the rear of the group, his expression languid and detached, yet his nose twitched as he scanned the surroundings with a furtive glint in his eye. Anqing's observations were indeed astute. The presence of a fireball conjured by sorcery lingered in the air. This blaze was no mere accident. The long-haired man spoke as they proceeded, his tone revealing a sense of foreboding. The personnel from the Special Operations Division of the National Order Committee in Xianghe City had nearly all gathered. Mo Yinshao's brow was furrowed in deep concentration, his silence betraying the gravity of the situation he had previously witnessed in room 9089. Damn it, have those scoundrels resurfaced? Tu Polu licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity, akin to a tiger sensing its prey. Fong Lingshan remained as cold as ever, while the muscular Chao Xinghua maintained his stoic silence, the two of them forming a rather fitting pair. A few individuals were walking when, in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of apartment 9089. The door, shrouded in darkness from smoke, stood ajar, yet the number was still discernible. Inside, Xia Pingyan and Enqing were present, and the gruesome tableau formed by 3 corpses on the floor remained undisturbed, standing before the grotesque arrangement of bodies. One could more acutely sense the chilling aura emanating from the blood-red eye of the demon, rendering the slaughterhouse a mere child's play in comparison. Xia Pingyan cast a glance at the handsome man with long hair who had entered alongside Mo Yin and a few others. This man was presumably Li Yunzhou, the one who had been asleep at headquarters and had not come down for a meal. Young man, perhaps you should step outside and wait. The atmosphere here is rather unfriendly to newcomers. Beware of nightmares tonight, which may leave you unable to eat for days, remarked Tu Polu, who had entered the room and spotted Xia Pingyan. It's fine, I wish to acclimatize, Xia Pingyan replied calmly. Xia Pingyan may remain, Mo Yin interjected, then cast a glance at Enqing. Have we clarified the identities of these 3 individuals? They are a family residing in room 9089, and they were murdered last night. Enqing sighed. This room number was deliberately chosen, a provocation directed at us. However, the residual divine energy within the building has become impossible to trace. Gazing at the victim's remains within the room, Enqing displayed only a faint glimmer of sorrow in her eyes, devoid of fear. Due to the summoner's affinity for the number 9, the room number is designated as 9089. Mo Yin stood before the eerie pattern of the demonic eye, donned a transparent medical glove, and cautiously parted the lower eyelids of a male head depicted at the center of the eye. He exhaled deeply and rose to his feet. It was the work of those individuals. All 3 deceased had been subjected to the art of heightened perception before their dismemberment. This technique allowed their pain, fear, and all negative emotions and perceptions to be fully extracted during the ritual of the demonic eye. These bastards will make me hunt them down. I shall flay their skins one by one, gritted Tu Polu. Still uncertain about the number of perpetrators, Li Yunzhou interjected. It would be prudent to request reinforcements from headquarters. The demonic eye is capable of any atrocity. Several hours have passed, and it remains unclear whether the culprits are still within Xianghe City. Given the time elapsed, they may have already fled the Yin Kingdom. Let us first report to headquarters and seek intelligence assistance to ascertain if any unusual personnel have recently entered Xianghe City, as this could very well be a trap designed to divert our attention. The alert level for spatial intrusion in Xianghe City will be elevated, and tonight everyone will light their lamps, pairing up in twos. With that, Mo Yin turned and made his way towards the door, having assessed the situation. The others followed him out of the apartment. Xiao Pingyan walked at the rear, his mind swirling with questions, yet the moment was not opportune for inquiries. Once the crowd departed, another team from the Order Committee, specifically designated to handle corpses, entered apartment 9089 to attend to the deceased within. The bodies, tainted by their association with the Order Committee, were classified as hazardous materials. Influenced by certain supernatural forces, the dead could still pose a lethal threat. Thus, these remains required a specialized protocol for handling, beyond the capabilities of the forensic experts and medical examiners of the police department. Furthermore, to avert public panic, it was deemed inappropriate for outside agencies to intervene. Xiao Pingyan nodded in understanding, and Qing, too, remained taciturn, merely returning the gesture. The presence of Qing's Ferrari seemed trivial, garnering little attention. Xiao Pingyan could distinctly feel the tension in the air, as the demon's eye in the room set the nerves of the special operations team on edge. The term turning on the lights was a professional jargon among the team, indicating the onset of nocturnal operations. Ascending to the rooftop terrace, they encountered a gray-blue civilian Falcon helicopter awaiting them. Earlier, Mo Yin and the others had arrived directly by air. In a swift manner, the helicopter transported them to the helipad atop the imposing black edifice of the National Order Committee in Xianghe City, where they disembarked. It was only at this juncture that Xiao Pingyan mustered the courage to speak, addressing Director Mo. What does the demon's eye signify? Is there pertinent information I ought to be aware of? Li Yunzhao, this is Xiao Pingyan, our new recruit at the Special Operations Department. He will be under your guidance for the training tasks over the next few days. Kindly address his inquiries, if you will. Mo Yunzhao directly instructed Li Yunzhao. Oh, yet another newcomer to mentor? Li Yunzhao's expression soured immediately. I am severely sleep-deprived, recently suffering from hypoglycemia, nervous exhaustion, hormonal imbalances, arrhythmia, and occasional bouts of hysteria. My temper is quite foul, and I haven't even brushed my teeth yet. Can't this task be assigned to someone else? Certainly, it can be delegated to another. Mo Zhenshao retorted dismissively. With such a plethora of ailments, your attendance and efficiency are woefully inadequate. You might as well forfeit your bonus this month and have that allotted to someone else. Without further acknowledgement, Mo Zhenshao turned his back to Li Yunzhao and strode towards the elevator, ignoring the others around them. Wait, please. I can handle it. I can handle it. Li Yunzhao shouted desperately, chasing after Mo Zhenshao for a few steps, his expression morphing into one of obsequiousness. By the way, could I possibly receive a little extra of this month's bonus? Of course, if you desire a greater bonus than your peers, then tonight you shall work alone. For those capable must shoulder more labor. Mo Yunzhao laughed heartily. Ah, I was merely jesting. Just joking. Let us team up for tonight, shall we? Li Yunzhao chuckled nervously. But Fang Lingshan cast him a disdainful glance and huffed in response. Xiao Pingyan gazed silently at Li Yunzhao, having previously overlooked the uniqueness of this individual. As he had said little until now, it became evident that Li Yunzhao was rather ludicrous. Chapter 15. The eye of the demon. Once Mo Yin and the others departed in the elevator, Li Yunzhao turned to scrutinize Xiao Pingyan earnestly. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor, cleared his throat twice, and asserted his authority. What kind of gaze is that? Let me tell you. Do not presume that your ability to see from afar makes you remarkable. In the Order Committee, awakened individuals are akin to the janitorial staff. Do you understand? There exists an immense chasm between awakened beings and summoners. Your chances of becoming a summoner in the next 2 years are less than 1 in 20. Even if by sheer luck you stumble into becoming a summoner, you must address me as senior. Do you comprehend? Understood, senior. Xiao Pingyan replied with a smile. By the way, senior, you haven't yet answered my previous question. What does the eye of the demon signify? Upon hearing Xiao Pingyan respectfully refer to him as senior, Li Yunzhao's chest puffed with pride. His vanity greatly satisfied. He waved his hand dismissively. This is not the place for discussion. Come, let us head to the small conference room in the information center. Allow me, as your senior, to enlighten you on the perils of this world, so that someone like you can truly grasp its dangers. A few minutes later, in the small conference room of the information center, Li Yunzhao stood before the enormous display screen, pointing at the eerie and gruesome images of the demon eye. Composed of human remains, he began to explain to Xiaoping, and this is the demon eye. The one we encountered today is relatively small, having only required the sacrifice of 3 individuals. The photograph in the center of the screen was captured by the Order Committee in 1993. On the outskirts of a city in Rwanda, Africa, this particular demon eye demanded the sacrifice of over 800 people. The image Li Yunzhao referred to was taken from above, showcasing a mountain of dismembered human corpses piled upon an expanse of land spanning several acres. The bodies formed the shape of an eye, with severed heads constituting the iris, presenting an extraordinarily macabre sight. The rotting corpses were infested with maggots, rendering the scene nearly indescribable. Upon witnessing such a photograph for the first time, Xia Pingyan felt a tumult of emotions within him. He squinted at the screen, furrowing his brow and pressing his lips tightly together. In addition to the Rwandan image, the screen displayed various other photographs of demon eyes, each constructed from dismembered human bodies, challenging the limits of human endurance. The other demon eyes involve a varying number of sacrifices, with some witnessing a mere handful, while others may reach dozens or even hundreds. The heads, hands, feet, and torsos of all the sacrificed individuals are dismembered into 6 parts. This demon eye is exceedingly malevolent and terrifying, instigating immense panic among ordinary people. Such images are strictly prohibited from being published by media outlets worldwide, as they are deemed too sensitive for the general populace. However, you are now privy to a fragment of this knowledge. Is the greatest spatial invasion that transpired in Rwanda in 1994 connected to the demon eye depicted in the photograph? Xiaoping inquired. You are quite astute. Li Yunzhao nodded. The demon eye represents an evil sacrificial ritual, capable of completely extracting the negative energy and emotions of humanity. In the context of spatial invasions, the demon eye serves as a beacon, guiding the otherworldly entities across the vast ocean and facilitating their access to this realm. The larger the sacrificial ritual, the greater the number of deaths, consequently amplifying the severity of subsequent spatial invasions. The greatest spatial invasion in Rwanda in 1994 resulted in over 1 million fatalities. Who orchestrated the sacrifices? Who established the demon eye? The entity known as the Eye of the Demon is a malevolent, anti-human cult. The calamity in Rwanda stands as but one of the blood debts incurred by this nefarious organization. Its history is so ancient that it eludes precise tracing. The primary objective of this cult is to facilitate an incursion from an alternate realm, ensuring the complete consumption and annihilation of our world, a process they refer to as the Holy Descent. Among the 178 cults and mysterious organizations sanctioned by the Order Committee globally, the Eye of the Demon ranks as the most perilous, recognized as a common adversary by governments worldwide. Members of the Eye of the Demon, regardless of their location, are subject to immediate execution upon discovery. As for those who join this sinister cult, they are not merely the fallen summoners and awakened beings. They represent only a fraction of its composition. Li Yunzhou's countenance grew solemn, and he paused momentarily in contemplation. Within the summoner community, a conjecture has persisted. The primordial architect of the demon's eye was likely a non-human entity that infiltrated our world through spatial breaches. These entities could seamlessly integrate into our society, adopting human guises. However, following the Eden Project in Europa in 1945, the composition of the demon's eye became increasingly intricate. Individuals, whether willingly or involuntarily, who were possessed, consumed, or parasitized by demonic spirits, ordinary people, summoners, and awakened individuals alike, would become affiliated with the demon's eye. As for those who have merged with or been consumed and parasitized by demonic spirits, it remains uncertain whether they can still be considered human. Their physical genetic makeup has undergone complete alteration, granting them extraordinary abilities and potentially transforming them into formidable monstrosities. Is the demon's eye one of the adversaries that the Special Operations Department must confront, aside from spatial incursions? They are among the most perilous adversaries. Any entity possessing supernatural abilities that poses a threat to the national security and social order of Yin country, regardless of its nature, is our enemy. Evidently, Li Yunzhou's patience and attentiveness towards Xia Pingyan lasted a mere 10 minutes. He had just been discussing the clandestine organizations and esoteric societies that had been designated as hazardous by the Order Committee, but in the blink of an eye, he had veered off topic. This abrupt shift left Xia Pingyan somewhat disoriented. Did Qing mention me to you while you were in the car? Li Yunzhou inquired, licking his lips with a hint of lasciviousness in his tone. No. Xia Pingyan shook his head expressionlessly. Suddenly, Li Yunzhou burst into a fit of laughter, exclaiming, hee hee. I knew it. She's still shy. The fact that she didn't mention me indicates that she has secretly cherished me in her heart. Xia Pingyan looked at him speechlessly. Li Yunzhou, displeased by Xia Pingyan's gaze, snorted, you know nothing. This afternoon, didn't the boss take you to meet everyone and have lunch together? I didn't join for lunch. Which means one less person was present. Logically, while you and Anqing were en route to the Tianjin shopping center, if a colleague was absent, wouldn't Anqing have mentioned me? The fact that she didn't brings to light my significant place in her heart. She has feelings for me. This is pure logic. Observing Li Yunzhou's contented and intoxicated expression, Xia Pingyan couldn't help but interject, Senior, do you think too much? Li Yunzhou cast a condescending glance at Xia Pingyan, elegantly tossing his long hair. His gaze drifting towards the sky outside the classroom walls, a melancholic expression on his face. A person as ordinary as you could never comprehend the myriad troubles and romantic entanglements that a handsome man like me encounters throughout life. If beauty were a crime, someone like me would have been subjected to countless torments. As the most attractive man in the National Order Committee of Xianghe City, it's entirely normal for female colleagues to harbor secret affections for me. Is that so? Indeed, apart from Qing, Fangling Shan has harbored a secret affection for me for many years. Just before we descended from the plane and entered the elevator, did you notice her disdainful snort and the glance she cast in my direction? Xia Pingyan wore a serious expression, Senior. I felt as though that glance was one of contempt. Contempt? Huh. That merely indicates your youth and inexperience. Shan is simply attempting to capture my attention. The intricacies of a woman's heart are far more complex than one might presume. Have you not observed how seldom Fangling Shan and Qing converse? This predicament can, in part, be attributed to me. Li Yunzhou's expression turned to one of self-reproach. If it weren't for me, there would be no conflict between them. One is as cold as ice, while the other radiates warmth like sunlight. I am soft-hearted and always reluctant to see the other one sad, making it difficult for me to make a choice. Never mind. Sharing this with you is futile, as you wouldn't understand. By the way, it's enough that you know these secrets. Do not let them slip, lest it incite jealousy from old two and create awkwardness between Anqing and Shanshan. These emotional burdens are mine to bear silently as a man. After saying this, noticing that Xia Pingyan had fallen completely silent, Li Yunzhou yawned, her enthusiasm waning. I have a task to attend to tonight, so I will take a nap now. I have gathered some materials from the Order Committee for you. Peruse them on the computer at your leisure. If there is anything you do not comprehend, well, you will gradually understand in due course. With that irresponsibly uttered remark, Li Yunzhou shook her head, muttering something about needing to light lamps and expend mental energy, before directly leaving Xia Pingyan alone in the room. Xia Pingyan smiled nonchalantly and then began to study the materials on the computer in the room. After more than 10 minutes, Xia Pingyan, while perusing a document on the history of the National Order Committee on his computer, opened an old black-and-white photograph from over a century ago. The photograph bore the title in the year 1856, in the city of Jinshan, Great Yin, the lantern lighter slays the blood-sucking demon. In the image, a man clad in armor stood proudly before the lens, with two double-barreled pistols sheathed at his waist. In one hand, he cradled an antiquated lantern, while the other gripped a longsword. Behind him loomed a colossal demon bat, its wings stretched wide and tethered, exceeding 8 meters in span. The creature's wings resembled those of a bat, yet its body was humanoid, complete with a human visage, fangs bared, and drenched in blood. A gaping hole the size of a basin revealed its back, situated at the heart. In the shadows, the words of Mo Yin echoed, "A few foes shall be vanquished. Tonight, we shall light the way." Chapter 16. The Lantern Lighter. As night fell, darkness once again enveloped the entire city of Xianghe. When the sunlight faded, this world succumbed to shadows, which brought both tranquility and terror, with countless legends and tales emerging from the depths of darkness. As the majority of the city's inhabitants quietly succumbed to slumber after a day of toil, in unnoticed corners of the city, several special lanterns were quietly ignited. Two polos stood like a steel tower atop a skyscraper, surveying the entirety of Xianghe City, his bald head gleaming under the lightning rod on the rooftop. The enormous blade, resembling a guillotine, was firmly planted atop the building, with two polo poised like a ferocious tiger awaiting its prey, his eyes gleaming with intensity, ever ready to strike. Beside him stood Fangling Shan, draped in a black trench coat, her exquisite beauty radiating a unique allure against the backdrop of the night, perfectly complementing the darkness. A delicately crafted bronze lamp rested upon her slender, alabaster fingers, adorned with intricate divine inscriptions. Within the lamp, devoid of oil or wick, a solitary golden flame burned steadfastly and warmly in the place where a wick would typically reside. The wind howled fiercely atop the building, causing Fong Lingshan's coat to flutter audibly, her short hair dancing whimsically in the gusts. Yet, the flicker of light within the bronze lamp remained utterly undisturbed, impervious to the surrounding tempest. This lamp was the heart's beacon of a summoner, the burning golden flame ignited by the summoner's divine power, fearlessly illuminating any environment, undaunted by storms. Thus, the enduring legacy of the lamplighters, whose eternal flames symbolize the stability of home and nation, has persisted for millennia. However, at this moment, they were no longer referred to as lamplighters, but rather as a distinguished group of public servants from the Special Operations Division of the National Order Committee in Xiangha City. Fong Lingshan paid no heed to him, her eyes closed, resembling a tranquil slumber. Meanwhile, several miles away, beneath the pier of a great bridge, another lamp flickered. The bridge spanned a mighty river, its waters surging with waves, while vessels traversed the currents incessantly. Chao Xinghua and Li Yunzhu stood beneath this bridge, their presence a quiet testament to the unfolding events. Li Yunzhao ultimately did not fulfill his wish of being assigned to accompany Mo Yanxiao. Instead, he found himself paired with the steadfast Chao Xinghua. Chao Xinghua sat cross-legged, eyes closed, a long sword resting across his knees, with an ancient bronze lamp before him, its light resembling gold. While he appeared to be in deep meditation, Li Yunzhao glanced up at the massive steel beam arching above him, swatted away a few mosquitoes, and began to murmur discontentedly, much like a disgruntled spouse. "I say, old Chao, why did you choose this wretched place? There are so many mosquitoes here. It seems we are merely feeding them. Do you have some clandestine arrangement with these pests, perhaps providing them with sustenance? It's a shame I dressed so flamboyantly tonight. And yet no one appreciates it." Chao Xinghua opened his eyes, cast a sidelong glance at Li Yunzhao, and then extended his hand, tossing something to him. Upon catching it, Li Yunzhao discovered it was a small box of mosquito repellent ointment. After a brief struggle, he opted for the ointment over the mosquitoes, applying it while continuing to grumble. "Alas, I never expected that a handsome fellow like me would one day resort to such ointment. I always thought it was something for the elderly. Old Chao, remember this. I have sacrificed my taste for this ointment, and you owe me a favor. Next time, you could choose the dock over there. We could find a spot to drink, light some lamps, and admire the beauties while keeping watch. The night would pass swiftly very well. Next time you can light the lamp. Wherever you wish to go, I shall follow," Chao Xinghua finally replied coldly. He chuckled softly, drawing his head in slightly. "I've exhausted my divine energy this month and have yet to recover. Besides, I've been experiencing low blood sugar, nerve fatigue, hormonal imbalances, arrhythmia, and occasional bouts of hysteria, not to mention my temper has been rather foul. Perhaps you should take the lead. To those who are capable, more work is assigned." Chao Xinghua closed his eyes, choosing to ignore him. However, Li Yida, ever the chatterbox, fell into silence for merely half a minute before he self-indulgently sought a new topic. He flicked his long hair with a flourish, then lowered his voice, a lewd expression creeping onto his face. "Be quiet." Li Yunzhao managed to hold his tongue for a brief moment, but a minute later, he resumed his incessant chatter. "I know, old Chao. You're envious of my good looks and the attention I receive from our female colleagues, but that is not my fault. It's just how the heavens made me. Alongside my talents, sometimes, I even find myself envying my own reflection. You see, being as handsome and talented as I am is quite burdensome. I bear the weight of many romantic debts." A few minutes later, Chao Xinghua let out a low growl, and a figure plummeted from a bridge support over 20 meters high, splashing into the roaring river below. The world fell silent. The lights remained aglow. In a park located on the western side of Xiangha City, a lamp continued to shine. Mo Yanxiao and Qing sat on opposite ends of a park bench, with a light flickering in Mo Yanxiao's hand. In this location, adjacent to the old district in the northwest of Xiangha City, lies a park, beyond which are the bustling bars and red light districts of the city. By night, this area throngs with people, creating a cacophony that marks it as a focal point of public security, where incidents are most likely to occur. Seated within the park, one can peer through the secretive shade of trees and across an artificial lake to glimpse the main street outside, where police cars occasionally whiz by, their red and blue lights flashing. While these vehicles may deter ordinary ruffians and gang members, they are powerless like lambs when confronted with certain formidable forces. 3 lit lamps, positioned at 3 points and directions, delineate a vast triangle over Xianghe City, silently safeguarding the entire area during this tranquil midnight hour. A security guard from the park, wielding a flashlight, patrolled to this spot and, upon noticing 2 individuals seated on a bench, was about to speak. However, Enqing turned her head to glance at the guard, whose expression shifted to one of bewilderment, prompting him to walk past them along the path, as if he had completely overlooked their presence. You have previously completed a mission alongside Xiao Ping'an. What are your thoughts on Xiao Ping'an? Mo Yin Xiao spoke up. Mo Yin Xiao was aware of Enqing's unique abilities, and the previous assignment had not been merely a whim. Enqing shook her head, a peculiar glint flashing in her bright eyes. I could not fathom her. I could only sense the purity of her heart. Yet it was shrouded in layers of mist, more profound and enigmatic than the darkness surrounding us. She was a man of stories and secrets, his outward simplicity and ordinariness serving as his finest disguise. Enqing smiled gently. Indeed, such a man possesses a certain allure. Yes, I too felt it. His reluctance to reveal his ability of foresight over the years stemmed from an even greater secret he wished to keep hidden. Moyan shook his head slightly, and Enqing nodded in agreement, her gaze fixed upon the profound darkness outside. With a soft sigh, she contemplated a young boy wandering through this perilous, shadowy forest with his underage sister, utterly defenseless. He chose to forego the illumination of a torch, navigating the obscurity instead. It was a wiser choice. A torch would cast light, making it easier to discover the gems and gold scattered upon the forest floor, yet it would also reveal his presence to the lurking beasts. In remaining unlit, he remained an inconspicuous part of the dark forest, unable to grasp the treasures yet akin to the unnoticed blades of grass, leaves, or the cobwebs hanging in the shadows, silently collecting dew and the meager offerings of food that came his way, unnoticed by all. The last time he struck a match, did it not lead to your discovery of him? If I were his sister, I too would wish for a brother like him. Haha. You seem quite fond of him. You may not be aware, but a man who is broad-shouldered, warm-hearted, and capable of nurturing and caring for his sister is likely to garner the affections of women. Enqing smiled subtly, seductively arranging her hair. By the way, the inspector from the provincial department is scheduled to arrive tomorrow with the divine fire orb, correct? Yes, indeed. After the provincial department's review, the inspector will be bringing the divine fire orb tomorrow. It is possible that our special operations division will gain another prospective summoner. If all goes well, he may evolve into a summoner in 2 years. Director, the probability of an awakened becoming a summoner is merely twice that of an ordinary person. They do not exhibit a rejection reaction to the orb, yet the success rate is still less than 1 in 50. When did you become so confident in a newcomer? Haha, perhaps it's just intuition. An hour later, atop the building where Tu Palu and Fong Lingshan were situated, the golden flame in the wick of the ancient lamp Fong Lingshan held suddenly transformed into a strange deep purple hue. The fire within the lamp surged forth half a foot, and the flames began to sway, their tips oscillating in a particular direction, as if a magnetic needle were being drawn by an unseen force. It has truly arrived. Tu Polu emitted a low, resonant growl akin to that of a tiger, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. In the next instant, the 2 individuals atop the building seemed to vanish. Chapter 17. Demon Spirit and Orange Taxi halted at the alley's entrance. The taxi door swung open, and 2 women, clad in black miniskirts and high heels, reeking of alcohol and adorned with heavy makeup, exited the vehicle. The 2 women, no longer in their youth, displayed only a faint trace of their former vitality. Their faces and bodies bore the distinctive marks of years spent amidst the revelry of nightlife, an elusive and indescribable aura that clung to them like the scent of blossoms tainted with oil. Those who understood would grasp its essence with a mere glance. The taxi driver, after collecting his fare, let out a whistle toward the 2 women, his eyes lingering hungrily on their swaying forms before reluctantly pressing the accelerator and driving away. At the mouth of the alley, remnants of burnt paper money lay scattered on the ground. The women cautiously sidestepped the charred offerings, their hearts pounding as they ventured deeper into the shadowy passage. A chilling breeze swept through the alley, lifting the ash from the burned offerings into the air, rendering the already dimly lit space even more foreboding. Lily cast a worried glance into the inky depths of the alley and asked, "Do you think that little rogue will be lurking here tonight?" Regardless of his presence, that sort of rogue merely brandishes a knife for intimidation. He dares not act, came the reply, as the 2 women walked further into the alley. They remained oblivious to the peculiar shadow that twisted and contorted behind them, its movements disjointed and out of sync with their own. It seemed as though something sinister yearned to emerge from the depths of their shadow. The figure, clad in a hooded sweatshirt, was all too familiar. It was the same little rogue who frequently prowled this alley with a dagger in hand, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Exchanging a glance, the two women did not falter in their stride, resolutely continuing on their path. I exclaimed, "Is this truly devoid of meaning? In the dead of night? Do you believe that my sister and I are easy targets? We are under the protection of Brother Xiong. Should you continue this madness, even if I choose not to inform Brother Xiong to deal with you, I shall not hesitate to alert the authorities. If one desires to indulge in women, they should venture to clubs and nightclubs. As long as one possesses the means, an array of women is readily available. What do you think you are doing here? Attempting to exploit us for free?" Ame, with her fiery temperament, approached and scolded him vehemently, shoving the little rogue forcefully on the shoulder. He toppled over, crashing to the ground, and a pale, terrified head, with skin as parched as tree bark and devoid of color, rolled out from his cap, tumbling several meters away. From the gaping wounds in the neck and chest of the fallen body, countless rats and cockroaches scurried forth, scattering throughout the alley. From the head that lay on the ground, colorful serpents emerged from its mouth, ears, and nostrils. This horrifying scene sent the two women into screams, their legs turning to jelly as they collapsed onto the dark, waterlogged ground, fainting from sheer terror. Though the women had fallen, their shadows remained upright, suddenly expanding and writhing. The shadows transformed into a nearly transparent humanoid figure, its eyes a blood-red hue, its gaping maw stretching from its face to the back of its head. Lunging menacingly towards the woman named Ame. With a furious roar, a figure descended from the heavens, wielding a large blade that shimmered with a faint golden light upon its sharp edge. A colossal blade descended from the heavens, cleaving the monstrous figure that had emerged from the shadows into two halves from head to toe. The dismembered silhouette emitted a sizzling sound as it erupted into acrid black smoke, its form disintegrating entirely. From the remnants of that apparition, a dark red mist surged forth, swiftly penetrating the adjacent wall and making its way toward the nearby sewer. Just as the inky smoke was about to vanish into the sewer's depths, a chilling voice rang out, "Fire!" At the entrance of the sewer, a fireball suddenly soared, striking the black smoke and enveloping it in a fierce blaze. The smoke shrieked with a piercing, high-pitched wail, causing the few flickering streetlights in the alley to explode, scattering shards of glass like snowflakes. Darkness engulfed the alley, save for the brilliant flames that raged fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the black smoke was reduced to wisps, dissipating entirely, leaving no trace behind. Only then did Fong Lingshan leap down gracefully from the rooftop, alighting softly on the wall and landing steadily in the alley, shrouded in the night's ethereal grace. Within the alley, the two women lay unconscious on the ground, thoroughly terrified. Aside from them, there were no other bodies. Beneath the nearby streetlight, the area was immaculate, devoid of the small-time thug, rats, snakes, or cockroaches. The spectral creature's vibrant essence has been eradicated. Fong Lingshan cast her gaze across the alley, where no other entities lingered. Fortunately, we arrived just in time. Otherwise, these two women would have been reduced to mere corpses. It remains a mystery what visions haunted them to instill such terror. Tupola spoke with a somber tone. Though he appeared robust, at this moment, he exhibited remarkable attentiveness, observing the two weary women collapsed in the alley's murky waters. He shook his head and, with one hand, lifted each of them, carefully extracting them from the filth and propping them against the wall beneath a street lamp. Fong Lingshan approached, producing an oddly shaped syringe from her belongings. She knelt and swiftly administered 2 injections of a pale green serum into the women's necks. The expressions of sheer terror that had marred their faces gradually faded after the injections, and soon, they leaned back, succumbing to slumber in the alley. The substance she injected was a sedative with unique properties, inducing a deep sleep and ensuring amnesia regarding the preceding events upon awakening. Without such medication, ordinary individuals might suffer from psychological disturbances after experiencing such horrors, often resulting in madness. Tupalu retrieved his phone to notify the police to transport the women to a hospital. However, before the authorities could arrive, Mo Yin and Enqing, having received the news, had already made their way there, followed closely by Chao Xinghua and Li Yunzhou. Li Yunzhou, drenched and irritable, resembled someone who had just been fished out of the water. After listening to Tupulu and Fong Lingshan recount the events, Mo Zhenshao furrowed his brow tightly and addressed the group. It had been over 2 years since any phantom creatures had appeared in Xianghe City, indicating that this particular phantom spirit must have recently been brought there by its host. judging by the timeline. The host responsible for transporting the phantom spirit to Xianghe City was likely a member of the Eye of the Demon, the very same entity behind the massacre at the Tianjin shopping center. This member of the Eye of the Demon remained in Xianghe City, not having departed, and was situated within a 10-kilometer radius. Mo Yinshao's gaze swept the surroundings, yet the area was densely packed with buildings, enveloping the core of the city. Countless hotels and residential complexes made it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint a stranger in this vicinity. With his current remote viewing abilities, it was beyond his capacity. This phantom spirit existed as an independent entity, suggesting that the member of the Eye of the Demon might be hosting more than one spirit. Anqing murmured softly. Engaging that individual tonight is a test to determine whether we are vigilant, indicating an intention to wear us down. Li Yunxiao rubbed his nose. As long as that person remains in Xianghe City, we must unearth him. I am eager to discover just how many spirits he possesses. Mo Yinshao's gaze turned icy. Moments later, 2 police cars arrived outside the alley and came to a halt. Several officers, wielding flashlights, ventured deep into the alley. Discovering the 2 women who lay in slumber on the ground, they swiftly summoned an ambulance. 3 lit lanterns continued to glow, silently safeguarding the night of Xianghe City from 3 corners. Meanwhile, in a modest hotel room on the 37th floor, situated 5 kilometers from the scene of the incident, a portly man in his 40s, slightly balding and unremarkable in appearance, sat by the window, holding a wine glass. With squinted eyes, he gazed towards the direction of the troubled alley. The man resembled an ordinary company employee on a business trip to Xianghe City, having spent the day out and about. His shirt buttons undone and his tie casually draped around his neck. The room was illuminated solely by a desk lamp, casting a distorted shadow of the man across the carpet. Enough of this, he murmured, and the twisted shadows fell silent. A peculiar smile crept onto his face as he whispered, "The lantern bearers of the Order Committee, it is time to stir, let all awaken. The day of the holy arrival is near." The following morning, the man checked out of the hotel and, driving an inconspicuous old pickup, quietly departed from Xianghe City. Chapter 18. Inspector. In recent days, Xia Pingyan had only encountered others during lunchtime at the restaurant. For the most part, he spent his time either practicing shooting at the range or perusing documents and files in the archive room, making each day quite fulfilling. Xia Pingyan was aware of what others were doing at night, yet he found himself unable to assist in any way, remaining at the headquarters in the city. Preparations were in order. For this afternoon, the provincial department's inspector would arrive. After their discussion, he would proceed with the fusion of the divine fire sphere. As Mo Yin spoke, the eyes of those around the dining area turned towards Xia Pingyan's face. He nodded. After all, it was acceptable to fail, wasn't it? Indeed. Failure was merely the norm when fusing the sphere. Among the awakened, fewer than 1 in 50 could successfully fuse 3 foundational spheres to become summoners. However, even the fusion of 1 or 2 spheres would yield benefits. Mo Yin elaborated. "Ha ha ha, young man, give it your all," Li Yunzu exclaimed, heartily patting Xia Pingyan on the shoulder, adopting the demeanor of an experienced elder. "Once you become a summoner, you shall rightfully address me as senior. Thank you for your encouragement." "Senior, I shall strive to do my best," Xia Pingyan replied with a smile. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a black sedan entered through the gates of the Order Committee and came to a halt before the imposing dark building. A driver exited first, then opened the rear door of the vehicle. An elegant elderly lady emerged, attired in a light green suit and adorned with a wide-brimmed hat embellished with delicate feathers. She carried a deep blue handbag and possessed a full head of silver hair that radiated grace. Though her age could have been anywhere between 70 and 80, she appeared in splendid health, her posture upright, eyes bright, and her skin smooth, revealing minimal wrinkles. The inspector from the provincial department turns out to be such a delightful and graceful elderly lady. Xia Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, while Mo Yinshao had already stepped forward with a cautious smile, addressing Madame Qian. "I didn't expect you to come in person this time. Was your journey smooth?" "Quite well," the elderly lady replied with a warm smile. "Now that I'm older, I only travel within the province. I no longer venture too far." "I heard that you have started lighting the lamps again these past few days?" Mo Yinshao inquired. "Yes, the situation in Xianghe City has not been particularly peaceful lately. It requires a bit more effort," Mo Yinshao remarked, then gestured towards Xia Pingyan. "This is Xia Pingyan, who performed commendably during the pursuit of the demon rat and participated in the firefighting rescue. Pleasure to meet you, Madame Qian." Xia Pingyan stepped forward. The elderly lady's gaze shifted to Xia Pingyan, appraising him from head to toe, and she smiled. What a handsome young man. After which, she turned directly to Mo Yin-xiao and said, "Let us not waste any more time. Let us begin. Everything is ready, Madam Qian, please." The so-called room was merely a tea room within the building. Inside the tea room were only Xia Pingyan and the elderly lady. She represented the Order Committee of Yuzhou Province to conduct a final assessment of Xia Pingyan, confirming his eligibility to integrate with the Realm Pearl. Although termed an assessment, it was, in essence, a conversation. Xia Pingyan had previously anticipated that such a discussion would be serious, and the topics would not be particularly pleasant, with the attendees being stern and rigid middle-aged men. To his surprise, upon entering the tea room, the elderly lady did not pose any peculiar questions. Instead, she engaged in a casual conversation with Xia Pingyan, discussing light-hearted topics over tea. Their dialogue meandered through various subjects, including culinary arts, films, flora and fauna, landscapes, travel, gossip from the entertainment industry, and even Xia Pingyan's sister, Xianing, as well as his creative endeavors with balloons. The old lady was articulate, witty, and possessed a serene demeanor, and before they knew it, they had been conversing for over half an hour. Once the pot of tea was finished, the elderly lady concluded their discussion. "Young man, let us leave it at that. It has been quite pleasant chatting with you. Perhaps we shall converse again in the future. Prepare to integrate the divine fire sphere. I believe you will succeed." The abrupt conclusion felt somewhat frivolous. Such an assessment seemed entirely unnecessary. Xia Pingyan felt a flicker of confusion within, yet he politely nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. I will strive to do my best." However, with that single statement, the once relaxed atmosphere in the room dissipated instantly, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The elderly lady's bright gaze, at that moment, concealed an unsettling sharpness that was hard to confront. A cold sweat trickled down Xia Pingyan's spine, and he suddenly felt as though he were as transparent as glass before her. After merely a few seconds, Xia Pingyan smiled faintly, calmly meeting the gaze of the elderly woman. Every action bears consequences and costs. Although they conspired to deceive and trample upon the law, they cannot evade the principles of justice and retribution. I am their law, and I am prepared to accept any repercussions. My only regret lies in my past inadequacies, which allowed those individuals to linger a while longer, thereby squandering more of the world's resources. That shall not happen again. Madam Qian, you may summon someone to escort me away now. I shall await here. The sharpness and brilliance in the elderly woman's gaze instantly softened, transforming into a more gentle demeanor. She chuckled lightly. "What, young man, do you intend for an old lady to descend the stairs alone?" Xia Pingyan took a deep breath. "I shall accompany you." Together with Mo Yin, who was waiting at the door, Xia Pingyan escorted the elderly woman downstairs. Upon seeing her safely enter the car, the driver took her away from the order committee. Madam Qian usually spends no more than 5 minutes assessing newcomers. Yet today she shared tea with you for over half an hour? Mo Yin observed Xia Pingyan with surprise as he stroked his chin. "Is Madam Qian also a summoner?" Xia Pingyan inquired. "No, Madam Qian is an awakened one, the only individual within the entire Yuzhou province possessing B-grade telepathy abilities." Having experienced an awakening ability test himself, Xia Pingyan suddenly understood. B-grade? No wonder it is so formidable. The Divine Fire Pearl has been placed in the 999 training room. You may proceed with the fusion. 2 minutes later, Xia Pingyan arrived at the 9th floor of the building, at the room marked with the number 999. He pushed the door open, stepped inside, and closed it behind him. This room lacked windows. Only the ceiling featured a complex optical conduction system that channeled natural light into the space. The room was immaculate, resembling a yoga studio, with a table positioned at its center. Upon the table rested a purple wooden box, and beside it lay a meditation mat on the floor. In this world, the abilities of all summoners stem from the realm pearls. These pearls are diverse and peculiar, each variety bestowing different powers upon the summoners. They originate from the otherworldly creatures that invade our space. Legend has it that the pearls bear incomprehensible divine inscriptions, which are mysterious symbols that serve as the key to distinguishing different realm pearls. To become a summoner, one must successfully merge 3 specific realm pearls: the Pearl of Divine Flame, the Pearl of the Divine Altar, and the Pearl of the Divine Being. Only those who completely fuse these 3 pearls may be deemed true summoners. A failure in merging even one renders the individual forever ineligible to attain summoner status. However, even if one does not achieve summoner status, the successful fusion of 1 or 2 pearls still provides numerous benefits, including the opportunity to receive divine power and physical enhancement. Today, the focus is on merging the first pearl, the Pearl of Divine Flame. A person may only attempt to fuse a specific type of realm pearl once. Subsequent attempts are not permitted. A person who successfully merges with a realm pearl will master the various secret techniques and summoning slots it provides. There are two possible outcomes of failure: survival or immediate, fatal head explosion. The latter is particularly gruesome, hence the tattoo tradition among summoners. Since the corpse's head is missing, tattoos serve to identify a summoner who dies in this manner. Due to the enigma surrounding interdimensional travel, no one knows what will transpire after merging with a realm pearl. Nor is there any guidance or assistance available. One must rely solely on oneself. A pearl, slightly larger than a ping-pong ball and radiating a mystical glow, lay nestled in a box lined with dark green velvet. The realm pearl resembled a translucent glass orb, with swirling mists within and a glimmer of dark red light, as if flames flickered from within. Inscrutable, pale golden divine inscriptions, accessible only to summoners in this world, shimmered within the pearl's radiance. Upon beholding the divine inscriptions within the realm pearl, Xia Pingyan's eyes widened, and he audibly gulped, his heart pounding with a sudden jolt. The history of this world diverged sharply from what Xia Pingyan once knew. The script of this Jin country followed a different hieroglyphic system, reminiscent, in Xia Pingyan's memory, of a variant of the ancient Nashi script of the Sani people of the E ethnicity on Star. In his research on the history and culture of domestic ethnic minorities, Xia Pingyan discovered an intriguing writing system known as Nisi, which has been passed down through the Sani people of Yunnan since ancient times. The Nisi script comprises nearly 6,000 characters, remarkably retaining the primitive essence of the most ancient forms of writing even after millennia. When compared to the symbols inscribed on the painted pottery unearthed from the Banpo site in Xi'an, over 75% exhibit similarities and resemblances. Furthermore, the symbols from the site of Wangyan's Wang in Hunan align perfectly with 4 specific engravings, while some characters bear a resemblance to the Khitan script. Interestingly, the script of the world-shattering Zhenghua also shares similarities with Nisi. Consequently, the enigmatic divine script within the boundary pearl remains undeciphered, even if one were to recognize it. Its true meaning would likely elude comprehension, as the historical narratives and legends of this world diverge entirely from those of the Nuwa star following the creation of humanity by the goddess Nuwa. Nevertheless, in the eyes of Xia Pingyan, the indecipherable divine script within the boundary pearl manifests as a small seal script formed by 3 strokes connected together from top to bottom: fire, human, and clan. Chapter 19. The fusion of the boundary pearl. The figure of Swearin, the progenitor who brought the light of fire to Huaxia civilization and humanity, stands as the first of his kind. In Western mythology, it is Prometheus who delivers fire and illumination to humankind, yet he is a deity rather than a mortal. In contrast, within Huaxia, it is the ancestral figure Swearin who first discovered the technique of fire by friction, thus acquiring the spark of fire. Swearin is distinctly human, not divine. This distinction gives rise to a fundamental divergence in the genes of civilization, one governed by deities who rule over all, and the other a testament to humanity's potential to ascend to the divine. Due to the entirely divergent historical timeline, this world lacks the legend of Nuwa repairing the heavens, and consequently, the tale of Swearin is also absent. What significance do the characters representing Swearin on the divine fire sphere hold? Could it be that the ignition of the summoner's sacred fire is somehow linked to Swearin? Both share a commonality: fire. Xia Pingyan felt a tempest of emotions within, holding the sphere in his hand, rendered almost motionless. The profound impact of this seemingly innocuous sphere on Xia Pingyan was akin to the tumultuous revelations this world had imparted upon him over the past 20 years. His heart raced, as he sensed that a new gateway to a different realm was slowly unveiling before him, and the world beyond that threshold left him trembling. In the midst of Xia Pingyan's reverie, a massive display screen descended from the wall before him, revealing the visage of Mo Yen. His voice suddenly resonated throughout the room. This chamber was equipped with communication and surveillance devices, allowing those outside to monitor the situation within, while also enabling the occupants to interact and consult with the external world. For individuals embarking on their initial integration with the sphere, such arrangements provided a more accommodating experience, as many tend to feel exceedingly anxious and disoriented during their first encounter with the divine fire sphere. Xia Pingyan, before you lies the divine fire sphere. There is no need for anxiety as we prepare to commence the fusion. The summoners are shrouded in mystery and wield immense power. Many perceive them as unattainable beings, harboring doubts or feelings of inferiority. However, In truth, as long as one possesses a sound mind and a healthy body, regardless of their social standing, there exists the possibility of becoming a summoner after the age of 18. Even some of the most formidable summoners in ancient times were illiterate and had little formal education prior to their ascension. Therefore, there is no reason for trepidation. Due to the enigma of the interdimensional barrier, even though I have previously fused with the divine fire sphere, I cannot foretell what will transpire post-fusion or how to ignite your divine fire. The riddle of the barrier is a challenge that all summoners must confront. Yet, if ordinary individuals from ancient times who lacked education could successfully fuse with the spheres to become summoners, you must also have faith that you are no less capable than they. Cultivate this confidence within yourself. In a grand hall within the information center of the building, a colossal electronic monitoring screen displayed the situation in room 999. Standing in the hall, Mo Yen observed the vast electronic monitor, where Xia Pingyan sat motionless at the table, the divine sphere in hand. Assuming Xia Pingyan was somewhat apprehensive, he offered words of encouragement and guidance. In the era of the Xia dynasty, over 2 millennia ago, there existed a legendary summoner named Hui Yuanin, who lived for more than 7 centuries. Initially a mere shepherd boy, he fortuitously stumbled upon a realm bead and began his journey of integration. Before his passing, Hui Yuanin imparted a final, profound message to all summoners, which subsequently became their guiding principle. Now, I convey that message to you. As the words echoed, Xiao Pingyan finally lifted his gaze towards Mo Yen. Thank you. It was my first encounter with a realm bead, and I was irresistibly drawn to its allure. I believe I am now adequately prepared for the integration. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? No, there isn't. Mo Yen exhaled in relief. The phrase he had just uttered served as a motto for many summoners, a key to comprehending the realm beads and the power of summoning. If you are ready, use the sterilized silver needle within the box to pierce your fingertip, allowing your blood to fall upon the realm bead, thus initiating the fusion process. Xia Pingyan turned his attention to the box containing the realm bead, and indeed, nestled within was a small silver needle. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he extracted the needle and pricked his finger, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the divine fire realm bead. In an instant, the blood that touched the bead was absorbed, causing the divine fire realm bead to erupt in radiant brilliance, enveloping Xia Pingyan in a swirling crimson mist, akin to a magnificent cocoon or an egg of light. In but a fleeting moment, within room 999, Xia Pingyan's figure gradually faded away. On the electronic screen in the hall, there remained only a colossal sphere pulsating with a crimson glow, the interior of which was inscrutable to the outside world. Inside the sphere, Xia Pingyan felt his eyelids growing increasingly heavy, and before he knew it, his consciousness plunged into a profound darkness, entering a mysterious and unfathomable dreamscape. Surrounding him was a sun-drenched landscape, the sky of vibrant blue that seemed almost surreal, and the air was infused with the invigorating scent of negative ions. Below the slope lay an endless expanse of forest and wilderness, while a river meandered nearby, and in the distance, towering mountains stretched infinitely. Numerous individuals busied themselves around him, their bodies adorned with leaves, grasses, and animal hides. Observing their activities, Xia Pingyan realized he seemed to be within an ancient tribal community, where everyone was industriously engaged. Some were using flint to carve meat from beasts, others gathered firewood from the wild, while yet others picked fruits from trees. There were individuals crafting stone tools, all with unkempt hair, clad merely in garments fashioned from foliage and animal skins, barefoot as if they were primitive beings. Nestled in the branches of nearby trees were dwellings constructed high above. Xia Pingyan, too, was among these people. He gazed at his bare torso, the animal hide that encircled his waist, and the wooden spear he held in hand, his hair cascading untamed. In a sudden gasp, he wondered, is this a dream? He pinched his hand, the pain strikingly akin to that of his corporeal form. He attempted to hold his breath for a moment, and within that brief span, Xia Pingyan's face flushed crimson as the capacity of his lungs reached its limit. His complexion reddened from the effort. He gently pierced his fingertip with the charred tip of his wooden spear, and a sharp pain surged through him, followed by the emergence of droplets of blood. This sensation mirrored precisely the moment when he had pierced his finger with a silver nail to merge the realm bead. This was not a dream. Dreams lacked such vividness. The sensations here mirrored those of the tangible world perfectly. If he were to perish in this realm, Xia Pingyan harbored the suspicion that he might never awaken again. Outside, it was conceivable that his head could explode, perhaps elucidating why summoners met their demise in the realm beads. They perished in this world. Was this the world one entered after merging with the realm bead? The enigmatic realm of summoners and realm beads unfurled before Xiaoping's eyes, his heart racing wildly as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Chapter 20. The Ancestor of Fire for Xiaoping, who had previously obtained a master's degree in history from the Yuan Minjiwen Vocational and Technical College in his past life. The scene before him was instantly recognizable. With just a few glances, he could ascertain that this tribe belonged to a primitive community from the Paleolithic era. The tribe's people, by their appearance, resembled the ancestors of the Huaxia people. Judging by the surrounding vegetation and trees, this tribe likely resided in a region north of the Yangtze River. In the nearby forest, he spotted familiar flora such as the seven-leaf tree, the neem tree, the thousand-headed tune, and white birch. Additionally, the hillside was adorned with shrubs like firethorn and wheat plum. Xiaoping does not concur with certain historians who regard the polishing of stone tools as the definitive criterion for distinguishing between the Paleolithic and Neolithic eras. Such a rigid and absurd classification diverges from the objective progression of history. According to this standard, if an ancient individual employed techniques such as percussion flaking, striking, or hammering to create stone tools, they would be categorized as belonging to the Paleolithic era. Conversely, should an ancient person simply polish a stone, they would be deemed to inhabit the Neolithic era. Under such a classification, within the same tribe, if one ancient individual, displaying a modicum of ingenuity, found the tools crafted through the aforementioned methods unsatisfactory and opted to polish a stone instead, would that tribe not then exist simultaneously in both the Paleolithic and Neolithic epochs? This bifurcation rests on the unfounded assumption that all ancient peoples, armed with stones, would exclusively engage in striking, pounding, and various forms of exertion, rather than considering the simple act of polishing. In Xiaoping's view, this standard is excessively mechanical and rigid, predicated on the implausible notion that no ancient individual possessed intelligence. Those who harnessed fire from lightning and volcanic eruptions lived in the era of primitive fire, while those capable of creating fire themselves transitioned into the era of cultivated fire. The figure of Swerin, as the sole documented pioneer of the era of cultivated fire, represents a monumental contribution of the ancestors of Huaxia to the entirety of human civilization. Mastering fire signifies the acquisition of the most vital energy source of this era, which can substantially enhance productivity. It enables the crafting of various tools and pottery, the processing of diverse foods, and ensures the stable propagation of the tribal population, thus giving rise to agricultural practices. The mere thought of the three characters inscribed on that boundary pearl, associated with the Fire Master, stirred a sense of realization within Xiaoping. Just then, a figure clad in animal skins emerged from the cave, commencing to strike a tree drum at the cave's entrance with a wooden stick. This tree drum, a hollowed-out trunk of an ancient tree, resonated with a deep sound that could travel considerable distances. Upon hearing this sound, all the individuals within the tribe, still engaged in their tasks, converged towards the slope. In but a moment, the hillside was densely populated with people, numbering in the thousands, comprising men, women, and children alike. Xiaoping joined the throng as they gathered. Soon, another group of individuals surged forth from the cave. These emerging figures were robust men and women, adorned in ample animal skins, each wielding a spear. At the forefront stood an elderly man with a head of gray hair, clutching a cane, and draped around his neck was a necklace of animal bones. Behind him, a tall man, bound with vines, was being escorted out, his expression one of despair and dejection. Stumbling as he walked, the elder raised his hands high, and the crowd gathered at the cave's entrance fell into a profound silence. The elderly man adorned with a necklace of beast bones cast a sorrowful glance around him, and at the entrance of the cave, he lamented, "Heaven punishes us. The sacred fire of our tribe has been extinguished." The crowd stirred restlessly, and soon, some began to kneel in prayer, while others wept openly. On the hillside, populated by thousands, a chorus of sorrow erupted, echoing as if it were the end of days. Without the sacred fire, how shall we withstand the terrifying darkness that consumes the heavens and the earth? Devoid of the divine flame, the ferocious beasts, tigers, wolves, and venomous creatures will devour us in our slumber, sting us, and bite us to death. As the harsh winter approaches, countless members of our tribe will perish from the cold. The elderly man, with the beast bone necklace, cried out to the heavens in despair. Without the sacred fire, our warriors cannot forge sharp, resilient wooden spears. Without the fire, we are condemned to consume the raw, cold flesh of beasts, food that cannot be preserved for long, leading to weakness and illness in our bodies. Our children will no longer thrive, struggling to grow. The wails from the hillside reverberated through the heavens and the earth. For such a tribe, Fire is the most precious treasure, the most valuable resource, the sole energy source within our grasp. Without fire, the entire tribe would find it exceedingly difficult to survive in the vast wilderness, facing countless existential challenges. This individual is the mightiest warrior of our tribe, entrusted with the sacred duty of guarding the divine flame. Yet, last night he inadvertently succumbed to slumber, allowing our sacred fire to extinguish. Kill him, kill him, kill him. The anguished cries of the warrior did little to quell the wrath of the surrounding crowd, for in their eyes, the value of the flame far surpassed that of a single life. For all warriors, this was the most arduous and perilous trial of this era. In the span of days and nights, for the sake of a single ember, lives were lost almost daily. As the old man finished speaking, from the once hesitant crowd, warriors began to emerge, each willing to traverse great mountains to retrieve the divine fire spark. Xiao Pingyan had been an observer until this moment, when the three characters Sui Run on the boundary pearl illuminated his purpose. If his understanding was correct, in this context, he was to assume the role of Sui Run, embracing the historical mission that came with it. Xiao Pingyan felt a surge of emotions, an indescribable restlessness coursing through him. Under the watchful eyes of all, he stepped forward from the crowd, declaring loudly, "Chief, there is no need to sacrifice our brave warriors. Grant me merely half a day, and I shall restore the divine flame, ensuring it never dims for our tribe." The crowd erupted into commotion, all gazing at Xiao Pingyan with disbelief, while the tribe's chief glared at him, questioning, "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? If I am unable to accomplish this, let the chief punish me. I willingly accept any form of retribution. Are you waiting for the heavenly fire brought by the thunder?" The old man cast a glance at the clear sky, glaring at Xiao Pingyan. No one can predict when the heavenly fire will descend. It may not arrive until after the heavy snow has melted and the leaves have turned green countless times. I am not waiting for the heavenly fire. I do not need to rely on the heavens or the earth. I can conjure divine fire by my own means, Xiao Pingyan declared loudly. A resounding silence enveloped the tribe as everyone stared in astonishment at Xiao Pingyan. To the members of the tribe, the individual who dared to utter such words seemed utterly deranged. How could one generate divine fire without waiting for the heavenly flames or gathering the earthly fire? It was inconceivable, completely impossible. Fire is a divine entity. How could a mere mortal possibly create something divine? Would that not elevate the person to the status of a deity? If you can achieve this, you shall be the one sent by heaven to bestow divine fire upon us, and from henceforth, the entire tribe will heed your command, the old man asserted boldly. However, if you fail, you shall join those brave warriors in scaling the mountains to retrieve the divine fire. Very well, Xiao Pingyan responded with a smile, surveying his surroundings. You shall witness how I manifest divine fire for our tribe. I merely need to prepare a few tools. I shall provide you with whatever you require. The chief stated directly, still skeptical that Xiao Pingyan could produce divine fire with mere tools. He simply wished to observe what trickery Xiao Pingyan was attempting. The curiosity of the entire tribe was piqued as Xiao Pingyan, undeterred by their gazes, began to gather his tools right before their eyes. Xiao Pingyan first procured a wooden stick several feet in length, then carefully parted the soft vines to fashion a makeshift bow reminiscent of a stringed instrument by affixing a cord tightly to both ends of the stick without causing it to bend. Subsequently, he sought out a piece of dry timber within the cave, accompanied by a shorter dry stick. He sharpened one end of the stick against a stone and meticulously carved a hole into the piece of timber using a chisel, creating a small aperture adjacent to the hollowed space. Next, Xiao Pingyan gathered some dry grass and bark, instructing those nearby to vigorously pound the material against the stone until it transformed into a fine, fibrous texture. With the preparations complete, he commenced his demonstration of the ancient technique of friction fire. Standing on the timber with the carved hollow, he inserted the sharpened stick into the opening and looped the bow-like cord around the shorter stick. As Xiao Pingyan drew the stick back and forth, the pointed end spun rapidly within the hole, generating friction with remarkable ease. Within a mere 10 minutes, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Xiao Pingyan's movements grew increasingly adept, and wisps of smoke began to rise from the board timber. Wood shavings, ignited by the heat, trickled out of the hole and fell upon the fluffy pile of dry grass and bark. Gradually, the pile began to emit smoke, and with a gentle breath, Xiao Pingyan coaxed the embers until, at last, a small flame flickered to life. Success! The tribe stood in awe, as if witnessing a miraculous event. Xiao Pingyan continued to add fine twigs to the flames, and soon a roaring bonfire blazed before him. The divine fire ignited, sending ripples of excitement throughout the entire tribe. The gazes directed at Xiaoping resembled those reserved for deities. What he had just accomplished seemed akin to a public display of magic. That precious spark of divine fire had manifested from his very hands. This sacred flame did not descend from the heavens nor arise from the earth, but rather emerged from within themselves, kindled by Xiaoping's grasp. In the eyes of all, this was a miracle rivaling the might of the cosmos. The chieftain, overwhelmed with emotion, even dared to place his hand amidst the crackling flames to test their authenticity. Countless individuals surged towards Xiaoping, encircling him with fervent curiosity, eager to understand how he had conjured the divine fire. Observing the exhilarated crowd, Xiaoping gently reassured them, stating that there was no need for such excitement. He was more than willing to teach them. He selected several warriors and young individuals, including one who had been bound, and invited them to learn the art of fire by friction alongside him. One after another, they grasped the technique. Soon, the entire tribe erupted in jubilation. In the following days, neighboring tribes, having heard of this remarkable feat, sent emissaries to learn the secret of the divine fire. Xiaoping, ever generous, willingly imparted the skills of fire-making to all who sought knowledge. Within just a few days, Xiaoping earned a resounding name among all the surrounding tribes, the Flame Master. Before this, he was nameless. The people of the tribe bore no names. The term Firestarter refers to one who can ignite flames through the method of friction, with clan implying a divine essence. At this juncture, none in the tribe possessed a name, until Xiaoping became the first to bear one. Chapter 21. Perfect integration. Unbeknownst to all, over an hour had elapsed. In the grand hall of the information center, apart from Mo Yin, Tu Palu, Chao Xinghua, and Qing, and Feng Lingshan gradually arrived, each either standing or seated, their attention fixated on the images emanating from room 999 displayed on the screen. Dr. Huang and Old Zhou had also arrived. The luminous cocoon on the screen remained utterly still for more than an hour. For every summoner, this moment represents the most crucial yet perilous juncture in their lives. Within that radiant cocoon, some may emerge transformed, shedding their former selves to become summoners, while for others, the shattering of the cocoon may herald a tragic end, their heads bursting apart in a violent separation. All remains shrouded in uncertainty. The individual within the cocoon was not yet familiar to the others, but nonetheless, he was a colleague or perhaps one who might become one. The collective sentiment at this moment echoed that of anxious souls waiting outside an emergency room, intertwined with the anticipation akin to those awaiting lottery results, tinged with a subtle trepidation alongside hopeful expectation. The enigma of the boundary is indeed formidable. In my youth, I too endeavored to merge the boundary pearls. Yet for reasons unknown, a person as astute and exceptional as myself could not even surpass the first trial. I failed to merge the divine fire boundary pearl, leaving me with a lifelong regret. Old Zhou and Mo Yin exchanged words, reflecting on their past experiences. In those days, Old Zhou was an academic prodigy, brimming with ambition, aspiring to become a summoner. He had passed the physical examination for the college entrance examination and was poised to attempt the fusion of boundary pearls. However, to his dismay, he faltered at the very first hurdle, forever forfeiting the chance to become a summoner. Throughout history, many who prided themselves as geniuses have met their end at this initial stage. No one can predict what transpires once one begins to merge the boundary pearls. The outcome is solely dependent on the individual. Mo Yin offered words of consolation. Do you think that young man will succeed in this trial? I do not speculate. Time will reveal the answer. Mo Yin shook his head. Just then, the hall door creaked open, and Li Yunzhou timidly entered, casting furtive glances around. The inspectors from the provincial department must have departed, right? No one paid him any heed. The inspectors sent by the provincial department were awakened ones with the ability to read minds, and no one wished to linger in the presence of such powerful individuals. One could unwittingly reveal their innermost secrets in a mere exchange of glances. Consequently, when Madame Qian arrived, aside from the obligate receptionists, Mo Yin and Xiaoping, everyone from the Special Operations Department had discreetly vanished, only to reappear after Madame Qian had departed. Li Yunzhou had been hiding for an excessively prolonged period, emerging only now, which not only suggested his guilty conscience but also left one at a loss for words. Observing that there were no outsiders present, he straightened his posture and approached Mo Yin Xiao, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the large screen in the hall. He cleared his throat and mused that, as a senior, he had intended to offer guidance on the precautions for merging with the Realm Pearl, yet this lad appeared to be rather swift in his actions. Well, since he lacks the fortune for such guidance, it would be up to fate. It seems someone has already provided him with advice, Lao Zhao remarked, unable to suppress his amusement at Li Yunzu's pretentious demeanor. Oh, is that so? If someone has already guided him, then there should be no issues. I believe this young man possesses decent aptitude. He should be able to merge with the Divine Fire Realm Pearl. Li Yunzu exuded an air of authority, unashamed in the slightest. Even if he ultimately failed to become a summoner, igniting the Divine Fire would still grant him a singular opportunity for divine empowerment, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities and markedly improving his close combat skills, thereby increasing his chances of survival. This would also serve as a boon for our Special Operations Department, ensuring that we would not be a hindrance. Indeed, igniting the Divine Fire brings numerous benefits. If only I had. Lao Zhao spoke with a blend of envy and regret. Lao Zhao, there's no need for envy. You are already a middle-aged man. Each individual has their own area of expertise, and summoning is not yours. Li Yunzu cast a sidelong glance at Lao Zhao, chuckling softly. Old Zhou realized that conversing with that scoundrel, Li Yunzhou, was a grave mistake. That rascal truly deserved a good thrashing. With a cold huff, Old Zhou cast a disdainful glance at Li Yunzhou and settled onto a nearby sofa, choosing to refrain from further banter. Noticing the absence of anyone to engage with, Li Yunzhou struck up a conversation with Mo Yanxiao. Have you heard that very few summoners achieve perfect fusion after their first encounter with the Divine Fire Realm Pearl? Have you ever seen such individuals? Indeed. Mo Yanxiao nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Though such individuals are rare, they do exist. While all are fusing the Divine Fire Realm Pearl, the divine power points they acquire can vary significantly. Generally, those who successfully fuse can obtain 8 or 9 divine power points, while those of moderate performance may garner 10 or 11. The exceptional ones might reach 12 or 13. And the elite can exceed 13. Achieving perfect fusion yields 16 divine power points, and the effects of divine power and fusion are considerably more potent than for others. When I initially fused with the Divine Fire Realm Pearl, I managed to obtain 14 divine power points, so close to perfection. Li Yunzhou exclaimed, his voice a tad too loud, casting a glance toward Feng Lingshan and Enxing. Is that so? Yet, according to your records, you only acquired 8 divine power points during your initial fusion. Mo Yanxiao unflinchingly exposed the inconsistency. Cough, cough, perhaps the information is mistaken. Li Yunzhou continued to boast about his tax-free exploits, claiming it was at 2 p.m. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. If boasting were taxable, someone would undoubtedly have gone bankrupt by now. Xiao Xinghua coldly interjected. Old Xiao, are you perhaps envious of me regarding the last account? Get lost. Xiao Xinghua promptly silenced Li Yunzhou, leaving the latter's words stuck in his throat. Sounds intriguing, Li Yunzhou mumbled. Just as he finished speaking, a melodious chime resonated throughout the hall. A sound that was both prolonged and delightful, reminiscent of a jade bell's gentle ring, invigorating all who heard it. What is that sound? Li Yunzhou exclaimed in astonishment, twisting his neck to glance around like a fool. He had been too preoccupied with his own grandstanding and aimless glances to notice the peculiarities on the display screen. Yet, the others had already directed their gazes towards the screen. Inside room 999, the cocoon of light surrounding Xiaoping had shattered, radiating a brilliant golden glow that illuminated the entire room in resplendent splendor. At that moment, everyone in the hall was left in a state of awe. The enormous display mirrored a sea of gold, transforming the hall to resemble room 999. Is this the perfect fusion? The golden light persisted for a full 2 minutes before it vanished, and simultaneously, a ball of golden flame emerged. This flame circled around Xiaoping and in a clockwise motion several times before it descended into the crown of his head. This is the embodiment of perfect fusion. It was only then that Li Yunzhou's stammering voice echoed throughout the hall. Chapter 22. The Pinnacle of Enlightenment with his eyes closed. Xiaoping had remained oblivious to the external world. After the remnants of the ancient tribe dissolved into a mist of light, he felt a gentle warmth enveloping his entire being, as if a wave of energy was cleansing him thoroughly, imparting a delightful sensation of tingling throughout his body, akin to a gentle current coursing through him, indescribably pleasurable. As this energy repeatedly washed over him, Xiaoping sensed layers of flesh, veins, and bones being peeled away, expelling impurities from within his body. Once the comforting sensation faded entirely, he immediately beheld a mysterious space within his sea of consciousness. In this space, a dark mist lingered, and within it, a cave appeared to be illuminated. A golden flame flickered upon the cave's floor, casting its radiant light to dispel the surrounding darkness of his sea of consciousness, thus creating a small domain of light. Behind the golden flames, there emerged an ancient white jade relief of Swearin, exuding a sense of antiquity. The figures carved in the relief shared the same hue as the background, both resembling the delicate color of mutton fat jade. However, behind Swearin, there was a vibrant and resplendent totem of flames, exquisitely detailed. Above this fiery totem in the stone wall floated 16 spherical golden orbs, slightly larger than fireflies, roughly the size of pigeon eggs, surrounded by an infinite expanse of black mist. Intriguingly, the burning golden divine fire exhibited no reaction when touched with consciousness. Similarly, the Swearin sculpture upon the stone wall remained unresponsive to mental contact. Yet, the particularly vivid flames behind Swearin, when approached with consciousness, evoked in Shopping an impression of hollowness, as if something could be infused within. This discovery seemed quite significant. Shopping stirred his consciousness, contemplating carefully, rather than acting impulsively. He withdrew his awareness from this mysterious realm within his mind and opened his eyes. He found himself still in room 999, where everything appeared unchanged. Was it not said that the fusion realm pearl held the secret of boundary separation? Yet, upon opening his eyes, Shopping discovered he could vividly recall all that transpired within the pearl. His experiences of becoming part of Swearina's tribe, learning to create fire through friction, lingered clearly in his memory. The mystery of boundary separation seemed to have no effect on him. The so-called fusion of the divine fire realm pearl refers to the process through which, as a descendant of Swearin, one acquires fire by the act of friction, embodying a significant chapter of the illustrious history of the Huashu. A tumult of thoughts swirled within Shoppingen as he grasped the profundity of this experience. Yet his countenance remained inscrutable. Feeling a peculiar discomfort, he glanced at his hands, noticing a layer of grimy, dark substance on the back of his skin, reminiscent of someone who had not bathed for half a year. However, he was uncertain of the current time, as he felt an eternity had passed within the realm pearl. Congratulations, Shoppingen, on successfully merging with the divine fire realm pearl. The voice of Mo Yin Shao resonated in the room, accompanied by the appearance of his visage on the screen. From Mo Yin Shao's expression, Shoppingen perceived a genuine joy. "Oh, thank you. What time is it now?" he inquired. "It has been less than 2 hours since you entered room 999. Less than 2 hours? He pondered, realizing that his extended duration within the realm pearl contrasted starkly with the passage of time in the real world. The experiences he had within the pearl felt akin to a fleeting dream. "How do you feel now, Shoppingen? Are you experiencing any discomfort?" "Doctor." Huang's face appeared on the screen, expressing concern. "I'm quite well, but my skin has developed a layer of grimy substance. That is merely the impurities, toxins, and filth expelled from your body as a result of the divine energy's cleansing. A simple bath will suffice. There is nothing to worry about, Doctor." Huang chuckled and remarked that those who become summoners undergo a gradual process of purging impurities from their bodies 3 times due to the divine power infusion. After experiencing these 3 purifications, even if one successfully integrates with the realm pearl and receives divine power, no further impurities will be expelled from their body. "Thank you, Doctor." Huang. Xiaoping nodded appreciatively. Did you acquire 16 points of divine power from this integration of the divine fire realm pearl?" Li Yunzhou's face suddenly appeared on the screen, his large visage dominating the display, with nostrils the size of fists. He winked at Xiaoping. "You performed admirably, proving that my earlier teachings were not in vain." "Your teachings? Were there any?" Xiaoping replied calmly. "I feel as though my consciousness is connected to a mysterious realm, where there is a blazing flame surrounded by 16 small lights. Is the divine power you mentioned those 16 tiny orbs of light?" "Exactly. That flame represents the divine fire you ignited by successfully merging with the divine fire realm pearl. And those 16 orbs signify the 16 points of divine power you gained from this integration. The vividly colored flame totem represents the spell summoning position you acquired this time. Once you successfully condense the altar city and infuse divine power into that spell summoning position, you will be able to perform the art of fire manipulation. May I inquire, esteemed senior, what constitutes perfect integration?" The so-called perfect fusion refers to the state you attain under my meticulous guidance while merging the realm bead, extracting the utmost from it. Moreover, Li Yunzhou elaborated on the benefits of perfect fusion to Xiaoping. Just as Li Yunzhou was about to continue, he was abruptly pushed aside by a robust figure. The visage of Tu Polu materialized on the screen, brimming with curiosity. "Congratulations, young man. By the way, Have you ever experienced anything particularly related to fire, such as a fire disaster or a volcanic eruption? Have such encounters imparted any profound insights? Tupolu was intrigued by Xia Ping'an's ability to perfectly fuse with the divine fire realm bead and sought to uncover a clue. Xia Ping'an secretly broke into a cold sweat, pondering what the achievements of Swearin had to do with this. Nonetheless, understanding Tupolu's curiosity, he merely shook his head. I don't think so. Ah, then it must be luck. Tupolu mused, stroking his chin, a look of realization dawning upon him. Luck? Xia Ping'an remained silent, withholding his thoughts. Shortly thereafter, the face of old Zhou from the equipment department appeared, smiling at Xia Ping'an. Congratulations, young man. You have just successfully fused with the divine fire realm bead, experiencing a flawless initiation. Your physical abilities have surged dramatically. That handgun you found too powerful in recoil, and the black rattlesnake iron whip you felt was cumbersome to wield should now be entirely within your grasp. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Ha ha ha. No need to thank me. That item was originally prepared for you after igniting your divine spark. However, I never anticipated your exceptional prowess. Upon hearing Xia Ping'an refer to him as Uncle Zhou, old Zhou felt a surge of joy. This young man, Xia Ping'an, exhibited far more courtesy than that scoundrel Li Yunzhou. At least he understood the importance of respecting elders and cherishing the young. Even in his perfect integration, he remained humble and unpretentious. At that moment, Xia Ping'an finally rose to his feet. As he stood, he realized that his body felt distinctly different. Previously seated in meditation, he now found that with merely a slight exertion of his legs, without moving his hands or waist, he stood upright effortlessly. This seemingly simple action required an extraordinary control of powerful leg muscles and an exceptional coordination of his entire physique, a feat he could not have accomplished before. While still marveling at this transformation, he suddenly felt a peculiar itch throughout his bones, prompting him to instinctively twist his body. Upon doing so, a symphony of crackling sounds erupted from his skeletal frame, akin to a string of firecrackers within him. Once the cacophony subsided, Xia Ping'an felt an invigorating lightness and an abundance of strength coursing through him, as though he had been bestowed with a new body. Discomfort lingered. He deemed it essential to cleanse himself first. After a refreshing half-hour shower and a change of attire, Xia Ping'an made his way to the comprehensive training facility located in the basement of the building. Goodness, Dr. Huang, Mo Yin, Tu Pelu, Chao Xinghua, and Qing, Li Yunzu, Fong Lingshan, and Old Zhou were all gathered at the comprehensive training ground. Almost everyone from the Special Operations Department had assembled. As Xia Ping'an arrived, all eyes were fixated upon him. Chapter 23. Becoming Stronger. Congratulations to Tao Tao AI Pao Pao for becoming the leader of this book. The underground comprehensive training ground of the National Order Committee in Shanghai City is larger than a football field. This training facility is equipped with a variety of training apparatuses, as well as a track, whether it be cold or hot weapons or the summoning spells of summoners. There is ample room and space here for training. A multitude of intense gazes fell upon Xia Ping'an's face, an unexpected spectacle indeed. He had merely fused with a divine fire pearl, yet so many were waiting for him. Xia Ping'an touched his face, puzzled, wondering why everyone was looking at him so intently. Your face is devoid of any blemishes, but the effect of the perfect fusion is indeed remarkable. Have you not noticed how your skin has improved? It is truly enviable. And Qing smiled gently and spoke first. Fong Lingshan, upon hearing this, surprisingly nodded in agreement. The focus of women is indeed quite different. In truth, Xia Ping'an had also observed that while bathing earlier, after washing away the grime from his skin, he noticed a subtle improvement. Beneath the surface, a faint glow emanated, making him appear even more handsome than before. Generally, when merging the divine fire realm pearl, the resultant divine power typically does not exceed 16 points. The effect of divine power infusion on the body is, of course, far less potent than that achieved through perfect fusion. Mo Yin spoke up. Li Yunzhou approached, boisterously clapping Xia Ping'an's shoulder, grinning broadly. Kid, not bad. You haven't let me down. Have you felt the summoning position of your fireball technique? Witnessing Li Yunzhou's shameless demeanor, assuming a mentor's stance, everyone nearby rolled their eyes in unison. Li Yunzhou, do you not have any sense of shame? You yourself lack the ability to perfectly merge the divine fire realm pearl. How is Xia Ping'an's flawless fusion in any way related to you? Tupolu interjected directly. Why wouldn't it be related? He is the newcomer I brought along, and I am his guide to becoming a summoner. His success undoubtedly hinges on my mentorship. If you don't believe me, Just ask Xiao Pingon if I haven't taught him a great deal these past few days. Old too. Are you perhaps feeling envious? Li Yunzhou retorted confidently. Xiao Pingon smiled slightly. I have just become a summoner and still have much to learn. I was about to seek guidance from my seniors. Li Yunzhou, with a triumphant glance towards Tu Pelu, cleared his throat lightly before elucidating to Xiao Pingon. You previously mentioned sensing a connection to a certain realm. That realm is none other than the summoning altar where summoners converge. Since you have ignited the divine fire, the summoning altar will manifest, albeit in its nascent form. Can you not see the bas-relief of a human head upon the altar's stone wall? Beside it, there resides a vividly colored flame-like totemic relief. That totem signifies the summoning point. As Li Yunzhou continued his explanation, he could not help but ponder that what he perceived was not merely a human head sculpture, but rather a full-body likeness of the legendary Swerin. Xiao Pingon kept these thoughts to himself, merely nodding in agreement. Indeed, a fireball spell requires a consumption of 4 points of divine power. Once you have integrated the 3 foundational realm pearls and become a summoner, all you need to do is infuse the 4 luminous points within the summoning altar into that summoning point to conjure a fireball. Li Yunzhou continued. Do not underestimate this fireball spell. It is one of the summoner's most potent weapons, widely applicable and immensely destructive. For ordinary invading creatures and magical spirits, a single fireball can suffice. As for common folk and beasts, 1 fireball can reduce them to ash. Thank you for your guidance. However, let us not dwell on the trivialities. First, you should assess your physical prowess, Tu Pelu interjected. Very well, let us commence with a test of physical capability. Xiao Pingon replied, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as he gazed at the training ground. The reason everyone is intrigued by Xiao Pingon's testing abilities at this moment is rooted in the traditions of the Special Operations Department. When an individual merges with a boundary pearl, their capabilities surge dramatically. The more colleagues comprehend his abilities, the better they can collaborate during future missions. Let us first test the 100-meter dash on the track. Old Shou suggested. Xiao Pingon said nothing, proceeding directly to the designated spot on the 100-meter track. He stretched his limbs at the starting point before squatting down, assuming the starting position. Ready. Old Shou called out from the control panel. Xiao Pingon's body tensed like a coiled leopard, eyes fixed ahead, poised to spring forth. As Old Shou pressed the button, the loudspeaker of the training ground blared with the sound of a gunshot. At the moment the shot was fired, Xiao Pingon launched himself forward with explosive speed. As he ran, Xiao Pingon felt an extraordinary transformation within his body. His muscles exhibited an unprecedented power. While he was no slouch in speed under normal circumstances, he now moved with a swiftness and ease that felt almost like flight. In less than 10 seconds, the massive display screen in the training arena showcased Xiao Pingon crossing the finish line with a recorded time of 9:34 seconds, averaging a speed of 10.706 meters per second. Xiao Pingon was astonished by his own performance, never anticipating such rapidity, and he experienced no sense of fatigue whatsoever. At the starting point, Mo Yin raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this speed has essentially surpassed the records set in Olympic 100-meter sprints. Why should we compare ourselves to ordinary individuals? Even the elite athletes among them are on a different tier than us. It is only natural that we surpass them. Furthermore, the foundational enhancement provided by the Realm Pearl significantly improves our physical capabilities, Li Yunzhou declared with an air of pride. Next, let us test the time for a 10,000-meter run, Mo Yinshao instructed. Xiao Pingon approached the track, poised and ready. Moments later, at the sound of the starting gun, he surged forward, sprinting swiftly across the training field. After more than 20 minutes, Xiao Pingon crossed the finish line of the 10,000-meter run. The display screen revealed his time, 23 minutes, 27 seconds, and 36 hundredths. This time surpassed the world record for ordinary individuals by over 2 minutes. A truly astonishing feat among the general populace. Now, let us examine the results of the other events, Mo Yinshao suggested. As Xiao Pingon returned, he was visibly breathless. After allowing him a brief moment to recuperate, Mo Yinshao continued with the tests. Upon completion, Xiao Pingon managed a squat of 410 kilograms, a bench press of 130 kilograms, a deadlift of 315 kilograms, a weighted leg raise of 75 kilograms, and a leg sweep of 790 kilograms. The transformation in Xiao Pingon's physical prowess was remarkable compared to his previous capabilities. To be candid, Xiao Pingon himself was taken aback by his newfound strength. He had not anticipated such a significant change merely from integrating a Realm Pearl, which had granted him an additional 16 points of divine power. After Xiao Pingon completed his final testing project, Mo Yin stood before him. There are certain matters that require your attention. I had not anticipated your flawless integration of the divine fire orb. According to the Order Committee, an individual who perfectly integrates the divine fire orb is eligible to apply for the integration of the next divine altar orb the very next day. I have just transmitted your profile to the provincial department, and they have approved your integration of the divine altar orb tomorrow. Xia Pingyan was slightly taken aback. Tomorrow? Wasn't it customary to wait a year after successfully integrating the divine fire orb before being eligible to integrate a second orb? Furthermore, wasn't there also a requirement to serve the Order Committee for a year before proceeding to the third orb? What you are referring to is indeed the standard procedure. According to the regulations of the Order Committee, after integrating the divine fire orb, an individual is considered a prospective summoner, and it typically takes 2 years to become a full summoner. However, if a person achieves a perfect integration of the first orb, the committee's regulations stipulate that they may proceed to integrate the second divine altar orb the very next day. This is akin to striking while the iron is hot. Data analysis from the Order Committee indicates that the success rate for this approach surpasses that of waiting a year to integrate the second orb by 12. Young man, this is fortuitous. Why linger on it? Tu Polo interjected, patting Xia Pingyan on the shoulder. It is said that achieving a perfect integration of the divine fire orb requires significant luck. You are currently favored by fortune, so it is advisable to proceed with the integration of the second orb promptly, as this will enhance your chances of success. To become a summoner, a touch of luck is indeed essential at times. Anqing nodded beside him, firmly believing in luck. Luck, or perhaps the superstitions of a summoner. For others, it might be luck, but for oneself, it is not merely luck. It is the understanding of how to interpret the scripts within the realm beads. Observing the others nodding in agreement, Xia Pingyan smiled, acquiescing. Well then, I shall prepare tonight to merge the second realm bead tomorrow. Rest assured, I will protect you. Under my guidance, you may very well become the individual in Xianghe City's Order Committee who completes the fusion of 3 realm beads in the shortest time. Li Yunju squeezed in to add a remark. Fang Lingshan shot a cold glance at Li Yunju and scoffed disdainfully. If you're so capable, why don't you handle the entity behind that demon spirit? We could use a break. Ha ha ha, such an achievement. How could I possibly claim it all for myself? Li Yunju shamelessly replied. To those who support the tiger, my heartfelt gratitude. However, the tiger hopes that friends will refrain from rushing to the leader. Let us simply enjoy the reading experience together. Chapter 24. Adaptation after dinner, shopping and return to the shooting range alone to practice his marksmanship. A few days ago, while using the Manuine MR98, he could distinctly feel the powerful recoil of each bullet with every shot fired, impacting his wrist and shoulder. After firing more than 10 or 20 rounds in succession, the Manuine MR98 became increasingly challenging to control. The muzzle energy of the AK-47 is approximately 2,000 joules, while that of a typical handgun hovers around 500 joules. In contrast, the muzzle energy of the Mandarin MR98, which employs 50 Magnum cartridges, can reach an impressive 3,100 joules. One can only imagine the formidable power and recoil of such a pistol. On this particular night, Xia Pingyan found himself testing the Mandarin MR98 and was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could effortlessly adapt to the recoil with just one hand. In the shooting range, the sound of gunfire echoed, bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Xia Pingyan completed 4 rounds, firing a total of 24 shots, with his wrist and arm experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. With the Mandarin MR98 in his grasp, he began to master it, showcasing a marked improvement in shooting precision as it revealed its true capabilities. Uncle Zhou stood behind him, observing with a nod of approval. After completing the 4th round, Xia Pingyan paused, ejected the spent cartridges, and set the gun down. Uncle Zhou, I finally understand why you chose this handgun for me. Once one becomes accustomed to it, it truly excels, balancing both power and accuracy far beyond that of an ordinary pistol. Xia Pingyan was beginning to develop a fondness for the Mandarin MR98. Revolvers possess a distinctive charm, embodying a blend of simplicity and intricate mechanical beauty, evoking a sense of nostalgia while also being remarkably reliable and durable. Each shot fired brings a satisfying rotation of the cylinder, offering a unique sensation. For those who appreciate machinery, revolvers provide a more intimate experience. It is understood that I possess the discernment to determine what individuals are best suited for specific items. With a knowing smile, Old Zhou produced a small box from his person and presented it to Xia Pingyan. Here, young man, consider this a gift. Upon opening the box, Xia Pingyan discovered an unassuming silver ring within. It appeared rather ordinary, leading him to cast a puzzled glance at old Zhou. A ring for myself? What could this mean? Old Zhou shot him a stern look. What are you thinking? You've only just joined the Order Committee, and there are matters you have yet to comprehend. The profession of a summoner is fraught with peril. There have been instances where summoners were assassinated by individuals who merely poisoned the silver nails used to pierce their fingers. You must frequently integrate the realm beads, and this special training requires it as well. Be meticulous in the smallest of details. Never use unfamiliar silver nails or other items to pierce your skin. This ring contains non-toxic silver needles that can detect poison and are meant for drawing blood to integrate with realm beads. The black needles, however, harbor a powerful anesthetic. A mere prick can incapacitate even an elephant and can be used up to 10 times. Keep this ring with you, and once the anesthetic is depleted, return to me. Always remember to avoid using unfamiliar silver needles for bloodletting. A ring equipped with potent anesthetic black needles seemed quite impressive, akin to spy gear. It was discreet enough to wear yet capable of incapacitating someone with a mere touch. Xia Pingyan accepted the ring and slid it onto his left index finger, finding it a perfect fit. As he twisted the ring, the silver needle emerged. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Old Zhou chuckled lightly. No need for thanks. I find you quite agreeable. You are destined to become a summoner. Just continue your efforts and slay a few more monsters. All right, once I vanquish a few creatures, I shall procure some fine ingredients to brew a drink for you, Uncle Zhou. Noted. Xiao Pingyan retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Xiaoning. Hello, brother, came Xiaoning's playful voice from the other end. Haven't heard from you in days. Have you encountered that short-haired beauty yet? Are you in need of some advice? Haha. No advice needed. I'm not that foolish. Xiao Pingyan chuckled. Speaking with Xiaoning always brought him a sense of ease. I wanted to inform you that I have officially joined the National Order Committee. It's a change of employment, and I am now a public servant of the state. Tomorrow is Friday, and Xiao Pingyan is set to fuse the second sacred realm pearl. He is uncertain how much time the fusion will require, but even if successful, he will need to remain here tomorrow night to acclimate. Ah, splendid. Brother, make sure to get acquainted with your female colleagues. It would be wise to cultivate some camaraderie. Should you need my assistance at any moment, I shall be there post-haste, ensuring I portray the role of the little sister with utmost diligence. Rest assured. Very well. I will be cautious. You too, take care. Remember, the continuation of our Xia lineage rests upon your shoulders until sister-in-law arrives. Xiaoning's tone grew cautious, for she understood that Xia Pingyan's admonitions were not without foundation. Outside the window, the night sky revealed 3 helicopters departing from the headquarters, heading towards 3 different directions in Xianghe City. Mo Yinxiao and Tu Polu had already set off to keep the vigil. That night, without any unforeseen circumstances, the 6 summoners from the Special Operations Department once again took their leave to light the lamps, leaving Xia Pingyan alone at the headquarters. Chapter 25. The Divine Altar Pearl for a Summoner. Showcasing the process of merging with the realm pearls before others is not a wise choice. Room 999 within the building is typically utilized only during the fusion of the first Divine Fire Realm Pearl as a means of seeking good fortune. For subsequent Realm Pearl fusions, each individual merges in the privacy of their own rooms, ensuring that the process remains concealed from the gaze of others. The training chamber is equipped with a thermal sensing device. Should the merging summoner encounter an unfortunate incident during the fusion, the device will detect it and sound an alarm. Aside from this thermal sensor, the training room is devoid of any other detection or monitoring equipment, making it a highly private space. The reason the sanctuary formed by the summoners is termed a secret sanctuary is that everything contained within it is a summoner's confidential strategy and trump card. The less others know, the better. I hope to see you in the cafeteria for lunch today. This was the only phrase Mo Yinxiao uttered to Xia Pingyan when he handed him the Divine Altar Pearl, suppressing the tumult of excitement within. Xia Pingyan opened the box containing the Divine Altar Sphere. Nestled within was a sphere of identical size to the Divine Fire Sphere. Unlike the latter, however, this sphere was suffused with swirling mist that shimmered with a verdant glow, and the divine script emerging from that luminescence diverged from that of the Divine Fire Sphere. To Xia Pingyan, the script appeared as 3 identical small seals. The Divine Fire Sphere bore the characters of the Swearing clan, while this Divine Altar Sphere was inscribed with the characters of the Yuchao clan. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. A conjecture nestled deep within his mind had been validated, and while he maintained a facade of calm, a tempest raged within him. If the presence of the Swearing clan on the Divine Fire Sphere could be attributed to mere coincidence, then the inscription of the Yu Chao clan on the divine altar sphere was certainly no happenstance. For instance, reflecting on why individuals who attempted to merge with the divine fire sphere met with failure, Xia Ping'an had gleaned a clear understanding from his own experience. There were two primary reasons for such failures. One was a lack of awareness regarding the historical mission of the swearing clan, leading individuals to recklessly seek fire seeds fueled solely by their impetuous bravery after the extinguishing of the tribe's sacred flame. Those who, according to legend, perished while attempting to merge with the divine fire sphere likely succumbed on their quest for fire seeds. Conversely, the astute would opt to procure fire seeds for their tribe through the method of friction fire, thereby aligning with the historical achievements of the swearing clan. However, although many were familiar with the principles of friction fire, the number of those capable of practically applying this knowledge to successfully ignite a flame was decidedly scarce, perhaps even fewer than 1 in 10. Xia Ping'an had previously observed some individuals attempting to ignite fire through the primitive method of friction, yet failing miserably by using an electric drill fitted with wood, ultimately unable to produce a spark. In truth, the secret to fire starting lies in two key aspects: the creation of a tool that accelerates the rotation of the wooden rod, and the understanding that it is not merely the two pieces of wood that generate fire, but rather the fine wood shavings produced from their friction that ignite. Those who possess only a theoretical understanding without practical skill are equally likely to falter when attempting to merge the divine fire sphere. If other spheres are indeed identical to these two, then the worlds contained within would be entirely accessible. With his extensive knowledge, Xia Ping'an mused that merely glancing at the divine inscriptions on the spheres would reveal the path to success within. Excitement coursed through him. As one of the top scholars from the Department of History at the Yuanminjuan Vocational and Technical College, he considered himself second to none in his understanding of Huaxia's history. He internally reassured himself that to validate this hypothesis, he must first fully embrace the role of a summoner before delving into other spheres. Only then could he ascertain whether the worlds within these spheres align with his conjectures. Xia Ping'an rotated the ring on his finger, revealing a silver needle, and pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the divine altar sphere. The divine orb absorbed a drop of blood from Xia Ping'an, and in a fleeting moment, a transformation began. Xia Ping'an was enveloped in a radiant green cocoon, once again transported into the world within the orb. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a primordial forest, surrounded by towering trees that reached the heavens. Grasping a sharp wooden spear, he stood in a vast mire, a colossal swamp that spanned over 10 acres. The murky black mire bubbled ominously, rising to his chest. Alongside Xia Ping'an in the swamp were two other individuals, their faces ashen, tears streaming down their cheeks as they trembled in fear. Nearby, approximately 10 meters away on the forest floor, a saber-toothed tiger, measuring over 2 meters in length, paced anxiously, eyeing Xia Ping'an and his companions in the mire. It roared with frustration, yet dared not venture into the swamp, for any attempt would submerge it in the treacherous sludge. Though the individuals in the mire were partially submerged, their upper bodies remained visible. The saber-toothed tiger, should it choose to descend, would become ensnared in the very pit that contained its prey. Not far behind the fearsome creature, a man lay on the ground, being torn apart by another saber-toothed tiger. The scene was gruesome, with blood saturating the earth as the man's limbs and head had been severed, rendering him nothing more than a meal for the predator. This immense mire served as a sanctuary for the terrified individuals, while the saber-toothed tiger remained agitated, fixating on those trapped within, its fangs bared in a furious snarl. Unable to descend into the depths of the swamp, could it be that one person, along with two others, encountered a saber-toothed tiger in the forest and leaped into a mud pit to save their lives? Given the current circumstances, it seems that this is indeed the case. The individual being devoured by the tiger must be the one who failed to reach the safety of the mud pit in time. In ancient times, life was fraught with peril, the environment was harsh, and every ordinary outing in search of sustenance or exploration of the terrain could lead to death. Even in slumber, one might unwittingly become a feast for wild beasts or fall victim to the attacks of venomous insects and serpents. The beginning of this tale, marked by the presence of the cave dweller, is undeniably treacherous. Chapter 26. The cave dweller. Initially, the mud that submerged to the chest felt tolerable, but as time elapsed, it became increasingly difficult to breathe, and one's legs grew numb from standing. The saber-toothed tiger by the edge of the mud pit displayed elongated teeth, nearly 20 centimeters in length, razor-sharp and menacing. After prowling the perimeter of the pit for a while, the tiger turned and, alongside its companion, began to tear and consume the body that lay nearby. After approximately an hour, the remains of the corpse were reduced to a pile of mangled bones and fragments, at which point the two saber-toothed tigers finally slinked into the thicket, vanishing from sight. Trapped in the muddy bog, Xiaoping waited for a while longer, speculating that the two saber-toothed tigers had likely departed. He turned to the other two individuals and said, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall venture ahead to take a look." They nodded in agreement, and Xiaoping cautiously waded towards the edge of the mire. Upon reaching the bank, he picked up 2 stones from the ground and tossed them into the distant thicket, observing intently. Confirming that the saber-toothed tigers were indeed not lying in ambush, he began to climb out of the mud gradually. From the neck down, he was smeared with the muck from the bog, entirely exposed save for the mud that clung to his body, devoid of any clothing. Reflecting on the era of the cave people, Xiaoping reluctantly accepted his current appearance. After igniting the divine fire within him, he began to comprehend his present role. He was to embody the essence of the cave people, or rather, he was destined to undertake the historical mission of their lineage. As he reached the shore, the other 2 individuals cautiously approached, emerging from the mire. However, upon exiting, they squatted down and collected some mud from the bog, applying it to their faces, heads, and necks, coating their bodies with the sludge, leaving only their eyes, mouths, and nostrils exposed. Xiaoping understood the ancient rationale behind such practices. In an era devoid of garments, smearing oneself with mud served to repel insects and conceal one's scent in the forest, rendering one less detectable to predators. He followed suit and adorned himself with the same earthy mixture. 3 individuals stood before the gruesome heap of bloodied remains and shattered bones, 2 of them bursting into tears. Ada is dead. The deceased, known as Ada, was not merely a companion but a cherished friend. In this primitive era, names were absent. Individuals were identified by simple titles. Moments ago, the trio had witnessed this person become prey for the beasts. "Let us lay him to rest, bury him in the earth, so that his body is not left exposed in the forest, becoming sustenance for insects once more," sighed Xiaoping. Ancient texts such as the records of the Grand Historian, Zhuangzi, Hanfizi, and the comprehensive gazetteer of the Taiping era recount the tales of the Chao clan. The legends surrounding the Chao clan are numerous, and among them, they are credited as the earliest proponents of burial, granting the deceased a final dignity. The other 2 gazed at Xiaoping in confusion, for such an act had never been undertaken before. Typically, when a member of the tribe died, they were left where they fell, akin to the lifeless beasts. Xiaoping remained silent, resolutely using his spear and hands to excavate the nearby soil, embodying his words through action. The forest's loamy earth yielded readily, and soon he had unearthed a small pit. The 2 individuals quickly comprehended Xiaoping's intention and joined him in digging. With collective effort, they soon fashioned a grave. Xiaoping then carefully gathered the remnants of the body, placing the remains into the pit, with the others assisting him in this solemn task. Once the remains were entirely gathered into the pit, Xiaoping proceeded to fill it in. After burying his companion, the 2 individuals who had assisted him felt a significant sense of relief. Not far away, on the ground lay a broken wooden spear, the weapon of the deceased, which Xiaoping retrieved and planted firmly in the earth before the pit. Meanwhile, the other 2 began to collect scattered acorns and previously abandoned stone tools from the nearby underbrush. As they traversed through the forest, the air was filled with the sounds of insects, birds, and the distant roars of beasts, compelling them to tread cautiously. The 2 companions, intrigued yet envious, watched as Xiaoping demonstrated how to fashion garments from leaves, each adorning themselves in such attire. Within the cavern, home to thousands, there was no fire. The inhabitants, all bare, subsisted on the flesh of hunted beasts and the acorns they gathered. Upon learning of Ada's demise at the hands of a wild animal, his family lamented in deep sorrow. While some mourned, a greater number of individuals, both men and women within the cave, were drawn to the leaf attire worn by Xiaoping, unable to resist the urge to examine it closely. Xiaoping instructed others to gather leaves and stems, teaching them the art of crafting leaf garments. That night, he consumed a modest portion of acorns and fresh raw meat from a recently hunted elk, curling up to endure a cold, sleepless night within the cave. By the following day, an increasing number of individuals donned leaf garments, discovering the comfort they provided, and began to emulate his example. Xiaoping summoned his 2 companions from the previous day, imparting to them that residing within the cave was fraught with danger, as venomous snakes and insects could threaten their lives. He proposed that they emulate birds by constructing nests in the trees. thereby evading such perils and securing a tranquil place for slumber. The two companions found wisdom in Xiaopinen's words, yet they were at a loss as to how to fashion a nest akin to that of a bird. I possess the knowledge to build a nest, but I require your assistance. Simply heed my guidance, Xiaopinen assured them. Both companions nodded in agreement. With allies at his side, Xiaopinen commenced his quest by seeking out a robust tree adorned with lush foliage near the cave, embarking on the creation of his inaugural wooden nest. The intentions of Xiaopinen remained a mystery to others in the tribe. Yet the two individuals who had accompanied him to gather fruit the previous day were eager to assist him. Xiaopinen instructed them to procure branches the thickness of an arm using stone tools, while he himself sought out vines, meticulously stripping them to weave rudimentary ropes. In this era, devoid of nails, nests constructed in the trees could only be secured using vines and ropes. As Xiaopinen toiled, curiosity piqued among the other tribe members, though they remained oblivious to the nature of his endeavor. Gradually, the small wooden nest began to take shape within the three-pronged fork of the tree trunk, where Xiaopinen utilized the natural bifurcations as pillars, intertwining the cut branches and securing them with vine ropes, thus creating a modest yet functional space. Between the tree trunks, gaps were filled with hay and sealed with mud, then adorned with woven wild yam leaves and thatch to cover the nest. Inside, a warm bedding crafted from hay and cypress straw provided comfort. After 3 days of diligent labor, a seemingly crude and modest tree nest emerged, barely spacious enough for 3 individuals to lie down comfortably. To Xiaopingen, this tree nest appeared rudimentary, akin to a child's toy. However, to those residing in caves, it was nothing short of a luxurious villa. Once completed, the discovery that Xiaopingen and his companions could rest within the nest, sheltered from the elements and avoiding the perils of insects and snakes, sent waves of excitement throughout the cave dwellers. Each individual came to marvel at the nest, filled with envy and longing for such a cozy retreat, free from the confines of the cave. Yet, none possessed the skills to construct one. Naturally, Xiaopingen assumed the role of leader, guiding the tribe on selecting tree trunks, weaving vines, felling trees, and gradually building the nests. He instructed them on how to fill the crevices of the nest with mud and grass. In this manner, Xiaopingen became the architect of their arboreal existence, teaching his tribe how to thrive among the trees. As days turned into weeks, the number of nests constructed in the trees multiplied, and unbeknownst to him, Xiaopingen emerged as the most esteemed figure in the tribe, with all listening to his counsel. In recent days, members of the tribe have engaged in hunting moose and bison. Xiaopingen has also taught everyone how to meticulously slice animal hides with stone flakes, gradually scraping off the fat, and then soaking the hides in a mixture of clay ash and powdered stone tools for tanning and drying. Ultimately, the hides are cut into swaddles to keep the infants warm and garments to shield the adults from the cold. When an elder of the tribe passed away, in the past, the deceased were carelessly discarded in the forest. However, Xiaopingen instructed the people to dig a pit in the ground, providing a proper burial for the departed, and organized a funeral ceremony, ensuring that the dead were no longer left to rot in the wilderness. As his prestige grew and he realized that everyone heeded his words, Xiaopingen began to train the tribe's youth to transform their wooden spears into javelins for throwing. Employing this method for hunting food, a single individual may not always hit the target with a thrown spear, but when dozens or even hundreds collaborate and coordinate their efforts, the efficiency and success rate of the hunt increase dramatically. No matter how ferocious the beast, it can only become sustenance in the face of organized hunters wielding tools. Gradually, the members of Xiaopingen's tribe took to living in tree nests, adorning themselves in garments made from animal hides and leaves for modesty. The bounty from their hunts increased, significantly elevating the quality of life for the entire tribe and garnering them considerable renown. 2 months later, several nearby tribes began to approach and pledge their allegiance, eager to learn from Xiaopingen the art of constructing nests, crafting garments from animal hides, and weaving bedding from straw and reeds. The tribe's people began to refer to Xiaopingen as the Great Nest Master. In Chapter 27, Cultural Ancestor, the verse resonates, "If only I could build countless grand houses, providing shelter for the cold and weary of the world." Standing upon a hillside, Xiaopingen gazed at the forest beyond the cave, where numerous tree nests had already emerged. Moved by the sight, he could not help but recite this line of poetry. Further afield, atop the mountain, a plot of land had been designated for the burial of the tribe's deceased. For the first time, the departed were afforded graves, a resting place and sanctuary, allowing them a dignified departure from this world no longer akin to beasts. The living, too, found solace in a means to commemorate and honor the dead. What is civilization, if not this? In an age devoid of written language, there were no gravestones. Xia Pingyan taught the tribespeople to place a large stone atop the mound of earth after interring the deceased, fashioning a makeshift marker. He instructed them to plant the long spear or wooden staff used by the departed at the grave's head, and encouraged the family to place personal belongings or items of remembrance at the grave, even to burn certain objects as offerings to the deceased. The relatives of the deceased each hung the bone chains and similar items that the departed had worn during their lives upon their graves. Some even adorned the wooden stakes before the graves with garments and animal hides crafted under the guidance of Xia Pingyan as a token of remembrance. At this moment, Xia Pingyan donned the finest tiger skin of the tribe, a necklace of hunted bones draped around his neck, and a headdress woven from the feathers of golden pheasants and cypress leaves atop his head. In his hand, he grasped a wooden staff, a symbol of his esteemed position, gifted to him by the tribe's people. The tiger skin was taken from the saber-toothed tigers he and the brave warriors of the tribe had slain, and all believed that only Xia Pingyan was worthy of wearing it. The bone ornaments, made from the teeth of their quarry, represented the number of fierce beasts one had hunted. The more beasts hunted, the more bones adorned the necklace, signifying greater wealth and valor. The headdress, crafted by the women of the tribe, was their expression of gratitude for Xia Pingyan's teachings, which had equipped them with skills that ensured better care for their children from birth, thus reducing the incidence of untimely deaths. As for the wooden staff in his hand, it was a gift from all the elders of the tribe. In his past studies of history, Xia Pingyan had pondered the reasons behind the staff being a symbol of authority and dignity. Now, he realized that in this tribe, the staff served a more formidable purpose. It could be wielded to strike any individual who defied him, and those struck were powerless to resist, left to endure their punishment. The wooden staff in his hand symbolizes the authority of punishment within the tribe, representing the earliest origin of the scepter. Possessing exceptional wisdom, his words always ring true, and he ensures a prosperous life for the entire tribe, selflessly imparting his knowledge to its members. Thus, the tribe bestowed upon him this staff, granting him the power to discipline those who defy his counsel. This staff is a testament to the tribe's recognition of his contributions and status, unanimously agreed upon by all. This is the original prototype of the scepter. Behind him, the most robust young men of the tribe wield long spears, gazing at him with reverence. As he looks at the wooden nests built high in the trees, a myriad of thoughts flood his mind. Perhaps the Nest clan could not foresee that millennia later, when countless steel and concrete structures replaced this forest, when humanity's technology and civilization reach significant heights, many would still find it challenging to secure even a single nest. Before his eyes, a hazy mist begins to envelop the world, transforming it into countless scattered points of light. As noon approaches, the summoners of the Shanghai City Order Committee appear almost punctually in the headquarters dining hall. In recent days, these summoners have been venturing out nightly to light the way, safeguarding the tranquility of Shanghai City, their physical and mental energies heavily depleted. Unbeknownst to them, the dining hall's fare has become increasingly lavish, with provisions provided without regard for cost. As noon approached, the restaurant was enveloped by the fragrant aroma of stewed pigeon with ginseng and red dates, alongside the rich broth of turtle simmered with ginseng and goji berries. The first to arrive was Tu Polu, followed by Li Yunzhou, Zhao Xinghua, and Qing, Fang Lingshan, and Demo Yanxiao. The six found themselves seated across from one another at a long table, indulging in their lunches while engaging in light conversation. Despite their chatter, nearly everyone's gaze was subtly fixed on the entrance, as if anticipating something. "Do you think something might have happened to that fellow?" Li Yunzhou inquired, gnawing on the delectable pigeon. "Perhaps if you spoke, no one would mistake you for a mute." Fang Lingshan shot back, glaring at him. "I'm merely expressing concern for a colleague," Li Yunzhou retorted, feeling the weight of Tu Polu's piercing stare upon him, prompting him to awkwardly scratch his nose and withdraw slightly, offering a sheepish grin. "I checked earlier. The thermal sensor reading for room 963 is normal. Several hours have passed, and Xia Pingyan should be fine." Mo Yanxiao spoke calmly. Over 80% of failures in merging the Divine Altar's realm beads occur within the first 2 hours of the process. Since Xia Pingyan has now surpassed 4 hours, the likelihood of success is quite high. He may descend shortly. I wonder what he will gain from this merger. The Divine Altar realm bead is exceedingly pivotal, and Qing added thoughtfully. When he comes down, you can ask him yourself," Li Yunzhou quickly chimed in. echoing in Qing's sentiment. And Qing smiled faintly, remaining silent and merely shaking her head. For a summoner, it is not advantageous for outsiders to possess too much knowledge regarding the details of their integration with the Realm Pearl. The reason the sanctum constructed by summoners is termed a secret sanctum is precisely because the less outsiders know about everything within it, the better. Unless it is necessary to disclose certain abilities for the sake of a mission. The news of Xia Pingyan's first flawless integration with the Divine Fire Realm Pearl has already spread, reaching even provincial authorities, which may enhance his renown. However, the current integration involves the second Divine Sanctum Realm Pearl, making it inappropriate for others to inquire further. Among the 3 Realm Pearls essential for the Summoner's secret sanctum, the second Divine Sanctum Realm Pearl holds immense significance, laying a robust foundation for the Summoner's secret sanctum with far-reaching implications. Many powerful summoners commence their journey with the Divine Sanctum Realm Pearl before officially establishing their secret sanctum, thus widening the gap between themselves and ordinary summoners. Typically, an ordinary summoner, upon successfully integrating the Divine Sanctum Realm Pearl, acquires between 10 to 12 points of divine power. And after successfully merging with the Divine Human Realm Pearl to consolidate their secret sanctum, they receive a green protective summoning position from the Divine Sanctum Realm Pearl. This is a common outcome for most summoners. However, the critical importance of the Divine Sanctum Realm Pearl lies in its myriad possibilities and transformations. The 10 to 12 points of divine power, coupled with a green protective summoning position, are by no means the entirety of what the Divine Sanctum Realm Pearl can offer. Some exceptional summoners, upon merging the Divine Altar Sphere, can acquire over 16 points of divine power. In addition to the aforementioned Green Guardian spellcasting position, there exists the potential to gain a spellcasting position enhanced by leather armor. The Green Guardian enables the summoner to conjure a protective barrier in the wilderness, shielding them from the perils and assaults of venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. Its significance is immense. A summoner endowed with the Green Guardian can truly consider the wilderness their home. Meanwhile, the leather armor enhancement allows the summoner to imbue any garment or armor with a spell, bestowing an additional layer of defensive prowess akin to leather armor. After successfully merging the Divine Altar Sphere, Mo Yin Xiao once attained the leather armor enhancement spellcasting position, surpassing many ordinary individuals. Beyond this enhancement, a rare few summoners, upon successfully merging the Divine Altar Sphere, may even acquire a more formidable and beneficial spellcasting position known as the Soul-Soothing Banner. Among summoners, the possession of an artifact spellcasting position is a rare achievement, and those who wield the Soul-Soothing Banner can summon it to provide solace to all departed souls. The Soul Banner possesses the remarkable ability to shield the remains of the deceased from the malevolent effects of various necromantic practices, such as corpse explosion, corpse refinement, corpse sacrifice, reanimation, and the zombie virus. Even when left exposed in the wilderness, the body remains untouched by wild beasts and insects, and it ceases to decay. For years, until it is finally laid to rest, the corpse retains a state reminiscent of a mummified form, undergoing only the desiccation of a dried body, free from vermin. In various films and dramas, summoners wielding the Soul Banner are frequently depicted, enjoying a prominent presence. A summoner possessing the Soul Banner, regardless of the limited number of fused interface pearls or a low rank, perhaps even a novice, commands an extraordinary status among their peers, earning the respect and admiration of all, and enjoying a favorable reception wherever they go. Historically, within the ranks of military forces across nations, summoners bearing the Soul Banner have been held in the highest esteem by soldiers, whose reverence for these summoners far surpasses their awe for those wielding powerful magical summoning abilities. Even in modern times, within the military of various great nations, possessing a summoner capable of invoking the Soul Banner is considered a standard feature, typically also serving as the military's accompanying priest or chaplain, serving as a guarantee of troop morale. Chapter 28. The Soul Banner in Society. Particularly among the upper echelons or affluent families, when a family member passes away, it is customary to summon a practitioner skilled in the art of the Soul Banner to perform a rite for the deceased, ensuring that the body is preserved in the best possible condition post-burial, receiving the utmost respect and care, preventing any desecration. The summoning position for the Soul Banner is only attainable through the integration of the Divine Altar Realm Pearl, should one miss this opportunity. No other Realm Pearl can bestow upon the summoner the ability to invoke the Soul Banner. Among the summoners of the Order Committee in Xianghe City, None have yet mastered the invocation of the soul banner. I find that young man quite likable. Perhaps he will surprise us this time. If he can successfully integrate the divine altar realm pearl and acquire the soul banner, then our order committee in Xianghe City will have a summoner proficient in the soul banner, which would greatly facilitate many matters, alleviating the need for provincial support at every turn. Tupalu stroked his chin, speaking with a hint of aspiration. Mo Yin Xiao Shun nodded in agreement, recognizing the myriad advantages of having a summoner adept in the soul banner. The absence of such a summoner within the Xianghe City Order Committee has always rendered operations somewhat inconvenient, as if something vital were missing. Do you think he will achieve perfect integration this time? Suddenly, Chao Xinghua, who had been silently sipping his soup, interjected with a laugh. Ha ha ha. How could that be possible? Li Yunzhao chuckled heartily. I am not envious. It's simply that the number of individuals who can achieve perfect integration with the Divine Altar Pearl is even fewer than those who can flawlessly merge with the Divine Fire Pearl. Many who wield the Soul Banner have not attained perfect integration. If he manages to achieve it this time, in addition to mastering 3 more summoning positions, he will also gain 24 points of divine power, coupled with the 16 points he previously acquired. That totals 40 points of divine strength, surpassing the capabilities of many newly minted summoners. It has been many years since such a prodigy has emerged in Yuzhou province, capable of consecutive perfect integrations within the Foundation Establishment Pearl. If he succeeds again, I shall kiss his shoes and henceforth address him as master. You do realize we can hear you, right? I hope you won't go back on your word. Feng Lingshan shot a cold glance at Li Yunzhao. Unbeknownst to him, much like before, Xia Pingyan's body underwent yet another baptism of enlightenment and transformation. Following this cleansing, his consciousness once again traversed to the enigmatic realm within his sea of consciousness. Indeed, there were new developments in that mysterious space. The divine fire blazed with even greater intensity, its luminescence dispelling a vast expanse of darkness. The area illuminated by the divine fire had expanded significantly compared to before. Surrounding the divine flames, there were additional elements that had not been present previously. The golden orbs representing divine power had transformed into 40 points. Since Xia Pingyan ignited the divine fire last time, he had not yet utilized the 16 points of divine power he had obtained. This time, with a successful integration, he had directly acquired an additional 24 points of divine power. Moreover, the sacred fire that once blazed within the cave now flickers within a grand wooden cabin. The jade wall behind the sacred fire remains intact, yet it now features a relief depicting the figure of Yu Chao, who stands upon a hillside gazing into the distance. Clad in a vividly colored tiger skin garment that shimmers with an enigmatic radiance, Yu Chao wields a wooden staff. Behind him, a geometric halo composed of countless leaves and branches forms a verdant nest. In the background of the relief, several newly erected graves the hillside, beside which stands a banner of 4 colors, red, white, yellow, and black, adorned with mysterious patterns of celestial bodies. Although it is merely a relief on the stone wall, the banner appears to flutter as if animated. Drawing from his prior experience, Xia Pingyan is no longer astonished by this sight. He reaches out with his consciousness to touch the objects within the new relief, discovering that Yo Chao's tiger skin garment, the green halo behind him, and the fluttering 4-colored banner in the distance are all hollow, capable of being infused with divine power. This outcome suggests that with each successful fusion of a realm pearl, the secret altar will undergo new transformations. He has successfully mastered 3 summoning positions at once. Xia Pingyan felt a surge of excitement within. The fluttering banner before him must be the renowned Soul Banner, celebrated among both summoners and the common folk. The very name of the Soul Banner resonated in his ears. Even though Xia Pingyan was not a summoner himself, he had not anticipated that the historical mission of the Nesting Clan could be fulfilled within this gem of realms. The Nesting Clan truly deserves its reputation as the progenitor of Chinese civilization, providing a haven for the living and peace for the departed. Truly remarkable. As his exhilaration began to subside, Xia Pingyan withdrew his consciousness from the secret mandala within his sea of consciousness and opened his eyes. The impurities within his body had been partially expelled by divine energy, and a layer of sticky grayish substance still clung to his skin. Rising to his feet, he felt as if he were floating, indicating a significant enhancement in his physical condition. Glancing at the clock in the room, he realized it was lunchtime. Perhaps due to the divine energy's purifying effect, his stomach began to grumble, indicating a profound hunger. Xia Pingyan exited the training room, quickly took a refreshing shower, and descended the stairs to the dining area. As he reached the entrance to the dining hall, he overheard Li Yunju's voice. If he can merge perfectly this time, I would be willing to lick his shoe soles and henceforth call him my master. The voice belonged to the icy beauty Fong Lingshan. Xia Pingyan glanced down at his shoes, contemplating whether he should step in something unpleasant. At last, Xia Pingyan smiled gently, his expression serene as he entered the dining hall, greeting everyone with a casual "Ah, everyone is here." Instantly, all heads turned towards him, their gazes intense and eager. Mo Yin stood up first, directly inquiring, "Have you succeeded?" Xia Pingyan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I have succeeded. I sense a transformation within my divine altar, an augmentation of sorts. By the way, Director Mo, it appears I have mastered the soul banner. I would like to report this to the Order Committee now." "What?" Everyone, who had been engrossed in their meals, paused abruptly. Just moments ago, they had been debating whether Xia Pingyan could indeed master the soul banner, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was here to make his report. Xia Pingyan had contemplated the need for this report prior to his arrival. The significance of the soul banner skill was immense and undeniably useful. He realized that concealing such a capability was futile, as it might be needed at any moment. Rather than hiding it only to reveal it later, it was far better to be forthright about it now. As a newcomer to the Order Committee in Xianghe City, it was essential to showcase his value at the appropriate times and foster good relationships with his colleagues. "Are you certain it is the soul banner?" Mo Yan's demeanor grew serious. "It should be," Xia Pingyan replied. "I can perceive an additional banner manifesting within my divine altar, resembling those depicted in various films and dramas. Furthermore, it appears I can infuse divine power into it, suggesting that I may be able to summon it. Then it must be correct." Mo Yan nodded slightly. A new glimmer of understanding reflected in his gaze towards Xia Pingyan. He had always sensed that Xia Pingyan was extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated the extent of his prowess. The first fusion of the divine fire sphere was executed flawlessly, and the second fusion of the divine altar sphere granted him mastery over the soul banner. "How many points of divine power did you acquire this time?" Fong Lingshan suddenly inquired. Upon hearing her question, Li Yunzhou's expression shifted to one of anxiety. His eyes darted briefly to the shoe Xia Pingyan was wearing, and he discreetly swallowed hard, apprehensive of the answer he dreaded. "It seems I obtained even more points of divine power this time than last." Xia Pingyan glanced at Li Yunzhou's slightly pale face, hesitated for a moment, then continued, "I should have around 18 points of divine power." "Ah." Li Yunzhou exhaled deeply, his body relaxing as a smile returned to his face. "I told you, achieving a perfect fusion is no simple feat. It is already commendable for Xia Pingyan to accomplish a perfect fusion under my guidance. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, Senior," Xia Pingyan replied with a smile. After successfully fusing the divine altar sphere, a 3-day rest period would be the optimal time to prepare for the fusion of the final divine human sphere. During these days, you should acclimate to this environment. In 3 days, prepare for the fusion of the third divine human sphere. Once this fusion is complete, your summoner's secret altar will be fully consolidated, marking your official entry into the ranks of summoners, enabling you to perform spells. At that point, you will truly be a part of the Special Operations Division. Mo Yin remarked to Xia Pingyan. "I recall that every aspiring summoner capable of flawlessly merging the divine fire sphere while simultaneously wielding the soul-soothing banner has achieved success in integrating the third divine being sphere." And Qing blinked her radiant eyes, gazing at Xia Pingyan, and it seemed that our Special Operations Unit was on the verge of welcoming another summoner. Upon hearing Qing's words, the others began to regard Xia Pingyan with a newfound intrigue. Xia Pingyan now stood just one step away from becoming a summoner, and judging by his previous performances, this final step appeared to be a mere formality. Chapter 29. The task arrives 2 days later, in the office of Mo Yin. The quantum encrypted video conference system of the Order Committee had been activated. A man in his 30s, adorned with a mane of silvery white hair, yet possessing an exceptionally handsome visage, appeared before Mo Yin on the video conference screen. Mo Yin furrowed his brow, attentively listening to the man's introduction of the situation. The situation in the province and the city of Xinchuan is indeed concerning. The sacrifices associated with the Eye of the Demon have intensified, which does not bode well. 2 hours ago, within a rental apartment in Xinchuan, we discovered the second Eye of the Demon in the city. The victims were a family of 6 residing in the apartment, and they had been deceased for over 24 hours. Prior to their demise, they had fallen victim to a perception-enhancing spell. Analyzing the various circumstances at the scene, it appears that this Eye of the Demon found in Xinchuan is likely linked to the one discovered a few days ago in Xianghe City. suggesting it was perpetrated by the same demonic entity. The current situation is dire, indicating that the Eye of the Demon is poised to execute significant actions in Dayan. Xinchuan is the capital of Yizhou Province, situated over 300 kilometers from Xianghe City. It serves as the economic and cultural hub of Yizhou, boasting a larger population and a more developed economy than Xianghe. Naturally, the provincial office of the National Order Committee of Yizhou is also located in Xianghe City. Are you implying that the member of the Eye of the Demon has departed from Xianghe and arrived in Xinchuan, engaging in criminal activities on the run? Furthermore, is this a coordinated effort by the Eye of the Demon? Mo Yin frowned slightly. That is not my assertion. It is the conclusion drawn from headquarters analysis. It seems troublesome. According to the information and intelligence transmitted from headquarters, the activities of the members of the Eye of the Demon have become increasingly frequent in the Great Yin over the past 2 weeks. Aside from Yizhou Province, numerous sacrificial rituals of the Eye of the Demon have been reported in various provinces and cities. The number of casualties in the past fortnight has reached several hundred. Indeed, the Eye of the Demon appears to be planning significant maneuvers. The provincial and central authorities have already eliminated some of the exposed members of the Eye of the Demon, yet their operations persist unabated, with dormant members being activated to commence their actions. It is possible that more than one member of the Eye of the Demon is lurking in Xianghe City. So you must brace yourself. Yes, the past few days have not been tranquil in Xianghe City either. During our nightly rituals of lighting lamps, we have detected anomalous fluctuations of divine power, but upon our arrival at the scene, there was nothing to be found. They are testing our capabilities. The reports of missing persons at the police station in Xianghe City have surged alarmingly over the past week, with data appearing somewhat irregular. We are currently investigating, but we cannot ascertain whether these incidents are the work of the Eye of the Demon or if other factions have infiltrated. To ordinary citizens, Xianghe City seems serene, yet for those at the epicenter of this pressure, the peculiarities of the city have never ceased. These anomalies go unreported by the media, leaving the general populace unaware. In a bustling metropolis like Xianghe City, which boasts a population exceeding 1 million and attracts numerous tourists, the disappearance of 1 or 2 individuals daily goes largely unnoticed. Apart from the Eye of the Demon, other factions and lone wanderers sensing the disturbance may have also arrived in Xianghe City. They can perceive the recent anomalies surrounding the Eye of the Demon and may even be aware of its recent sacrifices, thus stirring restlessly. I understand that if these factions merely seek to eliminate spatial invaders for the sake of acquiring realm pearls, it would be manageable. However, should they discover a threat to the order of Xianghe City, we will not hesitate to act decisively. The tone of Mo Yin turned icy, laced with a palpable aura of menace. By the way, I have heard that you have a newcomer who has perfectly merged with the Divine Fire Realm Pearl. Someone named Xia Ping'an. Was it you who discovered this talent? The white-haired man abruptly changed the subject. Yes, just yesterday morning. He completed the fusion with the Altar Realm Pearl and has mastered the soul-soothing banner, which has already been reported to the provincial department. Merging 2 realm pearls and mastering the summoning banner is impressive. The coldly handsome white-haired man raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. I have a task at hand that requires such an individual. Let him undertake a mission for the provincial department. With so many people in the provincial department, surely they can find a suitable candidate. Mo Yin replied cautiously. You wouldn't be trying to poach from my ranks, would you? He is the only one here who has mastered the soul-soothing banner, and I do not agree to his transfer to the provincial department. The white-haired man scoffed. Do you really see me as that kind of person? You are indeed. Mo Yin nodded affirmatively. The white-haired man fell silent for a few moments before finally speaking. A scoundrel has recently entered New Chuan from Europe using a legitimate visa. This scoundrel possesses some connections in Europe, and the domestic police have yet to gather sufficient evidence against him. The officials here are also hesitant to take direct action. This individual has been frequenting the death arena in New Chuan, and I do not wish for him to leave the city alive. Yet I want to avoid causing a scandal that would invite trouble from above. Therefore, this matter must be handled with finesse. He is merely a scoundrel. Is it not easy to find a few combat specialists? Indeed, it is simple, but the experts I seek must be capable of ensuring the demise of this scoundrel. Once they enter the arena, he will not step out again, for he is exceedingly cautious. Hence, it is best to employ an unexposed newcomer to swiftly and cleanly eliminate him within the confines of the death arena. Xia Ping'an is on the verge of merging with the 3rd Divine Realm Pearl. If he recklessly enters the death arena now, no one can guarantee his safe return. It is not worth risking his life for such a scoundrel, The danger is too great. Mo Zin shook his head slightly. Huh. If a quasi-summoner who has merged with 2 realm pearls still fears the death arena, he is nothing but a waste. Ultimately, he must confront bloodshed. So why not witness the blood of that scoundrel? Consider it a warm-up for joining the Order Committee. The scoundrel plans to stay in New Chuan for only 2 days. If a suitable person to act does not emerge within this time, he may leave, potentially endangering countless little girls in the future. Little girls? Mo Yan's gaze sharpened. The silver-haired man wore a slight smile, aware that he had successfully persuaded Mo Yan Xiao. After all, how could one not label that scoundrel as such? This rogue possessed legitimate identities across numerous countries in Africa and Asia, having committed countless misdeeds, surrounded by a cadre of lawyers and sycophants, and had bribed numerous local bureaucrats and politicians, thus evading consequence. However, he should not be allowed to set foot in Dayan. Should he leave Dayan alive, the reputation of our Order Committee would be tarnished. If such scoundrels flocked to Dayan, and if someone were to entertain nefarious thoughts, one can only imagine the repercussions. We cannot possibly guard every young girl, can we? Thus, an example must be made. Is this the elder's intention? If the elder did not tacitly approve, I would not dare to act recklessly under his watchful gaze. For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, Mo Yan Xiao recalled the tattoo of the immovable king he had seen on Xia Ping'an's back at Qianlong Temple, along with the unfortunate individuals associated with the 819 case who had perished under various circumstances. Xia Ping'an had never showcased his combat abilities. Yet Mo Yan Xiao instinctively felt that his skills were formidable. Additionally, there was the Black Cobra steel whip that Lao Zhou had given to Xia Ping'an. This whip was rather unique. Lao Zhou had kept it for many years, and although others had expressed interest, he had always withheld it, claiming it was meant for the most deserving individual. Mo Yan Xiao fell silent for a few moments before nodding in agreement. Very well, I consent. When shall we proceed? By 1 p.m. tomorrow. You are to bring him to the provincial department. He is only responsible for the next phase. I shall handle the rest. Tomorrow, he is to merge the Divine Realm Pearl. Mo Yan Xiao emphasized this matter. Once that scoundrel is dealt with, I shall remain here to observe his integration. You can rest assured about that. I will proceed with the necessary formalities to request the allocation of a Divine Realm Pearl for him. After concluding the video call, Mo Yan Xiao sat in contemplation for a moment. Then, he retrieved a remote control and pressed a couple of buttons. Soon, a display screen within his office illuminated, revealing the current situation in the comprehensive training ground. Xia Ping'an's figure was seen racing through the 400-meter military obstacle course with remarkable speed. The screen showcased Xia Ping'an, akin to a cheetah, as he sprinted, leaped, scaled, supported, balanced, and crawled through each obstacle. Just a couple of days prior, the results of Xia Ping'an's second physical fitness test had already been released. His 100-meter dash time was 8:46 seconds, while his 10:000 meter run clocked in at 21 minutes and 38:56 seconds. He achieved a squat of 510 kilograms, a bench press of 175 kilograms, a deadlift of 385 kilograms, and a weighted leg raise of 92 kilograms, alongside a sweeping leg press of 950 kilograms. In comparison to his initial test results, Xia Ping'an's physical prowess has ascended to yet another level following the merging of the Second Realm Pearl. These statistics indicate that not only is he far superior to an ordinary individual, but he is also distancing himself from even the pinnacle of professional athletes. The extraordinary power of a summoner is beginning to manifest. It is precisely due to such physical capabilities that Xia Ping'an can navigate the military obstacle area with such ease. The comprehensive training ground's 400-meter military obstacle course is extraordinarily challenging compared to a standard one. A typical 400-meter military obstacle course consists solely of basic challenges such as hurdle jumps, trenches, low walls, high platforms, ladders, balance beams, tall walls, and low netting, totaling 8 ordinary obstacles. In contrast, the 400-meter military obstacle course at the comprehensive training ground boasts additional demanding tasks, including rope climbing, pole climbing, rock climbing, swimming, and rolling logs. Moreover, the difficulty level of all these tasks far exceeds that of a conventional military obstacle course, with many obstacles featuring high-pressure water cannons for added interference. For instance, the simplest hurdle jump in a standard military obstacle course is no more than 0.5 meters high, with a diameter of approximately 0.3 meters. However, at the comprehensive training ground, the height of the hurdle jumps escalates to 4 meters, and the diameter narrows to 0.5 15 meters, transforming the hurdles into true plum blossom poles, accompanied by high-pressure water cannons spraying nearby. Navigating a single hurdle jump feels akin to sprinting across the top of a beer bottle while dodging stones hurled by others from a height, imposing an extraordinary physical demand. Over the past 2 days, aside from practicing shooting, Xia Pingyan has devoted most of his time to training alone at the obstacle course, immersed in his efforts. His training is marked by diligence and commitment. However, in the eyes of Mo Yan, there is an indescribable quality about Xia Pingyan. Beyond shooting, his relentless focus on these training tasks seems driven by a primal instinct to enhance his speed, as if preparing to flee from peril. As for the Black Cobra steel whip given to Xia Pingyan by Old Shou, Mo Xianxiao had never witnessed Xia Pingyan training with it. By the time Xia Pingyan completed 2 laps, drenched in sweat, Mo Xianxiao promptly sent him a message, summoning him to his office. 10 minutes later, a neatly dressed Xia Pingyan appeared before Mo Xianxiao. "Director, did you call for me?" he inquired. "I have a special mission to assign to you," Mo Xianxiao stated directly upon Xia Pingyan's entrance. Chapter 30. Death Gladiator. The engine of the Falcon helicopter still roared, its rotors yet to come to a complete halt. Amidst the howling winds on the ground, Xia Pingyan had already disembarked, clutching his satchel, and swiftly made his way towards the helipad. Within his satchel lay only his Black Cobra steel whip and a change of clothes. Outside the helipad, a man dressed in a black trench coat, hands tucked into his pockets, and with a mane of silver hair awaited Xia Pingyan. Although Mo Xianxiao also favored black trench coats, this silver-haired man exuded a cooler aura. The stark contrast of black and white strikingly vivid. Against the backdrop of the swirling winds from the helicopter's rotors, the man's silver hair danced wildly, emanating an indescribable essence, reminiscent of a demon descending upon the earth or perhaps an angel. He was handsome, his gaze piercing and youthful, seemingly only slightly older than Xia Pingyan. Yet his presence was undeniably formidable. "Are you Xia Pingyan?" the silver-haired man inquired directly. "Yes," came Xia Pingyan's reply. Upon observing the individual with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, showing no inclination towards a handshake, Xia Pingyan chose not to engage in pleasantries. "I prefer to avoid dilly-dallying," he stated with a sense of urgency. "My name is Yin Duo. I trust Mo Yin has already briefed you regarding this mission?" Director Mo merely mentioned it was a unique assignment and instructed me to bring a steel whip, leaving the details to your discretion. My time is exceedingly valuable, and I have no desire to squander it. Therefore, if there are tasks at hand, let us commence without delay. Noticing Xia Pingyan's forthrightness, a glimmer of interest flickered in the man's gaze, accompanied by a faint, haughty smile. Yin Duo glanced at his watch and remarked, "Excellent, I appreciate directness. You will accompany me now. The mission begins at this moment. I shall disclose the specifics upon our arrival at the destination." Xia Pingyan nodded in acquiescence and followed the man as they ventured into the distance. The headquarters of the National Order Committee in Yuzhou Province dwarfed that of Shanghai City. It, too, was a monumental black, cubic structure, yet its scale was significantly grander. Behind the building lay a military base, home to an entire rapid response division. The base was alive with the rumble of armored vehicles, and helicopters, drones, and fighter jets frequently soared overhead, creating an atmosphere of bustling activity. Within the base itself was a military airport. Rather than heading to the headquarters, Yin Duo directed Xia Pingyan to the parking lot, where he entered a sleek black Audi Q7 and swiftly exited the headquarters premises. Xia Pingyan had previously accompanied Xia Ning to Xinchuan City, which, as the provincial capital, was even more prosperous. Xia Pingyan found himself in a state of uncertainty regarding Yin Duo's intentions as he quietly awaited his fate within the confines of the vehicle. The sleek black Audi Q7 navigated through the bustling streets of Xinchuan City, weaving through the dense traffic and towering edifices. After half an hour, the car descended into the underground parking lot of an aging building, ultimately halting in a secluded corner on the basement level. Yin Duo turned off the ignition and opened the armrest compartment, retrieving an item which he tossed to Xia Pingyan. "Put this on first." Xia Pingyan caught the object, discovering it to be a blood-red hood. The hood, with a pointed top, featured only 2 holes for the eyes, reminiscent of the headgear worn by executioners of ancient Europe. He remained silent, furrowing his brow in confusion. What purpose does this serve? Xia Pingyan had anticipated that this mission would be unusual, yet he had not expected such extremity. It was a life-or-death trial against a deranged adversary. Mo Xianxiao certainly had a penchant for selecting challenging assignments. Does the Order Committee also bear the responsibility of dealing with such scum? Xiao Ping'an inquired. Huh. This is not merely dealing with them. This is execution. Yin Duo let out a cold smile. Such scum has no business abroad. But the Land of Flame is certainly no place for such individuals. If customs and the police are unable to handle this, we shall take matters into our own hands. The responsibilities of the Order Committee extend far beyond your imagination. Xiao Ping'an fell silent, opening his luggage to retrieve a steel whip resembling a black cobra. Then donning a blood-red executioner's hood, Yin Duo produced a peculiar silver mask adorned with intricate patterns and placed it upon his face. They then exited the vehicle, making their way towards the nearby elevator. Upon reaching the elevator doors, Yin Duo glanced at the surveillance camera, prompting the elevator to open automatically. The two entered, and the elevator descended 2 floors before halting, the doors parting once more to reveal a corridor lined with a red carpet. 4 robust men clad in black suits stood with their arms crossed at the entrance of a secure door leading to a refuge. The atmosphere here exuded the essence of a clandestine and enigmatic underground club. One of the large men approached, producing a metal scanner to examine Yin Duo and Xiao Ping'an, confirming that neither was armed. Once assured of their unarmed status, another man nearby communicated something into his earpiece, causing the secure door to swing open, allowing the pair to enter. After they stepped inside, the door closed behind them. A blonde, blue-eyed elderly gentleman in a tuxedo stood smiling at the door's threshold, bowing slightly to Yin Duo. In flawless Mandarin, he warmly welcomed, Mr. Nine, welcome. He is the manager of this death arena. You may call him Charlie. Yin Duo introduced the elderly Caucasian gentleman to Xiao Ping'an. I am merely a pitiful old man, bereft of my country and homeland, the man known as Charlie murmured. Yin Duo then gestured towards Xiao Ping'an, saying, This is the person I brought with me today? Xiao Ping'an had never heard of the death arena in Xinchuan City before. Merely its name suggested its illegality, hinting at an underground organization. However, the Order Committee dealt with such illicit entities, so Xiao Ping'an was not taken aback by this revelation. In a sprawling city like Xinchuan, it was impossible for every corner to be pristine. Where there is light, darkness inevitably lurks, a universal truth. Are you British? Xiao Ping'an inquired. The aura surrounding the elderly man reminded him of those traditional British butlers, prompting his question. Since the British Isles fell into despair last century, many Britons had found themselves exiled around the globe, becoming individuals stripped of their homeland. Indeed, with a steel whip. Xiao Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement. The steel whip was indeed a spectacle. It was rare for someone to engage in combat wielding such a weapon, and it would surely captivate those gentlemen and ladies. Very well, I entrust him to you, Yin Duo said to Charlie, then turned to Xiao Ping'an. Just follow him. Charlie will take care of the arrangements. Your sole responsibility is to step into the arena and secure victory. Nothing else to concern yourself with. Xiao Ping'an nodded, and Charlie led him towards a side corridor, while Yin Duo walked in the opposite direction. After traversing a lengthy passage, they opened a security door, and Xiao Ping'an was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of deafening cheers and a tumultuous atmosphere. A wave of warmth struck him, infused with the scents of liquor, luxurious perfumes, cigars, and a faint hint of blood and sweat. These aromas, mingled with the clamor, stimulated the adrenaline of everyone who entered this realm. Before Xiao Ping'an lay a vast, brilliantly illuminated underground coliseum. Old Charlie guided him to the backstage of the second level, from where the entirety of the coliseum was visible. This underground arena was larger than a basketball court, featuring a colossal octagonal fighting cage occupying over 200 square meters in the center. Surrounding the cage were grandstands, densely packed with spectators. Among them were both men and women, all impeccably dressed, the men predominantly in tailored suits, while the women adorned themselves in exquisite attire, some adorned with jewels. Each spectator wore a distinct silver mask, concealing their true identity. Surrounding the grandstands were several private booths, where men embraced voluptuous women, puffing on cigars, shouting encouragements. At each corner of the arena, massive screens displayed the fierce battles taking place within the fighting cage. At this moment, within the confines of the gladiatorial arena, a man adorned with a black leather mask, obscuring his visage and seemingly of Asian descent, is engaged in a fierce, unarmed combat against a robust, towering figure draped in a blue hood, a man of African descent. The muscular black combatant, with his formidable stature, delivers powerful punches and kicks. Yet the Asian man shows no signs of intimidation, fiercely countering with the ferocious techniques of Muay Thai. Both fighters are drenched in blood, yet they persist in their relentless struggle, while the spectators in the stands fervently cheer and shout, their adrenaline ignited by the brutal spectacle before them. Charlie escorted Xia Pingyan to a tranquil resting room backstage. "Rest and warm up here," he instructed. "After this match concludes, you will face your next opponent. When you hear the call for the punishment whip to enter the arena, you shall emerge wielding your steel whip. Your adversary is known as the Bear Butcher. Aside from your whip, you are permitted to select a defensive shield. Upon entering the arena, you may wear only a pair of trousers, ensuring the audience can see your muscular torso, proving that you carry no hidden weapons save for what you wield in your hands. Do you understand?" Charlie emphasized to Xia Pingyan. Xia Pingyan nodded in agreement. Once Charlie departed, Xia Pingyan awaited in the resting room, from which he could observe the unfolding events in the arena. Moments later, the Muay Thai fighter executed a devastating sweeping kick, severing the black man's calf from the side, as the formidable giant fell to the ground. The Thai fighter launched a swift flying knee strike, crashing his knee into the fallen man's face. The visage of the burly African man was suddenly flattened, a spray of crimson erupting from his face, his cervical vertebrae fractured, and his head tilting at an unnatural angle. He collapsed onto the ground of the fighting cage, motionless. Though not lifeless, he was gravely injured, with a pool of bright red blood rapidly spreading beneath him. The Muay Thai fighter raised his fists and roared within the octagonal arena. Staff members swiftly entered the cage to carry the injured man out. "I hereby declare that the victory belongs to the Jungle Tiger from Thailand." The referee stepped into the arena with a microphone, raising the hand of the Muay Thai fighter. Cheers and gasps resonated simultaneously from the audience. Some patrons in the VIP boxes excitedly uncorked champagne, while others, filled with disappointment, tossed their betting slips downwards. Chapter 31. The executioner Xia Pingyan was leisurely warming up in his room, keeping an eye on the happenings within the arena as he awaited his upcoming match. Activating his distant viewing ability, he spotted the masked Yin duo in a private box overlooking the arena, gazing down at the competition. Yin duo cast a glance toward the lounge where Xia Pingyan was situated. A few blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties, adorned in swimsuits with long legs and slender waists, entered the fighting cage, brandishing placards depicting shields and swords. The appearance of these placards instantly stirred the atmosphere within the arena into a fervor. A male host, clad in a sparkling black tuxedo, entered the cage, using his compelling voice to introduce the forthcoming match. "Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the long-awaited and most thrilling yet brutal weapon duel. First to enter the arena is the formidable Wild Wolf Jack from Europe. As the spotlight illuminates a passageway, a white man adorned with a wolf mask emerges, brandishing a shield and a spiked club. He raises his arms in triumph, showcasing his muscular physique while basking in the cheers of the crowd. Wild Wolf Jack is a fearsome killing machine, boasting a record of 23 matches in the death arena, 19 victories, 3 draws, and a single defeat. That solitary loss rendered him bedridden for 6 months. Upon his recovery, Wild Wolf Jack resembled a bloodthirsty wolf, and in his second match post-recovery, he set the fastest kill record of his career, achieving it in a mere 15 seconds. Although he is a veteran of the death arena, we must adhere to the competition's regulations, which require Wild Wolf Jack to undergo a boundary fusion examination before entering the cage. This examination ensures that all contenders are not summoners, allowing for a fair duel among non-summoners. Wild Wolf Jack rushes toward the cage, and outside, he bites his finger, allowing 2 drops of blood to fall onto a blue orb measuring over 20 centimeters in diameter. Moments later, the orb emits a radiant blue light. After the inspection of the divine crystal ball, Wild Wolf Jack remains unchanged, still the same Wild Wolf Jack, without the consolidation of the altar. We now welcome Wild Wolf Jack to the arena. Next to enter is the Blood Warrior from the land of Neon. The Blood Warrior is a practitioner of martial arts who walks the fine line between life and death. His record in the arena of Mortal Kombat stands at 11 matches, 11 victories, with no defeats to date. From a corridor on the opposite side, a man emerges, bearing 2 samurai swords of differing lengths on his back and adorned with a white mask reminiscent of the Neon Nation's ghostly visage. The man known as the Blood Warrior possesses a bare torso, intricately tattooed and marred by various scars from blades. The amalgamation of tattoos and scars imbues the Blood Warrior with a particularly formidable presence. Upon reaching the side of the divine crystal ball, the Blood Warrior swiftly unsheaths his short blade, making a precise incision on one of his fingers, allowing 2 drops of crimson blood to fall upon the crystal ball, which then radiates a luminous blue glow. We welcome the Blood Warrior to the arena. The Blood Warrior steps into the gladiatorial cage, The host and the beautiful women holding placards exit the cage, and the iron gate within closes. The Blood Warrior and Wild Wolf Jack take their respective corners, locking eyes with a lethal intensity. Wild Wolf Jack even gestures a throat-slitting motion towards the Blood Warrior. The electronic display screen in the arena commences a countdown of 180 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 minutes remaining. Please place your bets swiftly, for this promises to be an exhilarating confrontation. The spectators in the stands and the boxes begin to place their wagers. As the countdown of 180 seconds concluded, the ferocious Wolf Jack and the Blood Warrior charged at one another within the gladiatorial arena, igniting a brutal melee. The Blood Warrior's agility and his wickedly fierce twin blades gave him an advantage. Yet, mere moments later, both combatants bore the marks of their violent struggle. This is the perilous nature of weaponry combat. In the clash of arms, it is nearly impossible for anyone to emerge unscathed, as even the slightest graze can result in dire consequences. The Blood Warrior sustained several deep gashes on his left shoulder and arm from the spiked club, while Wolf Jack suffered a grievous wound to his thigh. Due to the injury on his shoulder, the Blood Warrior's attacks grew sluggish, rendering his arm nearly useless. Meanwhile, Wolf Jack moved like a wounded beast, his agility severely hampered. 10 minutes into the fight, the arena was a canvas of crimson. The Blood Warrior plunged a short blade into Wolf Jack's abdomen, the tip emerging from his back. Before the Blood Warrior could retract his weapon, Wolf Jack, like a famished predator, lunged forward, seizing the hilt of the blade while swinging his spiked club with ferocity, shattering the Blood Warrior's thigh. The limb twisted grotesquely, a gruesome tableau of flesh and blood, as both warriors collapsed, battered and bruised, unable to rise. The brutality of their struggle mirrored that of a battlefield, a scene of unparalleled carnage. The referee counted for 10 seconds. Neither could stand. Ultimately, the referee declared a draw. Medical teams rushed into the arena to carry the combatants away for treatment, while cleaning crews swiftly entered to cleanse the bloodied ground. In just a few minutes, the arena floor was once again immaculate, renewed, and invigorated. The male host, clad in a resplendent black tuxedo, along with several elegantly attired swimsuit models, re-entered the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the preceding battle was undeniably intense. However, what lies ahead promises to be even more captivating. You are about to witness a confrontation between a newcomer, making their debut in the arena of death, and a gruesome butcher. The host's opening remarks ignited the curiosity of everyone in the audience. The first contender to take the stage is the human bear butcher. From the opposite corridor emerged a robust man, adorned with a black leather hood, wielding a hefty cleaver and a shield. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the exposed upper body of this figure was covered with thick, brown chest hair that resembled the wild undergrowth of a forest, evoking the image of a ferocious bear. The human bear butcher stepped into the death arena of northern Guangzhou for the first time. Prior to this, he had engaged in numerous battles across the death arenas of Europe, Asia, and Africa, boasting a record of 27 matches, 21 victories, 4 draws, and 2 defeats. With 19 kills to his name, his robust physique allowed him to recover swiftly from 2 injuries. In the death arena, he was truly a human tank. As the host introduced him, the human bear butcher approached the altar's crystal ball, using an axe to slice his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip onto the crystal surface. When the altar's crystal ball illuminated with a blue glow, he was the first to step into the gladiatorial cage. Next to enter was the newcomer, Punishment Whip, who was making his debut in the death arena, facing the formidable human bear butcher with an uncertain fate ahead. As the spotlight shone on the exit of the corridor, Xiaopingyan emerged silently, brandishing a black cobra steel whip and donning a blood-red executioner's hood. He bore no shield. Under the glaring white spotlight, Xiaopingyan's upper body was completely exposed, showcasing his well-defined, muscular physique. While his muscles were not overly exaggerated, they were proportionate, and he bore no scars. The blood-red executioner's hood atop his head was not particularly conspicuous in such an environment. In this realm rife with bloodshed and brute force, scars and muscles serve as the passport. Emerging from the passage, Xiaopingyan appeared somewhat delicate in the eyes of others, akin to a lamb blinded by a red cloth, dragged forth for slaughter. Yet, hidden from the gaze of onlookers, his back bore a formidable tattoo of the immovable king, sprawling across his entire spine, flames consuming the void. A azure dragon coiling around a colossal sword, silent and resolute. Chapter 32. A whip in reverence to death as Xiaopingyan stepped into view. A chorus of boos erupted from the arena, a clear indication that the vast majority present harbored little faith in him. Xiaopingyan silently approached the gladiatorial cage, reaching the altar's crystal sphere. With the segment of his black cobra steel whip, sharp as the serpent's tail, he pierced his fingertip, allowing 2 drops of crimson blood to fall onto the altar's crystal sphere. Had Xiaoping fully manifested the secret summoner's sanctum within him at this moment, the crystal sphere would have resonated with him. However, as he still lacked a divine realm pearl to complete the sanctum, the blood he offered merely caused the crystal sphere to emit a blue light, signifying his identity as a non-summoner. The whip of punishment is poised to enter the arena, heralding an imminent confrontation between whip and blade. We observe that the wielder of the whip possesses naught but the instrument itself, devoid of any shield, placing him in a decidedly precarious position for the ensuing struggle. Is this an exhibition of overconfidence in his formidable whip, or a manifestation of arrogance stemming from a dearth of practical combat experience? The answer shall soon be unveiled. Ladies and gentlemen, there are but 3 minutes remaining. I urge you to place your wagers swiftly, for this promises to be a contest rife with suspense. The countdown of 180 seconds has commenced within the fighting arena. Kid, this is not a venue suited for a pretty boy like you, accustomed to the runway. Shortly, I shall dismantle you into a myriad of pieces. The bear-like butcher stands across the arena, panting heavily, his bloodthirsty gaze fixated on Xiaoping. Yet, Xiaoping does not acknowledge the scoundrel. Instead, he bows his head, his eyes brimming with emotion as he gazes upon the black cobra in his grasp, gently caressing the textured surface of the steel whip. At the tip of the whip, reminiscent of a cobra's tail, lies a sharp, bullet-like metallic cone, crafted from an aluminum-titanium alloy that is both lightweight and robust. The stark contrast in material density and weight between the ultra-heavy whip body of platinum and tungsten steel and the tip of aluminum-titanium alloy may elude the understanding of the average observer. However, for Xiaoping, a mere glance suffices for comprehension. This black cobra is undeniably a weapon prepared expressly for him. Old Show certainly possesses keen insight. As the countdown of 3 minutes in the arena approached its conclusion, the figure of the bear-like butcher across from Xiaoping grew increasingly agitated, his heavy breaths becoming more pronounced, and his gaze more ferocious, embodying an imminent ferocity. Suddenly, the sound signifying the end of the countdown resonated throughout the arena. The bear-like butcher, wielding a cleaver and shield, charged forth like a rampaging bull, shield raised to protect his chest, and the menacing cleaver poised for attack. Gasps echoed through the crowd, many spectators believing that Xiaoping would meet his demise at the hands of this monstrous foe in mere moments. However, in that critical instant, Xiaoping finally lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the charging butcher, his stare sharp as a blade. With a decisive step forward, he channeled the entirety of his strength from his legs, waist, and back into his hands, transferring that energy into the steel whip he wielded. The black cobra-like whip lashed out with ferocity, striking through the air and leaving a shadowy trace in its wake. The trajectory of the whip was imperceptible to onlookers, but in that fleeting moment, it was as if a bullet had been discharged within the confines of the arena, producing a resounding crack that reverberated through the space, overshadowing even the arena's loudspeakers. The bear-like butcher, still 5 meters away from Xiaoping, met an explosive fate as his head burst apart, brain matter and blood splattering across the arena floor. His bulky form, propelled by inertia, lurched forward a couple of steps before collapsing to his knees before Xiaoping. As the cleaver and shield fell from his hands, his shattered head lay still for 2 solemn seconds before his body succumbed and fell flat to the ground. At that moment, the entire arena was enveloped in an eerie silence, a profound stillness that followed the previous uproar. After a span of over 10 seconds of quietude, the colossal display screen within the arena flickered to life, showcasing the instant when Xiaoping had vanquished the human bear butcher with a single lash of his whip. This footage was captured by a high-speed camera positioned above the gladiatorial cage, a device capable of tracing the trajectories of bullets and shells, adept at immortalizing the visceral chaos of combat. On the immense screen, Xiaoping's whip was seen slicing through the air, the black cobra-like weapon tracing an intricate, serpentine S-shaped curve as it advanced toward the human bear butcher. Under the whip's rapid velocity, the butcher's movements appeared sluggish, as if he were ensnared by an immobilizing spell. The trajectory of the steel whip was neither a straight line nor a simple curve. Rather, it was a complex and progressive S-shaped path that deftly navigated through the gaps between the butcher's shield and cleaver. As the tail of the black cobra whip neared the human bear butcher, it accelerated suddenly, piercing through the butcher's eyes with the force of a bullet, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of his skull from the overwhelming kinetic energy. In less than half a second, with but a single strike, Xiaoping had decisively slain the human bear butcher. The host's voice rose with excitement, nearly cracking, as he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the whip effect. This is the whip effect." The high-speed camera within the arena had just captured an image revealing that the tip of the whip, upon being unleashed, exceeded twice the speed of sound. Many in attendance might still be unfamiliar with the concept of the whip effect, so allow me to elucidate briefly. It is the principle that, as the whip is propelled, its total kinetic energy remains constant. However, as it moves, the energy is transmitted from the handle to the tip. The whip narrows from thick to thin. Thus, with the total kinetic energy unchanged, the mass at the whip's end diminishes, resulting in an increase in speed that can even surpass the sound barrier. This is the whip effect. Only a true master of the whip can harness this phenomenon in combat, transforming the whip into a lethal weapon capable of breaking the sound barrier and delivering a fatal blow. This was the briefest yet most exhilarating match I have ever witnessed. As the host elaborated, the entire arena erupted in fervor. Clad in a red executioner's hood, Xia Pinggan had already sheathed the black cobra and silently exited the arena. For him, the task had been accomplished. The spotlight once again illuminated Xia Pinggan. As he turned to leave the combat arena, many noticed the formidable aura emanating from the immovable Vajra tattoo on his back. At this moment, gazing upon the crimson hood worn by the executioner Xia Pinggan, the sentiments of the onlookers have undergone a profound transformation. The swiftness and decisiveness of the scene bear little resemblance to a mere contest of combat. It evokes the chilling atmosphere of a capital execution, with the arena resembling the guillotine of the human bear butcher. For those acquainted with the butcher's background and history, an unsettling sense of dread and foreboding begins to take root. Gradually, the uproar and cheers within the venue subside, and a profound silence envelopes the crowd as they watch the executioner, brandishing a steel whip, vanish into the entrance of the corridor. Chapter 33. The Divine Pearl of the Realm. Just as Xia Pinggan was donning his attire in the lounge, Yin Duo arrived. "Well done, let us go?" Yin Duo offered a rare smile to Xia Pinggan, prompting him to follow as they exited the lounge. Yin Duo sped out of the underground parking lot in his sleek black Q7, emerging onto the bustling street, where the sun reappeared. The thoroughfare was alive with the ebb and flow of vehicles, throngs of pedestrians, and the vibrant activity of shops and malls in full operation. Nearby, an elderly gentleman was engrossed in a game of chess by the flower bed, while children rode their bicycles on the sidewalk. This vivid scene stands in stark contrast to the gruesome bloodshed and death witnessed moments earlier in the arena, evoking a poignant reflection on the absurdity of reality. "Is this arena of death sanctioned by the Order Committee?" Xia Pinggan inquired from the car. "The underworld's order is still order," he mused. Yin Duo's eyes fixated on the road, his tone unremarkable as he continued to drive. The history of this deadly arena is as extensive as that of the Order Committee. It operates in numerous countries worldwide. In the Great Yin, the Order Committee maintains a cooperative relationship with these establishments. Rather than allowing the affluent thrill-seekers of our nation to flit about the globe with their cash, companions, and various confidential information, it is far more prudent to keep them under our watchful gaze, utilizing them to our advantage. Those who perish here cannot be prevented from dying. If not here, they will meet their end elsewhere. Such is the truth. By the way, what led you to choose a whip? Yin Duo inquired of Xia Pinggan. "Your whip possesses a striking range akin to that of a bullet, quite remarkable. The whip is a weapon that can fully exploit the mechanical properties of arms. And I fear for my life, preferring to maintain distance." Xia Pinggan replied. "Ha ha ha, you are far more interesting than Mo Yin." Yin Duo chuckled, formally introducing himself. "I am Yin Duo, the captain of the Yin Division Brigade." The Yin Division? You may interpret it as a special mobile unit of summoners under the provincial department. We are also affiliated with the National Order Committee, possessing official status, yet we enjoy a degree of freedom. Once we fulfill the designated tasks assigned by the provincial department each year, we have considerable autonomy. I am the foreman of this unit, accompanied by several brothers who rely on me for sustenance. Yin Duo elucidated. Xia Pinggan nodded, introducing himself in turn. "I am Xia Pinggan, a newcomer in the Special Operations Office of the Order Committee in Xianghe City. How about it? Consider joining me. The benefits of aligning with me far surpass those at the Special Operations Department in Xianghe City, especially once you become a summoner. The opportunities to acquire a realm pearl will multiply. Should you decide to come, I shall petition for an elevation in your base salary by 2 levels, along with the prospect of globetrotting annually, indulging in exquisite cuisines. By the end of this year, I can procure another realm pearl for you, and subsequently, at least 2 each year." These are the terms I offer. Take your time to deliberate. Before your arrival, Director Mo cautioned me that if you were to betray our trust, I should not heed your deceptive words and that he would seek you out for retribution. Xiaoping chuckled softly. Yin Duo laughed heartily, diverting the conversation. You shall soon realize that those who work with me enjoy far greater satisfaction than those who toil under old Mo. Where shall we go now? I will find a suitable place for you to merge with the Divine Realm Pearl. Entering the villa with a key and closing the door behind them, they took the elevator down to the underground level. Yin Duo led Xiaoping into a training room secured with safety doors. This is a safe house of the Order Committee in Xinchuan City, where you can confidently merge. As he spoke, Yin Duo produced a box from his person and handed it to Xiaoping. This is the Divine Realm Pearl, which requires the longest time to merge, approximately 3 days. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Xiaoping suppressed his excitement and gently opened the wooden box, revealing a brilliantly colored realm pearl resting quietly on the velvet lining within. The sphere of the realm was enveloped in dense mist, within which 3 small divine inscriptions flickered. The Divine Farmer. Indeed, just as I had surmised. The Divine Farmer, the so-called divine sphere of the realm, is actually the Divine Farmer. The excitement that surged within Xiaoping was indescribable, yet he maintained a composed demeanor. After scrutinizing the sphere for a moment, he raised his gaze towards Yin Duo and inquired if there were any particular considerations to bear in mind when merging with this sphere. This sphere is the final gem among the 3 foundational spheres of a summoner. Once you successfully merge with it, the secret shrine of the summoner within your sea of consciousness will take shape, and you shall truly become an indisputable summoner. This sphere is referred to as the Divine Sphere because, upon successful fusion, you may gain the ability to summon extraordinary figures. What kind of individuals can this sphere summon? Xiaoping asked, his curiosity piqued. The range of figures that can be summoned from this sphere is quite extensive. Yin Duo replied, a hint of nostalgia gracing his expression. Typically, one can summon farmers who toil the land, which is the most common outcome for summoners utilizing this sphere. However, some summoners, upon successfully merging with this sphere, may also summon artisans, farmers and craftsmen, skilled individuals who cultivate the earth and possess craftsmanship. Xiaoping exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Yin Duo nodded slightly. These 2 professions are non-combat roles, thus it is rare to find summoners willing to conjure them. After successfully merging the Realm Pearl, one realizes that the farmers summoned by a summoner are indistinguishable from ordinary farmers, fully capable of managing agricultural duties and tending to livestock. Some summoners who own farms even summon their own farmers for cultivation. Furthermore, the artisans summoned by this Realm Pearl possess varying abilities. Such prowess. Is this what one would call remarkable? Yin Duo smiled faintly, noting that for a summoner, this is merely the most basic achievement. Moreover, what I have just mentioned pertains only to the characters that an average summoner can conjure after successfully merging with this Realm Pearl. There are even some summoners who, after the successful fusion, can summon other characters. Oh, they can summon other characters as well. Yin Duo nodded, acknowledging that a very select few summoners, upon successfully merging with this Realm Pearl, can even summon alchemists capable of concocting elixirs. Upon hearing this, Xiaoping felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. For the various characters and artifacts that this Divine Realm Pearl can summon correspond perfectly to the contributions of the Shennong clan. In legend, the contributions of Shennong to the civilization of Huaxia are primarily manifested in 10 significant aspects. First, he was the pioneer of the plow, benefiting the populace through agriculture. Second, he initiated the cultivation of various grains to provide sustenance for the people. Third, he sampled countless herbs, thereby inventing medicine. Fourth, he established a marketplace at noon, advocating for trade. Fifth, he processed hemp into cloth to shield the body from the cold. Sixth, he crafted bows and arrows to defend against incursions. Seventh, he fashioned pottery for storage purposes. Eighth, he was the first to create stringed instruments for the enjoyment of the masses. Ninth, he innovated the method of salt boiling to enhance physical well-being. And 10th, he founded astronomy, thus establishing the first calendar of Huaxia. Shennong is revered as the progenitor of agriculture, medicine, commerce, and music within the Chinese nation, making indelible contributions to Huaxia civilization. Among Shennong's 10 contributions, the first 2 correspond to the summoning of farmers, while the third pertains to the invocation of alchemists. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th contributions relate to the summoning of artisans. This implies that upon the successful fusion of the divine human sphere pearl, it may indeed summon 3 types of individuals. Xiaoping inquired. Indeed, this explains why the pearl is referred to as the divine human sphere pearl. However, most individuals who fuse with this pearl can only summon farmers or craftsmen, with very few able to invoke alchemists. How much divine power can be augmented after the fusion of this pearl? Generally, it ranges from 16 to 17 points, with a maximum exceeding 26 points. Over 26 points? Has this pearl not achieved perfect fusion? Throughout history, no one has ever achieved perfect fusion of the divine human sphere pearl. Yin Duo chuckled softly and shook his head, expressing a hope that you would perform admirably today. Should you succeed in summoning an alchemist after merging with the divine realm pearl, you would acquire yet another invaluable skill. Once you surpass this challenge, merging with other realm pearls would allow you to summon 2 or more entities in a single successful fusion, which is a rare feat. The more successful your integration with this divine realm pearl, the greater the divine power your secret altar can accommodate in the future. Isn't divine power obtained through realm pearls? What does it have to do with the capacity of the secret altar? The divine power acquired from realm pearls is akin to harvesting crops, harvestable once a month. Once your secret altar is consolidated, you will come to realize that each summoner's secret altar essentially serves as a repository for divine power. Every month, you can convert any unused divine power into spells in the entities you wish to summon, storing them within the altar for pivotal moments when summoning is required. The larger this repository, the more substantial your foundation, enabling you to store a greater number of spells and summoned entities, thereby becoming increasingly useful in critical times. Do you understand now? Xiao Pingan suddenly experienced an epiphany, realizing that a summoner's secret altar possesses such an extraordinary function. The secret altar of a summoner is a confidential asset known solely to themselves, a trump card that does not require explanation to anyone else regarding its status. Very well. Thank you for your guidance. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? No, there is nothing further. Xiao Pingan shook his head. Then you shall integrate here. This chamber is devoid of surveillance devices. I shall remain outside, and once you have completed your integration, you may simply open the door and emerge. Yin Duo uttered this statement before turning and departing from the chamber, closing the door behind him. Chapter 34. Shenong Xiaoping once again opened his eyes, finding himself nestled amidst a lush thicket of grass. The sky above was a brilliant blue, almost blinding, while the clouds appeared as though they had been bleached white. Surrounding him were dogtail grasses, reaching halfway up his torso, and he clutched a blade of grass between his lips. Suddenly, Xiaoping sprang upright, surveying his attire. He was clad in animal skins, adorned with bone chains around his wrists and neck, and a finely sharpened stone sickle hung at his waist. He found himself on a small hillside near the riverbank, not far from a sprawling settlement of huts. These structures had been erected on the ground, crafted from earth, timber, and reeds. From the village, wisps of smoke curled upwards, and within the settlement, there lay a mud pit where countless able-bodied individuals were treading the mire with their feet, mixing the mud with the sun-dried grasses. Others were extracting the well-trodden mud, placing it on the adjacent ground, and shaping it into rough cubes with wooden boards to dry. Numerous sun-dried blocks were already laid out, each subsequently transported to a nearby location to construct simple new dwellings using the clay and reeds. Is this truly the era of Shenong? The ancient techniques of building have advanced remarkably. Xiaoping surveyed the vast expanse of the distant tribe. Judging by the number of dwellings, the population of this tribe was substantial, boasting at least tens of thousands. The houses had transitioned from being perched in the trees to resting upon the ground, and the primary material for construction had shifted to earth. The blades and stems of grass embedded within the soil served as the reinforcing elements akin to steel and concrete, solidifying the mud bricks once they dried. Within the tribe, some individuals donned garments fashioned from animal hides, while others wore attire woven from leaves and grasses. The wisps of smoke rising into the air indicated that the use of fire had become commonplace, signifying a further release of productive capacity. The structures, constructed from reeds and mud bricks, varied in size, with an assortment of items drying outside, illustrating a disparity between the wealth of different families within the tribe. A rudimentary division of labor seemed to have emerged, with some individuals skilled in wielding stone axes and knives for chopping wood, others excelling in hunting, some adept at leather crafting, while others honed their abilities in stone tool refinement, fruit gathering, or weaving garments. In open spaces within the tribe, wild fruits lay sun-dried on the ground, alongside numerous animal hides and bones. The gentle breeze blowing from the direction of the tribe carried the scent of these hides and bones, which, while not particularly pleasant, was emblematic of an era marked by the tribe's prosperity and vigor. Men and women busied themselves with their respective tasks, while a group of children chased after domesticated elk, their laughter echoing throughout the tribe. Surrounding the tribe, there were no cultivated fields, only vast expanses of grasslands and woodlands by the riverside and on the surrounding slopes. Within these grasslands and woodlands thrived a multitude of vegetation. In comparison to the previous experiences of Swerin and Yuchao, the productivity of this tribe had evidently improved significantly, and its population had also increased. Xiaoping took out the stone sickle from his waist to inspect it. The sickle was over 20 centimeters in length and had been honed to a remarkable sharpness. In such an era, possessing a stone sickle at one's waist was undoubtedly a sign of considerable value, akin to the allure of a young person brandishing a large mobile phone in modern times. As Xiaoping gazed into the distance, a striking young girl, clad in a skirt made of tiger skin and possessing slightly darkened skin, approached him with determination. "Brother, why are you hiding here again?" she exclaimed, standing before Xiaoping. Before he could discern her identity, she placed her hands on her hips and tugged at his ear, beginning to reprimand him. "It takes forever to find you when it's time to eat. Big brother and uncle have already set out for the hunt, while you meander about, admiring the grass one moment and the fish the next, with no sense of purpose. Just the other day, you claimed that these weeds were edible. I shall cut some for you daily and see if you are ever satisfied." The weeds the girl referred to were the foxtail grasses surrounding Xiaoping. Do not underestimate these foxtail grasses, for they are the ancestors of millet. In ancient times, millet was known as li, and the earliest strains of this grain were gradually cultivated from these very foxtail grasses, at both the Palagang cultural site and the Donghulan site. A significant quantity of chestnuts has been discovered, with the latter pushing the history of the Huaxia people's cultivation of chestnuts back to approximately 10,000 years. Upon hearing the maiden's words, Xiaoping understood that Shinnong was indeed a divine figure. The earliest millet was likely cultivated by Shinnong himself from the weeds. "Sister, be gentle, be gentle. Soon you will realize that these weeds are truly edible," Xiaoping exclaimed in pain, quickly rising to his feet. After merging with the boundary pearls twice, he had become increasingly adept at the role-playing game within them. "If these weeds can satiate hunger, then whatever you say, I will heed your words," the girl retorted fiercely, clearly skeptical of Xiaoping's claims. "If they cannot, then you must listen to me. It is time to attend to serious matters. Although our mother is the chieftain, you cannot just wander aimlessly all day." Indeed, Xiaoping had previously surmised that Shinnong's ample time for invention and the study of various herbs likely stemmed from having escaped the burdens of strenuous labor, devoid of pressing survival needs. Thus, he had the leisure and energy to explore realms beyond the reach of others. It appears that the mother of Shinnong was the matriarch of this tribe, and Shinnong himself was one of the earliest ancient aristocrats. In a matrilineal society, women held a prominent status within the tribe, with the leaders often being female, such as his fierce sister, who might one day inherit the chieftaincy. According to various historical texts, Shinnong, due to his remarkable contributions, may have been a pivotal figure in the transition of ancient Huaxia from matriarchal to patriarchal clans. Some records mention that Shinnong's lineage extended for 17 generations, culminating in the last Shinnong, known as the Flame Emperor. Other texts refer to the Flame Emperor as Zhu Xiang, who was the foremost minister of Fuxi. It is said that Fuxi abdicated in favor of the Flame Emperor, thus allowing him to establish a prosperous realm. These historical legends and details flickered through Xiaoping's mind. This was not the time for archaeological research. There was a task at hand. Noticing that the girl was still gripping his ear tightly, Xiaoping quickly declared, "I figured out what to do. I need to tell mother." "Really?" The girl released her grip, her curiosity piqued. "What do you intend to do?" "Ah, it's a secret. You'll find out soon enough. What I plan to do will surely earn the admiration of everyone in the tribe." Skeptical, the girl regarded Xiaoping with doubt, yet he offered no explanation, merely smiling in response. Having observed the tribe earlier, he had already discerned his primary objective. Shinnong achieved numerous feats throughout his life upon arriving in this place. Xiaoping understood that to fulfill Shinnong's historical legacy, he must first establish his own prestige within the tribe, teaching the people to cultivate grains, identify herbs, raise silkworms, and weave cloth was not something that would yield immediate results. However, there was one task at hand that was not only straightforward, but could also swiftly enhance his reputation throughout the entire clan. As he traversed the path through the houses of the tribe, Xiaoping meticulously observed the various items hanging out to dry. reflecting on the differing quantities and types of resources possessed by each family. His conviction grew ever stronger. In the heart of the tribe, within a courtyard enclosed by the largest reeds and mud, Xiaopingyan encountered his mother, the matriarch of the tribe, and partook of his first meal in this world. The mother of the Shinnon clan was a kind yet unassuming woman, her gaze imbued with compassion and wisdom. Though seated at home, she maintained an upright posture, and the staff she held, accompanied by her robust female guards, ensured that none would dare to underestimate her authority. When Xiaopingyan articulated his thoughts, the astonishment in the room was palpable. Every gaze was fixed upon him in disbelief. A mutual market, he proposed, but what was this concept? The notion of exchanging goods openly. How could it entice anyone? The female chieftain pondered intently, observing Xiaopingyan. For what he had just suggested was an idea that had never crossed anyone's mind before, requiring time for comprehension. Mother, a mutual market allows the members of our tribe to exchange their possessions. For instance, if I hunt a wild boar today, our family may not consume all the meat before it spoils. If I desire a stone knife and some firewood, I can offer the excess boar meat in exchange for the items I need. Those who have an abundance of firewood at home and yearn for meat, as well as those stonemasons who have polished their stone knives and desire the same, may exchange their goods for wild boar meat. But who would be willing to trade with you? Are you planning to approach each person individually with your wild boar meat? Inquired the sister of Shinnon. The idea of such an unprecedented exchange left everyone perplexed upon hearing it for the first time. There is no need to ask each person individually. We shall simply find a place within the tribe to gather all those who wish to trade. They can come to that designated spot to examine each other's goods and negotiate their exchanges. Whether they wish to trade more or less shall be settled by mutual agreement. I believe everyone will be amenable to this. Xiaopingyan elaborated, and the female chief quickly grasped the concept. Her eyes sparkled with understanding as she regarded Xiaopingyan with a look of appreciation, moved by his proposal. More importantly, today's suggestion illuminated the fact that her son had finally matured, capable of alleviating the burdens of the tribe and herself. You shall be responsible for organizing the tribe's market. It is worth a try. I will assign 2 individuals to assist you, who will follow your directions. How soon can the market be established? It can be ready in 3 days. Xiaopingyan replied confidently. Very well, let us see the results in 3 days. The female chief remarked, turning to quietly instruct her attendants. In a matter of moments, her aides brought forth 2 helpers for Xiaopingyan, who would heed his commands in the coming days. Filled with enthusiasm, Xiaopingyan departed the dwelling with his 2 assistants. On the evening of that day, the news spread throughout the entire tribe. A marketplace would soon be established, allowing everyone to exchange goods. In the following 2 days, Xiaopingyan diligently orchestrated public sentiment within the tribe, promoting the benefits of the marketplace and instructing the populace on how to trade their items. Concurrently, he designated a spacious area within the tribe, encircled it with wooden stakes, and marked the boundaries with a mixture of ash and earth. Life in the tribe was inherently devoid of entertainment, rendering it rather monotonous. For the tribe's inhabitants, their daily existence revolved around eating, sleeping, hunting, foraging for wild fruits, and engaging in various laborious tasks such as chopping wood and sharpening stones. Even during moments of respite, they found themselves merely staring into space, with little to occupy their minds. Upon hearing of the upcoming marketplace, the villagers were infused with excitement and curiosity, eagerly anticipating the novelty it promised. Xiaopingyan encouraged those wishing to participate in the exchange to arrive 3 days later with their goods and mats. Upon reaching the marketplace, they would lay their mats upon the ground and display their items for trade, engaging in barter. The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the designated day arrived, the area prepared for the marketplace was inundated with villagers, nearly the entire tribe converging upon the site established by Xiaopingyan. Some came to trade, while others were simply drawn by the allure of the gathering. In the beginning, the community was unaware of how to exchange goods with one another. Xiaopingyan took the initiative, using some meat procured by his brother to barter for a bit of firewood, and then exchanged that for a mat. The 2 assistants arranged by Xiaopingyan followed suit, trading firewood and meat for various items. With a leader to emulate, the others quickly grasped the concept. This marketplace was a venue for everyone to exchange their possessions for those of others. The method proved effective, and soon, as Xiaopingyan paved the way, others began to experiment with their own goods in pursuit of what they needed. The marketplace on the grassy field became lively and bustling. Witnessing this inaugural market, Xiaopingyan felt a profound sense of admiration. The ancestors of the Huaxiao people were indeed practical and innovative, in stark contrast to the chaotic doctrines of later generations that diminished the worth of merchants and craftsmen. According to certain traditions, Shennong, one of the three sovereigns, was the progenitor of merchants, farmers, craftsmen, and physicians, serving as the guardian of these professions. It was Shennong who, alongside these ordinary individuals, forged the history of Huaxia civilization. It is no wonder that Laozi remarked, "When the great way is abandoned, benevolence and righteousness emerge, alongside great deceit." Sometimes, an excess of experts can lead to a distortion of truth and morality in the world. The entire tribe erupted with immense enthusiasm for the ability to trade their belongings for others. The tribal marketplace achieved remarkable success on its first day, with all participants feeling they had reaped tangible benefits. In the subsequent month, Xiaoping held a market exchange in the tribe every 5 days, each occasion significantly enhancing the lives of the tribal people. After successfully conducting 7 or 8 market exchanges, Xiaoping's prestige within the tribe soared, and the personnel allocated to him by his mother increased from an initial 2 to 4. With additional hands, many tasks became more manageable. Xiaoping then began to lead his team in search of suitable clay for pottery around the tribe, and they quickly found it. With the clay secured, the creation of pottery ascended to the forefront of Xiaoping's agenda. In this era, the process of firing pottery was rather simple, as long as one could procure clay. It was possible to create pottery even without a kiln, merely by stacking firewood on the ground. Many funerary pottery artifacts unearthed in later generations exhibited evidence of having been fired on the ground using firewood, devoid of any kiln structure. However, Xiaoping was far from crude. He and his team excavated a rudimentary earthen kiln on a hillside, tall enough for a person to stand, within which they could stack firewood to fire the pottery. After a day of playing with clay, Xiaoping fashioned several somewhat rudimentary bowls and dishes, preparing them as the inaugural batch for firing. He then instructed his companions to gather some firewood. Ultimately, he placed the clay bowls and dishes into the earthen kiln, piled on the firewood, and after merely 2 to 3 hours of firing, his first batch of pottery was successfully completed. Days later, when Xiaoping presented his first batch of clay bowls and dishes at the market exchange, the entire tribe erupted in excitement once again. The bowl is exquisite. It can hold water, it can contain food, and it exudes elegance. In an era where containers were nearly non-existent, the first batch of pottery created an unprecedented sensation, far beyond Xiaoping's imagination. The gaze of the tribe's people upon the earthen bowls and dishes crafted by Xiaoping resembled the awe of modern individuals beholding a collection of diamonds, with many willing to pay exorbitant prices for a single ceramic bowl. With the advent of pottery, culinary practices diversified, providing superior storage methods for various foods and items. Upon exchanging the initial batch of ceramic wares, Xiaoping discovered that within a mere day, he had ascended to the status of the wealthiest individual in the tribe, along with an enhanced reputation. With auspicious beginnings, within less than a month, Xiaoping accomplished 2 significant feats. With possessions, achievements, and prestige, his words began to carry weight, making the subsequent endeavors of invention and agricultural development much more feasible. In Chapter 36, Becoming a Summoner, for days later, in the secret chamber of the safe house, Xiaoping opened his eyes, his expression somewhat bewildered, as if awakening from a deep slumber. He glanced once more at the summoner's secret altar within his consciousness, which, after integrating the divine realm pearl, had expanded hundreds of times compared to before, transforming into an ancient tribe spanning over 1 square kilometer. At the heart of the tribe stood a venerable and imposing temple constructed from stone and colossal timber. This sanctuary, in contrast to the previous caves and humble huts, exuded an aura of grandeur, enhanced by a newly added 7-tiered granite staircase. Within the temple, the sacred fire blazed intensely, now transformed into a colossal fire altar erupting from the depths below. The bas-reliefs adorning the jade walls of the temple had been augmented with depictions of Shennong. The temple's interior was crowned by a vast caisson dome, directly beneath which the sacred fire burned. Above the caisson, luminous golden orbs of divine power floated ethereally. Xiaoping had acquired 30 points of divine power from the fusion of the divine realm pearl, which, when added to his previous 40 points, brought the total to 70 points, represented by the collective glow of the golden orbs. The Shennong bas-relief portrayed the deity leading countless tribal people in cultivating the wilderness, resulting in the flourishing and prosperity of the tribe. Several tribal elders, their faces alight with fervor, knelt before Shinnong, reverently presenting the harvested rice, millet, sorghum, and wheat. Beside them stood artisans bearing various implements: pottery, arrows, plows. Others held aloft an array of medicinal herbs gathered from the wilderness, while musicians played their instruments, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Joy permeated the scene as all gathered around Shinnong, akin to stars orbiting the moon. Among them, a farmer cradling rice, millet, sorghum, and wheat. An artisan holding a ceramic pot in his left hand and arrows in his right, and a figure with a medicinal basket laden with herbs stood out with remarkable vivacity, as if on the verge of stepping out of the bas-relief itself. When Xiaoping's consciousness made contact, the three individuals appeared as if they could descend from the jade-like trunk of the tree. These must be the three summoned figures he acquired: a farmer, a craftsman, and an alchemist. Beyond the temple, the scene in the tribe was altogether different. Adjacent to the tribe were the mist-laden verdant mountains, a river flowing with deep ink-like waters, and the faint outlines of houses and people reminiscent of an ink-wash painting, with thousands of households, vast fields of crops, and a glimpse into the daily lives of the tribe's inhabitants: farming, crafting stone tools, boiling salt, processing hemp, pottery making, and gathering herbs. Everything within the secret altar in his mind bore a striking resemblance to what he had observed upon leaving the Shinnong tribe. Yet, beyond the secret altar, a shroud of darkness loomed, brimming with the unknown and the mysterious. Was this the secret altar of the summoners? Xiaoping felt a profound sense of awe. For him, who had just become a summoner, the mystery and vastness of the summoner's world had only just begun to reveal itself, like the tip of an iceberg. Within the orb of the divine realm, Xiaoping had exerted his utmost efforts. He had boiled salt for the tribe, taught them to preserve meat through salting, instructed them in the processing of hemp into fabric for better clothing, crafted arrows and bows, and taught them to make blow darts from bamboo for hunting. He invented the plow and cultivated the grains, ushering agriculture and grain production into the tribe. He tasted an array of herbs, nearly reciting the Shinnong Benchao Jing in its entirety. He was the first to create the Guqin and Se, establishing the harmonic scales of Gong, Shang, Jiao, Ji, and Yu, using them to brew tea and detoxify, thereby saving lives. He imparted countless teachings and educated innumerable individuals. Before the dissolution of the Realm Pearl, he had already become the most esteemed and knowledgeable figure among all tribes within a span of several thousand miles, having earned the illustrious name of Shinnong, with all subjects bowing in reverence. Yet, despite these accolades, he found himself unable to fully unveil the merits and contributions of Shinnong, leaving certain aspects unfulfilled. The integration of the divine realm pearl could not be deemed flawless. The imperfection lay in the calendar established by Shinnong. The calendar, known as the Guizhong calendar, had long been lost to time, and even Xiaoping could not restore it. Xiaoping had only heard that the 12 hexagrams of Shinnong's Guizhong calendar generated the Taiji diagram. Yet the specifics of its evolution and the celestial laws determined by the hexagrams remained beyond his comprehension. Perhaps no one in this world could fathom it any longer. He had not fully showcased the historical contributions and achievements of Shinnong, one of the three sovereigns of Huaxia, within the Realm Pearl, thus rendering this fusion imperfect. He only attained 30 points of divine power, whereas a perfect integration of the divine Realm Pearl would have bestowed 36 points. At this moment, Xiaoping felt a blend of regret, reverence, and satisfaction in his heart. The reverence stems from an awe for the profound wisdom of the ancient sages of Huaxia, while the sense of fulfillment arises from a life steeped in the rich history of Huaxia, where one follows in the footsteps of the ancients, standing upon the shoulders of giants, witnessing and even contributing to the tapestry of Huaxia's history. As for the feeling of regret, it is born from the inability to glimpse even a fragment of the secrets held within the realm of the historical archives. This sentiment is indeed nuanced. From this moment forth, I shall truly be a summoner, mused Xiaoping as he opened his eyes, his heart racing with excitement. Having merged these three realm pearls, he would now be unshackled, able to merge with other realm pearls without constraint. Rising to his feet, he felt a series of resounding pops from his bones. His body now embodied a remarkable fusion of ethereality and strength. He opened the secure door of the hidden chamber and emerged into the villa's underground, then ascended via the elevator, only to find the villa eerily empty. Yin Duo was not present, leaving him alone in the spacious abode. Warm sunlight streamed through the windows, revealing that it was indeed morning. Xiaoping retrieved his mobile phone, discovering over 20 missed calls and 2 messages waiting for his attention. Most of the missed calls were from Xia Ning, with 2 originating from the landlord, spanning a duration of 3 days. One of the messages was sent by Xia Ning the previous day, while the other was from Mo Yin Xiao, also sent yesterday. Xia Ping'an first opened the message from Xia Ning. "Brother, I have been calling you for several days without a response, and I am quite anxious. I contacted the order committee of Xiang'an City to inquire about your situation, and they informed me that you were on a mission. Are you all right?" Xia Ping'an felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. He had been engrossed in merging the Divine Realm Pearl these past few days, completely unaware of the numerous calls from Xia Ning. Upon seeing the playful ghost emoji in Xia Ning's message, he couldn't help but chuckle. Xia Ping'an promptly dialed Mo Yan's number, and within mere seconds, the call was answered. "How is it?" Mo Yan inquired from the other end of the line. "The merging was successful," Xia Ping'an replied. After concluding his conversation with Mo Yan, he proceeded to call his landlord. After waiting for about 7 or 8 seconds, he finally heard the ringing connect, and the landlord's voice resonated through the line. "Hello, Uncle Hong? This is Xia Ping'an." Xia Ping'an spoke politely to his landlord. He and Xia Ning had resided in the same apartment for many years, and Uncle Hong, being a kind-hearted man, understood their circumstances as orphans. He had never raised their rent, despite the fact that rental prices had increased several times over the years, all of which Xia Ping'an had willingly addressed. Xia Ping'an had always shown great respect towards this landlord. "Ping'an," came Uncle Hong's warm voice from the other end. "I called you twice a few days ago, but I couldn't get through. I apologize, Uncle Hong. A few days ago, I was preoccupied and didn't have my phone with me. By the way, I have already instructed Xia Ning to transfer this month's rent to you. I have received the rent. The reason I called was not solely to discuss the rent. Rather, I wanted to inform you that I have sold the apartment I previously rented to you. From this month onward, the new landlord will be collecting the rent from you." Uncle Hong, feeling a bit awkward on the phone, explained to Xia Ping'an that at my age, I prefer not to stay in the city any longer. I plan to live in the countryside for a few years to help take care of my granddaughter and grandson, which is why I decided to sell the city property. It's perfectly fine, Uncle Hong. You deserve to enjoy a few years of tranquility. I will coordinate with the new landlord regarding the rent. Thank you for taking care of my siblings and me over the years. No problem at all. You and your sister are both tidy and considerate tenants, making it easy for me. I now reside in the countryside of Wooding, so do come to visit when you have the time. Certainly. Chapter 37. Return to Xiang'an summoners are, after all, human, and as such, they cannot escape the mundane matters of life. When a summoner needs to rent an apartment, they must also pay rent. And Xia Ping'an was not a summoner at the time. He chuckled at himself, dismissing the news of the new landlord. If the new landlord raises the rent by a few hundred, it is of little concern to him. After ending the call and setting down his phone, Xia Ping'an went straight to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. According to Dr. Huang, the divine force infusion is the final expulsion of impurities from the body, akin to the transformative process of cleansing one's essence as described in the I Ching. Although one can still enhance their constitution through further integrations with other realm beads, the expulsion of internal impurities will no longer occur. To his surprise, Yin Duo noted that it took you 4 days to merge the divine human realm bead this time. Observing Xia Ping'an's complexion, he smiled, seemingly confident that you had successfully integrated it this time. Yin Duo did not inquire about Xia Ping'an's experience with the divine human realm bead. He merely nodded, indicating that everything was settled here and that he would take you to the provincial department shortly. However, Yin Duo's expression grew serious. I urge you to reflect on my previous advice. You have now fully condensed the foundation realm bead and become a summoner. Yet, your mastery of summoning techniques remains rather rudimentary, limited to a few basic methods. If you wish to enhance your divine power and capabilities, you must continuously merge with additional realm beads. I understand that Director Mo is concerned about my intentions, and he has likely cautioned you against me. Nevertheless, if you choose to follow me, I can assure you that I can secure at least 2 realm beads for you each year. If you agree to join me, I can procure a slave soldier realm bead for you by tomorrow. A slave soldier realm bead? Fear not, for my doors are always open to you. Yin Duo remained undeterred, calmly nodding. The matter of enticing someone away is not easily resolved in a mere conversation. It is a gradual process of building trust. In this regard, Yin Duo possessed ample experience and was not in a rush. May I inquire about the various types of boundary pearls? A thought crossed Xia Ping'an's mind as he reflected on the secret altar he had just successfully condensed. There are currently over 3,600 different kinds of boundary pearls that have been discovered and documented, and this number continues to grow. However, The common boundary pearls that summoners frequently encounter number only around 100. Yet, it is rare for an ordinary summoner to fuse more than 100 boundary pearls throughout their lifetime. So many? Xiao Pingyan was somewhat taken aback. It sounds substantial, but in reality, it is not. Some boundary pearls are quite common and abundant, while others are rare and sparse, making them difficult for the average person to encounter. Have there been successful fusions of all these boundary pearls? Some have not, and for some, it remains uncertain. Yin Duo succinctly summarized, noting that certain summoners who have successfully fused rare boundary pearls possess unique abilities and special summoning positions, which they tend to keep secret, making it challenging for others to discern. Xiao Pingyan nodded, having already picked up his bag. I see, I understand. Let us proceed. Yin Duo drove Xiao Pingyan to the headquarters of the Order Committee in Yuzhou Province. After a brief wait, a helicopter from Xianghe City arrived. Xiao Pingyan boarded the helicopter and waved goodbye to Yin Duo. The helicopter lingered for only a moment before taking off, heading towards Xianghe City. Just after the helicopter departed, an old man appeared beside Yin Duo, seemingly having materialized from thin air. The elderly gentleman appeared remarkably vigorous, his hair meticulously styled, clad in a black striped double-breasted suit, and his shoes gleaming with polish, exuding an air of gentlemanly elegance. With both hands resting upon a dragon-headed cane, he raised his chin, observing the helicopter as it gradually receded into the distance. Just as Madame Qian had remarked, this young man possesses considerable depth, concealing much that even she could not fully discern. Such talent feels somewhat squandered in Xianghe City. As he gazed at the vanishing aircraft, the old man silently mused. Upon the elder's arrival, a pleasing smile instantly adorned Yin Duo's handsome visage. Cough, cough, esteemed elder. I trust my recent task was executed satisfactorily? The mission of clearing the refuse has been accomplished successfully. Is there any reward from the provincial department? It has been ages since I beheld a new boundary pearl. I wonder, you still owe me for the oversight during your last mission in Japan. The Antarctic base is in need of personnel. Perhaps I shall assign you there for a few years of training. The elder's light-hearted retort silenced Yin Duo, who had been prepared to continue speaking. Haha. I was merely jesting, the elder added. Yin Duo's previously charming smile transformed into obsequiousness, his posture slightly bending. Such trivial matters hardly warrant a reward. I have exerted little effort. If you have no further instructions, I shall take my leave. As he turned to depart, the elder interjected, before you go, remember to report to the finance department and submit the winnings from your bets in the death arena. Should amount to around 60 million. That is your illicit gain from the mission, not a reward. The old man uttered softly, please, old sir. I am currently so impoverished that I can hardly make ends meet. I merely indulged in a small gamble. Could you spare a little for me? Given my efforts running about, allow me to earn some token of compensation. Yin Duo's face instantly morphed into a visage of despair. Is that so? Even if you venture to Antarctica, you wouldn't be able to spend your wealth there. No. I shall dutifully return it, having merely won 60 million. I shan't take a single cent that isn't rightfully mine. Yin Duo spoke with righteous conviction, not daring to linger for a moment longer. Fearful that the old man might utter something that would instill dread within him, he hastily departed. The old man gazed into the distant sky, a peculiar glimmer dancing in his eyes as he murmured to himself, 3 foundational realm orbs, 2 perfect fusions, and the summoning of a master with 70 points of divine power. Such an occurrence has not transpired in many years. Xiao Pingyan, we shall soon meet again. The helicopter landed upon the rooftop helipad, and as Xiao Pingyan disembarked with his bag, he spotted Mo Yin waiting outside. I have heard about your recent mission. You executed it commendably. Mo Yin regarded Xiao Pingyan with a peculiar intensity. He had already viewed the footage of the fierce battle between Xiao Pingyan and the bear-like butcher. The performance of the Black Cobra in Xiao Pingyan's hands astonished him. He had not anticipated that Xiao Pingyan's prowess with the whip had reached such extraordinary heights. The tail of the Black Cobra steel whip in Xiao Pingyan's grasp moved with the velocity of a bullet, showcasing an astonishing power. I was simply fortunate. Xiao Pingyan wore no trace of pride upon his face. Instead, he spoke with humility. Has Yin Duo, that rascal, attempted to undermine us, trying to lure you away? Mo Zhenshao inquired directly. Xiao Pingyan chuckled heartily. Understanding the implication, Mo Zhenshao inwardly cursed, realizing that Yin Duo was indeed as treacherous as ever, severing ties once he crossed the river. The thought of Xiao Pingyan's soul banner made Mo Zhenshao genuinely fear that Yin Duo might abscond with him. As they made their way to the elevator, Mo Zhenshao continued sharing with Xiao Pingyan, Yin Duo has formed a task force within the provincial department. His work is quite varied and fraught with danger, not suitable for an ordinary summoner. He is likely eyeing your soul banner's capabilities. You have just become a summoner. It would be wise to remain in the Order Committee for 2 years to familiarize yourself with various aspects and steadily enhance your strength. There is no need to rush into perilous ventures. I have already applied to the provincial department for a new boundary pearl on your behalf. Once you demonstrate further competence, I anticipate that they will soon issue you a slave soldier boundary pearl. Having conveyed this, Mo Yanxiao was met with Xia Pinggan's gratitude. Thank you, Director. I feel quite content here in Xianghe City and have no intention of leaving. Are you lighting a lamp? Yes, there are still some investigations to conduct. Very well. Your work credentials and special equipment have arrived. Please collect them from Old Zhou. The elevator doors opened, and upon reaching the 9th floor, Mo Yanxiao imparted a few final words to Xia Pinggan before parting ways. Throughout their conversation, Mo Yanxiao refrained from inquiring about Xia Pinggan's experiences after assimilating the divine boundary pearl. Is this the tacit understanding and unwritten rules among summoners? Unless someone brings it up, one generally does not inquire about the fusion realm pearl or the secret altar of the others. Watching the departing figure of Mo Yanxiao, Xia Pinggan gained a deeper comprehension of the unspoken bond among summoners, including the previous lack of inquiry from Yin Duo. The superstore at the equipment center was devoid of patrons, save for a charmingly naive robot meandering about. However, the faint sounds of machinery and the sporadic sparks emanated from the adjacent CNC machining room. Xia Pinggan did not linger long, merely meandering through a few shops for a minute or two, when he spotted Old Zhou emerging from the passage at the back of the store, wearing goggles and removing his gloves. Chapter 38. The Disguise and the Ancient Lamp. Upon seeing Xia Pinggan, Old Zhou broke into a grin. Kid, I heard you dispatched a scoundrel with that black cobra in Xinchuan a few days ago. Haha, Uncle Zhou, you are quite well informed. Xia Pinggan chuckled. By the way, I successfully fused the Divine Realm Pearl this morning. I am now a summoner. Excellent, excellent. I knew you were destined for greatness. That black cobra is indeed a perfect match for you. Old Zhou approached, removed his goggles, set his gloves aside, and retrieved 2 suitcases, one silver and one black, from beneath the counter, placing them on the surface. Everything inside is for you. The headquarters has just dispatched it. You will find it useful in the future. Take a look, and if there are no issues, just sign here. Old Zhou then produced a form. Xia Pinggan first opened the silver hand reminder and was immediately struck by the contents within. National Order Committee Work Permit of the Great Yin Republic. Name, Xia Pinggan. Occupational ability, Summoner. Serial number, a Department 3617181150. This small black booklet exuded an aura of authority, reminiscent of props frequently seen in various films and dramas. In those narratives, whenever a character brandished such a document, they wielded the power of prioritized law enforcement, able to traverse freely through nearly all non-state classified agencies and locales, with every individual and law enforcement body compelled to comply. Was this truly his work permit? Holding this emblem of authority, heavy with responsibility, Xia Pinggan felt an array of emotions surging within him. From the very moment he obtained this document, he officially became a summoner for the National Order Committee of the Great Yin Republic, joining the esteemed family supported by the state. A smile graced Xia Pinggan's face as he set the work permit aside and picked up a small booklet with a dark blue cover inscribed with Firearm Permit. Upon opening it, he found his anti-counterfeiting photograph alongside the official seal of the relevant state authorities of the Great Yin Republic, along with the permit number. This was a first-level firearm permit. The most significant detail within the document was a particular statement. This firearm permit serves as legal proof for the holder to openly possess and use handguns, automatic weapons, and all special firearms with a caliber not exceeding 12.7 mm within the 56 provinces and 2 overseas territories of the Great Yin Republic. Xia Pinggan read this sentence several times, absorbing its weighty implications. In the Great Yin Nation, firearm licenses are stratified into 3 distinct levels. A Level 3 license permits the holder to possess only specific handguns, while a Level 2 license allows for the ownership of automatic weapons. The Level 1 license encompasses the broadest array of arms, nearly including all light weaponry beneath the caliber of 12.7 mm. It is important to memorize the number associated with the firearm license. There is no obligation to carry the physical document. Should one need to bear arms in public, it suffices to recall the license number and present it when approached by law enforcement or other regulatory bodies for inspection. Old Zhou offered this reminder. Xiaoping nodded in acknowledgement, setting aside the firearm license to retrieve another document from below. This document was a press card issued by the Guanggu News Agency of the Great Yin Republic, which is the official news agency of the nation. The Guanggu News Agency ranks among the world's top 5 news agencies and media conglomerates, standing alongside esteemed institutions such as Agence France-Presse, TASS, Xinhua News Agency, and Deutsche Presse. It encompasses a multitude of television stations, magazines, newspapers, and websites. In addition to the press card, among the collection of documents were a police badge, a detective's license, a lawyer's certificate, an environmental inspector's credential, a psychological counselor's certificate, and over 10 other types of licenses, including a Feng Shui Master Certificate issued by the Feng Shui Masters Association of the Great Yin Nation. All the individuals depicted in these documents were, in fact, Xiaoping. Beyond the licenses, the box contained more than a dozen passports, some issued by the Great Yin Republic and others from various countries, with the individuals therein also being Xiaoping. Are these documents genuine? Xiaoping inquired of Old Zhou. Indeed, it is true. These documents are your secondary credentials from the Order Committee. As long as you refrain from working in those locations and do not receive remuneration from them, these credentials can withstand any form of scrutiny without issue. The personnel from the Special Operations Department of the Order Committee often conduct their affairs under various identities, with the press and police credentials being utilized more frequently to avoid causing panic among the general populace. Xiaoping understood. He had previously heard Mo Yin mention that members of the Special Operations Department frequently assumed diverse identities when on duty. He had assumed it was merely a way to mislead others, but he never anticipated that the disguises prepared by the Order Committee for the Special Operations Department would be so thoroughly crafted, leaving no room for fault. Oh, but what of these passports? They are indeed useful as well. Surely, you do not believe that you will only be executing missions within Shanghai City. It is quite common for summon masters to travel domestically and internationally to undertake special assignments. Sigh, those identities of spies are nothing compared to ours. Xiaoping mused. How could spies compare to summon masters? A spy may have at most 2 or 3 documents to conceal their identity, whereas we possess so many. Moreover, the passports used by spies are typically counterfeit official documents, while ours are entirely legitimate. Old Zhou glared, his expression embodying a sense of condescension, as he remarked. When operatives venture abroad, they are akin to rats scurrying across the street. Upon our arrival overseas, others eagerly await our presence with open arms. Can you even compare? Now that you are a summoner, you must possess the awareness befitting one. We are always sought after, never the seekers. A summoner travels the world indulging in feasts and revelry. Yes, Uncle Zhou, you are absolutely right. I stand corrected. Xiaoping quickly conceded with a smile, taken aback by Old Zhou's profound sense of collective honor. Place these documents in your office and select what you need for outings as necessary. Understood. Xiaoping nodded, subsequently opening the adjacent black case. Inside, he discovered an antique bronze lotus lamp. Upon seeing this ancient lamp, Xiaoping's eyes flickered. Its design bore an uncanny resemblance to an ancient lamp unearthed from the Wangjiaping tombs in Ty City from the Northern Qi dynasty. Could this merely be coincidence? Yet, there is no Northern Qi nor Wangjiaping tombs in this world. The similarity between the two lamps is simply extraordinary. Xiaoping's gaze gradually grew serious as he turned to Old Zhou. This was the lantern from the Lantern Keeper. Old Zhou nodded, his eyes reverently fixed on the lamp. Indeed, it was that very lamp, sent from headquarters. This lamp is a rare artifact. Remember to use it with caution. If it breaks, I cannot repair it. You must drip a drop of blood onto the wick, and from then on, this lamp will be bound to you. Keep in mind, as long as there is a person, the lamp shall remain. Where there is a person, there is light. You should already know how to utilize it. Xiaoping nodded, carefully extracting the bronze lotus lamp from the recess of the box. At first glance, the lamp appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary bronze lamp. It bore no particular weight, and its design was not particularly exquisite. Yet, for reasons unknown, it seemed to possess a unique aura. After observing the lamp for a moment, Xiaoping twisted the ring on his finger, revealing a silver needle. Before Old Zhou, he pricked his finger, allowing 2 drops of blood to fall into the reservoir for lamp oil. Moments later, a flash of brilliance emanated from the bronze lotus lamp as Xiaoping's blood was absorbed. Holding the lamp, a resonance between heart and light occurred. as the ancient lamp seemed ready to be ignited at any moment, preparing to cast its glow and safeguard peace in the darkness. Chapter 39. Inspection. A subtle change had occurred in the cafeteria. At noon, when Xia Ping'an arrived at the restaurant, popular music filled the air. The sound system, an extravagant design resembling a trumpet flower, boasted a striking purple hue, with one of the trumpet-shaped speakers towering even higher than Xia Ping'an himself. Amidst several of these floral speakers lay a collection of square boxes, both familiar and unfamiliar to Xia Ping'an, which filled a bookshelf standing 1.5 meters tall, presenting an impressive and likely expensive sight. The chefs working in the buffet seemed to revel in the music, their expressions reflecting pure enjoyment. The acoustics of the sound system were quite astonishing. Once the volume was turned up, the entire restaurant transformed into a concert hall. Tu Polu, Feng Lingshan, and Chao Xinghua were already seated in the restaurant. Upon seeing Xia Ping'an arrive with his plate of buffet delicacies, they exhibited no surprise, except for Tu, who inquired, "Merged?" Xia Ping'an nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, merged. We shall embark on missions together from now on." Tu offered a faint smile, continuing to savor his blood-red steak. Chao Xinghua lifted his eyelids to glance at Xia Ping'an and simply uttered 2 words. "Congratulations." "Thank you," Xia Ping'an replied. As for Feng Lingshan, she merely inclined her head slightly towards Xia Ping'an without uttering a word. Having been stimulated twice by Xia Ping'an's perfect fusion with the Divine Fire Pearl and the Soul-Soothing Banner, the trio now regarded Xia Ping'an's fusion with the Divine Being Pearl as a matter of course, feeling no sense of astonishment. In fact, had Xia Ping'an failed to merge with the Divine Being Pearl, it would have sparked their surprise. Xia Ping'an sat directly opposite the old butcher, sipping the ginseng black-bone chicken soup that had been prepared in the restaurant. He inquired, "Isn't the sound system here rather extravagant? Does the order committee have such ample funding?" He recalled Old Man, the flamboyant gentleman fond of wearing floral shirts, whom he had encountered twice before. This ostentatious character was the head of the Intelligence Information Center of the Order Committee in Shanghai City. Although Old Man was rather amiable, his chatter could be quite overwhelming. It was rare for the usually reticent Chao Xinghua to speak up, adding, "Old Man donates a considerable sum to charity each year. When he was around, one might wish to kick him out, yet now that he had departed, it felt as though something vital was missing from the building, rendering it somewhat dull and unfamiliar." Feng Lingshan softly remarked, "Ha, it's no big deal. It's not like we can't see him again. Whenever we feel like being bothered by him, we can take a holiday to Europe and invite him for a drink." Tu Polu jovially exclaimed. Before long, Enqing and Mo Yanshao arrived, followed by Li Yunzhou. It seemed that everyone was already aware of Xia Ping'an's integration with the Divine Realm Pearl, so no one inquired much about it. Enqing smiled and congratulated Xia Ping'an, while Li Yunzhou yawned, adopting a rather lackadaisical demeanor, and patted Xia Ping'an on the shoulder, encouraging him that henceforth it would be entirely appropriate for him to address him as senior. As lunch drew to a close, Mo Yanshao promptly began to assign tasks at the dining table. There had been some unusual occurrences at the old graphite factory warehouse located at number 46 Linen Road. Multiple reports had been made previously, stating that shadows had flickered through the warehouse windows at night. Earlier that day, the police had dispatched personnel to investigate, but no abnormalities were discovered. And Xia Ping'an, you two should finish your meal and conduct an inspection there this afternoon. If there is indeed something amiss, ordinary police might not uncover it, Mo Yanshao instructed. Understood. And Xing glanced at Xia Ping'an and reminded him, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Just remember to bring your firearm and press credentials this afternoon. Hey, why don't I accompany Enqing? Li Yunzhou chimed in with a grin. Mo Yanshao shot him a sidelong glance. You and Chao Xinghua should head to Lingshi Building. According to the extensive data analysis left by Lao Man before his departure, the activity trajectories of 2 missing persons overlapped at Lingshi Building last week. It is a critical point for investigation. Upon glancing at the stone-faced Chao Xinghua, Li Yunzhou instantly deflated. Old Butcher and Lingshan, you two shall make your way to the Qinglong Reservoir this afternoon, as it is identified as a convergence point for the activity trajectories of the missing persons as deduced from big data analysis. Each of you acknowledged your orders. Upon returning to his room, Xia Ping'an secured a holster on his back, placing the Mandarin MR98 revolver within it. The holster was equipped with 5 quick-loader clips, each containing 6 cartridges, alongside the 6 rounds already chambered in the firearm, totaling 36 bullets, sufficient to navigate most scenarios. The Mandarin MR98, like other revolvers, is known for its relatively slow reloading speed, a notable drawback. To counter this limitation, various loading aids have been invented, among which quick loaders and speed strips are prominent. The quick loader, resembling a disc with a diameter akin to that of the revolver cylinder, facilitates rapid loading but is cumbersome when carried due to its bulk. In contrast, the speed strip is considerably more convenient, being flatter and smaller than a standard magazine. With practice, one can efficiently reload a revolver in the shortest possible time. Over the past few days, Xiao dedicated a significant portion of his training to mastering the use of speed strips for reloading, achieving remarkable proficiency in the process. Having equipped himself with the firearm, he retrieved his press credentials from a pile of documents and donned them. He then slipped into a sports jacket, making it discreet to carry the weapon. Xiao proceeded to the parking lot, where Anqing also emerged. Anqing donned a beige trench coat, complemented by black trousers and a white shirt, paired elegantly with a pair of round-toed, low-cut women's leather shoes. This ensemble rendered her both crisp and striking, instantly transforming her into a capable female journalist. A few minutes later, Anqing's crimson Ferrari 599 surged out from the gates of the order committee, trailed closely by a black motorcycle that darted forward like a flash of lightning, swiftly positioning itself ahead of the Ferrari. The rider, clad in a black leather jacket and helmet, revealed a figure as alluring as the fiery shape of Fong Lingshan. Old 2, piloting his SUV equipped with 6 exhaust pipes, sped up from behind, matching Anqing's pace. After exchanging a brief greeting, they parted ways at the intersection as Fong Lingshan's lightning-like motorcycle veered off in another direction. This time, Anqing drove with less ferocity than before, eschewing the use of the police lights. After more than 30 minutes, she navigated her vehicle into the underground parking lot of a hotel on Linen Road. Together with Xiao, they ascended to the hotel lobby via the elevator. Upon exiting the lobby, they walked a mere few hundred meters and, after a few minutes, arrived at the old graphite factory warehouse at 46 Linen Road. The old graphite factory warehouse, an aging structure, stood partially abandoned and had not been utilized for quite some time. Its weathered, rusted metal door hung ajar, revealing an exterior yard overrun with weeds. One of the street-facing windows was shattered, and through the gap of the slightly open door, a person could easily slip inside with a mere turn of the body. Xiao was the first to enter, followed closely by Anqing. Xiao did not dare to let his guard down. Upon entering, he immediately drew his firearm. Since the last fire rescue operation, he had come to realize that certain hidden elements within this city were far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. In the courtyard, a few weeds grew amidst a haphazard arrangement of discarded wooden crates and several rusted steel tracks, with nothing else particularly out of place. The two of them first scoured the yard outside the warehouse, confirming that there were no immediate issues before making their way inside. The warehouse was divided into 2 levels, and nearly all the doors to the rooms were ajar. Some of the rooms were empty while others were cluttered with dust-laden debris, and at first glance, there appeared to be nothing particularly noteworthy. Xiao relayed the findings from his remote viewing to Anqing. Let us proceed inside. Certain elements can only be truly perceived and discovered up close. They meticulously searched the first floor of the warehouse, uncovering nothing of significance, and then ascended to the second floor to conduct another search, which yielded similar results. It was peculiar. There had been multiple alarm calls from nearby residents, all reporting shadows seen at night and strange noises. Could it be that a scavenging vagrant had passed through? Anqing cast her gaze around the warehouse, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Yet, there were no signs that indicated the presence of vagrants or scavengers here. From the fresh shoe prints on the ground at the entrances and in the stairway of both floors of the warehouse, it was evident that only 2 police officers had previously visited, only to leave without any further discoveries. Xiao raised his head, gazing at the beams and the tower of the warehouse. His eyes then wandered to the streetlight outside the window, and suddenly, a thought struck him. He ascended the stairs of the tower and made his way to a pile of tattered burlap sacks and broken wooden crates beneath the horizontal beams at the top of the warehouse. There, he discerned a peculiar sound. Crouching down, he lifted a wooden plank and beheld a nest of adorable kittens, just opening their eyes and mewing for their mother. At that moment, 2 large tabby cats squeezed through a broken window at the top of the warehouse, traversing the beams towards him. One of the tabbies carried 2 mice in its mouth, while the other, upon spotting Xiao let out an anxious and furious cry. Xiao swiftly replaced the wooden plank and retreated. Anqing soon grasped the situation as well. After investigation, it became clear that there was no anomaly in the warehouse. It was merely the residence of 2 cats, a false alarm. While Xiao and Qing encountered nothing of significance. An important discovery awaited Qiao Xinghua and Li Yunzu at the Lingshi building. Chapter 40. The brain-eating worm. When Xiaoping and Qing arrived at the Lingshi building, the entrance to the parking lot was already cordoned off with police tape. Only upon descending into the underground area could one see the order committee's barricades within. The police maintained order outside to prevent public panic and wild speculation, while the order committee members dealt with the more complex situations that the police found challenging. In addition to the Special Operations Unit, other departments of the order committee had also arrived. In the subterranean depths of Lingstone Tower, specifically on the second basement level, there exists not only an underground parking facility but also an expansive cold storage area exceeding 2,000 square meters. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cold storage, Xiaoping beheld a disturbing sight, a heap of charred remnants, the ashen remains of a humanoid form, unmistakably the aftermath of a summoner's fireball spell. Crossing the threshold into the cold storage, he was immediately struck by a significant drop in temperature. The interior was lined with hooks from which hung numerous frozen pigs, their presence saturated with a pungent metallic aroma of blood. The dim, dark red lighting cast an eerie glow over the pale, lifeless meat, creating an unsettling scene reminiscent of a forest of corpses. As Xiaoping ventured further inside, he heard the voice of Li Yunzhou resonating from within. The guard stationed by the cold storage had previously exhibited no signs of oddity. It was only when Lao Chao and I produced the environmental inspection certificate, and Lao Chao ventured inside to investigate while I remained outside, that the guard attempted to deceive me into entering the cold storage as well. However, my astuteness prevented me from falling for his ruse. Sensing something amiss, I quickly discerned that the guard's demeanor had shifted. When he realized I would not enter, he abruptly turned aggressive. I fired 2 shots at him, only to discover that the bullets were ineffective. It then dawned on me that the guard might very well be a living corpse. In response, I invoked a fireball spell, successfully incinerating him. Meanwhile, Lao Chao had also perceived the peculiarities within the cold storage, where he encountered the ominous presence of a demon's eye. Upon entering the cold storage, Xiaoping beheld Mo Yin Xiao, Li Yunzhou, and Qiao Xinghua engaged in a serious discussion. Their expressions were grave, and amidst the frigid environment, Xiaoping recognized the familiar sacrificial pattern. Once again, there lay a demon's eye, constructed from the severed limbs, torsos, and heads of over a dozen individuals, sprawled across the floor of the cold storage. Its scale surpassed that of the previous incident at the shopping center. The 17 victims, a mix of men and women, were predominantly aged between 15 and 40. Each corpse bore a fist-sized circular hole in the center of its forehead, through which the brain matter had mysteriously vanished. A pile of frost-covered, pallid heads lay haphazardly, each with a gaping cavity where the brain should have been. The sight was enough to terrify even the faint-hearted into tears. Upon examining the remains of the victims, it became evident that their brains had been entirely devoured prior to their demise. It appears that the malevolent members of the demon eye have actively merged with the brain-eating worms. Aside from the security guard at the entrance, no other hosts controlled by the brain-eating worms have been discovered within the building, remarked Qiao Xinghua to Mo Yin. The mention of brain-eating worms sent a shiver down Xiaoping's spine. These creatures are regarded as one of the most perilous forms of space-invading organisms. They first parasitize the human body, subsequently hatching and maturing within the brain, ultimately gaining control over the individual and altering their genetic makeup, transforming them into monsters that consume cerebral matter. What renders them even more dangerous is their ability to utilize other individuals as hosts, manipulating their actions and rendering them mere shells devoid of will, all while appearing outwardly unremarkable. In comparison to the demon rats, the threat level posed by brain-eating worms is significantly higher, and their capabilities do not generate any supernatural energy fluctuations, thus evading detection by the lantern bearers. Individuals who voluntarily merge with brain-eating worms acquire all of their formidable powers, making them even more terrifying. While Mo Yin was speaking, Xiaoping and Qing had already approached the 3 individuals. Qing surveyed the demon eye lying on the ground, realizing that other members of the demon eye were likely lurking within Xiangga City, recalling that the last one was infested with a phantom creature. Fortunately, Xiaoping's soul banner could effectively counter the reanimated hosts controlled by the brain-eating worms. Mo Yin Xiao's gaze settled upon Xiaoping, remarking that his assistance might be required should they encounter further instances of hosts animated by the mind-devouring worms. Xiaoping acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, within a mere couple of minutes, Tu Palu and Fong Lingshan arrived, reporting no anomalies discovered at the Azure Dragon Reservoir. The Order Committee's Technical Analysis Division promptly delivered its findings. Over the past month, the security guard had been the sole custodian of the cold storage facility. The only individual with whom the guard had maintained close contact was the proprietor of the establishment, identified as Gao Qingshan. Every other day, Gao Qingshan would arrive in a truck, entering the cold storage to load and unload goods behind closed doors. Aside from Gao Qingshan, no other individuals had accessed the subterranean cold storage in the preceding month. Synthesizing the available information, it was concluded that the proprietor of the cold storage was either a host of the man-eating worms or a member of the Devil's Eye. Having integrated with a mind-devouring worm, should Gao Qingshan be a host, then the Devil's Eye member who had integrated with the mind-devouring worm remained at large. However, the host and the original entity of the man-eating worm are connected, with a limited range of separation, typically spanning from a few kilometers to several dozen kilometers. Exceeding this threshold would result in the demise of the host. Based on proximity, it was inferred that the Devil's Eye member had previously been within Xianghe City. However, since the incident involving the security guard, it was uncertain whether the Devil's Eye member had already absconded. Moreover, the number of hosts that the original mind-devouring worm could control was contingent upon its level, ranging from a minimum of 1 to a maximum of several dozen, not exceeding 81. It is conceivable that in other corners and locales of the city, hosts of the brain-eating worm and the eye of the demon remain undetected. The Order Committee has commenced a swift investigation into the recent movements of the cold storage proprietor, Gao Qingshan, along with scrutinizing his clientele, family, and acquaintances for any anomalies. A wanted notice was immediately issued. The warrant received by the police identified Gao Qingshan as the principal perpetrator of a first-degree murder, armed and dangerous, potentially accompanied by accomplices, with orders to shoot on sight should he resist arrest. A clear photograph of Gao Qingshan, a man in his 40s with a sullen gaze, pronounced eye bags, an unremarkable visage, and a slight baldness, was transmitted to Xia Ping'an's work mobile. Gao Qingshan, childless and solitary, has vanished. He established a freezing factory in Xianghe City several years ago and has maintained a low profile. Following a rapid investigation, the likelihood of Gao Qingshan being a member of the Eye of the Demon has significantly increased. Both Mo Yin and Xia Ping'an employed their remote viewing abilities for a citywide search, yet neither could discern any trace of Gao Qingshan. This indicates that either he has departed Xianghe City or has adopted a new identity while remaining within its confines. The Order Committee of Xianghe City is earnestly pursuing this member of the Eye of the Demon concealed within its boundaries. Should Gao Qingshan remain in Xianghe City, his familiarity with the locale and the capabilities bestowed by the man-eating worm make it exceedingly challenging for the Order Committee to locate an individual capable of altering his identity at will within such a vast urban expanse. This presents the most formidable challenge faced by the Order Committee in confronting the spatially invasive creatures in the Eye of the Demon. In most instances, discovery equates to destruction. However, the most arduous aspect lies in the act of uncovering. The members of the Eye of the Demon, infused with brain-eating worms, alongside the reanimated corpses under their control, vanish like a drop of water in the vast ocean of the city, rendering them nearly impossible to locate. For the time being, the Order Committee is unable to ascertain whether the member of the Eye of the Demon has vacated Xianghe City or remains concealed somewhere within its confines. As evening descends and the workday concludes, the streets of Xianghe City remain bustling with activity. The vast majority of ordinary citizens remain blissfully unaware of the lurking dangers and the monstrous threats hidden in their midst, going about their daily routines without a care. After a busy afternoon, as twilight approaches, Xia Ping'an, having concluded the first case analysis meeting with the Special Operations Division at the Order Committee's headquarters, steps out into the night. He arrives at the bus station, awaiting the arrival of public transportation, much like a police officer pursuing a fugitive. Even if the criminal remains at large, one must still clock out and rest when the time comes. Such is the nature of life. Chapter 41. The new landlord on this bus ride. The number of passengers is sparse. Only a few stand while others sit, some drowsy and others engrossed in their mobile devices. Today, a heinous murder occurred in the underground cold storage of the Lingshi building. When our reporters arrived, the police had already cordoned off the area. According to police reports, a security guard in the cold storage has been slain. Upon reviewing surveillance footage, it was revealed that the proprietor, Gao Qingshan, was the perpetrator, allegedly motivated by a labor dispute. The police have since issued a wanted notice, offering a reward of 100,000 yuan for any useful information from the public. In the back seat of the vehicle, Xiaoping glanced at the television in front of him, his expression somber. A photograph of a middle-aged man in his 40s, ordinary-looking, slightly balding, with prominent bags under his eyes, appeared on the screen, accompanied by the mention of the reward. The National Order Committee and the corpses within the cold storage formed a grim tableau that remained unreported in the news. Viewers of the broadcast likely perceived it as merely another grave criminal incident. Xiaoping observed that when the news aired, most passengers merely glanced at the attractive female reporter on the television screen, showing little concern for the grim story. Perhaps, for the average person, this was for the best. Had the horrifying images from the cold storage been broadcast, many would likely find it difficult to sleep at night, and few would dare venture outdoors after dark. The vehicle arrived at its destination, with Xiaoping's rented apartment not far off. He disembarked and immediately entered a nearby fresh produce supermarket, where he proceeded to purchase some vegetables. 10 minutes later, Xiaoping emerged from the fresh produce supermarket, his shopping bag filled with an assortment of ingredients: tendons, sea cucumbers, flower mushrooms, abalone, shark fins, chicken, shrimp, and some fresh vegetables. These provisions had cost him over 300 yuan. Carrying his purchases, Xiaoping made his way directly to his rented apartment complex. Upon entering the building, the security guard, who was engrossed in watching television, cast a fleeting glance at him before returning his attention to the screen. The corridor remained unchanged, and as Xiaoping reached the door to the top floor, he discovered that the lock on the security door had been replaced. The previous lock was gone, replaced by a shiny new one that his key could not fit. "Damn it," he exclaimed silently. Uncle Hong would never have changed the lock without informing him. This must have been the doing of the new landlord. A small card, affixed with transparent tape to the security door, or the words, "New landlord's phone, 138XXXXXXX. Current tenants, please contact the new landlord for keys." Xiaoping hung his shopping bag on the stair railing, retrieved his phone, and dialed the new landlord's number. The call connected without any issues. But after a brief wait of over 10 seconds, a middle-aged woman's voice finally emerged on the line. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello. I am the previous tenant of Uncle Hong's apartment. You have changed the lock, and I cannot get in. Could you please come and unlock it for me?" "Oh, so you are the Xiaoping," the woman replied, her tone somewhat coarse and disrespectful, clearly lacking in courtesy. "Indeed, I am Xiaoping. The residence you currently occupy now belongs to me, and I shall henceforth be your landlord." The voice of the middle-aged woman resonated triumphantly, akin to a machine gun, leaving no room for Xiaoping to respond. "I have changed the locks. Starting this month, the rent will increase to 3,800 yuan per month. Your previous contract is void. A new agreement must be signed. If you are unwilling to stay, you may vacate." Xiaoping furrowed his brow. The same type of apartment in this neighborhood typically rents for around 200 to 300 yuan, a figure maintained by Uncle Hong's reluctance to raise prices, despite Xiaoping's own voluntary rent increases on several occasions. "Very well, just wait." The woman abruptly hung up the phone. Xiaoping found himself waiting at the door. Although he could unlock the door without a key, doing so at this moment would lead to complications, so he opted to wait outside. Xiaoning, adorned in a vibrant yellow cartoon hat, denim jeans, and a white shirt paired with a knitted jacket, carrying a backpack, exuded youth and vitality. "Brother, why are you waiting at the door? Did you lose your keys?" she inquired. "Ah, the new landlord changed the locks without informing us. They should have waited until we were home to do that. How could they enter without our presence? What if our belongings go missing?" Xiaoning expressed her frustration upon noticing a small notice affixed to the security door. From this incident, Xiaoning felt a profound disrespect from the new landlord. While it might seem trivial to some as merely changing a lock, in reality, it constituted an unlawful intrusion into a residence. Especially since Xiaoping's rental contract with Uncle Hong was still in effect, within the stipulated leasing period. The two siblings could only continue waiting at the doorstep. When Xiaoning inquired about Xiaoping's new job, Xiaoping refrained from revealing that he had become a summoner, believing that such news would profoundly impact Xiaoning. The portrayal of summoners by the Order Committee, embellished by various films and dramas, led one to assume they were perpetually teetering on the brink of life and death while confronting a myriad of monstrous beings. Although the reality was indeed even more exaggerated and perilous than depicted, Xiaoping wished to spare Xiaoning from undue worry. Thus, he downplayed his situation, allowing her to believe he was merely using his clairvoyant abilities to serve the Order Committee. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the sky darkened gradually. Xiaoping made another call to their new landlord, and once again, it was the same woman who answered. "What do you want?" "I'll come after I finish my meal," she said curtly before abruptly hanging up. The fragrant soup that Xia Ning referred to, which Xia Pingyan prepared, was akin to Buddha jumps over the wall. Yet in this world, such a dish did not exist. It was merely what Xia Ning called the Xia family fragrant soup. Regardless, it would not be ready today. It required soaking for 1 or 2 days. With no indication of when the new landlord would arrive, Xia Ning suggested they should not remain idle, but rather fill their stomachs first, for there were delicious meals to be had outside. "All right," Xia Ning laughed again, wrapping her arm around Xia Pingyan's, celebrating her brother's new job as a civil servant. While embracing him, she felt something hard beneath his clothing and asked, "Brother, what are you carrying? It feels so stiff." That was the gun Xia Pingyan had on him. "Those were my brother's work supplies, items belonging to the order committee, confidential in nature." As Xia Pingyan smiled faintly, he chose not to elaborate further. He hung the ingredients at the door and accompanied Xia Ning downstairs. Xia Ning refrained from pressing for details. Outside the community, they discovered a charming restaurant where they enjoyed a delightful dinner, celebrating Xia Pingyan's new job. Xia Pingyan answered the phone. "Where are you?" "We've arrived." "Where have you gone?" the woman on the line demanded assertively. "I'm downstairs in the community. I'll be up shortly." The ingredients that Xia Pingyan had previously hung outside the door had been disturbed. The once orderly contents of the bag were now in disarray. Xia Ning bit her lip, glanced at Xia Pingyan, and silently took the bag of ingredients into the house. Inside, 2 individuals were watching television, a man and a woman, appearing to be a couple. The woman was a middle-aged figure, somewhat portly, her face heavy with makeup, exuding a sharp and caustic demeanor. The man, in his 40s, was robust and muscular, sporting a buzz cut and a t-shirt that revealed a colorful array of tattoos on his arms. He lounged on the sofa, smoking nonchalantly, ash carelessly falling onto the living room floor. The once pristine home was now marred by scattered footprints across the floor. It seemed many belongings had been disturbed. Several paintings that Xia Ning had hung on the living room wall had mysteriously vanished, leaving a vacant space behind. Upon discovering that her artwork had vanished, Xia Ning's expression shifted dramatically. She hastily placed the ingredients in the kitchen and ventured into the living room. "Where's my painting?" The middle-aged woman glanced at Xia Ning with an air of indifference, retorting sharply, "Young lady, do you possess the ability to articulate? What painting are you referring to?" "The furnishings in this house belong to us. We have purchased them. You are merely tenants here. There is no trace of your belongings." "That painting is mine." Xia Ning bit her lip in distress. "You must be Xia Pingyan," the woman remarked, casting a dismissive look at Xia Pingyan before brazenly denying any knowledge of the painting. Just then, a realization dawned on Xia Ning, and her countenance changed. She hurriedly opened a drawer in the living room, which had been rummaged through, revealing disarray. She retrieved the box where the siblings kept their money. Upon opening the box, she found it utterly devoid of contents. The funds that had previously resided within were now completely gone. "Brother, our money has vanished." Xia Ning's voice quivered with indignation, nearly bringing her to tears. The money had constituted their living expenses, as well as the summer funds Xia Pingyan had allocated for Xia Ning, amounting to over 27,000 yuan in total. Chapter 42. The cruelty of society. Upon realizing that the money they had kept at home was missing, Xia Pingyan comprehended the gravity of the situation. He placed a reassuring hand on Xia Ning's shoulder, drawing her closer with a gentle smile. "Do not worry, I will handle this." Meanwhile, Xia Ning glared furiously at the middle-aged couple, demanding, "Return our money." "Young lady, what money are you speaking of?" "Do not speak nonsense. We have not seen anything." The middle-aged woman glared menacingly at Xia Ning, threatening, "Speak another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart." The burly middle-aged man abruptly rose, casting his cigarette butt onto the ground and crushing it underfoot with force. He slammed a contract onto the table, glaring fiercely, "Don't try to play games with me. If you wish to continue residing here, sign the contract. If not, settle your rent immediately and be gone. You ought to inquire about the kind of person I, Malu, am." The woman, pointing accusingly at Xia Pingyan, began to berate him vehemently. "You, a mere mechanic, with your sister still in school and without parents. Where do you think your money comes from? Don't even think about swindling me. The flooring in this house is already damaged, the bathroom pipes need repair, and the wallpaper is also somewhat worn. All of this was caused during your stay. I should be demanding compensation from you, yet you dare come to me for money. To fix these issues will require at least 50 or 60,000. Unless you too cover the damages, you shall not leave Xia Ning." Faced with such unreasonable bullying for the first time, felt her face turn pale with anger. As for Xiao Pinggan, upon hearing the woman mention his occupation as a mechanic in the absence of his parents, he realized that these two were fully aware of their vulnerability and lack of social connections, emboldening their audacity. I'll give you one last chance. Return the money and belongings, and we will leave tomorrow, Xiao Pinggan declared to the two. You brat, are you seeking trouble? A middle-aged man approached with an imposing demeanor. Threatening, do you believe I can end your life? My brother is nearby at the police station. I have numerous acquaintances there. Am I to fear your petty threats? A woman joined him, pointing at the two and shouting, I demand compensation for the damages to my property. Summer Pinggan chuckled softly, discerning that the couple likely shared a marital bond. The man appeared to be a petty criminal, not quite affiliated with any organized crime, merely acquainted with a few unsavory individuals. The woman's brother could indeed have ties to the police, and emboldened by this scant connection, they resorted to intimidation tactics, presuming they could bully those they deemed vulnerable. Ordinary individuals would often find themselves at a loss in such situations. This couple had evidently enjoyed considerable success with their tactics previously, leading to their increasing audacity. I hope you do not come to regret this, Summer Pinggan thought silently. He said nothing, instead taking Summer Ning by the hand and leaving the house without further ado. Who are you trying to intimidate? Compensate for the damages to our property before you leave, the woman shouted, signaling to the man, who moved to confront them. In disputes among common folk, once physicality ensues, even the involvement of law enforcement often fails to clarify matters. As the couple approached to escalate the situation, Summer Pinggan remained silent, guiding Summer Ning out of the room and away. She was seething with frustration, confused as to why Summer Pinggan had chosen to leave their home so abruptly. Descending from the apartment building, Xia Ning found herself beneath a street lamp in the community, feeling so aggrieved that tears nearly welled up in her eyes. Brother, they excel in this, being unreasonable, arguing, cursing, and throwing tantrums. These are not our strengths, so we need not engage in such comparisons. If a dog bites you, you cannot simply retaliate in kind. Xiao Pinggan chuckled, suggesting, a dog-beating stick would suffice. But our belongings are still up there. The siblings had left behind their possessions in that room. The cash had already been taken, while what remained were a few of Xia Ning's paintings and some clothes. Observing Xiao Pinggan's calm demeanor, Xia Ning, although still vexed, managed to regain her composure, reassured by the knowledge that her elder brother had never disappointed her. Hello. This is the public emergency hotline of Shanghai City. How may we assist you? A female officer's voice came through the phone. Hello, I would like to report a crime. Please provide us with your detailed address and the circumstances of the incident, and we will dispatch personnel immediately. My name is Xiao Pinggan, a special correspondent for Guanggu Communications stationed in Shanghai City. I have been a victim of theft at my residence in Shanghai City, with stolen items including several paintings, 500,000 yuan in cash, a handgun, and over 10 rounds of ammunition. Xia Ning, listening intently, widened her eyes in shock. Upon hearing her brother's account, she realized that he was preparing to take action. However, she couldn't help but wonder how her brother had transitioned from the order committee to a special correspondent for Guanggu Communications in Shanghai City. Xia Ning felt a sense of bewilderment, yet chose to remain silent, merely listening without interruption. You mentioned that you are a special correspondent for the Guanggu news agency stationed in Shanghai City, and that your residence had been burglarized, resulting in the theft of a firearm along with over 10 rounds of ammunition. The voice of the female police officer on the other end of the line, which had previously been calm, suddenly took on a note of urgency. Journalists from the Guanggu news agency are not ordinary local media reporters. Their reports and press releases can reach the highest echelons of the Dayan nation. Thus, local governments exercise utmost caution and are never negligent when dealing with reporters from Guanggu news agency. Firearm-related incidents are of paramount concern to the police, requiring immediate escalation to the municipal bureau, where the criminal investigation team handles such cases directly. Upon hearing that Xiao Pinggan's report involved these two critical elements, a journalist from Guanggu news agency and the loss of a firearm, the female officer's demeanor shifted to one of heightened anxiety as she hurriedly sought confirmation. Yes, my press credential number is Guang 898716544919, and my firearm license number is first level 364500161717. The model of the firearm I lost is the Mannlicher MR98, designated as a special service weapon. It is indeed uncommon for ordinary journalists to possess a firearm license. Yet it is entirely normal for correspondents of the Guanggu news agency to hold such credentials. This is widely understood, as these journalists often engage in specialized investigative tasks and may function as intelligence operatives under the guise of reporters. Even within the confines of the Dayan nation, they may encounter unforeseen events, thus necessitating the ability to carry firearms. After reporting the incident and hanging up the phone, Xia Ping'an turned to Xia Ning, who appeared somewhat bewildered and smiled gently. "Come on, brother. Today I shall take you to a 5-star hotel." "Brother, have you struck it rich?" Xia Ning asked, looking at Xia Ping'an with confusion. Xia Ping'an shrugged. "Someone will cover the bill for us." "Is this the dog-beating stick you mentioned?" "Indeed, some rabid dogs run rampant, baring their teeth at anyone they encounter due to a lack of societal discipline. A couple of solid beatings will suffice." Xia Ping'an affectionately ruffled Xia Ning's hair. "Let us take a cab." "Brother, what about the imposter journalists? Is there no issue with claiming to possess a gun permit?" Xia Ning still felt a bit dazed and somewhat anxious. "You spoke so convincingly just now that I almost believed you." "No worries. This is a privilege of the Order Committee. Impersonation is permitted." "Is that so?" Xia Ning regarded Xia Ping'an with suspicion, sensing something amiss. Xia Ping'an promptly led Xia Ning out of the community, hailed a taxi, and they headed straight for the Guangzhou Hotel. No sooner had they departed than several police cars arrived at the community, and a squad of heavily armed Special Forces officers disembarked from an armored vehicle. The Special Forces rushed upstairs, and before long, they escorted a pair of middle-aged individuals, their faces obscured by black hoods, down from the upper floors. Beneath the black hoods, the previously unruly woman appeared disheveled, her face swollen on one side, trembling and exhibiting a look of sheer panic. The man with tattoos on his arm, his face smeared with blood and several teeth shattered by the butt of a special police officer's gun, lay on the ground like a fish out of water, his body trembling uncontrollably. Moments earlier, the two had been in the room, rummaging through belongings, carelessly scattering the possessions of Xia Ping'an and Xia Ning, planning to dispose of them the following day. Suddenly, the security door was violently breached from the outside, and a squad of masked special police officers in black uniforms stormed in, weapons drawn. The tattooed man, momentarily disoriented, failed to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Upon seeing the group of black-clad figures rushing in, he instinctively reached for a nearby thermos in a futile attempt at self-defense. "Don't move," one of the officers bellowed, striking the tattooed man's face with the butt of his gun before delivering a powerful kick to his midsection, sending him sprawling to the ground. "What are you doing?" a woman shrieked, flailing her arms in desperation. Yet, she was swiftly subdued by an approaching officer, who seized her by the neck and forcefully pinned her to the floor. As she fell, her face collided with the ground, causing one side to swell instantly. Confronted with the ominous barrels of firearms and the brutality of the situation, the two were left in a state of shock, utterly bewildered by the events transpiring around them. Chapter 43. A serendipitous encounter at the hotel. The taxi came to a halt beside the fountain sculpture at the entrance of the Guangzhou Hotel. As the vehicle stopped, a bellman in a sleek black tailcoat opened the door with practiced precision. After settling the fare, Xia Ning alighted from the car, following Xia Ping'an into the hotel lobby. Gazing upon the opulent lobby of the hotel, with elegantly attired guests coming and going, and the fleet of luxury cars worth millions parked beside the entrance, Xia Ping'an maintained a composed demeanor. Xia Ning, feeling somewhat timid, tugged at her brother's sleeve and anxiously remarked, "Brother, isn't it a bit extravagant for us to be here?" The Guangzhou Hotel is a chain of 5-star international establishments, and in a city like Shanghai, such hotels represent the pinnacle of luxury. "Don't worry. Didn't you mention that the desserts in the infinity hot spring pool here are exceptional? You can try them later." Xia Ping'an replied with a smile. "I only heard that from a classmate." Xia Ning whispered, "I never said I wanted to come here. It must be quite expensive. With me around, you need not fret. I've never brought you here before, so consider this an experience." Observing the calm and steady expression of her brother, Xia Ning felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, easing her earlier anxiety. Throughout her life, whenever Xia Ping'an made such a promise, she knew that he could indeed shield her from any calamity. Xia Ping'an's purpose in bringing Xia Ning here was not solely for enjoyment or to flaunt status. He was acutely aware that a safe house belonging to the Shanghai City Order Committee was situated within this very hotel. Furthermore, the security of Guangzhou hotels across the entire Dayan nation is managed by an imperial security company staffed by former summoners and elite rapid response team members who had retired from the National Order Committee. Staying here ensures the utmost safety. Given the current unrest in Shanghai City, Xia Ping'an felt it unwise to recklessly take Xia Ning to an unfamiliar place. Xia Ping'an possessed an identification card for his own imperial security company, which he could utilize when necessary. As he entered the hotel with Xia Ning, their casual attire immediately drew the attention of several suited security personnel in the lobby. The discreet surveillance cameras positioned around the lobby began to swivel, focusing on him and Xia Ning. With his ability for remote observation, Xia Ping'an glanced into the hotel's security monitoring room and beheld their faces displayed on several screens. On the surveillance footage, 2 yellow data boxes trailed their movements, but upon their arrival in the lobby, the boxes abruptly transformed into red and emitted a series of alarming beeps, causing a palpable tension to envelop the security personnel within the room. The guards in the lobby instinctively quickened their pace, converging towards him from various directions. Xia Ping'an noted that on one of the surveillance screens, his figure appeared semi-transparent, while the outline of the firearm concealed beneath his armpit was swiftly detected by advanced shortwave infrared cameras and millimeter-wave radar, enabling the monitoring room to discern hidden weapons and other hazardous items through clothing. Just then, within a mere 2 to 3 seconds, before the hotel security could approach him, the interconnected big data facial recognition system had already identified Xia Ping'an. As the surveillance footage depicted the pulsating red box following Xia Ping'an, it abruptly transformed into green, simultaneously displaying a unique safety identification code above his head. The alarm within the security room was instantly deactivated, and the security personnel in the hotel lobby, alerted through their earpieces, cast a fleeting glance at Xia Ping'an before seamlessly diverting their attention elsewhere. Within a mere few seconds, a clandestine episode of intrusion and counter-intrusion, crisis and counter-crisis unfolded within the hotel security system, only to dissipate as quietly as it had begun, leaving no trace of disturbance. The lobby remained utterly serene, and Xia Ning, accompanying Xia Ping'an, remained blissfully unaware as he approached the hotel front desk. "Good day, sir. It is a pleasure to assist you. How may I help you today?" The cheerful front desk clerk greeted Xia Ping'an with a warm smile. "I would like a suite with 2 bedrooms, please," he requested. "Our luxurious hot spring suite would perfectly suit your needs, sir. It features a hot spring bath within the room, and the rate for a day's stay is 3,900 yuan. Would you like to proceed with this option?" "Certainly. I would like to book one for 2 days, just for this weekend," Xia Ping'an affirmed with a nod, retrieving his wallet to present his identification and a bank card. Upon hearing the price of 3,900 yuan for a single night's stay, Xia Ning gasped in astonishment. "Brother, are you out of your mind?" she whispered, tugging at Xia Ping'an's sleeve. "It's far too expensive to stay here for that much." With a gentle smile, Xia Ping'an affectionately ruffled Xia Ning's hair, opting not to elaborate on the matter. Soon, the formalities were completed, and the hotel receptionist, adorned with a sweet smile, graciously handed over Xia Ping'an's identification, bank card, and 2 room keys. "Sir, your room is number 2388. The elevator is over there. Turn left upon exiting and you'll find it. Would you like me to send someone to assist you upstairs?" "Thank you, but we can manage on our own," Xia Ping'an replied with a smile, accepting the items and then handing one of the room keys to Xia Ning. "Let us proceed. Brother, this place is exorbitantly priced. Staying here for a day costs more than our previous month's rent." Xia Ning murmured softly as they walked, her expression a mix of discomfort and curiosity. "Well, think of it as a celebration for your elder brother's new job." Xia Ping'an chuckled. "After all, someone will be covering our expenses. There are those eager to send us money, and we simply cannot refuse. If all goes smoothly, we can purchase a car next week, and then we can find a better place to stay." Xia Ning, quick-witted as ever, pieced together her brother's earlier call to the police and began to grasp the situation, though she still found it hard to believe. Her brother seemed remarkably composed, as if he frequently encountered such unscrupulous couples. Just as they were heading towards the elevator, before they could reach it, the door slid open, revealing Fong Lingshan stepping out. She was taken aback to see Xia Ping'an, and upon noticing the youthful and radiant girl beside him, her expression subtly shifted as thoughts crossed her mind. A robust man accompanied by a youthful and radiant young woman entered the hotel, leaving little to the imagination regarding their intentions. As Fong Lingshan contemplated this, her gaze towards Xia Ping'an grew noticeably colder, tinged with a hint of disdain and contempt. "Ah, Fong Lingshan, what a coincidence," Xia Ping'an remarked, taken aback by the unexpected encounter. At that moment, Fong Lingshan, adorned with exquisite makeup and clad in a resplendent scarlet evening gown that elegantly revealed her smooth shoulders, exuded an air of both nobility and aloofness. Her dazzling high heels and a radiant diamond necklace that sparkled at her chest only accentuated her striking presence. As she stepped out of the elevator, she resembled a magnet, drawing the attention of numerous men in the lobby. "Is this how you spend your weekends? Quite extraordinary indeed," Fong Lingshan remarked coldly with a touch of irony directed at Xia Ping'an. However, Xia Ning, ever perceptive, quickly grasped the shift in Fong Lingshan's demeanor. With a warm smile, she took the initiative to greet Fong Lingshan, extending her hand. "You must be Lingshan. Hello, I am Xia Ning, Xia Ping'an's younger sister. It is a pleasure to meet you." Xia Ning's words caught Fong Lingshan off guard. She glanced at Xia Ping'an and then at Xia Ning, noting the subtle resemblance between the two. Realizing her earlier mockery of Xia Ping'an had been a misunderstanding, Fong Lingshan felt a warmth rising to her cheeks. Regaining her composure, she offered Xia Ning a slight apologetic smile and extended her hand in greeting. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I am a colleague of your brother." Upon seeing Sister Lingshan, I instinctively recognized her. "My brother had previously mentioned you to me." Xia Ning smiled, her charm surpassing even that of the hotel reception, radiating sweetness and innocence. "Did my brother really speak of me?" Fong Lingshan expressed genuine surprise, not anticipating that Xia Ping'an would introduce her to his sister. Women possess an innate curiosity, especially when it pertains to their own affairs, and Fong Lingshan's tone inadvertently conveyed her inquisitiveness. Xia Ping'an shot a warning glare at Xia Ning, urging her to refrain from speaking recklessly, yet Xia Ning feigned ignorance. "My brother mentioned that the last time he was on a mission with Sister Lingshan, they pursued the demon mouse together. With her short hair, she exuded a striking presence, being both beautiful and capable, with an admirable physique. He brought you up no less than 5 times, didn't he, brother? What a brotherly trait." Xia Ping'an glared at Xia Ning once more. Fong Lingshan cast a sideways glance at Xia Ping'an, genuinely surprised by his compliments. Xia Ping'an appeared somewhat embarrassed, and his awkward demeanor struck Fong Lingshan as particularly amusing. While Fong Lingshan typically maintained a cool demeanor with others, she transformed into a warm presence when conversing with Xia Ning, responding affectionately to her calls of Sister Lingshan. Seizing the moment, Xia Ning informed Fong Lingshan of a minor issue with the apartment she and Xia Ping'an were renting, which necessitated their stay at the hotel. Meanwhile, Fong Lingshan was here to attend a friend's soiree and had to depart due to pressing matters, as the time for lighting the lamps was approaching. As Fong Lingshan departed, Xia Ning surprisingly managed to obtain her phone number, leaving Xia Ping'an speechless. The two watched as Fong Lingshan exited the lobby and entered a sleek black Lamborghini, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. Once inside the elevator, Xia Ning began to tease Xia Ping'an, exclaiming, "Brother, Sister Lingshan seems wonderful. You've gained a sister so swiftly." In response, Xia Ping'an playfully delivered a light smack to Xia Ning's head. Chapter 44. Encountering Malice with Malice the following morning. After Xia Ping'an and Xia Ning finished their breakfast at the hotel's buffet, a round-bellied Xia Ning found herself with yet another dilemma. To her, the buffet at Guangzhou Hotel was akin to Marco Polo discovering a new world. If the journalists from Guangzhou Communications were to lose money or a firearm in Shanghai City, and the suspects turned out to be 2 unruly ruffians whom the police were unable to apprehend, it would reflect poorly on the Shanghai police force's competence. Therefore, this case must be solved. Justice must be served to the complainant. At that moment, Xia Ping'an's phone rang. Upon checking the screen, he noticed an unfamiliar number and promptly answered. "Hello?" A woman's voice responded from the other end. "Is this Mr. Xia Ping'an? Greetings. I am Officer Qian Lan from the Shanghai City Police Department. My colleagues and I are currently in the lobby of Guangzhou Hotel. We have apprehended the suspect responsible for the unlawful entry and theft at your rented residence yesterday. We conducted an overnight interrogation and have some results. We would like to verify and gather further information from you." "In the hotel lobby? All right, I shall descend at once." After hanging up the phone, Xia Ning stuck out his tongue. "Brother, did the police call you?" Just as he arrived at the hotel lobby, he noticed 2 individuals seated on a sofa in the lounge area. A man and a woman, both clad in casual attire, exuded an air of competence. The man, in his 30s, sported a crew cut and a black jacket, his gaze sharp and discerning. The woman, in her 20s, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, possessed striking beauty, dressed in a meticulously tailored women's casual suit. They were engaged in conversation, yet their eyes subtly monitored the elevator area. Xia Ping'an approached them directly. Upon noticing his arrival, the pair's gaze briefly swept over Xia Ping'an's face before they rose to their feet. "Mr. Xia Ping'an, greetings." The woman smiled warmly. extending her hand to him in a gesture of cordiality. "I am Qianlan from the Public Relations Department of the Shanghai City Police Bureau, and this is Lu Rui, the Deputy Captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. We are specifically assigned to handle the case you reported last night." The presence of a charming female officer from the Public Relations Department alongside the Deputy Captain from the Criminal Investigation Division signified the police's earnest attention towards Xia Ping'an's case. Xia Ping'an shook hands with the two officers before settling onto the sofa in the lounge area. As soon as Xia Ping'an settled onto the sofa, he spoke up, expressing his sincere apologies for the inconvenience caused to the police department the previous day. He explained that had it been a trivial matter, he would have managed it himself and refrained from involving the authorities. However, the circumstances were exceptional. His residence had been unlawfully breached, resulting in the loss of numerous valuables, including artworks and his service pistol. Moreover, he had received death threats, compelling him to evacuate with his sister before seeking police assistance. Qianlan and Lu Rui exchanged glances, relieved to see Xia Ping'an maintaining a calm demeanor. The couple, his new landlords, had indeed entered his rented abode without his consent and had even employed a locksmith to change the locks. While the lock change itself was not a significant issue, the couple's subsequent actions were far more troubling. After entering Xia Ping'an's home, they had rummaged through his belongings, pilfering several artworks and over 20,000 yuan in cash. Their audacity stemmed from their belief that Xia Ping'an, merely a mechanic accompanied by a sister, was a vulnerable target, lacking power and influence. According to the couple's account, the artworks Xia Ping'an had reported missing were now in their possession, while the stolen cash amounted to just over 20,000 yuan. As for the firearm, they claimed to have never laid eyes on it. Upon hearing that Xia Ping'an was a reporter for the Guanggu News Agency and had reported the loss of 500,000 yuan along with a firearm and ammunition, the couple was utterly terrified. They wept inconsolably in the interrogation room, swearing that they had only taken the cash and had never seen the gun, claiming they had only taken less than 30,000 yuan. The police verified that Xia Ping'an's credentials as a reporter and his Class 1 firearm permit were genuine and without issue. Consequently, the matter had to proceed according to protocol. The couple was caught red-handed, and regardless of Xia Ping'an's report regarding his losses, they bore full responsibility for the incident. Their attempts to leverage their connections and employ typical tactics of intimidation and unruliness were rendered farcical in the face of the unwavering authority of the state and its procedural rigor. We learned that Mr. Xia had previously worked at an automobile repair shop in Shanghai City. After a brief exchange among a few individuals, Lu Rui softly interjected. Xia Ping'an smiled and nodded, maintaining his composure. Officer Lu noted accurately that he indeed had worked at an auto repair shop in Shanghai City, which he did not dispute. As for the relationship between his former employment and his current position, as well as the purpose of his issued firearm and the source of his income, Officer Lu, do you truly wish to delve into this? If so, I can certainly provide you with the details. Observing Xia Ping'an's smile, Officer Lu felt a chill run down his spine and promptly shook his head. Having been in this line of work for quite some time, Officer Lu was acutely aware that knowing too much about certain matters was not necessarily a blessing. His recent remark was merely a subtle reminder to Xia Ping'an to exercise restraint. The issue of the lost firearm weighed heavily on the shoulders of the Shanghai City Police Department, and the higher-ups were somewhat troubled, wishing to avoid escalation. Qian cast a glance at Lu Rui, smiling as he took over the conversation. We hold Mr. Xia's current occupation in high regard. Yet we shall not interfere with the specifics of his duties, except where our assistance is required. The pressing matter at hand is that the items and service weapon lost by Mr. Xia have yet to be recovered. However, we have apprehended both suspects involved in this case. There is a slight discrepancy between the items reported lost by Mr. Xia and their testimonies. Though I believe it is not a significant issue, it will likely take only a bit of time to resolve. What do you think, Mr. Xia? Indeed, I concur that this is not a grave concern. As long as the individuals are detained, the other items can be located gradually. With an unspoken understanding and a sense of camaraderie established, Qianlan and Lu Rui engaged in a few more exchanges with Xia Ping'an before proceeding with the standard protocol, requesting him to accompany them to the police station for a personal identification of the suspects. The two officers' vehicle awaited outside, and Xia Ping'an followed them from the lobby, ultimately arriving at the Shanghai City Police Department. Within a room at the station, through the one-way glass, Xia Ping'an once again laid eyes on the boisterous man with tattoos visible on his arms from the previous night, alongside the woman. The man's facial injuries had yet to heal, His nose was flattened, his teeth broken, and several front teeth were missing, rendering his visage a ghastly sight. The woman's face was swollen on one side, her complexion pallid, her brows lowered, and her eyes sunken. The two individuals, handcuffed and clad in prison garb, resembled frail chickens plucked from a boiling pot, trembling as they were escorted by several police officers to the identification room. They stood against a wall marked with stark vertical stripes, their expressions filled with panic as they faced the one-way glass. As for the plight of these two, Xiaoping felt no sympathy. His principle of action was to respond to kindness with greater kindness and to respond to malevolence with even greater severity. He nodded with conviction to Qianlan and Lu Rue beside him, affirming, "Indeed, it is they." Chapter 45. The elusive pursuit of iron shoes following such an incident. Residing in that rental unit became untenable. He and Xiaoning would soon need to relocate. However, before moving, it was imperative to ascertain their new destination. Since it was the weekend and time was at hand, Xiaoping resolved to take the bus and meander through the city, scouting for a suitable neighborhood. Once he had identified a general area and desired community, he would consult a real estate agent, ensuring a more targeted approach to finding a new home. On this weekend, with the absence of office workers, the bus was not crowded. Xiaoping traversed through Shanghai City, disembarking at promising neighborhoods to explore the surroundings, taking mental notes of suitable communities for later comparison. Unbeknownst to him, the morning and a significant portion of the afternoon slipped away as he hastily surveyed over a dozen neighborhoods within the city. Around 3 in the afternoon, after finishing a visit to a neighborhood, Xiaoping arrived at the bus stop outside the community and boarded the number 98 bus, which was headed towards the northern suburbs of Shanghai City. There were several neighborhoods in that area, and it was relatively close to Xianing's school, which piqued Xiaoping's curiosity to explore further. Upon boarding, the bus still had many vacant seats, so he made his way to a spot in the middle towards the back and settled down. In front of Xiaoping sat a young couple, while behind him were two elderly women chatting animatedly, preparing for an outing. To his left was a high school student clad in a uniform, and in front of him sat a housewife alongside an elderly couple and a middle-aged man carrying a briefcase. The atmosphere on the bus was lively, with the two women engaged in conversation and the young couple lost in their own world. The young man was playfully twirling the girl's hair and whispering sweet nothings into her ear, while the others appeared somewhat detached, absorbed in their mobile devices. Xiaoping took out his phone for a glance. The order committee's mobile application had yet to provide any updates regarding Gao Qingshan, nor were there any task notifications, indicating that last night, when Feng Lingshan and the others activated the lights, no anomalies had been detected. Meanwhile, Xiaoning had just posted on her social media, sharing 3 photographs. One was a beautified selfie taken at the infinity pool of the Guangzhou Hotel. Another featured a vanilla ice cream and a small cake from the hotel's buffet, and the last captured Xiaoping from behind in the hotel lobby. The image of him walking through the lobby exuded youthfulness, poise, and a hint of mystery. Xiaoping couldn't help but smile softly. As the bus made its way past several stops, it arrived at the entrance of a park. 2 middle-aged women, seated behind Xiaoping, decided to alight together. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged woman boarded the bus. A few minutes later, the bus reached another stop where a young couple disembarked. At the bus stop, for individuals boarded at once, a pair of young middle-aged parents accompanied by a boy of about 7 or 8, alongside an elderly man. The old man, clad in a blue sweater, appeared to be in his 60s, donning a soft gray wool hat. He carried several paper shopping bags filled with items such as ribs, potatoes, and celery. The young couple settled into the 2 empty seats at the front, while the elderly gentleman made his way towards the rear of the bus, seemingly intent on occupying the seats vacated by the departing couple. Anyone observing the old man would likely assume he was merely a grandfather out shopping for groceries on the weekend, drawing little attention. Initially, Xiaoping paid him little heed, merely glancing at him before shifting his gaze away. However, as the old man approached and drew nearer to Xiaoping, an inexplicable tension stirred within him. The soul banner within the secret stupa seemed to respond, gently swaying as if it had sensed something. This was a sensation Xiaoping had never encountered before. The ethereal movements of the soul banner, delicately carved from white jade, appeared to be drawn by some unseen force. Agitated in the absence of wind, the only entity capable of eliciting such a response from the soul banner would be a desecrated corpse. The realization struck Xiaoping with a jolt, recalling the chilling descriptions he had encountered regarding the soul banner. The old man has already passed away. He is but a walking corpse. Xiaoping lowered his head, idly scrolling through his phone like the other passengers in the vehicle, though his mind was in turmoil. Just yesterday, they were scouring the entire city for a member of the Demon Eye who had merged with a brain-eating worm, and were in search of the host controlled by this creature. Having found nothing, it was astonishing that he should encounter one today. The presence of this corpse suggested that either Gao Qingshan or a member of the Demon Eye was still in Xianghe City, while the prey had yet to be located. The trail had already been discovered. What a stroke of luck. He and Mo Yin had labored the entire day before, yielding no results, and had thought that Gao Qingshan might have already departed from Xianghe City. Mo Yin and the others had ventured out the previous night without noticing anything unusual. After a trip to the police station and a full day spent riding the bus in Xianghe City, he unexpectedly encountered a moving corpse on the very bus. It truly echoed the saying that sometimes what one is searching for can be found without any effort at all. The other passengers on the bus remained utterly oblivious, failing to recognize that they were sharing the vehicle with a walking corpse and a summoner. The entire situation was horrifying. Once he grasped the circumstances, Xia Pingyan maintained his composure, continuing to play with his phone without taking any rash actions. After a few more stops, Bus 98 reached the outskirts of the city, where the old man with the shopping bags disembarked. The place where he got off was a small town on the city's outskirts, featuring a gas station and a bus stop, with a road leading into the town not far away. To avoid alarming the snake by beating the grass, Xia Pingyan did not disembark at this station. Instead, he employed his remote viewing ability, soaring several hundred meters above, akin to a hawk, capturing the ground's happenings from a superior vantage point. As long as he refrained from observing up close, as he had with Mo Yinchao previously, the subject under observation, even if possessing remote viewing capabilities themselves, would find it exceedingly difficult to sense another's scrutiny from such an angle and altitude. A few minutes later, at a station 1 kilometer away, Xia Pingyan alighted from the bus. While keeping a watchful eye on the old man with his remote viewing ability, he briskly made his way to the previous bus stop and, upon retrieving his mobile phone, promptly reported the situation to the National Order Committee of Xianghe City. Hello. Moments later, Mo Yinchao's voice resonated from the other end of the line. I have discovered a potential living corpse controlled by a brain-eating worm. Xia Pingyan stated directly. Where did you find it? What is the current situation? Mo Yinchao's voice escalated several octaves, his demeanor seemingly invigorated. Chapter 46. Following the clue for the National Order Committee of Xianghe City, the primary task determined after yesterday's meeting was to ascertain whether the member of the Demon Eye, fused with the man-eating worm, still lingered within Xianghe City. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Pingyan had made a significant discovery today. The presence of the brain-eating worm's host in Xianghe City implied that its origin, Gao Shanqing, must also be concealed within the city. It was no wonder that Mo Yinchao exhibited a measure of excitement. The objective emerged serendipitously during my bus journey, and it remains in motion as I diligently track it. Unbeknownst to my quarry, the corpses controlled by the flesh-eating parasites may well exceed one, and it is conceivable that a member of the Eye of the Demon lurks nearby, rendering the situation perilous. It is imperative that you refrain from acting alone. Heed my warning, do not venture forth solo. Mo Yan's voice resonated gravely from the other end of the line, advising me to abstain from direct contact with the target and merely observe. We shall swiftly ascertain your location via your mobile device. Naturally, Xia Pingyan could not confront a member of the Eye of the Demon single-handedly. To summon assistance while engaging in a solitary confrontation would be sheer folly. Understood. The target continues to move, approximately 1,000 meters from my mobile's location. I will maintain surveillance. Upon concluding the call, Xia Pingyan stowed his phone and briskly advanced along the road. Minutes later, through the lens of his distant viewing ability, he beheld the elderly man approaching a small courtyard situated over 200 meters from the bus stop, along the roadside of the quaint town. The courtyard boasted several trees and a charming 2-story house, typical of the independent residences in this community, each adorned with its own garden. To avoid raising suspicion, Xia Pingyan refrained from penetrating the interior of the dwelling with his distant vision. Instead, he vigilantly monitored the courtyard from a discreet distance. After a span of 10 minutes, he arrived at a water bar located over 200 meters from the small house, where he observed it from afar, sipping a glass of juice while capturing a few photographs to send to Mo Yin. A few minutes later, the lights in the water bar suddenly dimmed and then flickered back to brightness, the bulbs wavering momentarily. Surely, the transformer in this quaint town must not be experiencing issues again. The owner of the bar, while polishing the counter, glanced up at the flickering bulbs and murmured to himself. "Is this a common occurrence here, boss?" asked Xiaopingen. The owner nodded in response. 20 minutes later, the door of the water bar swung open, and in walked Li Yunzhou, clad in a blue uniform of the electric utility company, complete with a hat. He purchased a bottle of beverage and cast a glance at Xiaopingen, raising an eyebrow in acknowledgement. After Li Yunzhou exited the bar, Xiaopingen followed him outside. As he rounded a patch of shade along the roadside, Xiaopingen spotted 2 yellow emergency repair vehicles parked by the curb. One of the repair trucks had an extended ladder, where 2 workers were busy attending to the wires and transformer on 2 utility poles. Another servicing vehicle was stationed nearby, and Li Yunzhou climbed into it through the back door. Noticing that no one was watching, Xiaopingen stealthily followed suit. Though the exterior of the vehicle resembled that of a regular repair truck, its interior harbored a different reality. Inside were Mo Yanxiao, Tu Polu, and Li Yunzhou, all donning the electric company uniforms. The vehicle brimmed with sophisticated electronic and surveillance equipment, fully capable of monitoring the targeted small courtyard. What is the current situation? Who is that living corpse controlled by the brain-eating parasite? Mo Yanxiao inquired directly upon Xiaopingen's entrance. Your approach was indeed correct. Mo Yan spoke with a tone of admiration, noting that the member of the Eye of the Demon, having integrated with a brain-eating worm, would possess heightened sensory perception. Moreover, we remain uncertain regarding the nature of his previous abilities. Should that member fortuitously possess the power of remote viewing and be concealed within that very room, employing your own remote viewing abilities to observe him from a close distance could result in exposure. Xiaopingen nodded in agreement, as he shared the same sentiment. Tu Polu extended a large hand and patted Xiaopingen on the shoulder, affirming, "Indeed, you have accomplished something significant. Just yesterday, during our meeting, we were at a loss, uncertain if that member of the Eye of the Demon was still hiding in Xianghe City. Unexpectedly, you have identified a target today, which indicates that the member remains within Xianghe City. Even if he is not in that courtyard, we can follow the clues to track him down." Li Yunzhou, however, gazed at Xiaopingen with an expression of intrigue, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I must say, your luck seems rather extraordinary. To encounter a target merely by taking a bus. Why is it that I am not blessed with such fortune? It is not just one ride. I have taken countless bus trips today, wandering the city all day long." "You, young man, are quite impressive," Tu Polu remarked, his gaze towards Xiaopingen now imbued with recognition. "I did not expect you to continue your search for the member of the Eye of the Demon alone over the weekend." "Ahem. I am not in search of a member of the Eye of the Demon. Rather, I seek a suitable rental accommodation. My previous landlord and I had a falling out, and it seems I have been evicted, so I must find a new place to relocate." Xiaopingen spread his hands and spoke candidly, stating that encountering that living corpse was entirely incidental. Tu Polu and Li Yunzhou were momentarily at a loss for words. They were not well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding Xiaopingen's residence. Only Mo Yan had visited, thus gaining a modicum of understanding. Xiaopingen's situation was rather pitiable. He was indeed in need of a rental property. If only he could secure some lucrative side work, he could purchase a grand villa in Xianghe City in no time. What a modest sum that would be. What rental property was required? If the officials at the ministry were to learn that a summoner from the National Order Committee in Xianghe City was impoverished enough to require a rental, they would surely find it laughable, thereby tarnishing our image. Li Yunzhou remarked to Mo Yan. Tu Polu gazed at Xiaopingen with sympathy, once more placing a large hand upon his shoulder. "Who would have thought that I would know a summoner as financially challenged as you? I can boast about this in the future." Xiaopingen was at a loss for words. He was merely seeking a place to live, which seemed entirely normal. Was it truly so ridiculous? Why did it seem as though he was in a more dire situation than a beggar in their eyes? Mo Yan struck the keyboard before him a few times, and on the vehicle's display, a photograph of an elderly man alongside a household registration document appeared. "Is this the elderly gentleman you were referring to?" Xiaopingen glanced at the photograph and the registration, nodding affirmatively. "Yes, that is indeed him. In the provided household registration document, the elderly gentleman is named Sun Dazzling, a solitary individual whose children are not nearby. The Order Committee operates like a terrifying state apparatus. Its efficiency in action is quite alarming. Within mere minutes, the consumption data for water and electricity over the past year, shopping records, and nearby surveillance footage related to Sun Dazzling's residence were retrieved, culminating in a comprehensive big data analysis. The results indicated that only Sun Dazzling resided in the dwelling, with no other occupants present. Consequently, 2 distinct contingency plans were swiftly devised. The first plan entailed that shortly, employees from the electricity company would enter the homes of residents within the town to inspect the electrical circuits. During this time, Mo Yin, Tu Palu, and Li Yunzi would disguise themselves as employees of the electricity company and proceed to examine Sun Difeng's home. Should they discover a member of the Devil's Eye lurking within, they would immediately spring into action, aiming to eliminate the member without causing significant disturbance. Meanwhile, Xia Pingon, Chao Xinghua, and Qin and Fong Lingshan would conceal themselves in the vicinity, establishing the first line of defense to prevent the Devil's Eye member from escaping. If, upon their entry, the trio found no trace of the Devil's Eye member within Sun Difeng's home, they would withdraw and transition to the second contingency plan. The second plan would involve the Special Operations Unit monitoring Sun Difeng closely, awaiting any interaction between him and the member of the Devil's Eye. The man-eating worms are indeed terrifying. Yet they possess a peculiar trait. A close encounter between the brain-eating worm's entity and its host must occur at least once every 9 days. Otherwise, the host risks losing control. Thus, the Special Operations Unit can closely monitor the elderly Sun Difeng, as they will inevitably trace his contacts to uncover the hidden member of the Eye of Evil lurking in Xianghe City, thereby eliminating this significant threat to social order. As night fell, the maintenance workers from the electric company began their rounds, entering the homes of the townsfolk to repair the wiring. Xia Pingan, donned with a headset, departed from the electric repair vehicle and concealed himself in the shade of a tree, a mere 80 meters from Sun Difeng's residence. Chao Xinghua and Qin and others also settled into their designated positions. High above, a drone hovered silently, meticulously scanning the streets and houses of the town below. In the distance, 2 assault teams and snipers had already taken their positions. 2 hawk-like aircraft circled in the sky, prepared for pursuit. The net was cast. The operation commenced. Mo Yin, Tu Polu, and Li Yunzhao, clad in electric company uniforms and wearing hats, exited their vehicle with toolboxes in hand. They initiated their repairs at the neighboring houses of Sun Difeng. After a brief interval, the trio approached the gate of Sun Difeng's courtyard and rang the doorbell. After a short wait, the elderly man emerged to open the door. The 3 explained their purpose and subsequently entered Sun Difeng's home. Contrary to expectations, chaos and conflict did not ensue. Within 5 minutes, all 3 emerged from the house unscathed. Then, within Xia Pingan's earpiece, he heard the voice of Mo Yin Xiao. Attention all teams, the primary target is not inside. Switch to Plan B and maintain strict surveillance on site. As night fully descended, the vehicles and personnel from the electric company withdrew, restoring stability to the town's electrical circuits and power supply. The town and the city sparkled with countless lights, harmoniously reflecting one another. Meanwhile, a small building available for rent, situated just over 100 meters from the home of the elderly Sun Difeng, welcomed new tenants. Discreet surveillance equipment had already been installed outside Sun Difeng's residence. A quaint brass lamp quietly illuminated the room. The Special Operations Unit commenced their work. Having just consumed a bowl of instant noodles while fixated on the surveillance footage, Xia Pingan received a call from Xiaoning. She informed him that she had found several alternative locations and wished to discuss them with him. Since Xia Pingan's soul-settling banner could completely restrain the host of the brain-eating worm, and given that the target had already been identified, Xia Pingan's weekend leave ended abruptly, forcing him into an overtime state as he joined the surveillance team to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. After hanging up, Xia Pingan noticed that the others in the room were looking at him with sympathetic expressions. Director, why not assign Xia Pingan a side job that requires the soul-settling banner? Just one should suffice. Purchasing a villa isn't too expensive. Even Qin chimed in with a comment directed at Mo Yin Xiao. Is it really that lucrative for summoners to take on jobs? Buying villas at a whim? Xia Pingan mused in confusion. Xia Pingan had just embarked on his journey as a summoner. Time stretched before him, and there were no impoverished summoners. He would be no exception. Mo Yin spoke softly, indicating that Xia Pingan's financial struggles were genuine rather than feigned. Previously, he had managed to entice Xia Pingan into pursuing a magical rat with just a few thousand coins. However, during his last encounter, Xia Pingan had been deceived by that rogue Yin duo, leading him to the death arena for a task. The additional rewards from that mission were expected to be substantial, and the truth would be revealed once the wages were disbursed in a few days. Chapter 47. Locking onto the target from a human perspective, the elderly Sun Difeng was effectively deceased. He now existed merely as a walking corpse devoid of autonomous consciousness, a mere host to the brain-eating parasite. Yet, from a biological standpoint, he was not entirely dead. as his body still exhibited vital signs and could undergo metabolism. According to the Order Committee and the legal framework of this era, he was indeed classified as deceased, falling under the rare exceptions of death due to parasitic invasion by spatial organisms, and could be treated as a living corpse hosting the parasite. However, the townspeople remained oblivious to Sun Defeng's demise. Every morning, Xia Ping'an would observe the animated corpse departing from his yard, heading to the town's central garden to exercise alongside the elderly residents, mimicking the movements of the ladies engaged in square dancing. Witnessing a living corpse blending into the crowd, participating in physical activities, evoked a chilling sensation, yet none of the others surrounding Sun Defeng seemed to notice his peculiar state. In what appears to be a serene city, there exists an undercurrent of bizarre and startling occurrences. The actions of the undead are not autonomous. Rather, they are manipulated remotely by the brain-eating worm. Given that the elderly Mr. Sun Defeng lives alone, the analysis by the Special Operations Division suggests that the member of the Demon Eye, infused with the brain-eating worm, would not approach Mr. Sun directly at his residence, as it would attract too much attention. The most plausible scenario is that this individual will orchestrate Mr. Sun's outings, seeking opportunities to engage with him in public settings. This strategy would enable them to ascertain the location of the brain-eating worm based on Mr. Sun's habitual activities. The interval between the brain-eating worm's host and its subject must not exceed 9 days, and each close encounter should last a minimum of 5 minutes with clear physical contact. Mr. Sun's life is quite regimented. He exercises every morning, visits a suburban park every 3rd day, and frequents a city supermarket every 4th day, spending the majority of his time within the town. Notably, according to prior intelligence from the Special Operations Division, one of the individuals who went missing and was later found dismembered and sacrificed in the cold storage was last seen near the suburban park, indicating overlapping trajectories. After 2 days of surveillance, Xia Ping'an discovered that the corpse controlled by the brain-eating worm always carried a small vial of ether and a handkerchief before heading out, tools presumably intended for abduction during unsuspecting moments. An elderly man, meandering through a suburban park for a leisurely outing, might not raise suspicion among the few who cross his path. However, unbeknownst to them, he is a mere vessel, a living corpse under the control of a brain-eating parasite, actively seeking sustenance and sacrificial offerings, an utterly ordinary pursuit for him. This unsettling hypothesis edges closer to the grim truth. After meticulously eliminating the elderly townsfolk who engage in morning exercises and square dancing alongside Sun Defeng from suspicion, the focus of surveillance shifts to his excursions to the suburban park every 3 days and the city supermarket every 4 days. During these outings, anyone who has prolonged contact with Sun Defeng for more than 5 minutes, particularly involving noticeable physical interaction, becomes a prime suspect. Due to Xia Ping'an's extraordinary remote viewing abilities, the responsibility of monitoring Sun Defeng's outings falls squarely upon him. Xia Ping'an need not follow the elderly man in person. Instead, he can observe from several hundred meters away, employing his unique talents. Over a span of 4 days, Xia Ping'an observes Sun Defeng as he engages in morning exercises 4 times, partakes in mahjong and tea 3 times, and visits the suburban park once. Throughout this period, Sun Defeng encounters various individuals, yet none belong to the nefarious faction of the Demon SI. On Wednesday, for days after Sun Defeng's last supermarket visit, he boards a bus headed to the grocery store that afternoon. Li Yuzhou drives a rather unremarkable SUV, trailing behind the bus, while Xia Ping'an sits in Li Yuzhou's vehicle, not aboard the bus, yet keenly attuned to every movement aboard it. Behind Li Yuzhou's vehicle, there was a surveillance car disguised as an urban freight minibus, occupied by Tu Polu and Qing and others. The bus was not crowded, with people coming and going. Yet fortunately, none of the passengers desired prolonged physical contact with an elderly man, rendering the surveillance aboard the bus relatively uncomplicated. After traversing 7 or 8 stops, the bus finally entered the bustling downtown area of Xianghe City. Elder Sun Defeng alighted here, followed closely by Xia Ping'an. The target had disembarked and was now walking towards a supermarket. I trailed behind him at a distance of over 100 meters, having failed to detect any physical contact with the target while on the bus. As Xia Ping'an navigated through the crowd, he whispered updates, maintaining constant communication with Mo Yin and the others. A small piece of skin-tone biomimetic tape was affixed to the area behind his ear, almost undetectable to the untrained eye. Within this tape was a miniature communication device capable of collecting and transmitting sound through the vibrations of his skin. This device was linked to Xia Ping'an's mobile phone, which relayed signals to the surveillance vehicle with remarkable ease. The supermarket was teeming with people, situated in a public area of the city. In the preceding days, we had not observed any close interactions between the target and members of the Eye of the Demon. Today marked the 4th day of our surveillance on the target, a critical juncture that warranted caution. If the interval between the target's encounters with the ghoul was indeed 8 days, today presented the highest likelihood of uncovering the objective. A gentle voice from Ching echoed in my ear. Understood. After observing the elderly man descend the escalator of the supermarket, Xiaoping navigated through the bustling crowd to the entrance of the elevator on the opposite side, ascended, and then concluded his call. The supermarket, located in a vibrant commercial district on the 2nd floor of a shopping center, was teeming with people even in broad daylight. In such an environment, the arrival of an elderly shopper went unnoticed, while simultaneously complicating the surveillance efforts significantly. Xiaoping remained vigilant, despite not being in close proximity to the elderly man. His remote viewing ability remained firmly focused on him. Rather than entering the supermarket immediately, the elderly gentleman continued upward, meandering through the 3rd-floor mall. This unusual behavior immediately piqued Xiaoping's interest. He refrained from following him into the mall, instead lingering beside a cosmetics counter outside. Feigning interest in selecting products for his girlfriend, the host entered the 3rd-floor mall. Xiaoping promptly reported that the foot traffic in the mall was sparse, making it easier to be detected while tracking. He noted that the host's actions appeared somewhat peculiar, as if he were repeatedly verifying whether he was being followed. Understood. Indeed, after a span of more than 10 minutes, the elderly man did not engage in any physical contact with others in the 3rd-floor mall. He descended the escalator once more, re-entering the supermarket on the 2nd floor. Xiaoping shifted his position on the 3rd floor, opting not to enter the supermarket. Li Yunzhou had already entered the supermarket ahead of him, waiting to take over the surveillance, while Xiaoping continued monitoring from outside. Given the supermarket's significance, the two maintained their watchful eyes together. An elderly gentleman purchased some vegetables at the supermarket. Aside from a brief moment of indirect physical contact with the store clerk while selecting his items, he exhibited no peculiar behavior. The interaction lasted less than 3 minutes, insufficient to meet the criteria for contact between the host and the parasitic entity. After acquiring his groceries, the elderly man departed from the fresh produce section and proceeded to the checkout, leaving the supermarket without any anomalies. Xiaoping found himself perplexed. Could it be that the elderly man's outing today was merely a routine errand? Yet his actions on the 3rd floor had been decidedly odd. Just as Xiaoping assumed the old man would exit the premises, he unexpectedly pivoted and made his way from the supermarket's exit to the side entrance of the shopping center, where he stowed his purchases in a locker before heading towards the men's restroom on the 2nd floor. The restroom. How had I not considered that? Xiaoping instantly recognized the implication but remained composed, employing his remote viewing ability to follow the elderly man into the men's restroom. Inside, a row of private stalls awaited, and Xiaoping observed as the elderly man entered one of these compartments and, upon closing the door, suddenly knelt on the floor. A hand stealthily reached out from beneath the neighboring partition. The elderly man, kneeling, contorted and writhed, extending his tongue as a serpent might, gently licking the hand that had appeared. To an uninformed observer, this would appear to be a deviant act, utterly devoid of context. No one would suspect it to be the means of contact between the parasitic entity and its host. The scene was utterly revolting, horrifying, and distressingly vivid. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaoping was suddenly seized by a chilling sensation. Fearing detection, he promptly shifted his focus from the elderly man kneeling on the ground to the elongated glass pane in the restroom. Utilizing his remote viewing abilities through the mirror, he discreetly observed the happenings within the restroom. This indirect perspective of remote viewing is the least likely to be detected by others. After approximately 6 or 7 minutes, the sound of a toilet flushing emanated from the stall beside the old man. The door swung open, revealing a man in a gray suit and a blue shirt, impeccably dressed and seemingly in his 50s, resembling a successful individual. He emerged from the stall, clutching a brown briefcase under his arm, proceeded to the sink to wash his hands, and gazed into the mirror. The man in the reflection bore no remarkable features, save for a slightly somber gaze that vaguely echoed the essence of Gao Shan. Finally, I have you locked in. Xiaoping steadied his thoughts and promptly reported, confirming the identification of the demon eye member integrated with the brain-eating worm entity. He was exiting the restroom on the west side of the 2nd floor of the shopping center, a male dressed in a gray suit and blue shirt, with a brown briefcase tucked under his arm, making his way towards elevator number 4 of the shopping center. "We have located him." The sound of Mo Yan's voice filtered through the earpiece, exhaling a long breath. "We have accessed the surveillance system of the shopping center, and the target you mentioned has been confirmed." And Qing's voice followed soon after. Moments later, the identified member of the Demon Eye drove away from the shopping center's parking lot, completely unaware that he had been marked. Outside, the Special Operations Unit and a high-altitude drone had successfully locked onto the man's vehicle. The entire public safety and road surveillance system of Xianghe City had been mobilized by the Order Committee, firmly securing the target. Xiaoping quietly transferred the mission objective. From this moment onward, the elderly host, now exposed yet posing a lower threat level, would be monitored and controlled by another rapid response team from the Order Committee. They would eliminate the threat when Xiaoping and his team initiated their assault on the brain-eating worm. Xiaoping joined forces with the other members of the Special Operations Unit, relentlessly pursuing the member of the Demon Eye who had fused with the essence of the brain-eating worm. This particular member was a psychopathic killer endowed with a unique set of abilities. Judging by the corpses found in the cold storage, it was evident that this individual had engaged in sacrificial acts before. The Special Operations Unit could not allow this member of the Demon Eye to escape any longer. Chapter 48. The Ambush. Congratulations to Noringname for becoming the Alliance leader. The night was profound, and the moon in the sky gradually became full, shining brightly above. Most of the residents of Xianghe City had already drifted into a deep slumber. On the outskirts of Xianghe City, beside the highway, an inconspicuous moving truck was parked near a residential area. Like other moving vehicles, this truck had a tightly sealed cargo compartment, appearing utterly unremarkable. Emblazoned on the side was the advertisement of a well-known moving company in Xianghe City. Many individuals consult the auspicious hours before relocating, meticulously timing their movements, thus making midnight moves rather unremarkable. Anyone witnessing the truck would assume it was designated for a household within the neighborhood. Within the truck's cargo compartment, 7 members of the Special Operations Unit of the Xianghe City Order Committee had assembled. The compartment housed intricate and expensive electronic equipment, and at that moment, a colossal electronic display showcased the frontal images of 2 middle-aged men, one on each side of the screen. The photograph on the left depicted the wanted Gao Qingshan, while the one on the right portrayed the target identified by Xiaoping today, a member of the Demon Eye. This individual, named Zhao Qianjin, is the owner and legal representative of the Xianghe City Qianjin Natural Resource Recycling Company, essentially a licensed proprietor of a scrap metal business. Positioned over 200 meters away, along the roadside, lay the premises of the Xianghe City Qianjin Natural Resource Recycling Company. The physical appearances of the 2 men displayed on the monitor were starkly dissimilar, yet their brooding gazes were eerily alike. Following a thorough analysis of past data regarding Gao Qingshan and Zhao Qianjin by the Intelligence Information Center, it became evident that the genuine Zhao Qianjin was likely deceased. The figure we now see as Zhao Qianjin is, in fact, the manifestation of Gao Qingshan after assimilating the brain-eating worm, serving as his alternative identity in Xianghe City. Therefore, during our impending operation, our target will be Zhao Qianjin. The voice of Mo Yin echoed within the truck as he wielded a laser pointer, finalizing the arrangements and preparations. On the electronic display, another map materializes. It depicts the layout of the factory area within the Xianghe City Qianjin Natural Resources Reclamation Company. After daytime reconnaissance, it was determined that 11 workers were present on the premises. The numerous cases of missing persons in Xianghe City involved a wide range of individuals, whose movements were elusive and difficult to trace. They frequently changed their means of transportation. Such an arrangement could not be orchestrated solely by the members of the Demon Eye, who had merged with the brain-eating insects, along with just a handful of hosts. It necessitated a larger cooperative effort. Therefore, it can be firmly established that the 11 workers within the factory area are likely all hosts for the brain-eating insects. Even if they are not hosts, they are undoubtedly minions of the Demon Eye, having become deeply entangled in the prior cases of missing persons and murders. These hosts will need to be dealt with collectively during the upcoming operation. Mo Yan's gaze shifted towards Xiaoping, directing a laser pointer at a specific area within the factory grounds, assigning him a task. You possess the Soul Calming Banner. During the operation, all these hosts will be your responsibility. They reside in the dormitory building within the factory area. Once you have dealt with these hosts, remain at this position to block any possible escape route that the member of the Demon Eye might take from this direction. The other's eyes turned to Xiaoping as well, who calmly nodded in acknowledgement. Lao Chao, You and Ling Shan will hold this position. This road connects the factory to the residential area. Regardless of what transpires within the factory, your task is to ensure that nothing escapes into the residential area to harm its inhabitants. Xiao Xinghua and Fang Lingshan nodded in agreement. Anqing, you shall remain here, simultaneously directing the two outer assault teams, ensuring that this operation leaves no room for oversight. Anqing nodded in acknowledgement. I, Old Two, and Li Yunzhao will spearhead the frontal assault, infiltrating the building occupied by the members of the Demon Eye, who are entwined with the parasitic brain-eating worms, to eliminate our target. Mo Yan's gaze swept across the faces of the group. Is everyone clear? Everyone nodded in unison. Mo Yan glanced at his watch and declared resolutely, 1 minute to inspect your equipment, then we move out. Xiaoping conducted a thorough check of his gear. In truth, he carried little: his Manuine MR98, 36 silver bullets, a dagger, and a steel whip from the Black Cobra. The pistol, dagger, steel whip, and ammunition were all affixed to his specially designed tactical vest, which resembled a finely tailored waistcoat, offering both ballistic and stabbing protection without appearing cumbersome. This tactical vest had been custom-made for Xiaoping by Old Shou, with a designated holster at the waist to accommodate the steel whip. Over the tactical vest, he wore a coat and suit, rendering him indistinguishable even at a formal gathering. Is there any issue with the use of the Soul Calibur? Mo Yin inquired of Xiaoping. No issues. I am well versed in its application. Xiaoping shook his head affirmatively. Before long, the minute had elapsed. The truck's rear doors swung open, and the 7 members of the Special Operations Unit swiftly exited the vehicle, merging seamlessly into the night as they took their respective positions. Upon igniting the divine fire sphere, the summoner became impervious to the darkness, endowed with the ability to perceive the night. As Xiaoping alighted from the vehicle, he summoned a fragment of divine energy from his mind's eye to his pupils, causing a sudden chill to envelop them. In that moment, the profound darkness outside transformed into clarity before his gaze. Every detail within the obscurity became discernible under a faint crimson glow. Accompanied by Mo Yin, Tu Polu, and Li Yunzu, the quartet moved like 4 sleek black leopards, seamlessly traversing the greenery beside the road. In less than half a minute, they covered a distance of over 200 meters to reach the corner of the wall outside the Tianjin Natural Resource Regeneration Company. From the exterior, the yard was cluttered with scrap metal and derelict automobiles. The surrounding wall, a mere 2 meters high, appeared rather unremarkable, with the debris within the yard towering above it. The 4 swiftly dashed to the corner and effortlessly scaled the wall. Within the yard, 2 dogs were kept, and upon sensing the disturbance, they failed to bark before Li Yunzu produced a silent tranquilizer pistol. With 2 subtle sounds, the dogs succumbed quietly to the ground. Mo Yin gestured to Xiaoping, prompting the 4 to disperse within the yard. Xiaoping directed his charge towards the dormitory building housing 11 employees, while Mo Yin, Tu Pelu, and Li Yunzu sprinted towards another structure. The 2 buildings stood approximately 50 meters apart, flanking the eastern and western sides of the factory area. However, just as Xiaoping and Tu Pelu parted ways, the window of the building where Zhao Qianjin resided suddenly shattered with a resounding crash. A shadow lunged out from the window, intent on fleeing without a moment's hesitation, though shrouded in the veil of night. Xiaoping discerned that the dark figure was none other than Zhao Qianjin, whom he had encountered earlier that day, clad only in a pair of shorts. Her eyes glowed with a sinister red light, and her expression was exceedingly fierce. A thought flashed through Xiaoping's mind. She had been exposed. The realization struck him that their group had been discovered almost immediately upon their arrival. Zhao Qianjin's vigilance seemed implausibly heightened, leading him to conclude that there must be a problem with that dog. The ambush they had meticulously planned had, in an instant, transformed into a full-scale assault. They could not allow this member, imbued with the demonic eye of the brain-eating worm, to escape. If she were to flee, countless others would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Li Yunzhao aimed his tranquilizer pistol at Zhao Qianjin and, within a heartbeat, unleashed the entirety of its tranquilizer rounds toward her. While the tranquilizer rounds were ineffective against Zhao Qianjin, they might serve to momentarily hinder her movements. In a bizarre twist, Zhao Qianjin's form contorted midair, evading the majority of the tranquilizer darts. A couple of the darts struck her, merely piercing her skin before becoming lodged, causing them to drop harmlessly to the ground. Fire! Mo Yin let out a cold shout, igniting a blaze that pierced through the darkness of the factory grounds. The flames surged forth from his side, striking Zhao Qianjin with precision, engulfing her entire form in flames and transforming her into a flying torch. Kill! Tupola roared in fury, wielding a great knife that shimmered with a golden light along its blade. He leaped into the air like a soaring eagle, aiming a powerful strike at the figure ablaze in the sky. With a swift sound, Zhao Qianjin's skin and body writhed in fierce flames, but suddenly, a gaping wound appeared on her abdomen, from which a bloody monster emerged, akin to a banana squeezed from its peel, dropping to the ground. Tupolu cleaved the burning skin in two with a single stroke, and the charred remnants fell to the earth, reduced to ash. A flash of red light signaled the arrival of two slave soldiers summoned by Li Yunzhao and Mo Yin, armed with spears, charging towards the blood-soaked creature. Meanwhile, on Xia Ping'an's side, as Zhao Qianjin burst through the window of the small building, two doors of the employee dormitory were thrust open. 11 burly men, clad only in shorts and tank tops, charged out of the dormitory, wielding machetes, axes, wooden clubs, and even chainsaws. Their eyes were bloodshot, their demeanor ferocious. Upon spotting Xia Ping'an, they rushed at him with the savagery of beasts, intent on reducing him to mere pulp. In that moment, Xia Ping'an summoned the soul calming banner for the first time. He extended his right hand, and in an instant, a banner appeared, adorned in red, white, yellow, and black, towering even above a human figure. The banner bore enigmatic and obscure symbols. The pole supporting this banner appeared to be crafted from a dark wood. As soon as the soul-calming banner emerged, the 11 individuals, who had charged at Xia Ping'an like wild beasts, suddenly froze in their tracks, their previously ferocious expressions morphing into ones of sheer terror. A guttural, beast-like wail escaped their lips. With a gentle flick of the soul-calming banner, Xia Ping'an swept it towards the 11 assailants, and as the banner brushed against the crown of their heads, tendrils of black light emerged and were absorbed by the banner. Simultaneously, the 11 attackers fell to the ground, unceremoniously like cut stalks of wheat. Their faces transformed from a crimson, fearsome hue to a pallid calmness, their bodies gradually stiffening. And in an instant, their breath ceased, akin to a deep slumber, rendering them lifeless. Xia Ping'an was astonished by the formidable power of the soul-calming banner. At that moment, from a distance, the humanoid brain-eating creature unleashed a piercing, shrill shriek. The sound was sharp and unbearable, resonating even from several dozen meters away. Upon hearing this agonizing wail, Xia Ping'an felt a sudden buzzing in his head, overwhelmed by a wave of nausea and dizziness. As Xia Ping'an turned his head, he was met with the sight of a blood-red, grotesque figure, its body marred with wounds, one arm severed, and a substantial hole punctured in its abdomen by a spear. In that moment, amidst its screams, it managed to break through the encirclement of two slave soldiers and two Palu, charging towards him. What does it want from me? Is it seeking vengeance for its host, or attempting to flee from me? Chapter 49. Extermination. The soul-settling banner proved ineffective against the brain-eating worm's essence. As the menacing creature advanced, Xia Ping'an felt the soul-settling banner vanish from his grasp, replaced in an instant by the silver Manuine MR98. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots rang out in rapid succession. The 50 Magnum pure silver bullets erupted from the muzzle, striking the creature's chest 3 times and its head once. Xia Ping'an witnessed 4 blossoms of crimson erupt from the creature, as blood holes appeared on both its chest and head. Yet, it remained unscathed. The bullets merely momentarily stalling its advance due to the immense energy they carried. Be careful, came Tupolu's warning from a distance. Mo Yanxiao, Li Yunzhou, and the 2 slave soldiers rushed forward swiftly. With a wave of his hand, Mo Yanxiao conjured another fireball. In the blink of an eye, the searing orb approached the creature, which turned its head, opened its maw, and expelled a large mass of repugnant green slime towards the fireball, enveloping it in a viscous embrace with a hissing sound. The viscous substance and the fireball simultaneously transformed into a cloud of black mist, while a droplet of slime that fell to the ground instantaneously crystallized into a layer of frost. The creature evaded the fireball launched by Mo Yanxiao, yet it could not escape Li Yunzhao's. Li Yunzhao's fireball approached concealed behind Mo Yanxiao's. Showcasing a beautifully executed tactical maneuver, Mo Yanxiao's fireball diverted the creature's attention and consumed its reaction time, while Li Yunzhao's fireball served as the lethal strike aimed at the target. The moment the first fireball dissipated, the second one struck the creature's body directly. The entire form of the creature ignited in flames, but amidst the blaze, a fissure appeared beneath its abdomen, from which emerged a dark, gelatinous entity, smeared in slime and clad in a black exoskeleton, roughly the size of a 4 or 5-year-old child, resembling an armadillo. It wriggled out from beneath the creature's body, abandoning the burning shell. and under the cover of the dense black smoke, it charged once more toward Xiao Pingan. The incinerated carcass was reduced to ashes in an instant. Yet the monster escaped once again. Damn! The abilities of this man-eating creature truly exhibit an array of unpredictable transformations. Bang bang! Xiao Pingan continued to fire. The powerful silver bullets struck the slime-covered shell of that creature, producing two sharp sounds akin to bullets hitting steel plates, failing to penetrate its body. Furthermore, the creature moved with astonishing speed, its small size rendering it exceedingly difficult to contend with. Against this entity, it seemed the bullets were wholly ineffective. As the creature approached within 2 meters of Xiao Pingan, he lashed out with his steel whip. The creature, resembling an armadillo, was not the target of Xiao Pingan's black cobra whip. With a sudden snap, the whip's tail coiled around the railing of a second-floor dormitory, situated several meters away. Xiao Pingan's form leapt into the air, akin to a pendulum on a swing, soaring over the creature's head and narrowly evading its gaping maw. Believing it had successfully driven Xiao Pingan back, the creature charged away, attempting to break free from the encirclement. However, as soon as Xiao Pingan landed, he felt a surge of energy through the black cobra in his hand, and the whip flew forth with a fierce whistle, encircling the creature's waist like a lasso. The monster let out a piercing shriek and, using its momentum, lunged back at Xiao Pingan, its mouth agape to reveal yet another serpentine head covered in scales, lunging towards him like a drill. The sight of this serpentine head triggered a memory in Xiao Pingan, reminding him of the demon eye from the cold storage. Where the heads had been hollowed out, their brains drained. Instinctively, he ducked, feeling a foul wind brush past his scalp, narrowly escaping disaster. He used the momentum to perform a backflip, and with force, he hurled the creature, ensnared by the black cobra, like a spinning top towards the trio of Lu, Puh, and Lu, who were rapidly approaching. Witnessing Xiao Pingan's interception of the creature, the three felt a surge of renewed vigor. With a thunderous roar, Tu Polu surged forward, his figure leaping into the air, wielding his massive blade which sliced through the void, creating a dazzling arc of light. The creature's ebony shell, impervious even to bullets, was effortlessly cleaved apart by Tu Polu's formidable weapon. The armadillo-like monstrosity was severed in two, collapsing to the ground, its emerald blood hissing as it corroded the earth beneath. The two halves of the corpse writhed and struggled, still clinging to life, while the serpent-like appendage expelled from its mouth writhed in a grotesque dance despite being bifurcated. Xiao Pingan approached, a chill running down his spine. Mo Yin, with an impassive expression, waved his hand, summoning a burst of flames that swiftly engulfed the creature's remains, reducing them to a heap of blackened ash. Finally, the beast was vanquished, bringing a moment of respite. Was this truly the divine presence? The sovereign demon? Xiao Pingan's face remained inscrutable, yet the creature's dying words echoed ominously in his mind, hinting at significance that belied its imminent demise. A creature on the brink of death had no need for pretense, nor, perhaps, the inclination to feign such. Well done, lad. Tu Polu grinned, clapping Xiao Pingan on the shoulder. Mo Yin cast a glance at Xiao Pingan, inquiring silently if he was unharmed. Ha ha ha. One should not forget who brought the newcomers into the fold. Li Yunju, grinning beside me, began to boast once more. I had warned him about the numerous transformations of the brain-eating worm before our arrival, advising him to exercise caution. As it turns out, a member of the Eye of the Demon had already undergone 2 successful shell removals after merging with the brain-eating worm, and the ability to achieve a third was nearly perfected. Fortunately, we managed to eliminate him. Had he completed the 3rd removal, countless lives would have been at stake in the interim. Li Yunju's self-praise went unacknowledged by the others, yet his reliability in action was unquestionable. Today, Xiao Pingan's performance was commendable. He adeptly utilized the soul calming banner to effortlessly dispatch 11 hosts of the brain-eating worm, clearing the periphery of the factory and neutralizing any distractions. Subsequently, he executed a precise shot just as the worm's essence attempted to flee, thereby paving the way for the final kill by Tu Polu. As a newcomer undertaking such a perilous mission for the first time, neither Mo Yanxiao nor Tu Polu could find a single fault in Xiao Pingan. Moreover, it was Xiao Pingan who initially identified and targeted this member of the Eye of the Demon. At this moment, Enqing, Chao Xinghua, and Fang Lingshan finally rushed into the factory. The recent battle, swift and fierce, lasted less than half a minute, its perils unimaginable to those outside. Upon the arrival of the Special Operations Team, Mo Yanxiao gestured for everyone to split into 2 teams and conduct a careful search to ascertain if anything else remained here. The factory complex sprawls over a vast expanse, cluttered with an array of debris. Although the member of the demon eye has been eradicated, the presence of concealed horrors remains uncertain. Soon, a discovery was made beneath the dormitory of the complex, a clandestine passageway leading to an immense subterranean chamber. Within one of these chambers, a putrid stench permeated the air, swarming with maggots. In a pit spanning over 1,000 square meters lay the grotesque remnants of 200 to 300 decomposed bodies, their severed limbs heaped together to form a larger sacrificial totem of the demon eye. Upon witnessing this towering totem, the countenance of every operative from the Special Operations Unit shifted dramatically. The fleeting sense of accomplishment from vanquishing a member of the demon eye evaporated instantly. This marked the third instance of the demon eye discovered in Xianghe City, and it was evident that this particular manifestation had existed far longer than the previous two, with a greater number of victims sacrificed. On the opposite side of the subterranean chamber, more than a dozen dungeons were found, where 4 terrified children, abducted and imprisoned, were held captive. Among them was a little girl clad in a filthy red dress, having been snatched away less than 2 days prior. After ensuring the safety of the children, Xia Pinggan and his companions swiftly covered their eyes and guided them out of the underground lair, promptly transporting them to the hospital. The sheer number of sacrifices made to the demon eye, along with the impending arrival of the so-called true sanctum as foretold by the brain-eating monstrosity, constituted critically significant information. The National Order Committee of Xianghe City hastily reported to the provincial authorities. The true sanctum, the ruler of demons. The true essence of the sacred arrival can be comprehended as signifying a more extensive spatial invasion. However, the term dominating demon god is one that Xia Pingyan is encountering for the first time. Chapter 50. Review the following morning. In the conference room of the Special Operations Division of the Order Committee in Xianghe City, the 7 summoners of the Special Operations Division rose early, having just finished their breakfast before arriving here. Although they had successfully resolved an incident involving a member of the Eye of the Demon the previous day, the atmosphere in the conference room this morning was far from relaxed. It was rather somber. Fortunately, the summoners possessed the secret to quickly entering deep slumber, allowing them to appear rejuvenated in the conference room after only a few hours of sleep. The meeting was presided over by Mo Yin Xiao. The results of the DNA tests have come in. Within the vast pit beneath the Tianjin Natural Resource Regeneration Company, there were a total of 272 bodies of the sacrificed victims of the Eye of the Demon, all of whom were illegal immigrants from South Guangzhou, Mexico. They had been deceived by the Eye of the Demon and collectively met their tragic fate in Xianghe City. This operation had been ongoing for over 4 months. Due to their status as immigrants who had entered the country clandestinely, the Xianghe City police had not received any reports of missing persons. We had previously failed to uncover such a large-scale operation of the Eye of the Demon hidden in that location. Mo Yin Xiao's tone was laden with gravity. Given that the economy of the Great Yin Nation is prosperous, with a high standard of living and commendable social welfare, immigrants from countries in South Guangzhou, South America, find it difficult to be deterred. Every year, countless illegal immigrants brave various dangers and exploit numerous channels to enter the Great Yin Nation. Preliminary estimates suggest that the number of illegal immigrants residing in the Great Yin exceeds 7 million, with many more continuing to infiltrate annually. Previously, Xianghe City had not been among the favored destinations for these illegal immigrants, resulting in a somewhat lax scrutiny from local government agencies and law enforcement. Once these illegal immigrants enter the Great Yin, their demise often goes unnoticed, provided they do not perish in public view. The Eye of the Demon has cunningly exploited this situation, orchestrating a terrifying sacrificial ritual within Xianghe City. The Eye of the Demon serves as both a beacon and a coordinate for spatial invasion. Xianghe City stands on the brink of a potential large-scale spatial incursion, or rather, an imminent eruption of unprecedented magnitude, akin to a dormant volcano poised to erupt. This is the gravity that permeates the atmosphere of the conference room. The provincial authorities have reported to headquarters, and due to the brevity of time, the extensive sacrificial rites of the Eye of the Demon concealed in other cities remain undiscovered for now. However, it is certain that the one we uncovered last night is far from unique. Similar or even larger Eyes of the Demon are undoubtedly hidden in other cities. The Eye of the Demon has been plotting for a considerable time, successfully bringing a multitude of illegal immigrants to Xianghe City, raising significant concerns about the exposure of this matter. Headquarters is already mobilizing elite forces to investigate the foreign smugglers and border controls involved in the influx of illegal immigrants. Xia Pingyan remained silent, recognizing that this was a case of mending the fold after the sheep had strayed, yet time may be running out. From the vast pit discovered last night, it is evident that the number of casualties from the sacrificial rituals orchestrated by the eye of the demon over the past few months may surpass all expectations. Consequently, the impending spatial invasion is likely to exceed everyone's imagination as well. A seemingly minor action has unveiled countless intricate entanglements, instilling a sense of trepidation. Indeed, today's meeting serves as a rallying call, primarily aimed at enlightening everyone about the grave circumstances we are about to confront and to prepare for battle. Mo Yin nodded slightly. Senior, what is the organization of the Demon Suppression Guard? Xiao Ping'an inquired quietly, turning his head to speak in a tone audible only to Li Yunzhou. The Demon Suppression Guard is essentially an emergency response team composed of summoners organized by provincial and ministerial authorities. The number of members in the Provincial Demon Suppression Guard can range from a few hundred to over 1,000, depending on the urgency of the situation. In critical scenarios, such as this one, provincial departments mobilize elite forces from various local order committees and society at large to form a tactical unit of summoners, designed to adeptly respond to large-scale, unexpected spatial invasions. Li Yunzhou also turned his head, softly explaining to Xiao Ping'an. Hearing Xiao Ping'an, now a summoner, referred to him as senior, filled Li Yunzhou with a delightful sense of elation. Xiao Ping'an nodded subtly, recognizing the underlying significance of the situation. In extraordinary circumstances, rather than allowing the various local order committees to act independently in the face of an unpredictable spatial invasion, it would be more prudent for the provincial department to organize an elite force at their disposal. This would ensure prompt assistance in regions experiencing anomalies, thereby facilitating a more efficient utilization of existing resources. Given that we must confront unforeseen events, will the provincial department distribute the divine power replenishing elixirs according to wartime standards this month? Fang Lingshan inquired. In the past May, we encountered numerous emergencies, and our divine power reserves have dwindled significantly. I cannot say for certain, Mo Yin replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. However, today is already the 13th, and in a few days it will be payday, then we shall know the answer. I am aware that everyone has expended considerable divine power recently, so starting tonight, we will implement a lighting schedule according to duty rotation and patrol in pairs each night, allowing others to rest. The salaries and divine power replenishing elixirs for the order committee are traditionally distributed on the night of the full moon, specifically on the 15th of the lunar calendar. This month, the full moon falls on June 17th in the Gregorian calendar, which is fast approaching. Xiao Ping'an felt a sense of anticipation regarding this month's salary, as he had spent rather liberally of late and would soon need to search for a new residence, which would entail significant expenses. Even though he had not completed a full month of service, the upcoming disbursement would alleviate his pressing financial concerns. Upon hearing that everyone would take turns lighting the lamps starting tonight, those present in the conference room collectively exhaled in relief. The Special Operations Department had dealt with a member of the Demon Eye the previous night, creating quite a stir. The likelihood of another member of the Demon Eye lurking in Shanghai City had diminished significantly. Regardless, the Special Operations Department had drawn their blades and drawn blood, serving as a formidable deterrent to various factions that might still be concealed within Shanghai City. It seemed the city could enjoy a few days of tranquility, allowing the personnel of the Special Operations Department a moment of respite. At that moment, Xiao Ping'an's phone began to vibrate with a persistent buzzing. The room fell silent as everyone turned their attention to him. Given the potential for unforeseen events, personnel from the Special Operations Department were permitted to bring their phones into such meetings. The caller ID displayed Officer Qianlan, a female officer from the Public Relations Division of the Shanghai City Police Department. Xiao Ping'an chose not to answer, instead opting to disconnect the call. Is there something wrong? Mo Yin inquired. Nothing serious, just a personal matter. I'll call back later, Xiao Ping'an replied, putting away his phone. Hee, a call from a female officer. Li Yunzhou, ever observant, quickly noted the caller's identity. Is she your girlfriend? As the gazes of Enqing, Fang Lingshan, Tu Palu, and even Mo Yin fixated on him, Xiao Ping'an felt a twinge of helplessness. He hadn't anticipated that summoners could be so inquisitive. Slightly embarrassed, he cleared his throat and said, She's not my girlfriend. We had a dispute while renting a place, and I reported it. She's the officer handling the case. Upon hearing Xiao Ping'an mention the matter of renting again, everyone exchanged glances, finding it rather amusing. It was indeed curious for a prominent summoner a member of the National Order Committee, to encounter troubles with housing. Suddenly, Chao Xinghua spoke up. I have a villa in Shanghai City that I seldom visit. If you find yourself without a place to stay temporarily, you are welcome to reside there. I won't charge you rent. Just help me with some cleaning. I believe it would be more comfortable than staying here. Thank you, but no need for that. I have a younger sister, and it would be too much of an imposition. This is a minor issue that I can resolve myself, so there's no need to trouble everyone. Xia Pingyan politely declined. Xia Pingyan's performance yesterday had already earned him the recognition of everyone in the Special Operations Department, and they fully accepted him as one of their own. Even Chao Xinghua's attitude towards him had improved significantly. The oversight in last night's operation stemmed from a dog. No one had anticipated that a member of the demonic eye would choose a dog as their host. The primary host of the brain-eating worm is human, and using a dog as its vessel inherently presents flaws, causing the worm's primary host to be unable to fully control the dog's movements. However, there was a corresponding advantage. If the host dog encountered any mishap, the primary host would also swiftly sense it. When Xia Pingyan and his team stormed the factory yesterday, as Li Yunzhou drew out his silenced anesthetic pistol and incapacitated the two dogs, the member of the demonic eye immediately sensed it, which was the crux of the problem. After reviewing yesterday's actions, the meeting concluded, and once everyone exited the conference room, Xia Pingyan retrieved his phone and dialed Officer Qianluan. Hello, Officer Qian. I was unable to take your call earlier. Is there something you wish to discuss? Xia Pingyan inquired as soon as the call connected. The landlord's family has engaged a lawyer, and that lawyer wishes to find an opportunity to speak with you, Mr. Xia, to seek your understanding regarding the matter. I believe it would be beneficial for you to communicate with their lawyer, Officer Qianluan replied, her tone delicately insinuating the importance of the meeting. When would be a convenient time for you? I can arrange for the lawyer to meet with you for a thorough discussion. Xia Pingyan felt a slight uplift in his spirits, a smile gracing his lips as he recognized that assistance was on its way. Let us meet at 2 o'clock this afternoon in the tea lounge of the Guangzhou Hotel. He responded decisively. Very well, I shall see you at 2 this afternoon. As long as there were no pressing assignments, the Special Operations Department afforded a degree of freedom in scheduling, as long as one remained within the confines of Shanghai City. Xia Pingyan was pleased to have the opportunity to address the previous property dispute during the afternoon. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Xia Pingyan arrived punctually at the tea lounge of the Guangzhou Hotel. Upon entering, he spotted Officer Qianluan conversing with a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses seated in a corner. Xia Pingyan approached them. Noticing his arrival, Officer Qianluan stood up, followed by the middle-aged man in the suit, who also rose to his feet. Today, Qianluan donned a light blue women's suit paired with high heels, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, resembling a radiant urban professional. Good day, Mr. Xia. Officer Qianluan greeted with a smile as she shook hands with Xia Pingyan, then proceeded to introduce the bespectacled middle-aged man beside her. This is Lawyer Mu Yuan. Lawyer Mu, may I present Mr. Xia? Hello, Mr. Xia. It is a pleasure to meet you. The lawyer displayed a notable enthusiasm, promptly extending his hand to Xia Pingyan. Feel free to converse. My purpose today was merely to facilitate this introduction. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Upon Xia Pingyan's arrival, Officer Qianluan, clutching her blue handbag, bid farewell with a smile. Once Qian departed, the tea house was left with only Xia Pingyan and Lawyer Mu. The lawyer stood, courteously pouring a cup of tea for Xia Pingyan, while simultaneously offering compliments. Mr. Xia, you are truly remarkable for your age. Having joined the Guangzhou Communication Agency at such a young stage in your career, your future undoubtedly holds great promise. Thank you for your kind words. But I am pressed for time today. Could we expedite our discussion? Xia Pingyan stated directly. Certainly. Lawyer Mu took a seat and continued. My client deeply regrets the harm and inconvenience caused to you and your sister previously. They have reflected on their impulsive actions during their time in custody and genuinely regret them. The purpose of our meeting today is twofold. Firstly, to extend an apology on behalf of my client to you, and secondly, to discuss how we might resolve this matter swiftly. What do you mean by resolution? Xia Pingyan inquired with a smile. Mr. Xia's lost service firearm has indeed not been seen by my client. Until this weapon is located, the case cannot be resolved, which not only imposes immense pressure on my client, but also burdens the Shanghai City Police Department. Lawyer Mu spoke cautiously to Xia Pingyan, his gaze, tinged with a slightly oily and cunning glint, fixated unblinkingly on Xia Pingyan's face. I am the victim, yet I feel utterly powerless, Xia Pingyan replied with a smile, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. As Lawyer Mu continued speaking, he extracted a bank card from his pocket and slid it across the table towards Xia Pingyan. Lawyer Mu, what do you mean by this? Xia Pingyan inquired with a smile, glancing at Mu before nonchalantly taking the card. I appreciate this gesture of apology. I will find time to move out of the house in the coming days. While relocating, I shall also take another look to see if the firearm and money I reported missing are hidden somewhere in the house. Thank you so much, Lawyer Mu exclaimed, his heart secretly relieved. Communicating with an astute individual certainly alleviates one's worries. He was assured of securing his legal fees. As for his client, honest thoughts from Lawyer Mu revealed that the outcome was well-deserved. The principle of the lease does not disrupt the sale is a basic legal tenet. Entering a tenant's home to retrieve belongings under the pretense of being the new landlord is tantamount to theft. Throwing a tantrum and acting recklessly. This time he had encountered an immovable obstacle, provoking the wrong individual and jeopardizing himself. He could hardly blame anyone else. Lawyer Mu, a legal scholar, was approached with a query regarding the potential court ruling should my firearm and the missing sum of money be recovered. This is my business card. Should Mr. Xia encounter any legal predicaments in the future, he may seek my counsel. Lawyer Mu, with a slight bow, extended a card which Mr. Xia received, glanced at, and then pocketed, before shaking hands and bidding farewell. A sum of 500,000 in hand. As he exited the hotel, Mr. Xia privately mused that the adage summoners do not dwell among the impoverished certainly held true. In circumstances where individuals would rather risk their own well-being than refrain from bestowing wealth upon him, to reject such an offering would be an affront to that couple. This societal lesson should instill a sense of humility in them. Mr. Xia then made his way to a nearby bus station, awaited a bus, and ultimately departed on public transport. Outside the hotel, beneath a grand tree, Officer Qianlan was seated in a black SUV, piloted by Officer Lu Rui, the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Shanghai City Police Department. Perhaps Mr. Xia, the esteemed journalist, had a penchant for such pursuits? Officer Qian observed the departing bus with keen interest. Without needing to utter a word, Officer Lu Rui had already set the vehicle in motion, discreetly trailing the bus that Mr. Xia had boarded. 40 minutes later, as Mr. Xia transferred between two buses and finally disembarked at the parking station outside the National Order Committee of Shanghai City, heading towards its entrance, Qianlan and Lu Rui, who had parked at a distance with a camera in hand, exchanged glances, both inhaling sharply in astonishment. Xia Pingyan arrived at the entrance of the National Order Committee, where the grand doors opened automatically. Before stepping inside, he turned and waved to Qianlan and Lu Rui, who were seated in a car a few hundred meters away. He noticed their expressions change. Lu Rui, with a flicker of concern, swiftly removed the memory card from his camera, shattered it, and discarded the pieces out of the car window onto the road, muttering under his breath about those two fools who remained oblivious to the trouble they had stirred, mistaking their landlord's leniency for permission to act recklessly. They had merely received a warning. Otherwise, they could have faced a far graver fate. However, there was a silver lining. He and Enqing were assigned to the same team. Accompanying a beauty like Enqing through the lengthy night would surely not be an unpleasant task. Chapter 52. Returning home on Friday evening, shortly after 5. The siblings Xia Pingyan and Xia Ning ascended from the ground floor, each bearing two sizable suitcases, and once again stood at the entrance of their rented residence. The suitcases were not particularly heavy, but their bulk made them cumbersome to carry. Preparing for the move necessitated additional luggage, prompting Xia Pingyan to accompany Xia Ning to purchase a few earlier that afternoon. He had chosen the two largest suitcases, while Xia Ning carried two slightly smaller ones. The siblings trudged from the community entrance, making their way to the rooftop. Xia Pingyan appeared untroubled, while Xia Ning grimaced, shaking her aching arms, her brows knitted in discomfort. Brother, it's exhausting. If we are to move, we truly need to purchase a vehicle. Perhaps we could first allocate some funds from your housing savings, as we discussed earlier. Hailing a cab with these several suitcases has become quite a challenge. Moving our belongings will be laborious, and hiring movers can be prohibitively expensive. Let's go look at cars this weekend. With that, Xia Pingyan retrieved his keys and unlocked the door. Really? Xia Ning's eyes widened in surprise, brimming with excitement. Indeed. Xia Pingyan nodded affirmatively. A vehicle is essential for our move, and it will also facilitate trips to the headquarters. More importantly, in light of the imminent threat of a larger-scale spatial invasion, having a car would allow us to make a hasty escape if necessary. When he received the 500,000 yesterday, Xia Pingyan had already begun contemplating the purchase of a car. The two siblings stepped inside the house. Fortunately, although the space was somewhat disheveled, nothing was damaged, and it could be tidied up with ease. You organize the belongings. I will head to the kitchen to prepare dinner, Xia Pingyan instructed Xia Ning as he set down the suitcase. All right, Xia Ning replied enthusiastically. The siblings immersed themselves in their respective tasks. Though the house was in disarray, the thought of savoring the fragrant hot pot soup that Xia Pingyan would prepare the next day stirred Xia Ning's appetite, prompting her to start tidying up. Meanwhile, Xia Pingyan busied himself in the kitchen, extracting sea cucumbers, mushrooms, abalone, shark fin, chicken, shrimp, and various vegetables. These ingredients had been stored in the refrigerator for a week, remaining intact and ready for consumption. First, take out the sea cucumbers and abalone to soak in water for use tomorrow. The other ingredients can be prepared today for a meal. Xia Pingyan, like a master chef, busied himself in the kitchen. In less than an hour, a pot of fragrant rice, a plate of tomato shrimp, a dish of braised chicken cubes, a platter of seasoned cucumbers, and a bowl of cabbage and tofu soup were ready. Meanwhile, Xia Ning tidied up the house, making it neat and clean. The two siblings sat together at the dining table, exchanged smiles, and then began to eat. After the meal, Xia Ning gently pushed Xia Pingyan onto the sofa, brewed him a cup of tea, and turned on the television. Thank you, brother, for the delicious dinner. You've worked hard. Now please take a rest and enjoy your tea. I'll take care of the rest. As Xia Ning busied herself in the kitchen, the news from Xianghe City played on the television. Moments later, Xia Pingyan saw a report about the police discovering the body of Gao Qingshan, who had been shot dead. The location of Gao Qingshan's death was precisely the factory filled with scrap materials where the operation had taken place that night. After the order committee finished handling the site, it was handed over to the police. The terrifying demons I had been cleared away and was absent from the television footage. In addition to the murder charge, Gao Qingshan was also implicated in several counts of human trafficking and harboring illegal immigrants. Observing the news, Xia Pingyan's eyes narrowed slightly. The order committee's desire to avoid causing public panic was understandable, for countless instances in history have demonstrated that the consequences of fear stemming from spatial invasions may surpass the invasions themselves. However, for Xianghe City, the looming threat of large-scale spatial invasion is imminent. Casting a glance at Xia Ning, who was humming a tune while washing dishes in the kitchen, Xia Pingyan felt an urgent need to prepare. Once she deftly finished her chores, Xia Ning emerged from the kitchen, settled cross-legged on the sofa, and began discussing the prospect of moving with Xia Pingyan. Throughout the week, she had diligently scoured the internet for numerous housing options, becoming well-versed in the details of various neighborhoods and properties, akin to a trained real estate agent. She articulately expounded on the community's location, orientation, environment, greenery, property fees, building age, and resident demographics. As Xia Ning passionately introduced and analyzed these neighborhoods, Xia Pingyan remained silent, a faint sense of inexplicable guilt stirring within him. In his previous life, he had no family. In this lifetime, he had only this one sister. He had often sought to conceal his abilities, burdened by excessive concerns, and had inadvertently offered less care to Xia Ning. The Qingshan Garden community was one of the selected alternatives I had in mind. It is situated less than 2 kilometers from our school, aligning perfectly with your requirements. Within a 500-meter radius, there is a commercial center, and the property management's reputation is commendable. The community is relatively new, having been established for less than 7 years, and is primarily inhabited by young residents, albeit at a slightly higher price than our current residents. Presently, there are over 40 units available for rent in this community, with appealing layouts. Xia Ning retrieved her phone, opening the webpage as she continued to share her insights about the places she was interested in. Unbeknownst to Xia Ning, as she spoke, Xia Pingyan's gaze towards her held a hint of guilt. Xia Ning paused. Her brother, do you really consider Guangzhou Hotel merely a modest inn? Staying there for a single day costs more than our monthly rent. I hadn't mentioned it earlier, but the landlord's attorney contacted me yesterday, and I received a compensation of 500,000. Xia Pingyan produced a bank card, placing it upon the table. With this sum, one could likely reside at Guangzhou Hotel for 3 to 4 months. You'll soon be on summer break, and I often want to be home during that time. Staying at Guangzhou Hotel would be far more convenient for you. Brother, did you really, truly receive 500,000? Xia Ning was utterly astonished. She had heard him report the incident when he called the police last time, believing it would ultimately devolve into a petty squabble. Little did she anticipate that he had indeed secured the compensation. For Xia Ning, 500,000 was a substantial amount, and its arrival felt almost surreal. Clutching the card containing the sum, she leapt onto the sofa, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, 500,000. 500,000. This is wonderful, simply wonderful. After a brief moment of exuberance, she finally settled down, wrapping her arms around Xiaoping's neck. Brother, with this 500,000 and our previously saved 120,000 housing fund, we could purchase a property, or perhaps take out a bit more in loans to acquire a larger home. A bigger house could serve as your marital abode. Just so you know, I only require one room. You wouldn't consider banishing your adorable and capable sister, would you? By the way, brother, what kind of house do you wish to buy? The Great Yin Kingdom is vast yet sparsely populated, where the development of real estate is not exceedingly distorted. All properties are delivered in exquisite condition, devoid of shared spaces, and housing prices remain within reach for the average person. In small cities like Xianghe, a suburban villa price between 2 to 3 million is already quite impressive. Let us first stay at the Guangzhou Hotel for a few months. We can discuss the housing matter later, said Xiaoping. This hotel boasts the finest underground shelter in all of Xianghe and the most stringent security measures. When I am not by your side, residing at Guangzhou Hotel is the safest option. Underground shelter, murmured Xiaoning, seemingly struck by a thought, her expression shifting slightly. Brother, could it be as long as you understand? Xiaoping replied. My finances have not yet reached the level where I can claim Guangzhou Hotel as my residence. However, during critical times, hundreds of thousands are not insignificant. I am quite aware of the gravity of the situation. He gently patted Xiaoning's head. Let us consider this a gesture of goodwill from our previous landlord for our stay at the hotel. With that decided, he asserted his authority as the older brother. Tomorrow, we will purchase a car, and by Sunday evening, we shall move into the hotel. Now, let us head to our room and pack our belongings, Xiaoping smiled, retrieving his phone to call Officer Qianlan. After 2 rings, the call connected. Hello, Mr. Xia. Officer Qian's voice on the other end was notably warm and courteous. Having peeled back a layer from that troublesome couple, this matter should soon be resolved. And thus, the night passed without further incident. The following morning, after a modest breakfast at home, Xiaoping took Xiaoning to purchase a vehicle, heading straight to the largest second-hand car market in Xianghe City. For an experienced driver and mechanic like Xiaoping, the condition of certain premium second-hand vehicles was undoubtedly more dependable than that of brand-new cars. The crucial advantage was that the prices of second-hand cars were significantly lower than those of new ones. Thus, he intended to acquire a well-maintained second-hand pickup truck. Chapter 53. Moving on a Sunday afternoon, Qianlan arrived at the apartment building where Xiaoping and Xiaoning resided, carrying a suitcase. As she entered the lobby, she noticed a mischievous child rolling on the floor, wailing and bargaining with an elderly woman. Grandma, I want to eat. I want to eat this. It smells so delicious. It's coming again. Grandma, I want to eat. The elderly woman, visibly exasperated, was complaining to the security guard at the reception. Honestly, whose family is making soup on a weekend? Every time. It tempts my little grandson and leads to quite the commotion. The security guard leaned out of the window, inhaling deeply and swallowing hard, as he detected the tantalizing aroma wafting from somewhere above. It seems someone upstairs is cooking. How could there be such a fragrant soup? It happens every few weeks. It's truly unbearable. Indeed, the soup was irresistible, and no one knew which household was responsible for it. The old lady gazed lovingly at her grandson, recalling how she had gone door to door last time, asking for a bit of soup for him, only to be met with closed doors. Qianlan, too, was captivated by the unique fragrance that whetted her appetite. It lingered within the building, seemingly drifting down the stairs, or perhaps wafting in from outside. Young lady, whom are you looking for? The security guard inquired as he spotted the elegantly dressed girl carrying a suitcase in the lobby. Oh, Xiaoping. He lives on the top floor. Just head up the stairs. The security guard at the reception uttered. All right, thank you. Qianlan was naturally aware of which room Xiaoping occupied. Ascending the staircase, she reached the landing where she overheard the guard and an elderly woman murmuring behind her. Finally, a girl has come to see that young man. I thought Xiaoping would remain a bachelor for life. This girl is quite beautiful. How could she be interested in him? He's merely a mechanic, honest, unassuming. And without wealth, the old woman commented. Listening to their chatter, Qianlan's expression turned peculiar. Was she truly the first girl to seek out Xiaoping? The assertion that he was honest and impoverished? Setting aside the veracity of the former statement, The latter was certainly disputed by the landlord couple who had lost 500,000 and faced imprisonment. Although Qianlan was not a gourmet, the enticing aroma wafting through the air made her mouth water uncontrollably, and she felt a twinge of hunger. No wonder that mischievous child was rolling around downstairs. However, she soon arrived at the door of Xia Pingyan's residence. After verifying the doorplate number, she pressed the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang twice, and after a few moments, the security door creaked open. Qianlan beheld a fair young girl of about 18 or 19 peering cautiously from behind the door, her head poking out as she scanned the surroundings. Whom are you looking for?" she inquired. Qianlan smiled. "You must be Xianing. I am Qianlan. Here as agreed with your brother to return the paintings and valuables you lost." "Ah, you are Sister Qian. My brother has spoken of you, both beautiful and capable. Please come in." Upon seeing Qianlan, Xia Ning's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly opened the door, inviting Qianlan inside. As soon as Qianlan stepped in, Xia Ning swiftly closed the door, as though she feared the very air within might escape. "What is that aroma?" The moment she entered, Qianlan's nose twitched. She realized that the fragrance in this room was even more intense. Could it be that the delightful scent wafting through the entire building originated from here? "Brother, Sister Qian has arrived." Xia Ning called towards the kitchen. A voice responded from within. "All right, please have Officer Qian take a seat. The soup will be ready shortly, and I will bring it out for us to enjoy." The irresistible aroma indeed emanated from the kitchen. "Sister Qian, you came just in time. Join us for a meal and taste my brother's soup-making skills." Xia Ning winked at Qianlan as she led her to the dining area. Initially, Qianlan intended to decline, mentioning she had already had lunch, but somehow the words that escaped her lips were, "Is that delightful fragrance the soup your brother made?" "Indeed. It is quite fragrant," Xia Ning said with pride. "That is my brother's specialty. Only he can concoct such delectable soup in the entire world." "Then I am in for a treat." Qianlan smiled. As Qianlan spoke, she noticed Xia Pingyan, adorned in an apron, emerging from the kitchen with a large bowl of fragrant soup. Indeed, the enticing aroma wafted from the pot in his hands. "Mr. Xiao, I apologize for intruding. I had no idea you were dining," Qianlan remarked, rising to her feet. The Xia Pingyan before her resembled a charming and warm-hearted neighbor, evoking a sense of unfamiliarity in Qianlan. "Ha ha ha. I truly appreciate Officer Qian making a trip for my sake. The setting is modest, and there is little to offer, so please, join us for a humble meal," Xia Pingyan replied with a smile. "Do not stand on ceremony. Have a seat, and I shall fetch a couple more dishes from the kitchen. Allow me to assist you." In a short while, Xia Pingyan, Xia Ning, and Qianlan were gathered around the table, which was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup that made one's mouth water with its delightful scent. Xia Ning uncorked a bottle of non-alcoholic sparkling beverage, pouring 3 glasses. "Let us raise a toast to celebrate my brother finally acquiring a second-hand pickup truck. Our family now owns a vehicle. No more taking public transport for our market ventures. Also, my heartfelt thanks to Sister Qian for returning the money that was lost with my artwork. Today truly brings double happiness." As Xia Ning spoke, Xia Pingyan and Qianlan exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. After they toasted, Xia Ning took Qianlan's bowl and ladled 2 scoops of soup into it, which contained both sea cucumber and abalone. "Sister Qian, this is my brother's treasured culinary skill, the secret fragrant pot soup of the Xia family. Do take a taste." Driven by both her palate and curiosity, Qianlan could no longer restrain herself. As she beheld the aromatic soup in the bowl, she grasped a spoon and gently took a small sip. The expression on her face became utterly delightful. This soup is simply exquisite. With just one taste, Qianlan felt her taste buds awaken, compelling her to crave a second sip. Xia Ning raised an eyebrow at Xia Pingyan, and the expression on his face conveyed a singular thought. "Brother, this sister is quite remarkable." After the meal, Xia Pingyan escorted Qianlan out of the community. Observing her several attempts to speak, yet hesitating, Xia Pingyan chuckled and extended his hand. "Officer Qian, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Xia Pingyan, a cog in the National Order Committee of Xianghe City." Qianlan was momentarily taken aback, then seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, smiling as she shook his hand. "I am Qianlan, a first-class inspector at the Xianghe City Police Department. By the way, may I ask you a personal question?" "What question?" "Are you a summoner?" "To disclose that would necessitate silencing you." A sense of tension gripped Qianlan until she noticed the playful smile on Xia Pingyan's face, realizing he was jesting. As evening descended, After savoring the last remnants of the fragrant pot soup prepared at home, Xia Ping'an, accompanied by Xia Ning, officially commenced their relocation. The act of relocating was, in essence, rather straightforward. The couple transferred their neatly packed 6 suitcases onto Xia Ping'an's newly acquired second-hand pickup truck. Subsequently, Xia Ping'an drove this vehicle, laden with luggage and accompanied by Xia Ning, to the Guangzhou Hotel, where they reserved a suite to temporarily settle in. Chapter 54. The Slave Soldier's Jewel on Monday. June 17, 2019. According to the lunar calendar, it was the 15th day of the 5th month, and tonight marked the full moon, a night eagerly anticipated by summoners each month. On this particular evening, the clandestine altars where summoners gathered would, akin to emptied wine bottles, automatically restore half of their divine power. Even if their divine energy was entirely depleted, merely abstaining from any activity for 2 months would suffice for its replenishment. For the summoners affiliated with the National Order Committee, this day also coincided with the monthly distribution of salaries and benefits. Within the headquarters of the National Order Committee in Shanghai City, a rare atmosphere of ease permeated the building. Early in the morning, 3 fresh faces graced Mo Yan's office. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men, appearing to be in his 50s, with slightly graying hair and an elegant demeanor, sported gold-rimmed glasses, embodying the charm of a distinguished middle-aged gentleman. The other man, in his 30s, exuded a sharp and cold aura, revealing a glimpse of a menacing tattoo on his neck. As for the woman, her hair blazed a fiery red. Her face an angelic visage, complemented by a devilish figure. She radiated a sultry essence, adorned in a bespoke gown crafted from the finest international fabrics. In the room, the 3 men refrained from smoking, while the red-haired woman sat elegantly on the sofa, her legs crossed and a feminine cigarette delicately held between her fingers. Exuding an air of a domineering CEO, somewhat intimidating. The director remarked, "I heard that our Special Operations Department has received new recruits. The fusion of the Divine Fire Realm Pearl is flawless, and they have also mastered the Soul Banner." The refined middle-aged gentleman exchanged a few words with the taciturn man, reflecting on his silver hair with a touch of nostalgia. "The youth of today are truly remarkable. I feel as though I am aging." "Indeed, you are already old," retorted the red-haired lady, exhaling a puff of smoke as she cast a disdainful glance at the cultured man. "That little fellow probably doesn't even have a girlfriend. Leave him to me. It seems all the men in this world are blind. I wandered alone for a month, and not a single brave soul dared to approach me. Those men, upon seeing me, turn into timid creatures, much like shrimp and quail. I had no interest in them," she declared with derision. "The men are not blind. They simply possess an instinct for self-preservation, avoiding the jaws of danger," interjected another silent man, casting a cold glance at the red-haired woman. "Long Guiyuan, what do you mean? Are you implying that I lack femininity?" She shot back, glaring at him in displeasure. As the 3 individuals prepared to depart from the office of the taciturn man, they suddenly sensed something, turning their gazes towards the entrance of the Order Committee downstairs. The office of Mo Yanxiao is positioned directly opposite the entrance, offering a clear view of the happenings below the building. At that moment, the door of the Order Committee swung open, and a somewhat worn black pickup truck, its paint partially chipped, rolled in, coming to a halt in the outdoor parking area beneath the edifice. A young man emerged from the vehicle, slamming the door behind him as he strode towards the building. This young man seemed to sense the gaze from the office and glanced up momentarily in that direction. "He is our new colleague, certainly possessing a distinctive character." The elderly gentleman with an elegant demeanor cast a glance at Mo Yanxiao and then at the pickup, which he deemed rather pitiful. When did the summoners of the Shanghai City Order Committee become so financially constrained? Observing the pickup driven by Xia Ping'an, Mo Yanxiao felt speechless. It was evident that it was a second-hand vehicle purchased by Xia Ping'an, who had previously been without a car. After merely a weekend, Xia Ping'an arrived at work in this old pickup, undoubtedly acquired over the weekend. He had previously inquired about the process for obtaining a vehicle entry permit. Quite handsome, indeed, to my taste. A hint of a smile graced the lips of the red-haired woman, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Does his family operate a farm? Long Guiyuan also posed a question to Mo Yanxiao. The 3 exchanged nods before departing from Mo Yanxiao's office. Below the building, Xia Ping'an was briskly approaching the entrance, having been instructed by Mo Yanxiao to visit his office upon arriving at headquarters. Today, Xia Ping'an felt a tinge of excitement, for it was the day of receiving his salary, a moment to witness the benefits provided by the Order Committee. The 2 elevators passed each other on the 9th floor, and Xia Pingyan did not encounter the three individuals who had been in Mo Yan's office earlier. Upon arriving at the door of Mo Yan's office, he knocked gently, and a voice from within beckoned, "Come in." Xia Pingyan entered, stating, "Director, you called for me." "Yes, please take a seat," Mo Yan replied. Xia Pingyan settled into the chair opposite him. "Did you purchase a new car over the weekend?" Mo Yan inquired. "Indeed." Xia Pingyan nodded affirmatively. Mo Yan intended to convey that the car was a trivial matter, insignificant in value. However, he was concerned that Xia Pingyan driving that pickup truck would lead provincial officials or other summoners to mistakenly believe that he, Mo Yan, was being overly harsh on his subordinates. Goodness, how could a summoner with a soul banner be struggling so miserably under Mo Yan's command? Such rumors, if spread, would not bode well for Mo Yan, as he would unjustly bear the blame, hence the necessity of his cautionary remark. Xia Pingyan seemed momentarily puzzled. Although that Iron Bull pickup is second-hand, it is indeed quite good, reliable, and durable. The previous owner had it for less than half a year and drove it for fewer than 5,000 kilometers. Because the vehicle was rather long, he had several minor accidents. Once, while parking, he inadvertently occupied a neighboring space, and someone even threw acid on it, causing significant paint damage. Just yesterday, I happened upon the owner at the second-hand car market and decided to buy it on the spot. I plan to find some time to do a bit of body work and repaint it. In a moment of silence, Mo Yanxiao realized that Xia Pingyan was somewhat perplexed. Finally, he remarked, "Old Zhou has a penchant for tinkering with these matters. Allow me to have him assist you." He continued, "The car has lost quite a bit of paint. It does appear rather unfortunate. If you were to drive such a vehicle, others might think I have mistreated you." Xia Pingyan chuckled, the understanding dawning upon him. "All right. Thank you, Director. Today, I summoned you to present this." Mo Yanxiao retrieved a palm-sized metallic box from the drawer of his desk and handed it over. The box was an official metal case from the Order Committee. Upon seeing the 4 characters inscribed on it, Xia Pingyan's eyes widened in surprise, and he glanced up at Mo Yanxiao. Slave Soldier World Pearl? Aside from his commendable performance in the previous operation, Xia Pingyan surmised that the primary reason for this gift was related to the impending spatial invasion. The early distribution of the Slave Soldier World Pearl would enable him to harness greater power when the invasion erupted. He had not anticipated that the forthcoming spatial incursion would grant him the opportunity to merge with this pearl ahead of time. Chapter 55, Harvest Day. The success rate of merging with this Slave Soldier World Pearl is exceptionally high. The vast majority of summoners who attempt to integrate it succeed, and the process is relatively swift. You should find a moment this morning to merge with it. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As Xia Pingyan approached the door, Mo Yanxiao offered one last reminder. Do remember to collect your salary card and this month's divine power pill from the finance office. Last month, you were on a level 1 salary. This month, having officially become a summoner, you will be compensated at the level 2 basic salary rate. What is the basic salary for the second level? It amounts to 99,000 yuan per month. 99,000 a month translates to over 1 million annually. I never anticipated that achieving an annual income exceeding 1 million as a summoner could be so effortless. Hearing about a salary increase always brings joy. Holding the box containing the slave soldier's interface, Xia Pingyan departed from Mo Yan's office and headed straight to the finance department. Today, Sister Lu in the finance office was unusually not tending to her bonsai but was seated behind a desk. "Hello, Sister Lu." Xia Pingyan took the pen and signed his name on a form. "Pingyan, you've performed admirably. You've earned over 7 million just in your first month." Sister Lu praised him. "Over 7 million? Xia Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "Sister Lu, are you joking with me? My basic salary at level 1 is 69,000 yuan. Director Mo mentioned that my salary would only be adjusted to level 2 this month. Indeed, your level 1 salary is 69,000 yuan. But you did execute a special mission at the provincial department last month, didn't you? The bonus for that special mission amounted to over 7 million. I have verified it. There is no mistake," Sister Lu explained. During his last visit to the provincial department, he had merely fought in a death arena and eliminated a scoundrel. How could that yield such a substantial bonus? The task bonus was an astonishing 7.56 million. The sum of both amounts results in a pre-tax salary and bonus total of 7,629,000 for Xia Pingyan. As a summoner, he enjoys a monthly tax-free income allowance of 3,000,000, leaving him with a taxable portion of 4,629,000. After deducting the tax, his actual salary and bonus amount to 7,119,810. Earning 7 million in a single month left Xia Pingyan somewhat bewildered. He took out his phone to check the balance on his salary card, which indeed reflected 7,119,810. After pondering for a moment, he decided to call Yin Duo. Hello. Yin Duo's voice came through the phone, languid and devoid of energy. I would like to inquire about the task bonus from my last venture to the death arena. I noticed today that it amounted to 7,560,000. Humph. Are you trying to boast? It's just over 7 million, a mere trifle. If it weren't for, never mind, you wouldn't understand. I want to ask how there could be so much money? Over 7,560,000 is hardly a fortune, Yin Duo replied. His tone akin to that of a declawed cat. Of that amount, 3,000,000 serves as your entrance fee for the next round in the death arena. A price for your life, regardless of winning or losing. The remaining 4,560,000 constitutes your 5 share of the betting profits from that match. Thus, the total of 7,560,000 is the bonus for your task, a legitimate gain. Is there an issue with that? Suppressing his excitement, Xia Pingyan took a deep breath. All right, no problem. I understand. If there's another opportunity in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I'll treat you to a grand feast. What am I even saying? You're already a summoner now. There's no suitable opportunity left for you in the Great Yin Kingdom. Oh, by the way, do you feel like you have an excess of money that you can't spend? If so, could you lend me a little? Oh, the signal here isn't great. I'm entering a tunnel. I can't hear you. Hello? What did you say? I can't hear you. I'm hanging up now. Beep, beep, beep. In Xinchuan, Yin Duo stared at his phone, bewildered by the static noise emanating from it. After a 2-second pause, he twitched his eyelid and cursed, Xia Pingyan, you scoundrel. I hope I never cross paths with you again. Yet, despite his grievances, Yin Duo couldn't help but glance at his pay stub, which bore an income exceeding 1 million. His expression soured. Alas, I'm so impoverished. With a basic salary of level 6 and a bit of task bonuses, I earned over 1 million last month. Yet I still can't even meet the basic tax exemption threshold. This amount is utterly insufficient, barely enough to cover my expenses. I must find a way to earn some money. Otherwise, how can I purchase a realm pearl? After hanging up on Yin Duo, Xia Pingyan excitedly paced around his office. Just yesterday, he had considered himself a quintessential poor man. Yet today, he had struck it rich. The saying that there are no poor summoners proved to be true. At that moment, the phone rang again. It was Uncle Zhou. Xia Pingyan answered. Hello, Uncle Zhou. Director Mo remarked that you arrived at work today in a rather shabby second-hand pickup truck, which is somewhat embarrassing. He asked me to tidy it up for you. You really are quite frugal. If you continue to drive that dilapidated vehicle around, it may dissuade potential summoners from joining the Shanghai City Order Committee. Please have the robot bring down the car keys. Let me know how you would like me to assist you in this matter. Xia Pingyan felt a bit sheepish in response. Uncle Zhou, I didn't consider all of this when I purchased it. I merely thought the truck was decent enough. So I went ahead and bought it. Please hold on a moment while I have the robot deliver the keys to you. Feel free to do as you wish. Now that's more like it. Rest assured, I will handle it properly. Without leaving his office, Xia Pingyan summoned a robot, tossed the car keys to it, and instructed the robot to take the keys downstairs. After a while, once Xia Pingyan's mood had settled, he took the metallic box containing the slave soldier world pearl and entered the training room. Inside, he opened the box to reveal a pearl shimmering with a grayish hue. The mist within swirled, revealing faintly visible small seal characters that seemed interconnected. Turn the tide at the front. These were the words Xia Pingyan had seen inscribed on the divine script. Upon seeing them, he understood why this slave soldier world pearl could summon slave soldiers. And it became clear that Mo Yin's assertion regarding the high success rate of merging with this pearl was indeed valid. The betrayal on the battlefield occurred during the Battle of Mai, a pivotal conflict that took place in the late Shang dynasty, specifically in the 11th century BC. This battle marked the final confrontation between King Wu of Zhou and King Zhou of Shang. While there remains some scholarly debate regarding the exact date of the Battle of Mai, it does not diminish its significance or historical relevance. King Zhou of Shang was notoriously tyrannical and excessively cruel. During the battle, the slave soldiers at the forefront of the Shang army turned against their commanders, leading to the collapse of the Shang forces and the swift demise of the Shang dynasty. To integrate this precious gem of the realm, One's role within it is likely akin to that of the slave soldiers who rebelled at the front lines. A decisive victory should suffice for this fusion. Reflecting on this, Xiaoping turned the ring on his finger, revealing a silver needle, which he used to pierce his fingertip, allowing 2 drops of blood to fall onto the gem. In a brief moment, Xiaoping transformed into a cocoon of light, entering the realm of the gem. Under the blazing sun, in the city of Chaoga, Xiaoping suddenly opened his eyes. Before him lay a long queue of ragged individuals, all huddled together in a desolate space, their expressions a blend of sorrow and numbness as they gazed upon a ceremony unfolding ahead. Xiaoping, equally tattered, stood among them as one of the slaves. In front of the slaves stood 2 rows of armored soldiers wielding long spears. The ceremony was held in an open area surrounded by piles of construction materials, stones and timber alike, while a group of elegantly dressed individuals gathered in the center, engaging in quiet conversation. Before Xiaoping could fully comprehend his surroundings, a disturbance rippled through the crowd. Amidst the cries and wails, he beheld a group of over a dozen slaves, bound by ropes, being led forth. These captives, a mix of men and women, young and old, included 6 children under the age of 10, who constituted half of the group. All the slaves were strung together by the ropes, escorted by a cadre of soldiers. The expressions of the bound slaves were ashen, their bodies trembling with fear, as if they were already aware of the grim fate awaiting them, prompting them to cry out in despair. Gazing at the construction site before him, and then at the shackled slaves being brought forth, a realization struck Xiaoping, causing his countenance to shift subtly. The expanse of land before him resembled a site poised for construction, and the arrival of these bound slaves could only portend ill. Could it be a groundbreaking ceremony? Chapter 56. The King of War has arrived. Upon witnessing the slaves being brought in, the elegantly attired nobles surrounding the area ceased their conversations, their gazes fixed on the captives, as they began to critique their plight. A middle-aged noble glanced up at the sun, softly uttering a word before signaling to the soldiers nearby. Several attendants produced incense, placing it in the ground and igniting it, prompting the nobles to kneel in reverence, offering prayers to the lit incense. Subsequently, another individual retrieved a bronze vessel, scattering ashes of herbs around the area, delineating a specific boundary on the ground. Then, a witch adorned in a manner reminiscent of a shaman, her body adorned with an array of vibrant feathers, appeared, brandishing a wooden staff tethered with colorful strips of cloth. She commenced a frenzied dance upon the open ground, her feet shuffling erratically, her movements a chaotic ballet, as she chanted incantations, occasionally waving her staff around in a wild manner. Once her performance concluded, she stepped down, and the dignitaries nodded in approval. The auspicious moment had arrived. The ritual was to commence. With this proclamation, the dozen or so captives began to wail and struggle. "Mother, I am afraid, I am afraid." A small girl among the slaves cried out, desperately attempting to seek refuge in her mother's embrace. An elderly slave, his hair a cascade of gray, wept as he held another small boy tightly in his arms, shielding the child's eyes with one hand. Several other slaves were also in a state of panic. Yet, their struggles proved futile. The soldiers enforcing their captivity forced all the adults to kneel, pinning them down, their swords raised high. One by one, the heads fell, each severed visage bearing expressions of terror and anguish, rolling lifelessly to the ground. The blood of the decapitated adults splattered upon the children, staining their faces, instilling in them a profound fear that erupted into tears. Some were rendered speechless or faint from sheer horror. "Mother, mother." The enslaved little girl gazed at the lifeless body of her decapitated mother as it collapsed, sitting amidst the pool of blood with a dazed expression, calling out only for her mother, yearning to grasp her head. The blood of the aged enslaved woman, who held the little boy, cascaded down from the boy's head, transforming him into a figure of crimson. Even within the realm of the boundary pearl, knowing what was bound to transpire, Xiaoping could not bear to witness such an inhumane scene and instinctively closed his eyes. In a society of slavery, such occurrences were tragically commonplace. If Xiaoping were to identify 2 of the most brutal characters in the annals of Chinese history marked by slavery, they would undoubtedly be foundation-laying. In this era, whenever slave owners sought to erect grand edifices, they would conduct a foundation-laying ceremony, wherein slaves became the sacrificial offerings. As construction commenced, slaves would be brutally slaughtered, their remains interred beneath the towering structures, their very flesh and blood serving as the building materials for the opulent abodes of their masters. Beyond the initial construction phase, during the laying of foundations, the casting of walls, the installation of doors, and the final completion, slaves were routinely slain to perform rituals for the edifices. The slave owners believed that such acts would ensure the enduring stability and enduring wealth of their grand constructions. In numerous archaeological excavations of later generations, beneath the remnants of the magnificent structures from this era lie the countless corpses of enslaved individuals, stained with blood and tears. For instance, a single palace site in Huanan required the sacrifice of 889 living souls for its foundation. The severed necks of the decapitated slaves gushed forth with blood, while several opulently attired slave owners observed the gruesome spectacle with faint smiles. They then commanded the soldiers to drag the lifeless bodies of the slain slaves in circles around the clearing. The soldiers elevated the slaves' feet, allowing their severed necks to rest against the ground, thus forcing the last remnants of blood from their bodies to spill forth, soaking the earth upon which they intended to construct their grand edifices. Xiaopingyan and the other slaves stood by, witnesses to this atrocity. Once the blood had completely drained from the dismembered corpses, some of the slaves were herded forward to excavate several large pits. One pit contained the bodies of the decapitated adults, while the children were unceremoniously cast into another pit, buried alive without the mercy of execution. Thus concluded the macabre foundation-laying ceremony. The satisfied slave owners gazed up at the blazing sun, exchanged contented remarks, and departed in their carriages, leaving overseers and soldiers to guard the site. "Hurry up, get to work." The overseers wielded their whips, striking the slaves as they began to command them to transport building materials. With a crack, Xiaopingyan felt the sting of the whip across his back as he hoisted a piece of timber. "Faster, don't be lazy," the overseer shouted. Observing the armed soldiers clad in armor around him, Xiaopingyan silently continued his labor, uttering not a word. Xiaoping walked through the city of Chaoga, observing this capital of the Shang dynasty. The residences of the slave owners were easily distinguishable. Nearly all of them resided in those relatively exquisite and towering four-sided heavy houses, while the commoners were relegated to modest, lowly suites or single rooms. A single room referred to an individual chamber, whereas a suite comprised two interconnected rooms with a door between them. In the commoners' quarters, the most substantial furnishings consisted of a simple earthen bed and a cooking stove. Slaves were deemed unworthy of housing. Xiaoping and his companions were driven into rudimentary shanties and underground pits. These shanties were constructed from the most basic timber and thatch, while the pits resembled burrows, akin to dog kennels. In the eyes of many slave owners, the lives of slaves were valued even less than that of a decent dog. As for the sustenance of the slaves, it consisted of coarse cakes made from bran and thin porridge. Holding a charred bran cake, Xiaoping silently squatted within the grass hut, observing the individuals before him. The slaves endured a life worse than that of swine or dogs. Hatred lay buried deep within their hearts, and all appeared similarly filthy and numb, seemingly devoid of souls. This existence persisted for a full 5 days, and by the 6th day, construction had yet to be completed. Xiaoping and his group ceased work. That evening, they uncharacteristically dined on flatbreads and millet porridge. It was on that day that Xiaoping overheard the foremen and soldiers conversing about the arrival of King Wu's army. The atmosphere within Chaoga began to grow tense, and those noble individuals residing within the four-sided heavy houses were filled with unease. On the 7th day, all the slaves within the city of Chaoga were organized, armed, and taken to the battlefield. The slaves were acutely aware that the army of King Wu had commenced its march. Prior to the arrival of King Wu's forces, the slaves existed solely as sacrificial tools for the nobles residing in the grandeur of their palatial abodes, treated as expendable, akin to mere livestock. However, upon the army's arrival, the nobles provided the slaves with a sumptuous meal and then distributed weapons, urging them to fight valiantly on the battlefield to safeguard their masters. Yet, among the slaves, an inexplicable agitation stirred, akin to the flickering of embers. They held no status, regarded as lowly as weeds, yet they were not devoid of intelligence. Even a dog comprehends who treats it kindly, wagging its tail in gratitude. How much more so a human? Would a dog fiercely protect an individual who consistently beat, tormented, and threatened to annihilate it and its kin? Certainly not. Not only would a dog refrain from such loyalty, but it would undoubtedly bare its teeth and growl, longing to transform into a wolf to rend the throat of its tormentor. So why did the slave masters in Chaogu presume that the countless slaves, who were so readily sacrificed for the very foundations of their opulent residences, would willingly defend their homes? Xiaopingyan could not fathom this conundrum. Between the slaves and their masters, there must exist a creature more foolish than the dog and another more astute. Otherwise, such bewildering arrangements would not transpire. On the dawn of the 8th day, Xia Pingyan beheld the vast expanse of the pasture, where the great army of King Wu of Zhou was assembled. Chapter 57. The Battle of Mai. As the first light of day illuminated the pasture, a gentle breeze swept across the vast grasslands, causing them to ripple like an emerald sea. It was a splendid day, yet a momentous battle, destined to be etched in history, was about to commence here. The so-called Mai was a wild expanse meant for grazing. It was the largest pasture outside the city of Chaoga, typically bustling with herds of cattle and sheep, while wild bulls, antelopes, and deer roamed freely. However, with the impending conflict, the atmosphere of impending doom had driven the wild creatures far from the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the resounding war drums, the commanders of the enslaved army under King Zhou waved their banners and commanded loudly, "Advance!" Mounted on horseback. The commanders were flanked by a few soldiers, urging the enslaved ranks onward. The soldiers wielded whips that cracked through the air, compelling the enslaved multitude to move forward. In front of these commanders stood over 200,000 slaves hastily gathered from within and around the city of Chaoga, now thrust into the chaos of war. Xia Pingyan found himself among the throng of slaves. In this moment, rather than feeling trepidation, he was filled with exhilaration. For he had finally proven a significant truth. In ancient Huaxia, the race of giants indeed existed alongside humanity. In ancient Huaxia, giants were referred to as Changren or Long People. Historical texts from various dynasties in Huaxia have frequently recorded accounts of giants, and in legend, it was said that during the reign of the Great Yu, he had subdued the giant race to assist in controlling the floods. Under the command of Qin Shi Huang, there existed a formidable general known as Wang Zhong. During Wang Meng's usurpation of the Han dynasty, he too had subdued a colossal general, famously referred to as Zhu Wuba, who was Wang Meng's foremost warrior. The New Book of Tang, an authoritative historical text, contains accounts of giants, describing a people of extraordinary height, measuring 3 zhang, with serrated teeth and claws, cloaked in black hair. These giants, incapable of kindling fire, were said to consume human flesh and abduct women, posing a dire threat to the nation's borders. In the obscured annals of history, the military campaigns of the Han against the northern tribes during the Sui and Tang dynasties were intertwined with the existence of this giant race. The last recorded appearance of giants in the annals of Chinese history occurred during the Ming dynasty, specifically in the prosperous era of Chuhua. Soldiers from the Jiangsu garrison encountered peril at sea, drifting onto a small island where they beheld a giant. The giant pursued the soldiers as they fled by boat. And amidst the fray, one Ming soldier severed a giant's finger, measuring 14 inches in length, which was ultimately preserved in the treasury of Jiating. In the realm of archaeology, tales persist of giant remains being discovered worldwide. In a previous life, Xia Pingyan sought traces of giants across the globe and fortuitously encountered a fragment of a giant's femur. At this moment, amidst the grand army of King Zhou of Shang, Xia Pingyan beheld giants, 18 in total. These giants towered at heights of 7 to 8 meters, positioned behind the banners of King Zhou's forces. From a distance, one could easily glimpse these 18 giants standing before roaring bonfires, brandishing charred timber, emitting a series of fearsome roars, exuding an aura of imposing might and terror. Before those giants, there stood several military formations, within which were 24 mighty warriors capable of lifting colossal stones weighing 1,000 pounds. These 24 individuals were also giants, albeit not as towering as their counterparts wielding bronze staffs. In front of these 24, there were 3,000 bare-armed warriors who could lift an entire ox. Preceding these 3,000 were 5,000 soldiers, each equipped with throwing spears, swift as the wind, and proficient in their marksmanship. Before these 5,000, there stood tens of thousands of armored soldiers under the command of King Zhou, arrayed in formidable formations, poised and ready for battle. And before those tens of thousands of armored soldiers were the slave soldiers, led by Xia Pingyan and his comrades. The number of slave soldiers was the greatest, exceeding 200,000. Like a dark tide, the throng of slave soldiers advanced slowly, urged on by the commanding officers from behind, each armed with long spears and halberds. Some slaves wielded sharpened wooden sticks as makeshift spears. Xia Pingyan, endowed with considerable strength, was assigned a halberd. In his grasp was a halberd with a wooden shaft exceeding 3 meters in length, its bronze head remarkably sharp. A sense of restlessness, unease, and tension permeated the ranks of the slave army. Soon, the grand army of King Wu appeared on the horizon, a formidable black mass advancing forward. Although the numbers of King Wu's army were fewer than those of King Zhou, the multitude of noble banners fluttering in the wind was striking. There were hundreds of flags of various colors and designs, among which the largest, bearing the character for Zhou, was flanked by 8 particularly prominent noble banners. Xia Pingyan gazed upon the banners of the 8 feudal lords, each emblazoned with a single character: Yang, Shu, Chang, Wei, Sha, Lu, Peng, and Bo, each representing a distinct feudal state. According to legend, when King Wu of Zhou launched his campaign against the tyrant Zhou, he was supported by 800 feudal lords. While the number may not reach 800, there are still several hundred lords, both great and small, by the standards of this era. Some lords governed territories that consisted merely of a few villages, yet, when they gathered a few dozen or even 100 followers, their banners could assert their status as sovereign states, thereby amplifying the might of King Wu's army. Nevertheless, the most significant among these lords were the 8 states, marking the earliest coalition of 8 states in the history of Huaxia. Although the coalition of the Chang, Wei, Sha, Lu, Ping, and Bo states donned somewhat peculiar attire, it was not particularly extraordinary. Xia Pingyan's gaze was drawn to the grand army under the Shu banner. From a distance, he observed that every soldier beneath the Shu banner wore a strange bronze mask characterized by protruding eyes, reminiscent of the bizarre bronze masks unearthed from the Sangsingui site. Following King Wu's formidable army, there were also giants wielding massive wooden stakes to bolster their ranks. The two armies came to a halt approximately a mile apart, and the atmosphere over the vast expanse of the battlefield grew increasingly tense and oppressive, confronted by the formidable army of King Wu. The ranks of King Zhou's enslaved soldiers remained restless. Steady, steady, all soldiers, heed my command. The moment King Wu's forces advance, you shall charge forth with all your might. In those mundane television dramas, amidst such grand battlefields, it is not uncommon for commanders to exchange pleasantries. However, such interactions are mere folly. In the throes of a great conflict, even the loudest cries can barely reach the ears of those nearby, let alone those situated 100 meters away. The distance separating the two armies spans a full mile, and the cacophony of restless soldiers and the whinnying of horses envelopes the surroundings, drowning out all other sounds. In the theater of war, communication is limited to banners, drums, and horns. Amidst the throng, Xia Pingyan strained to catch a glimpse of the Grand Zhou banner flying above King Wu's forces. All he could discern was a vague outline of valiant warriors standing resolutely with shields in hand, alongside several generals mounted upon their steeds. Behind these commanders, a chariot could be seen, flanked by a retinue of armored guards, and it appeared that a few figures were perched atop the chariot. These were likely King Wu of Zhou and Jiang Taigong, among others. As for King Zhou's side, the scene was similar. The king's chariot was stationed at the rear of his army, heavily guarded. From a distance, one could only glimpse a fluttering banner. The visages of King Zhou and Daji remained completely obscured. At this moment, King Zhou was not referred to as such. That title was bestowed posthumously. The accurate designation for him at this juncture is Xin. Emperor Xin was not solely characterized by his brutality, extravagance, and moral depravity. He also possessed significant historical achievements. His most notable contribution was the governance of the southeastern regions, which fostered the cultural unification of southern Huaxia. He was one of the initial pioneers and a foundational figure in the territorial expanse of Huaxia. It can be asserted that without Emperor Xin, the eventual unification of the realm by Qin Shi Huang would not have been possible. However, as the supreme ruler of the Shang dynasty's slave owners, it was only natural for King Zhou to be despised by the slaves. The deadlock between the two sides did not persist for long. Suddenly, amidst the ranks of King Wu of Zhou's army, a horn sounded, signaling the commencement of battle. In response to the call, a large flag emblazoned with the character Lu soared above a multitude of banners. As a general mounted on horseback led a cavalry unit of over 1,000 men charging towards the forces of King Zhou, the attack had begun. Upon witnessing the Lu banner, Xia Pingyan immediately recognized that the first general dispatched by King Wu was indeed Lu Wang. Historical records confirm that Lu Wang was the first to engage, which appears to be true. His valor was remarkable, and he might very well be an ancestor of El Bu. As the cavalry surged forward, the slave army under King Zhou became increasingly agitated. Some slaves displayed visible fear, while others cast glances toward the overseers behind them, their eyes glinting with hatred. Charge! Charge! Advance! The overseers bellowed in a frenzy. A few frightened slaves attempted to retreat, only to be ruthlessly struck down by the overseers. Inaction was no longer an option, The time for decisive action had arrived. The army of over 100,000 slaves was merely a spark away from igniting. They themselves were that spark. Xiaoping remained silent, turning around with his long spear in hand, charging towards the nearest mounted officer. In a swift motion, he thrust the spear forward, sending the officer tumbling from his horse. All around, the slaves stood in stunned disbelief. Even the soldiers accompanying the officers were taken aback. They seemed utterly unprepared for such a rebellion from those they considered subservient. Brothers, the tyrant Shangzhou has mercilessly oppressed and slaughtered countless among us, our brothers and our families. Shall we continue to serve him, allowing the nobility to ride upon our backs, using our lives as their sacrifices, and our children as the foundation for their grand palaces? With a roar, Xiaoping rallied the slaves. Before the soldiers beside the officer could react, his spear cleaved through the air, striking down another soldier. The enslaved were awakened from their stupor. Seeing one lead the charge, those who had long harbored resentment and unrest among the ranks of slaves followed suit, rushing towards the officers behind them. With their own spears and pikes, they swiftly unseated the officers from their mounts. 1 sparked 10, 10 sparked 100, 100 sparked 1,000. In an instant, the vast army of over 100,000 slaves erupted into an uproar, their cries echoing through the air, with fury igniting their eyes. They turned to confront the officers behind them. Countless spears and pikes redirected their aim towards those who had long wielded power over the slaves, who had exploited them as mere tools in battle, pushing them into the fray to safeguard their own opulence and privilege. Those individuals, do they believe that the slave soldiers are even inferior to dogs? To slay King Zhou, to eradicate those brutes who have trampled upon us, to annihilate those beasts who have laid the foundations of their opulent palaces with our flesh and blood, to obliterate them. The pent-up hatred of the slave soldiers erupted forth. The soldiers before Xiaoping, commanding officers, had already become mere pulp beneath the onslaught of countless spears and halberds. Even before Xiaoping made his move, over 100,000 slave soldiers, like a surging tide, turned as one, directing their weapons towards the army of King Zhou, shouting fervently as they charged forth. At that moment, amidst the army of King Wu, the drums resounded thunderously and the horns blared long and loud. Behind the cavalry of El Wang, the entire army of King Wu surged forward with a deafening roar, advancing toward the forces of King Zhou. Among the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in King Zhou's army, those positioned behind the 20,000 slave soldiers stood dumbfounded as they witnessed their former slaves suddenly turning against them, charging forth with fury. Their psychological defenses crumbled instantly. Some lords allied with King Zhou were the first to turn and flee. As these lords and their soldiers abandoned the field, the formation of the tens of thousands of armored soldiers faltered, their morale shattered in an instant, collapsing like an avalanche. Chapter 58. Pursuit of King Zhou. The slave soldiers around Xiaoping were unaccustomed to riding horses, thus he easily commandeered a general's steed, mounting it to follow the main force as they surged toward King Zhou's army. On such a battlefield, one could effortlessly grasp the profound truth encapsulated in the phrase, "A defeat is as overwhelming as a mountain's collapse." What does it mean to collapse like a mountain? The domino effect manifests on the battlefield. The defection of the slave soldiers directly shattered the regular army of King Zhou, who was positioned behind them. The vassals of King Zhou, sensing the impending doom, began to retreat, causing the entire army to disintegrate in an instant, their morale plummeting. The formation of 5,000 javelin throwers swiftly fell apart, followed by the mighty warriors capable of lifting oxen and hurling stones, who also turned to flee. The 18 giants, holding flaming wooden stakes, were momentarily stunned before they too joined the rout. On the plains of Mai, King Zhou's massive army disintegrated before even engaging with the forces of King Wu, with panicked crowds scattering in every direction as King Wu's troops surged forward in pursuit of the fleeing slave soldiers. The dominion of the Shang dynasty, which had endured for over 5 centuries, crumbled in this act of betrayal before the slave soldiers, collapsing resoundingly on the plains outside Chaoga City. Witnessing the collapse of his army, King Zhou's imposing royal banner and chariot began to retreat towards the city of Chaoga. Xiaoping, mounted on horseback, fervently chased after the royal banner of King Zhou. Having discarded his spear, he seized a bronze sword and a whip, galloping forward with the sword in his left hand and the whip in his right, pursuing the fleeing royal standard. At that moment of historical significance, Xiaoping felt that his role in this grand drama of defection had reached its conclusion. He followed the royal banner of King Zhou, driven by a desire to witness the appearance of both King Zhou and the enigmatic Daji, who could bring chaos to the world, thus satisfying his historical curiosity. Simultaneously, he sought to maximize the benefits of the slave soldier's realm pearl, aiming to create a flawless absorption once more. He had previously heard that although the slave soldier interface pearl was the easiest to fuse, the abilities of the summoned slave soldiers varied among different summoners, some being stronger and some weaker. Therefore, there was still a chance to fight back. Xia Pingyan wielded a long whip and a long sword, striking down anyone daring to attack him along the way. They were met with lashes to the face from his whip or were cut down by his bronze sword, falling to the ground with cries of agony. At such times, only a few dared to halt and resist with blades drawn. While most fleeing soldiers turned their backs to the advancing army, very few had the courage to face the surging tide behind them. Some, unable to run any longer, leapt into the river of Mai or knelt in surrender. The king of warriors had decreed that only the tyrant Zhou Wang was to be punished, and those who surrendered would be spared. The king of warriors general, L. Wang, and the cavalry he commanded roared from behind, their voices echoing across the battlefield. Upon hearing this, the remaining will to resist in Zhou Wang's army quickly dissipated. Xia Pingyan's bronze sword had only struck down a few foes and dented armor twice before it bent and had its edge nicked. He discarded the bronze sword and resorted to using the whip to lash at horses, relentlessly pursuing the great banner of Zhou Wang. Spotting a quiver left behind by a javelin thrower on the ground ahead, Xia Pingyan galloped past, deftly wrapping the whip around the quiver and securing it. Inside the quiver were several javelins. Ahead, a giant loyal to Zhou Wang stood firm, brandishing a burning log and targeting the pursuing soldiers behind him. The giant loomed terrifyingly, wielding a massive wooden log that resembled a pillar, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length and ablaze with flames. As the giant swung it, the log whistled through the air, sparks flying, capable of reducing the cavalry of King Wu and their steeds to mere pulp or sending them flying several meters away with a single blow. Several individuals who charged too close were seized by the giant, who mercilessly bit off their heads. The cavalry's horses, fearing the fire, hesitated to approach. Witnessing the inferno of the swinging log, chaos ensued on the road, with men and horses tumbling, only the furious roars of the giant echoing in the air. Standing alone against countless foes, Xia Pingyan urged his horse forward, drawing a javelin, and from 30 meters away, before nearing the giant, he hurled the javelin with the momentum of his steed. The massive target was struck directly in the belly, the javelin penetrating 2 feet into the giant's flesh. In agony, the giant let out a piercing scream, the flaming log dropping from its grasp as it bent its legs, its colossal frame collapsing to the ground. With a furious glare, the giant extracted the javelin from its body and hurled it back at Xia Pingyan. However, the giant was ill-equipped to wield such refined weapons of ordinary men. The javelin soared over a meter above Xia Pingyan's head, propelled by a fierce wind, landing 100 meters away. Upon witnessing the giant's flaming log finally fall to the ground, several war chariots of King Wu surged forward. The soldiers aboard, brandishing long spears of 4 to 5 meters, thrust them directly into the giant's body. In the blink of an eye, the giant was drenched in blood, collapsing onto the road. Before the giant fell, Xia Pingyan had already galloped past it, continuing his pursuit of the flag of King Zhou. Along the route from Mai to Chaoga, remnants of the Zhou army littered the ground. Discarded armor, abandoned chariots, and banners, once proudly held aloft by the nobility, now trampled underfoot. King Zhou, in a state of disarray, had fled from the city, and before the gates could be shut, a throng of fleeing soldiers poured in, causing the defenders to abandon their posts. The city of Chaoga descended into chaos. The cavalry of King Wu had breached the city, shouting commands that proclaimed only King Zhou was to be executed, while those who surrendered would be spared. Xia Pingyan charged into the heart of Chaoga, making his way directly toward the Duda. This magnificent super palace, known as Duda, was constructed over 7 arduous years, costing countless lives of slaves and vast sums of wealth. A testament to King Zhou's ambition. Spanning over 2,000 meters in both length and width, it was nestled against the Taiying Mountains. Within Duda, rare treasures from across the realm adorned the landscape, with rocky outcrops, lush vines, vibrant mushrooms, and towering green bamboos. At the very center of Duta stood an enormous platform covering over 100 acres, upon which a grand structure rose 7 stories high, opulent and extravagant beyond description. As Xia Pingyan rushed into Duta, he was momentarily awestruck by the lavish spectacle surrounding him. In that moment, he finally comprehended the historical accounts that stated the heavy taxation was to fill the coffers of Duta. Indeed, Duda was a place where the wealth of the world converged for the sake of indulgence and revelry. Within the deer terrace, chaos reigned as palace maids and eunuchs fled in all directions, leaving behind exquisite artifacts, beautiful jade, and jewels scattered haphazardly. The guards had long since vanished. Upon witnessing the armed Xia Ping'an galloping into the deer terrace, the palace attendants shrieked and scattered, none daring to confront him. They were solely preoccupied with their own escape and the plundering of treasures within the terrace. Amidst this turmoil, as Xia Ping'an charged towards the core area of the deer terrace where King Zhou resided, he beheld the magnificent 7-story platform engulfed in flames, billowing smoke rising ominously. Atop the highest edifice, a frenzied figure laughed maniacally amidst the fire and smoke, adorned in pearls and jade, sipping fine wine while carelessly casting the precious liquor, jewels, and silks into the roaring inferno. Ha ha ha, may all accompany me in death, may all accompany me in death, echoed the mad laughter of King Zhou from the high tower. Was that truly King Zhou? Through the raging flames, Xia Ping'an could not discern the king's visage, nor did he catch sight of Su Daji. Alas, the flames on the terrace surged too fiercely, seizing a spear nearby. Xia Ping'an hurled it with all his might towards the figure of King Zhou shrouded in fire and smoke. In the instant the spear pierced the fiery haze. Before Xia Ping'an could ascertain if it had struck true, the entire realm of the world pearl shattered simultaneously, dissolving into a mist of light. Chapter 59. Character attributes. As the realm of the world pearl disintegrated, Xia Ping'an's consciousness swiftly found itself within the secret stupa in his sea of consciousness. The central temple within the secret stupa seemed to have expanded slightly, above the vaulted ceiling of the temple. A luminous orb of divine power now manifests as a total of 85 spheres. On the night of the last extermination of the brain-eating insects, Xia Ping'an expended merely 5 points of divine power, retaining 65 points. At this moment, having integrated the slave soldier realm pearl, his divine power has ascended by an additional 20 points, culminating in a total of 85, with a maximum capacity of 90 points. Besides the surplus 20 points of divine power, within the temple, opposite the 3 exquisite white jade reliefs depicting the figures of Suiren, Chao, and Shenong, there lies an additional granite wall to the left beneath the steps. This wall showcases a magnificent relief that narrates the tale of betrayal in the heat of battle. The grand granite relief vividly recreates the scenes of the Battle of Mai, with the characters rendered in lifelike detail. Among these reliefs, one particular slave soldier stands out, distinct in hue from the other figures. Positioned centrally within the granite relief, this slave soldier wields a long spear and bears several throwing spears upon his back, pointing towards the distant toppled flag of King Zhou and a blocking giant, vociferously shouting something. Xia Ping'an has encountered slave soldiers on several occasions. Yet this particular figure in the new relief evokes a sense of difference from the ones summoned by Mo Yanxiao, Li Yunzhu, and others. The slave soldiers conjured by Mo Yanxiao and his companions wielded spears, while the one depicted in the relief holds a long spear, accompanied by throwing weapons, showcasing a stark contrast in armament. The fusion of divine power obtained by Mo Yin and a few others from the slave soldier realm pearl generally ranges between 10 to 15 points, with very few able to surpass 16 points. However, he himself has acquired a remarkable divine power of 20 points. Undoubtedly, this time, the fusion has been flawless. Glancing at the floating orbs of divine energy in the temple's vaulted ceiling, Xia Ping'an pondered for a moment before directing his thoughts, causing the luminous orbs to soar towards the slave soldier relief, merging into it. After integrating 10 points of divine power, the relief began to radiate light, and the slave soldier came to life. A robust figure, wielding a spear and bearing a throwing spear on his back, emerged from the granite relief. He paid his respects to the 3 foundational sculptures before stepping out of the temple and into the village, reminiscent of an ink-wash painting, where he commenced his vigilant patrol along the edges of the black mist. This marked Xia Ping'an's first summoning of a character from the secret altar city. Watching the slave soldier patrol within the village of the secret altar city, Xia Ping'an felt as though he were witnessing an animated film. It was utterly enchanting. He focused his consciousness on the patrolling slave soldier, and after a few seconds of intense observation, several lines of white text appeared above the soldier's head. Summoned character, elite slave soldier, divine power cost, 10, life, 65, wisdom, 50, strength, 17, skills, 1, spear, 2, throwing spear, dimension arrival time, 360 minutes. Upon examining the characteristics of the slave soldier, Xia Ping'an discerned notable differences, according to the information he had previously gathered. Although the consumption of divine power for others to merge with the slave soldier gem was uniformly 10 points, the typical summoning yielded mere slave soldiers rather than elite slave soldiers. The life force of ordinary slave soldiers ranged between 50 to 55 points. Their intelligence hovered around 40 to 45 points, while their strength was merely between 10 to 14 points, possessing only a singular skill, either a spear or a halberd. In contrast, the elite slave soldiers he summoned possessed an additional skill, the throwing spear. The duration of the dimensional arrival referred to the time span in which the characters from the secret divine city were brought into reality. Both ordinary and elite slave soldiers had a lifespan of 360 minutes, equivalent to 6 hours. It is important to note that this 360 minutes represented the maximum duration for which a slave soldier could exist without sustaining external attacks upon summoning. In the throes of battle, summoned slave soldiers might perish within mere minutes. Certain characters had the ability to summon multiple entities at once, while others, particularly unique characters, could only summon one at a time. Observing that he still possessed 75 points of divine power, Xia Ping'an took a deep breath and summoned 2 elite slave soldiers in succession. Upon their emergence, the 2 newly summoned elite slave soldiers also paid their respects to the 3 white jade sculptures before exiting the temple, forming a small team with the first elite slave soldier to commence a patrol through the picturesque, inkwash-painted village. The previously monotonous secret divine city suddenly came alive with the presence of animated beings. With 55 points of divine power remaining, Xia Ping'an contemplated briefly and expended 5 points to summon a farmer from the relief of the divine farmer. Summon character: farmer, consumption of divine power, 5 life, 60 wisdom, 45 strength, 3 skills, 1 cultivation, 2 sericulture, 3 tea picking. Dimension arrival time, 720 minutes. Upon his summoning, the farmer paid his respects to the 3 exquisite white jade sculptures before stepping out of the temple. He made his way to the fields beyond the tribe, selecting a plot of land, where he promptly began his labor. Intriguingly, Xia Ping'an then summoned a craftsman. Summon character: elite craftsman, consumption of divine power, 6 life, 60 wisdom, 55 strength, 3 skills, 1 tool making, 2 fabric production, 3 arrow crafting, 4 pottery, 5 salt boiling, 6 musical instrument making, 7 carpentry. Dimension arrival time, 1080 minutes. This elite craftsman appears to possess certain distinctions from a common artisan. Having previously fused the divine farmer's orb, I had effectively recreated various tools and inventions attributed to the divine farmer, which likely facilitated the summoning of this elite craftsman. After bowing to the 3 sculptures within the temple, the elite craftsman exited and proceeded to a modest workshop within the tribe. After summoning the elite craftsman, 44 points of divine power remained. Reflecting on his options, Xia Ping'an decided to press on and summon the alchemist from the divine farmer's sculpture. Summon character: level 1 alchemist, consumption of divine power, 12 life, 68 wisdom, 61 strength, 5 skills, refinement of level 1 elixirs. Dimension arrival time, 1080 minutes. The summoned alchemist appeared to possess an ethereal aura, exuding a celestial grace. After bowing reverently to the 3 floating sculptures, he departed from the temple and made his way to a small courtyard nestled on the hillside of the tribal village. There, he donned a conical hat, slung a backpack over his shoulders, and grasped a medicinal hoe, stepping directly into the shroud of darkness, seemingly to gather herbs. How astonishing! Xia Ping'an gazed, utterly entranced. The figures summoned to the secret altar seemed almost lifelike. With only 32 points of divine power remaining, Xia Ping'an expended 12 more points to conjure 3 orbs of flame to hover within the temple as a reserve. Ultimately, just 20 points of divine power lingered in the vaulted ceiling of the temple. Sensing that it was sufficient, Xia Ping'an withdrew his consciousness from the secret altar and opened his eyes. As he did, the electronic clock in the training room indicated that it was precisely 11:41. The fusion of the betrayal strike sphere was flawless, and under the baptism of the 20 points of divine power, Xia Ping'an felt his physical constitution subtly enhance. His spirits soared. At that moment, lunchtime approached, prompting Xia Ping'an to rise and push open the door to his room, heading towards the dining hall below. As he traversed the path to the dining area, thoughts filled his mind. If only he possessed more spheres, with his understanding of the world within them, his strength could ascend like a rocket. Thus, discovering how to acquire more spheres became the pivotal key to his enhancement. It seems necessary to find time to converse with the director and others, to explore whether there are alternative avenues to acquire the Soldier's Realm Pearl aside from the Order Committee. Xiao Pingyan silently resolved to do so. Upon arriving at the dining hall, the extravagant hi-fi equipment resonated with popular melodies. Only Tu Polu and Li Yunxiao from the Special Operations Department were present. Xiao Pingyan served himself a modest portion of food and sat down opposite Tu Polu. Tu Polu glanced at Xiao Pingyan and, after he settled, looked at him again, as if sensing something. His brows furrowed slightly. You have fused with the Soldier's Realm Pearl? Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening, Tu Polu muttered. When I first arrived, I labored for 6 months in the Order Committee before the provincial department allocated a Soldier's Realm Pearl to me. Yet you have managed to acquire one in less than a month. As he spoke, Tu Polu shoved a chicken leg into his mouth, chewing vigorously. When he withdrew his hand, only a chicken bone remained. The speed at which he devoured the chicken leg left Xiao Pingyan momentarily astonished. Do not envy me. If you perfectly fuse with the Divine Fire Realm Pearl and master the soul-soothing banner, perhaps the provincial department would grant you a Soldier's Realm Pearl within a month as well. Li Yunxiao chuckled from the side. After a few more minutes, most of the personnel from the Special Operations Department had arrived at the dining hall, and Xiao Pingyan also spotted the 3 colleagues who had been on leave and performing tasks previously. The gentlemanly figure, exuding an air of refined elegance and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, is none other than the most senior summoner of the National Order Committee in Xianghe City, known as Chen Yixing. His sharp gaze is complemented by the tattooed neck of a dashing man named Long Guiyuan. Then there is the strikingly domineering beauty with fiery red hair, named El Na, whose very presence ignites the room. Upon encountering El Na, Li Yunxiao shrinks away like a quail, akin to a timid mouse confronted by a cat, his head nearly retracting into his shoulders, averted gaze refusing to meet hers. The moment El Na arrives, Li Yunxiao discreetly makes his exit. Mo Yanxiao then introduces Xiao Pingyan to the trio, and over the course of a single meal, they become acquainted. Chen Yixing, with a jovial demeanor, remarks on when he might take Xiao Pingyan to earn some extra income. El Na's eyes twinkle with interest as she gazes at Xiao Pingyan, seemingly intrigued by him. It is indeed rare in this era to encounter a summoner who remains a virgin. After a moment of intense scrutiny, El Na suddenly exclaims, causing Xiao Pingyan to spew the soup he had just sipped, choking as the entire restaurant falls into a hushed silence, with curious glances directed at him. Even Enqing and Fong Lingshan regard Xiao Pingyan with a newfound peculiarity. Could it be that El Na possesses such extraordinary powers? How had he never heard of this? With a playful shrug, El Na, noticing the astonished looks, assures him, do not regard me so. I lack such awakening abilities. I merely jested. Yet it appears you truly are. Chapter 60. Greetings, Lantern Bearer. As darkness descends, Xiao Pingyan senses the divine power within his secret altar rapidly replenishing. Even though the moon in reality is partially obscured by clouds, revealing only the faintest glimpse of its visage within the secret altar of the summoner. Atop the vaulted ceiling of the temple, a resplendent full moon emerges, casting its luminous glow. The divine energy expended previously coalesces like the dewdrops gathering upon the ceiling, gradually forming into several points of divine power. In a short span, 3 or 4 points crystallize. When he and Anqing officially set out to light the lanterns, Xiao Pingyan's divine power has already amassed to 7 or 8 points and continues to rise swiftly. Before nightfall, having previously fused 4 world orbs, Xiao Pingyan's maximum divine power is 90 points. Hence, on this night of the full moon, he is capable of recovering 45 points of divine energy. The earlier requisite for Mo Yin to deplete at least half of his divine power elucidates the situation. Should he have retained, for instance, 60 points of divine power in his secret altar, he could only recover 30 points tonight, resulting in a wastage of 15 points of potential restoration. However, after a preliminary experiment, Xiao Pingyan discovered that the summoned entities and spells he could harbor within his secret altar had yet to approach its storage capacity, alleviating any concerns. Anqing, driving her Ferrari 599, sped out of the gates of the Order Committee and onto the ring road of Xianghe City. Perhaps due to the earlier incident during lunch, Xiao Pingyan sensed an unusual glint in Anqing's eyes, a blend of amusement and feigned composure. Anqing, if you wish to laugh, then let it out. Holding it in is not beneficial for your health, Xiao Pingyan remarked. It's not a matter of shame. Anqing finally let out a soft laugh, glancing at Xiao Pingyan with curiosity as she asked, have you truly never had a girlfriend before? It's quite normal, he replied calmly. Children of the less fortunate often mature early. I had to work and earn money to support my sister. My education was limited, and the repair shop is filled with burly men. The only woman there is the elderly cashier, who is practically a grandmother. I simply had neither the time nor the opportunity to seek a girlfriend. Anqing paused for a moment, seemingly reflecting on Shoppingen's background, and with an apologetic smile, she said, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was the reason. That's all right. After being single for so many years, one simply grows accustomed to it. Single dog. Anqing couldn't help but chuckle. Your self-deprecation is quite amusing. Only then did Shoppingen recall that this world lacked the popular term single dog. Well, I suppose it could be considered that. I heard Ling Shan mention that she saw your sister at the Guangzhou hotel. She sounded like quite a charming young lady. Shoppingen shook his head, a hint of exasperation in his voice. She has outgrown her cuteness. All she does is try to introduce me to potential girlfriends, and it drives me mad. Ah, that shows she is thoughtful. Conversing with Anqing always imbued a sense of warmth, akin to basking in the gentle rays of spring sunshine. After exchanging a few more words, Shoppingen inquired, where shall we go to light the lanterns tonight? Upon the vehicle, after vanquishing a member of the Eye of the Demon, the city of Shanghai has remained relatively tranquil over the past few days. Let us embark on a lantern patrol. In ancient times, those who lit the lanterns would meander through the city with a solitary lamp, illuminating the night. However, our modern patrol cannot mimic such practices. Should we carry a lantern through the city, we might be mistaken for lunatics, potentially alarming children. Furthermore, the vastness of the city renders a leisurely stroll insufficient to cover it in a single night. Thus, we shall traverse the streets by car, making a few circuits tonight. This indeed presents a viable solution. Anqing elucidated to Shoppingen that the helicopter's airborne duration was insufficient and excessively noisy. Although we possess a balloon for lighting purposes, its large profile makes it conspicuous to those below, serving primarily as a means of intimidation or a symbolic gesture for the ordinary populace. Hence, traveling by car proves to be more practical. Oh, I see. So now I can light the lantern? Yes, you may. Do you know how to do it? Of course. Shoppingen replied, producing his lantern. You infuse a bit of your divine energy into the lamp, and it will illuminate. The sensation of lighting it is quite extraordinary. You should give it a try. Tonight, as he ventured out to light the lantern, Shoppingen was fully armed, equipped not only with a pistol and steel whip but also with his lantern. As soon as Anqing finished speaking, Shoppingen retrieved the heart lamp from his equipment bag. This heart lamp was a magical artifact bestowed by the Order Committee. The so-called magical artifacts are objects imbued with supernatural abilities, creations that no factory or laboratory can fabricate. Only those who have ascended to the special profession of summoner possess the capability to create such artifacts. Gazing once more at the lamp in his hand, Xia Pingyan felt an unsettling familiarity with its lotus-shaped design. The lamp consists of three components: the base, the handle, and the lamp cup, all intricately connected. The base is adorned with a lotus seat and exquisite petal embellishments, while the rim is encircled with a pattern of interlocking beads. The lower part of the handle features a design of honeysuckle, and the upper section supports the lamp cup. The cup has a slightly inward curving square lip, with a lotus motif at its base and honeysuckle decorations along its belly, arranged in four alternating groups of pearls and crescent shapes, all complemented by a beaded pattern along the rim. Could it be mere coincidence? The magical artifacts wielded by summoners are crafted by skilled artisans known as crafters, whose abilities stem from a unique treasure known as the boundary gem. Xia Pingyan had yet to encounter this boundary gem, but it was said that successful integration grants summoners formidable skills to forge certain artifacts, allowing them to directly ascend to the rank of crafter. Crafters represent a specialized profession emerging from the realm of summoners, and magical artifacts remain the epitome of luxury within this community. As divine energy flowed into the lamp, the wick ignited, emanating a golden flame that burned steadfastly yet gently. This golden fire did not radiate intense heat. Instead, it shone with an extraordinary brilliance. As the inner light was ignited, Xia Pingyan felt his entire consciousness become translucent and pure, all distractions in his heart vanishing without a trace. As if he had naturally entered a meditative state, a radiant heart lamp flickered to life within his chest, illuminating the surrounding area. At this moment, he could distinctly perceive the supernatural energy fluctuations within a radius of approximately 5 kilometers. Indeed, it was marvelous. This was the state of the lantern bearer, unity of man and lamp, oneness of heart and light. Congratulations, lantern bearer. and Qing glanced at Xia Ping'an with a smile. He opened the window of the car, which was traveling at about 80 kilometers per hour. Instantly, the wind rushed in at that speed, and he held the lamp out the window to test it. Remarkably, the golden flame at the wick remained still, unaffected by the external elements. Truly, this lamp was extraordinary, impervious to wind and rain. It was indeed a magical artifact. Xia Ping'an closed the window once more. Meanwhile, Qing continued speaking as her vehicle had already veered off the road, stopping beside a wetland park. We shall wait here for 2 hours. If nothing occurs, we will relocate to another site. These suburban parks attract many visitors at night, while the distribution of people within the parks is sparse. Many areas lack surveillance equipment. This is a hotspot for unusual occurrences. In the evening, the wetland park bustles with activity. Numerous vehicles line the roadside, and many individuals gather on the grassy expanses for nighttime camping. Families come together, while young couples in the throes of romance find solace in this enchanting locale. Just a short distance away, a cluster of recreational vehicles is parked at the base of a gentle slope. Tents are pitched along the lake's edge and nestled within the woods, their interiors glowing softly with flickering lights against the night backdrop. Little do the campers realize that as they relish their time in the wetland park, a solitary lamp stands vigil over them, quietly safeguarding their enjoyment. Xia Ping'an placed the lit lamp upon the dashboard, while Qing activated the vehicle's media, tuning into a local radio station. By the way, Qing, Xia Ping'an inquired, I wish to know if there are any alternative avenues to acquire the realm pearls, aside from those issued by the Order Committee? Certainly, Qing replied. There exists a clandestine marketplace for summoners in Xinchuan, which convenes regularly. As long as one possesses the means, it is possible to procure additional realm pearls at this market. Many summoners barter their surplus items there. Xia Ping'an's spirits soared at Qing's words. This indeed was fortuitous news. With a pathway to acquire realm pearls, possibilities began to unfold. Later that afternoon, shortly after finishing lunch, Xia Ping'an was summoned to Mo Yan's office. Upon arrival, he discovered that Li Yunzhou was also present, in addition to himself. As the assembly of personnel was complete, I hereby officially announce that the provincial department has just issued a directive to formally establish the Demon Suppression Guard. You two have been selected by the provincial department for this special operation and are to report to the Xianchuan provincial department tomorrow morning, remarked Mo Yanshao to the two individuals. Is the provincial department in such a hurry? Inquired Li Yunzhou. Mo Yanshao nodded, explaining that just yesterday, several concealed sacrificial sites related to the Eye of the Demon had been uncovered in Panjiang Province, neighboring Yuzhou Province, as well as within the borders of Xianhang Province on the eastern coast of the Great Yin Nation. Notably, Xianhang Province is the region with the highest concentration of illegal immigrants. Consequently, it has also witnessed the greatest number of casualties from the sacrificial rites associated with the Eye of the Demon, with one site exceeding 500 victims. We can be almost certain that there are undiscovered sacrificial locations within Xianhang Province. The situation is dire, as the activities of the Eye of the Demon members are becoming increasingly frequent. Thus, the establishment of the Demon Suppression Guard across various provinces is progressing swiftly. Prepare yourselves, as the order committees of each province have entered a state of heightened alert. Starting today, everyone within the order committee of Shanghai City is on standby at level 1, and no one is permitted to leave their posts without a task. Chapter 61. The Scoundrel. On Wednesday morning, a Falcon helicopter transported Xia Ping'an and Li Yunzhou, each carrying a piece of luggage and an equipment case, to the Order Committee's Xianchuan Provincial Department. In addition to a few changes of clothes and combat attire, Xia Ping'an's equipment case contained his personal handgun and a black steel whip. He also received an initial supply of 500 silver bullets and 100 regular steel core rounds. Upon this visit to the provincial department, Xia Ping'an distinctly sensed a palpable tension in the air, markedly more pronounced than during his previous visit just a few weeks prior. The helicopter landing pads of the provincial department were bustling with activity, as helicopters from various locales within Xinchuan's order committee continuously ascended and descended, ferrying individuals to their destination. While Shanghai City had dispatched only 2 personnel, some helicopters delivered as many as 7 or 8 individuals at once. Behind the provincial department, within the military base, fighter jets, drones, and armed helicopters periodically soared through the sky, enveloping the entire Xinchuan provincial department of the Order Committee in an atmosphere rife with the anticipation of impending conflict. The two hurried towards the nearby registration area, where a conspicuous sign proclaimed, registration office for the Yuzhou Town Demon Guard organization, directing all who had just disembarked from helicopters to report there. Senior, is it truly possible for the Order Committee summoners from other cities to summon as many as 8 at once? Xia Ping'an inquired. Pretty much, Li Yunzhou replied. The number of summoners in our Special Operations Department has consistently ranked among the lowest in Yuzhou Province. In some cities, the Special Operations Departments have as many as 20 or 30 summoners. Thus, mobilizing 7 or 8 in extraordinary circumstances is hardly an issue. Li Yunzhou glanced at the group of 7 or 8 individuals disembarking from a Falcon helicopter in the distance, adopting the demeanor of a senior. They are likely from Shangyun City, which boasts the largest contingent of summoners in the Order Committee. Yet, I haven't heard of many incursions from Shangyun. Xia Ping'an remarked. You may not be aware, but some summoners enjoy considerable freedom. Certain summoners have grown accustomed to collaborating with their companions, cultivating a profound rapport and trust, and developing their own diverse strategies and combat styles. There are numerous combinations, such as couples, brothers, families, and teams. The coordination among these summoners is not the work of a solitary individual, but rather a collective effort. In Shangyun City, there happen to be 2 teams of summoners, making the number of participants substantial. Those selected for this assignment are likely from one of these teams, which appears quite formidable. As this conversation unfolded, the 2 individuals arrived at the reporting station, signed their names, and each received a key. This key was the access to their respective dormitory rooms. Xia Ping'an received room number 1279, located in the annex beside the provincial department. The annex boasts over 20 floors, its grayish-white granite exterior complemented by black glass, presenting a rather conventional appearance, akin to that of a hotel. Xia Ping'an and his companion arrived at the provincial department at 8:56 a.m., a few minutes ahead of the stipulated time. According to the reporting procedure for the day, after collecting their dormitory keys, they would stow their luggage in their respective rooms, and then convene at 9:30 a.m. in the conference hall on the 2nd floor of the residence. The exterior of the annex resembles a hotel, but upon entering, one discovers that it is indeed reminiscent of a 5-star establishment. The auxiliary building grants entry through facial recognition, leading into an opulent lobby. Sunlight cascades directly into the space from the top floor, illuminating the grand area. Flanking the lobby are 2 rows of over 20 elevators, while in the center stands a circle of steel pipes, resembling flagpoles, extending straight from the lobby to the uppermost level, presenting a remarkably unique sight. This steel apparatus facilitates rapid descent during emergency missions, akin to those employed by fire brigades, albeit at a greater height. However, for summoners, it is merely a trifling matter, as Li Yunzhou remarked to Xia Ping'an. As the 2 conversed, Xia Ping'an observed an individual swiftly descending from several stories above, gripping a metal rod. And within the blink of an eye, they reached the lobby floor from an impressive height, their speed far surpassing that of an elevator, reminiscent of the rapid passageways utilized by the Order Committee of Shanghai City. Li Yunzhou's room, number 1269, is adjacent to Xia Ping'an's. The 2 ascended to the 12th floor via the elevator, unlocking their rooms to stow away their belongings. Though referred to as dormitories, the accommodations are vast, resembling luxurious suites of a 5-star hotel, complete with an office area, equipment cabinet, bedroom, training room, and restroom. At the entrance of each room, a schematic of the building is displayed. The 2nd floor houses a buffet restaurant and conference hall. The 3rd floor features a bar, cinema, various entertainment rooms, and a library, while several underground levels are dedicated to training grounds and emergency shelters. The rooftop serves as a helipad. After settling their belongings, Xia Ping'an and Li Yunzhou proceeded directly to the conference hall on the 2nd floor. In the expansive conference hall, capable of accommodating over 1,000 attendees, 300 to 400 individuals had already gathered, with more arriving steadily. As Xia Ping'an and Li Yunzhou entered the hall, Xia Ping'an heard someone calling out Li Yunzhou's name. Turning around, they beheld a tall man clad in a sleek black suit, possessing a somewhat handsome visage. The man sported long hair tied back, exuding an air of a dandy. However, a prominent scar marred the left side of his face, detracting from his otherwise striking appearance and lending him a somewhat sinister aura. Initially, Xia Ping'an assumed that Li Yunzhou had encountered a friend, but upon observing the intensity of the gaze exchanged between them, he discerned a hint of unease in Li Yunzhou's demeanor. Although Li Yunzhou wore a smile, it bore an icy edge. The man's look towards Li Yunzhou was equally unfriendly, his approach exuding a palpable hostility. Mu Qingchen, What a coincidence. I never expected you to still be alive. I heard you nearly perished during your mission in Mexico. What a pity you survived. That mop of yours possesses quite a character. Ha ha ha. Li Yunzhou's words were sharp and unyielding, devoid of any courtesy. Aside from mere verbal prowess, over the years, I have yet to witness any substantial skill from you. It is said that your divine power barely exceeds 150 points. The last attempt to merge with a divine power orb bestowed by the provincial department ended in failure, which truly fills me with disappointment. A waste is indeed a waste. The man approached, casting a cold glance at Li Yunzhou, while briefly regarding Xia Ping'an standing beside him. However, his gaze dismissed Xia Ping'an entirely, as if he were merely a specter. No matter how inept I may be, I am still superior to you. At the very least, I have never begged for mercy beneath another's blade. What is this? Is that scar on your face still unhealed? Old Tu truly lacks discretion. His weapon is a magical artifact, and that wound will never mend. He has marred your visage. I believe old Tu ought to deliver another slice on the right side of your face for symmetry. Don't you agree? The man's expression darkened instantly. You tell Tu Polu that I shall return the favor with a blade of my own. Let him await my retribution, and as for Mo Yin Xiao, our days stretch long before us. Such bold words should be spoken directly to old Tu. Upon hearing this, Li Yunzhou's countenance shifted slightly. The man scrutinized Li Yunzhou once more, then glanced at the silent Xia Ping'an, a smirk playing on his lips. Before bypassing them and taking a seat in the front row of the conference room, Li Yunzhou and Xia Ping'an settled at the back. Once seated, Xia Ping'an retrieved his phone and sent a message to Li Yunzhou. There was no alternative. Within the conference hall, summoners were present both before and behind him, and their perceptions were exceedingly acute. Even if he spoke in a whisper, half of the summoners in the room would still hear him. Thus, compared to that, sending a discreet message to Li Yunzhou seated beside him was far less conspicuous. That individual, Mu Qichen, was a scoundrel among summoners. He had previously been Qing's boyfriend and, in his ambition to ascend the social ladder, had nearly caused her demise during a mission, all in a bid to portray himself as a devoted lover. When we confronted him, old Tu, unable to contain his fury at Mu's duplicitous nature, nearly severed his face with a blade, almost taking his life. The director intervened to quell the situation. That wretch was at odds with our Special Operations Department of the Order Committee in Xianghe City. As he read the incoming message, Xia Ping'an was taken aback. Realizing the complexity of the situation, the seemingly radiant Qing had endured such tribulations, nearly falling victim to this rogue. What prestigious family could possibly warrant such actions from a man like him? It was a prominent family within Yuzhou province, the Gao clan, whose ancestors had origins as elite demon hunters. The family wielded significant influence in Yuzhou, with connections in both political and business realms. The recent summons for summoners from the Yuzhou Demon Hunting Division included many who were not affiliated with the Order Committee. A considerable number were free summoners nurtured by various families and members of legitimate summoner organizations, the latter being the majority. Be cautious when you encounter that scoundrel in the future. He is aware of your association with me and may seize the opportunity to target you. The Gao family? In Xia Ping'an's mind, the prominent figures from both the political and business realms of the Gao family, frequently heard of in Yuzhou province, immediately surfaced. Was the artifact division of the Order Committee truly formidable? The heart lamps used by all the lantern bearers, as well as the artifacts wielded by all summoners of the Order Committee, were fundamentally crafted by the summoners of the Artifact Division. One could hardly argue against their prowess. The Treasure Realm Pearls, inherently the rarest among Realm Pearls, were even more scarce in those who could merge with them. To his astonishment, a wretch had inexplicably stumbled upon the fortune of merging with a Treasure Realm Pearl and had thus become a forger. This portended trouble for the future. Xia Ping'an glanced at Li Yunzhou and noticed a rare frown on his face, a stark contrast to their previous heated exchange. It seemed that Mu Qingchun was indeed a force to be reckoned with now. Chapter 62. The pursuit of the culprit. Barely seated for a moment, Xia Ping'an once again spotted Yin Duo entering the venue. It was impossible to overlook Yin Duo's striking silver hair amidst a sea of black-haired attendees. He was a beacon of attention. Upon entering, Yin Duo's gaze swept across the gathering and landed on Xia Ping'an, raising an eyebrow in silent acknowledgement before taking a seat in the front row. The summoners present were predominantly aged between 20 and 40, in the prime of their lives, with only Yin Duo sporting a head of entirely white hair among them. As more summoners continued to enter the venue, the number swelled to 700 or 800. Many attendees were already acquainted with one another, and Li Yunzhou was seen greeting and nodding at those who arrived. Xiaoping was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that there would be such a multitude of summoners summoned by the provincial department this time. Indeed, Yuzhou was a place where hidden talents lay in wait. As the clock struck 9:30, an abrupt silence enveloped the venue, followed by the entrance of an elderly gentleman, distinguished and composed, wielding a cane. Upon his arrival, every individual present sprang to their feet. Xiaoping joined in the gesture. Although he had never seen the elderly man in person, he had encountered his name in the materials provided by Li Yunzu. The venerable figure was known as Wang Shihua, a member of the National Order Committee of the Dayan Kingdom, the chief of the Yuzhou Provincial National Order Committee, and one of the foremost powerhouses within Yuzhou Province, essentially the superior of his superior. Within the ranks of the Order Committee in Yuzhou, the elder was affectionately referred to as the Old Master. A formidable summoner, he was perhaps the most powerful in all of Yuzhou Province. In his youth, he had ventured alone into the treacherous lands of the English Isles, emerging unscathed, earning him considerable renown among the global community of summoners. His position in Yuzhou was a testament to his roots, as it was his homeland. Over the years, under his leadership of the Yuzhou Provincial National Order Committee, the resources of boundary pearls and divine power pills secured from above had increased year by year, with funding continually on the rise. Consequently, the number of summoners cultivated through the conventional college entrance examination channels in Yuzhou Province had also grown significantly. Within Yuzhou, the elderly gentleman with the dragon-headed cane stood as an indomitable force. Please take your seats. The elderly gentleman approached the podium, casting a sweeping glance across the assembly before softly uttering a phrase that prompted everyone in the hall to sit down in unison. He then turned to indicate the colossal display screen behind him, which instantaneously illuminated with a series of images, the photographs of the ritual involving the eyes of the demon. Among these images were the 3 eyes discovered in Shanghai City, accompanied by dozens of others, varying in size and form. The starkness of the photographs cast a palpable weight upon the atmosphere of the conference room, underscoring the urgency of convening everyone to reform the demon guard of Yuzhou Town. A few moments of silence ensued, devoid of any raised hands. Dissolved. With resolute clarity, the elder issued the command to disband, leaning on his dragon-headed cane as he exited the room. The meeting had transpired with remarkable swiftness, from the moment the elder entered to its conclusion. Scarcely 3 minutes had elapsed. The summoners within the conference room began to depart in succession. In the ensuing 6 months, unless on assignment, all were required to remain at the provincial base, ever ready for action. The advantages of a chain-based organization lie in its lack of bureaucracy and high efficiency, allowing all members of the Demon Suppression Unit to assemble flexibly. Typically, those with greater capabilities are assigned to significant tasks first, while those of average skill participate in larger group operations. As Li Yunzhou and Xiao Pingan walked towards the conference room, Li Yunzhou continued to boast in front of Xiao Pingan, saying, "For someone like me, being here is quite exhausting. From now on, I must be prepared to accept tasks at any moment. It's possible that we may not be assigned to the same missions. As a newcomer, you should gradually acclimate yourself. This base has numerous training facilities where you can enhance your skills in various areas, such as vehicle operation and diving. It would be quite meaningful. Would you like me to take you to the training ground for a look?" Just then, Xiao Pingan's phone vibrated. He pulled it out and immediately said to Li Yunzhou, "Senior, I'm sorry, but I've just received a task and won't be able to go to the training ground. I have to gather now." Li Yunzhou's words caught in his throat as he glanced at Xiao Pingan's phone, which indeed displayed a notification from the Order Committee indicating that Xiao Pingan had just been assigned to Group D and was now beginning his mission to rendezvous with other team members. "Ah, your task has arrived. You should go," Li Yunzhou said, feeling both awkward and frustrated. Just moments ago, he had been boasting, and now Xiao Pingan had swiftly received his assignment. Xiao Pingan and Li Yunzhu parted ways, and in the blink of an eye, the built-in task application on his phone established a task platform information repository named Group D. This repository contained only 2 individuals. One was Xiao Pingan, and the other, indicated by the name Yin Duo, bore a flag emblem, signifying that Yin Duo was the leader of Group D. "Meet me at the entrance of the auxiliary building." Yin Duo sent a message. A fleeting thought crossed Xiao Pingan's mind. Was that fellow seeking to borrow money? Yet, in an instant, he dismissed the notion. While it was plausible that the man might request financial assistance, he would never jest about the tasks of the Demon Suppression Guard. The chain structure of the demon suppression guard required the elder's approval to establish a task chain, which was a matter of the elder's consent. Xia Pingyan promptly descended the stairs and arrived at the building's entrance, but did not see Yin Duo. After glancing around and waiting for half a minute, Yin Duo's black Q7 appeared before him. Xia Pingyan immediately entered the vehicle. Yin Duo drove swiftly out of the base, heading towards the downtown area of Xinchuan. Do you recall the Eye of the Demon you discovered atop the Tianqin shopping center in Shanghai City? Yes. What of it? The scoundrel who crafted that Eye of the Demon is still in Xinchuan. That individual is infested with a phantom demon spirit, crafty and exceedingly difficult to handle. Recently, he has orchestrated 2 sacrifices in Xinchuan, resulting in the deaths of 11 individuals. The elder has tasked me with apprehending and eliminating the one behind the Eye of the Demon, and I brought you along as assistants, Yin Duo stated gravely. Is the member of the Eye of the Demon still in Xinchuan? Xia Pingyan furrowed his brows. Indeed. How do you know? The old man divined it. You are aware of his abilities, which are infallible. If we do not locate and eliminate that individual, who knows when he might conjure a third Eye of the Demon? His actions in Xinchuan are clearly a provocation against us. With the elite from various ministries gathered, why did you think of me? Do you not possess the ability of remote viewing? It is most suitable for tracking targets. And the 2 members of the Eye of the Demon discovered in Shanghai City were both connected to you. You were the first to uncover them. I believe you share a certain affinity with the members of the Eye of the Demon, a unique stroke of luck. Which is why you have been assigned to this task. Is this what one calls fate? There are only the 2 of us in Team D. Yin Duo nodded, reassuringly stating that our presence suffices. This is a mission I applied for. As long as we can find that scoundrel, he is as good as dead. There is no need for you to take risks. Suddenly, Xia Pingyan turned his head, scrutinizing Yin Duo, who was driving. You are in need of money, are you not? Speak up. What is the benefit of locating that individual? To eliminate evil and safeguard the stability of human society, that is our duty. If the Order Committee could offer us a reward for this, it would have long since gone bankrupt. Yin Duo replied with utmost seriousness. The vehicle fell into a profound silence for over 10 seconds. Noticing that Xia Pingyan continued to gaze at him, saying nothing, Yin Duo felt as though his every thought had been laid bare. Reluctantly, he decided to speak the truth. Ahem. That fellow previously sacrificed the son of a coal magnate from Xinchuan, reducing the boy to mere fragments. The coal baron, upon discovering his son's remains in the morgue, nearly lost his sanity. He has offered a private bounty of 20 million to hunt down the perpetrator and exact revenge for his son. If we can track down that individual, we would each earn 10 million, a chance to make a tidy sum. Geographically speaking, Yuzhou province roughly aligns with Montana from Xia Pingyan's memories of the Lighthouse Nation. This region is a significant coal mining area for the Dayan Kingdom, resulting in a plethora of coal enterprises and companies within Yuzhou province. The coal tycoons and coal steel conglomerates here are part of a formidable group of wealthy magnates, wielding immense power throughout the Dayan Kingdom. During the early days of frontier expansion, these coal barons maintained armed militias, often resorting to explosives without hesitation. They were not merely formidable. Thus, a 20 million bounty from a coal baron is hardly surprising. Now understanding the situation, Xia Pingyan realized why D Group consisted solely of himself and Yin Duo. The latter feared that more participants would dilute their share of the reward. With such a substantial bounty in play, Xia Pingyan found himself intrigued. Where to now? He inquired of Yin Duo. Half an hour later, Yin Duo drove them into a picturesque valley. At the entrance of the valley, Xia Pingyan noticed a sign that read Face Club. Chapter 63. The club. As the vehicle passed through the security check and entered the valley, Xia Pingyan observed his surroundings, noting the serene environment and the sparse population. Apart from a few buildings scattered throughout the valley, there were hardly any other individuals present. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, what exactly is this Face Mask Club? The Face Mask Club serves as a gathering place for summoners within Yuzhou province, where only those within the province can become members. Here, one can procure various items unavailable elsewhere. Yin Duo raised an eyebrow at Xia Pingyan and smiled mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Xia Pingyan quickly grasped the implication. This was likely the secret marketplace for boundary pearls that Qing had previously mentioned, located in Xinchuan. Is this indeed the secret marketplace for summoners in Xinchuan? Have you heard about it before? Yin Duo nodded, glancing at Xia Pingyan, his expression revealing no surprise. I had heard of such a place in Xinchuan. This is it. The only legitimate secret marketplace in Yuzhou province where one can openly purchase boundary pearls is right here. Yin Duo's Q7 had already driven into a grove of bamboo and came to a halt in front of a parking space. The membership fee for joining the Face Mask Club is 1 million per year, yet it is undoubtedly worth every penny. Today, I will show you around, and you will find the motivation to earn money. With the car parked, Yin Duo and Xia Pingyan exited the vehicle. The parking robot gently guided the car down into the underground parking area. After stepping out, Yin Duo led Xia Pingyan towards a building nestled within the nearby bamboo grove. Upon entering the grand lobby of the building, a charming woman in her 30s, elegantly dressed in a tailored suit with her hair styled in an intricate updo, gracefully approached the two men. "Yin, it has been quite a while since your last visit," she greeted with a smile, casting a glance at Xia Pingyan. "You are aware of the local customs, dear brother. Bringing a new face here, I trust you do not intend to put me in an awkward position? Haha, Taojia. Do I strike you as someone who would cause trouble for a lady?" Yin Duo chuckled heartily, gesturing towards Xia Pingyan. "This is my colleague, a newly minted summoner from Shanghai City. Today, I have brought him along to familiarize himself with the place and to complete his membership registration." He then introduced Xia Pingyan. "This is Manager Tao from the Face Club. In the future, should you need to procure any interface beads, do not hesitate to ask Tao Jie for assistance. It will save you considerable trouble." Upon hearing Yin Duo's words, Manager Tao scrutinized Xia Pingyan thoughtfully before extending her hand. "Hello, I am Tao Wen, the head of the Face Club in Yuzhou Province. May I ask your name?" "Tao Jie. Please assist him with the membership registration. I will wait for you both here," Yin Duo said from the side. "Certainly. Mr. Xia, please follow me." Tao Wen gestured invitingly as she led Xia Pingyan towards a nearby room. 1 million. This is no trifling sum. Xia Pingyan mused, yet considering the opportunity to acquire other interface beads here, he felt no further hesitation. With over 7 million still available on his card, he could easily afford the 1 million membership fee for the Face Club. Tao Wen escorted Xia Pingyan into a room. Upon entering, Xia Pingyan beheld a sacred altar adorned with a crystal. "Mr. Xia, I beg your pardon, but our membership procedures necessitate the verification of the summoner's identity. I trust you won't mind?" "Not at all. It is quite understandable," Xia Pingyan replied, as he turned the ring on his finger, revealing a silver needle. He pricked his fingertip, allowing 2 drops of blood to fall onto the crystal. In an instant, a flickering blaze of crimson divine flame manifested within the crystal's core. Such a radiant apparition of divine fire could only emerge in the presence of a secret summoner's altar. Having confirmed Xia Pingyan's identity as a summoner, the remaining formalities were straightforward. Xia Pingyan paid the membership fee of 1 million and provided 2 biometric fingerprints, thus becoming a member of the Face Painting Club. Within mere minutes, the paperwork was completed, and Tao Wen escorted Xia Pingyan out. "Sister Tao, may we now have a glimpse of the exquisite treasures currently available in the club?" Yin Duo inquired, rising from his seat. "Certainly, please follow me," she responded graciously. Tao Wen led Xia Pingyan and Yin Duo towards the back of the hall, passing through a doorway that opened into a picturesque garden. In recent days, not only in the Great Yin Kingdom, but across various nations, tensions have escalated. You are likely aware of the reasons. Troubles wrought by the eye of the demon have stirred considerable unrest. I shall refrain from elaborating further. As the situation intensifies, the demand for the realm beads has surged. Previously, we had over 20 realm beads consigned here, yet more than 10 have been purchased in these past few days. Presently, only 6 realm beads remain available for consignment. More than 10 sold. Yin Duo felt a pang of anxiety. What about the fierce tiger summoning realm bead that I had my eye on? I regret to inform you that, were it under my possession, I could reserve it for you until you gather the necessary funds. However, that particular realm bead was consigned by another member, and just a couple of days ago, someone acquired it for 18 million. Upon hearing this news, Yin Duo's countenance darkened slightly. "My dear brother, if you truly desire that fierce tiger summoning realm bead, prepare your funds promptly. Considering the current climate, the market for these realm beads may continue to rise, and the price for that bead could very well exceed 20 million next time. I shall keep a watchful eye on it, and should any clubs elsewhere have stock, I will assist you in acquiring it." Yin Duo could only let out a resigned sigh, accepting the situation for the time being. Tao Wen ushered the two into an elegant chamber, inviting them to sit while she arranged for the realm beads currently consigned there to be brought forth. "You now understand the burden of financial constraints, do you not?" As Tao Wen departed, Yin Duo sighed and spread his hands towards Xia Pingyan. "The essence of our summoners lies in the realm beads. However, without sufficient funds, the time required to fuse them becomes excessively prolonged. The Order Committee can only provide some standard realm beads and divine power beads, while the provincial departments merely offer foundational realm beads. Acquiring those rare and uniquely potent realm beads from the Order Committee is exceedingly challenging, unless one achieves significant merit or holds a higher status to be eligible for application. You previously borrowed money and accepted this task for this purpose, didn't you? Otherwise, why would you? Are realm beads truly so exorbitant? A realm bead priced at 10 to 20 million is merely a trifle. Those valued at hundreds of millions are not uncommon. You'll come to understand this in due course. The two had not waited long when Dayan returned, accompanied by 6 burly men clad in black suits, each carrying a box. The 6 boxes were lined up neatly. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. This realm bead is for summoning a steed. Once successfully fused, it will allow the summoning of a horse. Dayan, adorned in white gloves, opened the first box and retrieved a realm bead shimmering with a soft blue glow, introducing it to Xia Ping'an and Yin Duo. This realm bead is priced at 15 million. Yin Duo examined the inscriptions on the bead closely. The success rate for fusion was alarmingly low, rendering the 15 million price tag rather steep. When it comes to fleeing for one's life, you won't find this realm bead expensive. 15 million is merely the cost of a purebred horse. Dayan smiled gently. The prices of the other types of summoning horse orbs, which had a relatively higher fusion success rate, were not set at this exorbitant rate. This price was merely the asking amount from the member who stored this orb, and it had recently surged by 1 million. Xia Ping'an fixated on the orb, observing the divine inscriptions upon it, which to him merely represented 5 interconnected characters signifying spend a fortune to acquire horse bones. For Xia Ping'an, just by gazing at the orb's name, he could vividly envision the events that would unfold upon its fusion. If only he possessed sufficient wealth. Finding the price of this summoning mount orb excessive, he contemplated the alternative of a direct cavalry summoning orb instead. With a smile, Dayan instructed a suited man beside her to close the box and store it away. She then opened a second box and retrieved a cavalry summoning orb, priced at 19 million. This cavalry orb appears promising, with a high fusion success rate. But I already possess one. Yin Duo glanced at Xia Ping'an, suggesting, might you consider this? Acquiring this orb from the Order Committee will require an extensive amount of time. Xia Ping'an examined the cavalry summoning orb, noting the 4 small characters inscribed upon it, Hu Fu Chi Shi. If he could purchase it, he certainly would. However, as he patted his pocket, a sigh escaped him, and he subtly shook his head. After observing these 2 orbs, Xia Ping'an was entirely convinced that the world within these orbs was composed of the historical anecdotes he was well acquainted with. At this moment, Xia Ping'an's heart was filled with excitement. If he possessed wealth, he would eagerly purchase all the boundary pearls before him. Dayan opened the 3rd box and retrieved a boundary pearl, a newly acquired substitute technique pearl belonging to a member. Once integrated, it could invoke the substitute technique at a crucial moment, with a staggering price of 12 million. Among the conventional boundary pearls, the substitute technique is indeed valuable, though it carries a somewhat high failure rate during integration, with the risk of a fatal outcome. Observing the pearl, Yin Duo's expression reflected a hint of trepidation, prompting him to shake his head. Xia Ping'an gazed at the substitute technique pearl, noticing the 4 small characters inscribed upon it, Zhao's orphans. He unconsciously swallowed hard. This particular boundary pearl was for summoning objects. Upon successful integration, it could summon a longsword, with a market price of 9 million. Dayan then opened the 4th box. This object summoning boundary pearl for the longsword was quite impressive. Once integrated, it could summon a longsword at a critical moment, ideal for both flair and self-defense. Its sole drawback was an extraordinarily low success rate for integration, appallingly so, with a failure mortality rate nearing 15, which accounted for its relatively low price. As Yin Duo explained to Xia Ping'an, as Xia Ping'an examined the longsword summoning pearl, he noticed it bore the 4 characters, carving a boat to seek a sword. One could only wonder if those who failed to integrate this pearl met their demise while attempting to retrieve a submerged sword. With a peculiar expression, Xia Ping'an cleared his throat softly and thought, well, let us take another look. Dayan effortlessly opened the 5th box. Chapter 64. The Black Box Divine Pearl. This is a pure divine power pearl. Once integrated, it can elevate the divine power threshold of the secret altar, and is reasonably priced at 5.8 million. The pearl held by Dayan appears rather unremarkable, merely containing clusters of diminutive orbs resembling condensed divine power points floating within. Upon closer inspection, one can discern 30 luminous points, distinctly different in form from other pearls, among which flicker 4 divine scripts comprehensible only to Xiaopingyan. Yin Duo, with a grave expression, examined the pearl before handing it to Xiaopingyan. This is one of the most perilous divine power pearls, hence its modest price. Today provides an opportunity to observe that all divine power pearls allow a direct view of the divine power points within, which is the most conspicuous characteristic of these pearls. A successful integration of this pearl could yield an increase of at least 20 divine power points. A flawless fusion could augment it by 30 points, granting a singular opportunity for a divine power in fusion and body refinement. However, the success rate for this pearl's integration is alarmingly low, with a failure mortality rate nearing 35%, quite terrifying indeed. The likelihood of success is below 1%, which explains its relatively affordable cost. In the future, when you seek to integrate divine power pearls, it would be wise to choose those with a lower mortality rate in case of failure. Such pearls would pose no significant threat even if integration does not succeed. Han Yong feigned ignorance, a tale with which Xiaopingyan was exceedingly familiar. It recounts an episode from the Ming dynasty during the Jing'ai reign, wherein Han Yong served as the deputy envoy of Guangdong. He narrowly escaped entanglement in a rebellion orchestrated by Prince Yang, Zhu Jianlong, who accused Prince Ning, Zhu Jianpei. Ultimately, through his cunning and sagacity, Han Yong evaded calamity. This boundary pearl serves as an intellectual challenge for the seasoned bureaucrats, a test of wits that is extraordinarily perilous, explaining the high failure rate associated with it. Xiaopingyan gazed at the boundary pearl, feeling a stir of interest. Presently, he possessed over 6 million in funds, sufficient to procure the pearl. However, a mere increase of 20 to 30 points in divine power held little significance for him. His need for divine energy was not urgent, particularly as he had yet to consume this month's divine power elixir. Curious about another boundary pearl, Xiaopingyan returned the divine power pearl to Taowen. The fusion rate of this particular pearl was even lower, classified as a black box boundary pearl. The outcomes of its fusion remained shrouded in mystery. One could not ascertain what it might summon or its utility. Nevertheless, even in the event of fusion failure, the mortality rate was remarkably low. As Taowen spoke, she opened the final chest and extracted a boundary pearl that shimmered with a faint yellow glow. Certain boundary pearls have never been successfully fused, or those who managed to do so have guarded the secrets of their summons and the corresponding altars, choosing to remain silent about the true nature of the pearl's potential. Such pearls are termed black box boundary pearls, akin to retrieving an object from a pitch black box. One remains oblivious to its essence. The fusion of the black box realm pearl relies entirely on chance, akin to purchasing a lottery ticket. I have previously attempted to fuse this black box realm pearl, but to no avail, squandering over 5 million. Yin Duo glanced at the pearl, shaking his head slightly, reminiscing about his past experiences. Meanwhile, Xiaopingyan's gaze was drawn to the black box realm pearl, his eyes flickering with intrigue. For others, the concept of a black box may hold mystery, but for him, it seemed almost non-existent. The small inscription on the pearl shimmered with a peculiar character that many who have studied history would not recognize. It was not a name, but rather resembled the term for a loyal dog, Halum. Upon encountering this name, Xiaopingyan felt a twinge of confusion, as he could not recall anyone associated with it. Yet, suddenly, a tale from his memory leapt forth. While official history may not document a dog, folklore has preserved a legend of a dog named Halum, a most extraordinary creature. Could this pearl be connected to that legend? How much is this black box realm pearl? Xiaopingyan inquired directly. I shall take it. I wish to give it a try. Let us process the payment. Without hesitation, he began to retrieve his card. Fine. If you wish to toss a few million away for fun, be my guest. Once you attempt to fuse the black box realm pearl, you will understand just how challenging it truly is. Fortunately, even if this fusion fails, the likelihood of losing your life is quite low. Consider it a mere diversion. Yin Duo remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Yin Duo brought Xiaopingyan here today with the intention of allowing him to fully comprehend the significance of wealth for a summoner. He believed that should Xiaopingyan experience failure this time, the subsequent lack of funds would ignite a motivation to earn. After completing the transaction and purchasing the dimensional pearl, Xiaopingyan casually tucked the pearl into his pocket and bid farewell to Yin Duo. When he arrived, Xiaopingyan's fortune exceeded 7 million. However, upon departure, it had dwindled to just over 1 million. The profession of a summoner indeed allows for swift earnings, yet expenditures are even swifter. with a single-dimensional pearl costing several million to tens of millions, which is quite daunting. Gently squeezing the dimensional pearl in his pocket, Xia Pingyan felt a slight sense of reassurance, hoping that it might bring him a pleasant surprise. The masked club hosts a masquerade ball and secret market on the 15th day of each lunar month, during which the atmosphere is more vibrant and the attendance is greater. If we have time next month, we should come and take a look, Yin Duo remarked as they exited the club building. Xia Pingyan nodded in agreement. The two made their way to the parking area, where Yin Duo pressed a button on the parking post and his Q7 ascended from the underground garage. They both entered the vehicle, and Yin Duo drove them away from the valley where the club was situated. Where shall we go now? The dimensional pearl absorbed blood, emanating a yellow mist that gradually enveloped Xia Pingyan. In a mere moment, he found himself cocooned in a sphere of yellow light, entering the world within the dimensional pearl. As Xia Pingyan opened his eyes, he found himself in a bustling tavern, filled with 7 or 8 tables of patrons. On the table before him lay several dishes, a fragrant stir-fried dish of water bamboo, a steamed base, a plate of eggplant, a bowl of rice, accompanied by a small wine jug and a cup half filled with yellow wine. Observing his attire, he noted he was clad in a scarlet, printed round-collared long robe. Just from his clothing, the yellow wine, the rice, and the fish, Xia Pingyan swiftly deduced that he had indeed made the right choice with the black box boundary pearl he had purchased. It was precisely as he had surmised. If his conjectures held true, his current name should be Li Xinchuan. The rice and fish were staples of the landowner of Wu, while the long robe had gained popularity after the Eastern Han dynasty. The tale of the righteous dog, the black dragon, recorded in the records of the gods, unfolded during Sun Quan's rule over Eastern Wu. The Jiangdong region, until its annexation by the Western Jin, experienced relatively little turmoil, allowing its populace to enjoy a prosperous existence. The various signs before him resonated harmoniously with his understanding. Esteemed guest, here is the mutton soup with taro you ordered. Just as Xia Pingyan contemplated the dishes at hand, a young waiter clad in a short brown outfit approached, presenting him with a bowl of fragrant soup. The lad stood behind him, seemingly his attendant. Are you hungry? Join me for a meal, Xia Pingyan remarked to the young waiter. I dare not. The young servant's face contorted in distress as he swallowed hard, hastily retreating a step and bowing his head. I understood that the young master had a kind heart. If I were to dine alongside him, word would surely reach Steward Zhou, who would not hesitate to break my legs and swell my mouth. In this era, the distinction between the noble and the lowly was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. That young servant would rather die than share a meal with Xia Pingyan. Here, this is for you. I won't inform Steward Zhou. How would he know? Xia Pingyan said, taking a bowl and serving a generous portion of fish and some tender bamboo shoots before handing it to the young servant. The servant glanced around to ensure no one was watching and said, Thank you, young master. With that, he took the bowl and turned to squat by the side of the corridor, savoring his meal with great delight. Xia Pingyan let out a quiet sigh, choosing not to press the matter further. As he ate, Xia Pingyan pondered where to find the dog named Black Dragon. Just as he was halfway through his meal, a man burst into the restaurant, exclaiming excitedly, Victory at Yiling! Victory at Yiling! The Grand Commander has set fire to the camps at Yiling, defeating the Shu Han and the Wuxi barbarians. Our army has achieved a great triumph, with only Lu Dai'er fleeing in disgrace. This news instantly ignited the atmosphere in the small eatery. The Grand Commander's prowess was unmatched, reminiscent of the legendary Zhou Lang. Indeed, it was a blessing for Jiangdong. A true boon. The patrons of the tavern rejoiced, and an old man, drinking alone, became so animated that his beard trembled with excitement. Victory at Yiling! Victory at Yiling! Echoed through the streets as others rushed by, shouting the news with fervor. As Xia Pingyan finished his meal and stepped out of the small eatery, the news of the great victory at Yiling had already spread throughout the streets. Is this the city of Xiangyang? Xia Pingyan mused to himself while strolling along the thoroughfare, observing the closely packed houses and shops lining either side. In this era, Xiangyang had become a bustling stronghold of Jiangdong. At this moment, the majority of the city's inhabitants could scarcely fathom that centuries later, when most of them would have turned to dust and their names forgotten, a dog named Heilong would emerge as one of the few historical legacies and legends left behind in this city during its time. Chapter 65. The loyal dog Heilong. As Xia Pingyan wandered through the streets of Xiangyang, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts. Why was it that so few could successfully merge with this realm bead? The answer was straightforward. Those who attempted the fusion were often oblivious to their true purpose. Just moments ago, upon hearing the news of the Yiling victory in the tavern, the first instinct of someone seeking to merge with the realm bead might be to perceive it as a significant clue, plunging headfirst into the furnace of history, desperately trying to forge connections with historical figures like Lu Sun in hopes of advancing their own fortunes. The inevitable outcome, however, would be fruitless. "Do you know where I can find a dog for sale?" Xia Pingyan inquired of the young attendant who followed him. "Young master wishes to raise a dog." The attendant paused momentarily, then quickly responded with a glint of cleverness. "If it's a dog you seek, the East Market has plenty. Well, let us venture to the Eastern Market." The two had not traveled far when Xia Pingyan spotted, ahead by the riverbank, a group of children animatedly pointing and exclaiming, "Look, look, there's a dog in the river." Approaching the water's edge, Xia Pingyan beheld a small dog, adrift in the current. It was a black puppy, seemingly terrified and helpless, struggling as it floated downstream. For reasons unknown, it had fallen into the river, but fortunately, the clever little creature clung tightly to a dry branch with its front paws, managing to keep its head above water. The river outside Xianyang City was not particularly wide, measuring only 7 or 8 meters across, its waters a clear and vibrant green. The sight of the puppy elicited further excitement from the children along the bank. Upon spotting the black dog, an idea sparked in Xia Pingyan's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed to the riverbank, shedding his shoes and the crimson silk robe he wore, casting them aside to a nearby attendant. Amidst the astonished gazes of the attendant and several passers-by, he leapt into the water, swimming swiftly towards the struggling puppy. "Is your young master out of his mind?" remarked a few onlookers to the attendant, having never witnessed anyone leap into a river to save a dog. The attendant, equally alarmed and fearing for his master's safety, swiftly sought out a nearby duck herder to borrow a bamboo pole. The river flowed with a gentle current, and as Xia Pingyan swam to the little black dog, he grasped it with one hand, lifting it from the water's surface. Swiftly, he paddled back to the shore, where he saw his young servant rushing over, pale-faced and clutching a bamboo pole. "Young master, you. The servant gasped, struggling to catch his breath. "Ha ha ha, it's nothing. I simply wanted the dog. Quickly, hand me my clothes." The servant promptly offered the clothes he had been holding, then returned the bamboo pole to the duck herder. Xia Pingyan took his garments, first using them to dry the trembling little black dog, ensuring its fur was free of water, before donning his attire once more. "Young master, is it really necessary to go to such lengths for a mere dog?" The servant quietly ventured, seizing the opportunity to speak. "Oh, I see," nodding in understanding. The servant noticed Xia Pingyan's evident affection for the pup and continued, "Since this dog was saved by you today, why not bestow upon it a name, young master?" Li Xinchuan's residence lay just outside the city of Xianyang, in Jinan town, where his family owned several hundred acres of land and operated a cloth shop within the city. Xia Pingyan, as a young master, led a rather comfortable life, often wandering around with his young servant, enjoying drinks, socializing, collecting rents, and managing accounts, living a carefree existence. Upon returning home, Xia Pingyan immediately procured a wooden box, in which he fashioned a small opening and lined the interior with hay, rags, and cotton to create a warm and luxurious abode for the black dragon. At dinner time, he kept the dog by his side, sharing his meal with it. Li Xinchuan's parents indulged their child, and upon seeing his fondness for dogs, they remained silent, allowing Xia Pingyan to indulge in his whims. Thus, from this day forth, Xia Pingyan embarked on a delightful journey filled with companionship alongside his canine friend. Each day, wherever Xia Pingyan roamed, the black dragon accompanied him, partaking in the same food and drink, sharing every moment of sustenance. Observing the preferential treatment bestowed upon the black dragon, Xia Pingyan's servant was moved to tears. Had he dared to share a meal with Xia Pingyan, he would have faced the wrath of Steward Zhou, who would not hesitate to break his legs. In contrast, when the steward witnessed the black dragon dining alongside Xia Pingyan, he would merely smile and commend. This black dragon is becoming increasingly astute under the young master's care. Indeed, the black dragon was growing more clever and human-like due to Xia Pingyan's nurturing. Under his guidance, the black dragon learned to relieve itself outdoors, causing no inconvenience to others. At night, the black dragon would sleep beside Xia Pingyan's bed, warding off any intruders, even shooing away mice. Whether collecting rents or socializing over drinks, Xia Pingyan always took the black dragon along. and those around him remarked that the young master of the Li family now had a canine companion by his side. For over a year, the black dragon had been by Xia Ping'an's side, gradually maturing into a robust creature inseparable from him. Its intelligence was remarkable, as if it could comprehend human speech. Whatever Xia Ping'an commanded, it would dutifully obey, sitting when asked, sleeping when instructed, and remaining in place as directed. Before they realized it, autumn of the second year had arrived, with the grass turning golden and the rabbits growing plump. Since the remarkable victory of Governor Liu and Yiling the previous year, the lives of the people in Jiangdong had become increasingly stable. With the expansion of the family's fabric business, Xia Ping'an's young attendant had recently been reassigned to the city's fabric shop by Steward Zhou. On this particular day, with the autumn air crisp and refreshing, Xia Ping'an received an invitation from a friend in Xiangyang City to join him for a midday feast, where they would discuss matters of the hunt. The prefect, Zheng Xia, had been out hunting with great fanfare, and the news had stirred excitement among the local youth, for the season for hunting had arrived. For those of modest means in this era, hunting was one of the most significant events of the year. Xia Ping'an sensed that the long-awaited day had finally come. Before heading to the city, he called the black dragon to his side, gently stroking its head for several minutes in contemplative silence. After raising the black dragon for more than a year, Xia Ping'an realized, almost unconsciously, that he had come to regard it as his closest friend, nearly forgetting that they were within the confines of the boundary pearl. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of reluctance. "Oh, black dragon, our encounter is indeed rare. Today, I grant you a choice. If you wish to live as a humble dog, quietly and peacefully until the end of your days, then remain at home and do not accompany me to the feast. However, if you desire to leave a mark upon history, to be remembered by future generations, to demonstrate that dogs possess loyalty and discernment between good and evil, and can embrace death with valor, no less than humans, then come to me at the bridge when I have arrived there." Woof, woof. Black Dragon wagged his tail and softly barked at Xia Ping'an. Without hesitation, Xia Ping'an stepped outside. Exiting the courtyard of the Li family and walking over 200 meters, he arrived at the edge of the village, where a serene river flowed past, graced by a stone bridge. As he stood upon the bridge, he heard a sound behind him. Turning around, he saw that Black Dragon had indeed followed him. In that moment, tears welled in Xia Ping'an's eyes as he gently patted Black Dragon's head, leading him to the feast. Not long after Xia Ping'an settled into the grass, a troop of horsemen appeared in the distance, numbering in the hundreds, armed with bows and swords, exuding an aura of authority. At the forefront of this formidable group was the magistrate, Zheng Xia, observing the lush wilderness, abundant with game and devoid of human presence. Magistrate Zheng ordered his men to set fire to the underbrush, driving the animals out with flames. The fire was ignited in an instant, and with a gust of wind, it spread like wildfire across the desolate expanse. In the dense thicket, Xia Ping'an lay peacefully asleep, oblivious to the encroaching flames. Black Dragon, in a state of frantic urgency, attempted to grasp the fabric of Xia Ping'an's clothing, striving to drag him from the perilous underbrush. Yet, the weight of a slumbering figure proved too great for a mere dog to budge. In his desperate efforts to pull Xia Ping'an away from the fiery expanse, Black Dragon's mouth became stained with blood, his teeth torn from the fabric he clutched. In a whirlwind of anxiety, Black Dragon circled restlessly, repeatedly licking Xia Ping'an's face. Yet the latter remained unresponsive. The scene around them resembled a gentle rain, as the flames drew perilously close. Fortunately, the fire line, after reaching a damp patch of grass a mere 10 meters away, finally ceased its advance. Upon witnessing this reprieve, Black Dragon approached Xia Ping'an one last time, sprinkling the water clinging to his coat onto Xia Ping'an's face. He tenderly licked his friend's visage and, after a brief sway of his body, staggered away, collapsing by the brook. Black Dragon had wished to venture further, but fatigue overwhelmed him. At dawn, Xia Ping'an was discovered by a servant from his household, who roused him from slumber. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the unscathed, damp grass around him and, in the distance, the fallen form of Black Dragon. Tears streamed down his cheeks as the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. "Young master, it was the Black Dragon that saved you. Yesterday, the Black Dragon, exhausted to the brink of death, met its fate. When we discovered it, all that remained were the tufts of its fur and the damp grass around you and the fire line." Even Butler Zhou shed tears. For the elderly say that when a dog is nearing death, it will seek a secluded place to pass away, not wanting its master to witness its final moments. The black dragon you raised was a noble hound, willing to sacrifice itself for its master, even in its last moments. It sought to distance itself to spare you the sorrow. The tale of the loyal black dragon's heroism spread like wildfire throughout the city of Xiangyang within a matter of days, even drawing the attention of the governor, who sent emissaries to inquire about the incident. Xia Ping'an buried the black dragon with a coffin, erecting a grand tomb for the noble hound in Jinan. The tomb stands over 10 zhang high, and a stone tablet was placed before it, chronicling the black dragon's valiant rescue of its master. This may very well be the first tomb dedicated to a dog in the world. Historically, it was Governor Zhang Xia who was to construct this noble hound's tomb. Yet Xia Ping'an, not wishing to wait for Zhang Xia's action, took it upon himself to build it. A millennium later, this city of Xianyang withstood the onslaught of the Yuan dynasty's army for a full 5 years. In the novel, the gallant Guo played a poignant role in this city. Standing before the towering tomb of the Black Dragon, memories of its sacrifice stirred deep emotions within Xia Ping'an. The world of the Boundary Pearl shattered into beams of light. Chapter 66. Locking onto the perpetrators. Those who join the Demon Suppression Guard are far from foolish. Each individual is acutely aware of the tasks that await them in the future, thus none dare to let their guard down. Upon emerging from the elevator, Li Yunzhao noticed Xia Ping'an stepping out of his room. "Ah, I thought you had gone on a mission." Li Yunzhao greeted him, glancing around to ensure they were alone. He lowered his voice, curiosity brimming as he inquired, "How's the mission going? Have you completed it yet? Is it possible to finish a task that quickly?" "I have yet to find a clue," Xia Ping'an replied. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Li Yunzhao confidently patted his chest. "By the way, are you heading down for dinner?" "Indeed, I was just thinking of going to the dining hall," Xia Ping'an admitted, feeling a pang of hunger. After each fusion with the Boundary Pearl and the subsequent divine power infusion, he always felt ravenous, and this time was no exception. "Wait for me, and we shall go together." "All right." After a brief wait in the corridor, Li Yunzhao emerged, and the two descended together to the buffet restaurant for dinner. The dining hall was already populated with a few patrons. Just as Xia Ping'an finished gathering his meal, he spotted Li Yunzhao, who had inexplicably seated himself with a lovely female summoner, engaged in animated conversation while eating. Upon noticing Xia Ping'an's gaze, Li Yunzhao discreetly gestured for him not to approach and play the third wheel. "What a character!" Xia Ping'an chuckled to himself, finding an empty table to sit at. He sipped some soup before beginning his meal. At that moment, Yin Duo entered the dining hall, glanced around, and upon spotting Xia Ping'an, offered a slight smile. After procuring his food, he made his way to sit across from Xia Ping'an. "What about those millions wasted on skipping stones?" Yin Duo raised an eyebrow at Xia Ping'an. Continuing with a self-assured tone, "Just a few more attempts at skipping stones, and you'll understand why those black box realm beads are sold at such a low price. New summoners must pay their dues before they learn their lessons." Xia Ping'an cast a glance at Yin Duo, silently enjoying his meal without a word. Yin Duo persisted. "This afternoon, I organized some information on the sacrificial members of the Eye of the Demon. I contacted a friend and leveraged various connections to enlist a renowned expert to create a psychological profile of one of the members. I believe we can use this psychological portrait as a starting point to uncover clues. According to the profile, this member is likely an orphan with a troubled upbringing, which has distorted their perception of family. Consequently, their victims often consist of entire families, leaving no one untouched. Their ability to blend into a city and commit crimes suggests they possess an unexpectedly ordinary identity as a disguise." "Thank you," Xia Ping'an suddenly interjected. "We can illuminate our path while using these two clues as filters. We will surely capture that." Yin Duo momentarily choked, realizing Xia Ping'an had inexplicably expressed gratitude. "What are you thanking me for?" Xia Ping'an replied earnestly, "Thank you for taking me to the Face Club." "Ha, it's merely a trivial matter. There's no need for thanks." Yin Duo dismissed it nonchalantly. Xia Ping'an smiled lightly, offering no explanation, but instead shifted the topic. "Let us visit the crime scene tonight and see if there are any further discoveries." "All right, I too wish to have a look." After finishing their meal, the two departed from the restaurant, with Yin Duo at the wheel. The sleek black Q7 surged forth from the gates of the Order Committee into the twilight. "We are headed to the site of the last sacrificial act committed by a member of the Eye of the Demon," Xia Ping'an remarked during the drive. "The last one? Shouldn't we be visiting the site of the first incident? It would be prudent to examine each one to discern the patterns of that member's actions," Yin Duo queried, casting a puzzled glance at Xia Ping'an. "You will understand once we arrive." Xiao Pingyan replied with a cryptic smile. 40 minutes later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the Black Q7 entered a low-density upscale community on the eastern outskirts of Xinchuan. They halted before a villa, the exterior of which was still shrouded in police tape. The villa was expansive, boasting a garden of over 300 square meters, accompanied by 2 garages, a rear garden, and a swimming pool. The nearest neighbor resided over 50 meters away, separated by a dense belt of greenery. The two crossed the police line and approached the villa's entrance, where Yin Duo produced a key, unlocking the door with ease, and they boldly stepped inside. You still possess the key to this place? Xiao Pingyan inquired, astonishment flickering across his face as he regarded Yin Duo. Please refrain from casting such a gaze upon me. I possess the keys to several crime scenes. If one wishes to earn money, a modicum of effort is essential. I approach the pursuit of wealth with utmost seriousness, never indulging in carelessness. Yin Duo cast a dismissive glance at Xiao Pingyan. Upon illuminating the room, the villa was suffused with light. The entire villa felt desolate, inexplicably imbued with a chilling atmosphere, accompanied by an inescapable stench of decay lingering within the confines of the room, in places where the eye of the demon had been invoked. This foul odor is exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Unless the villa were to be razed and rebuilt, the scent would persist, faintly detectable even amidst a renovation. In the living room, traces of a white chalk outline remain, remnants of the Eye of the Demon's investigation, inscribed upon the marble floor, depicting the silhouette of the malevolent eye. The kitchen, connected to the living room, bore similar investigative marks, where large patches of dried blood were discernible on the floor. The mosaic walls surrounding the kitchen, the stove, and the cabinets were splattered with congealed blood, rendering the kitchen akin to a scene of horror, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. The dismemberment occurred with a cleaver from the kitchen. It was the primary crime scene. Yin Duo's gaze swept across the area, cautiously avoiding the piles of dried brown matter on the floor, before inquiring of Xiao Pingyan, "Have you made any noteworthy discoveries?" "No," Xiao Pingyan replied, shaking his head. "The area has been thoroughly examined by provincial and departmental experts multiple times. That rogue is quite adept at leaving no traces behind. To locate that scoundrel, we must resort to my previous method. Your ability to see remotely is just the assistance we require." "In truth," Xiao Pingyan leisurely remarked while circling the kitchen, "there are indeed other methods to pinpoint that rogue." "What methods?" Yin Duo inquired with curiosity. Xiao Pingyan remained silent, gently waving his hand. Yin Duo's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed a pitch-black Chinese rural dog emerge from the shadow of Xiao Pingyan. This summoned dog bore no magical aura or ethereal effects, appearing indistinguishable from a genuine Chinese rural dog. Upon its summoning, the black dog joyfully circled around Xiao Pingyan, its tail wagging enthusiastically. The ability to summon pets, including dogs, is not particularly rare. Yin Duo felt a twinge of confusion, pondering the utility of summoning a dog at such a moment. Previously, we had even summoned elite blood-tracking dogs to this location, renowned for their ability to detect traces of blood diluted to 1 part in 20 trillion. Yet, they found nothing. That scoundrel had not a speck of blood on him at all. Yin Duo shook his head in exasperation. Xiao Pingyan knelt down and gently caressed the head of the black dragon. "Look, Black Dragon, that scoundrel is infested with demonic spirits. Can you trace his whereabouts?" Upon hearing Xiao Pingyan's words, the summoned black dragon wandered into the kitchen to sniff around, then made its way to the living room. It barked twice at Xiao Pingyan before heading towards the door. Xiao Pingyan smiled subtly and followed the black dragon out of the villa. What on earth is happening? What kind of dog can detect the scent of demonic spirits, especially after so many days? Yin Duo was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Xiao Pingyan leave, he too followed him outside. The black dragon continued to sniff its way out of the community, with Xiao Pingyan trailing behind, while Yin Duo leisurely drove his car in their wake. Eventually, the black dragon led Xiao Pingyan to the entrance of a grand hotel in the city, where it sat down and turned its head to bark twice at Xiao Pingyan. To be honest, Yin Duo was utterly astounded. Throughout their journey, as he drove behind Xiao Pingyan and the black dragon, he noticed how resolutely the black dragon pursued its target, showing no hesitation whatsoever. It was as if the dragon had locked onto its objective, never once straying from its path. Yin Duo had seen police dogs before, but at this moment, he was taken aback by the black dragon's confidence. What does this black dragon mean? Yin Duo swallowed hard and posed a question. "Can we confirm the room where that scoundrel is staying?" Yin Duo's spirit surged with determination. He no longer cared to inquire about the origins of Xiao Pingyan's dog. Capturing or eliminating that scoundrel took precedence. In order to bring the Black Dragon inside, it could locate precisely which room that individual resides in. However, the hotel prohibits dogs, and recklessly bringing the Black Dragon in might raise suspicions. Thus, we must devise another plan. The hotel is filled with numerous ordinary guests, and in such a setting, pursuing a member of the Demon Eye who possesses extraordinary abilities could lead to grave casualties if they become aware of our presence. Therefore, utmost caution is imperative. Yin Duo's eyes twinkled as a smile crept across his face. Ah, this is quite simple. Chapter 67. The ambush. After a little over half an hour, 2 police armored assault vehicles and several narcotics enforcement cars came to a halt at the hotel entrance. As soon as the police cars stopped, a large contingent of armed narcotics officers, accompanied by drug-sniffing dogs, swiftly disembarked and entered the hotel. Xia Pingyan and Yin Duo, dressed in narcotics police uniforms, followed closely behind the officers and their canine companions, seamlessly blending in without drawing any attention. The narcotics officers acted with decisive efficiency. Upon entering the hotel, the leading officer promptly informed the hotel manager, who had rushed over, that they had received reports of drug use occurring within the premises. With a wave of his hand, a team of narcotics officers and a drug detection dog headed straight for the hotel's KTV area, while Xia Pingyan and another team began to conduct inspections floor by floor. On the 17th floor, in room 1706, the curtains were slightly drawn back, revealing a corner. A portly, bald man in his 40s stood sideways behind the curtain, squinting his eyes and vigilantly observing as police cars escorted individuals below, flashing their lights as they departed. He quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. They were narcotics officers, and they had left. The man lowered the curtain and turned to face another occupant in the room. The other individual was an elderly man clad in a black suit, who had been intently gazing at the glass of liquor in his hand. Upon hearing the portly man's words, the old man lifted his face, revealing eyes devoid of pupils, only the whites, which were veined with crimson yet lacking any discernible iris. Soon, our days of evasion will come to a definitive end. The old man spoke in a haunting tone, imbued with a fervent intensity. Those foolish individuals still believe our sacrifices over the past year are akin to those of the past, unaware that the final passage of sanctity is about to be irrevocably secured. The true arrival of sanctity is imminent, and this world shall enter a new era amidst a deluge of fiery rain. The brilliance of the demon lord shall descend alongside the flames on the eve of this true arrival of sanctity. The world remains eerily tranquil, and I nearly succumbed to the temptation of premature celebration as the portly man spoke. Shadows on the ground twisted malevolently, clawing and writhing as if something sought to emerge. The thunder that echoes amidst tranquility is indeed the most intriguing. The old man, with bloodshot eyes and a ghastly grin, mused about their blissful ignorance, proclaiming that an era belonging to us is on the horizon. Tomorrow, I shall depart from Xinchuan, seeking a new locale, where I can continue to keep the Order Committee's minions scurrying behind me. As the rotund figure spoke, a crimson glimmer flickered in his gaze. Yes, you have lingered in Xinchuan for quite a while waiting for me. Your previous sacrifices have already caught the attention of the Order Committee, so a change of scenery is prudent. The old man waved his hand lightly, indicating that I too would soon leave Xinchuan to convey the imminent arrival of the last sacred descent to other wayfarers within the organization, ensuring everyone is prepared. The inspector has worked tirelessly, huh? The thought of soon being able to offer sacrifices makes me giddy. I am particularly eager to witness the expressions of those who are tracking me within the Order Committee when they behold my creations in other cities. Do not underestimate them. Some summoners in the Order Committee are formidable adversaries. Before the true sacred descent arrives, we must strive to remain concealed, for it is only after its arrival that we shall commence our dominion over the world. The dark, sanguine desires roared unabated within the stout figure's heart. He rose, opened the door to the room, and stepped out into the corridor, proceeding towards the elevator. As he awaited its arrival, a seemingly polite young man approached from the adjacent passage, also waiting for the lift. The stout man cast a glance at the young man, who turned his head and gave a slight nod in return. A habitual, professional smile of humility appeared on the stout man's face. The young man was none other than Xia Pingyan. Neither spoke, maintaining the politeness and distance customary among strangers. After a brief wait of less than half a minute, a chime signaled the arrival of an elevator, its doors sliding open, and both entered together. As the stout man reached out to press the button for their floor, Xia Pingyan coincidentally extended his hand to do the same, resulting in their hands brushing against one another for less than half a second. Before the stout man could fully retract his hand, a numbing sensation quickly surged from the back of his hand up his arm, permeating his entire being. Alarmed, his expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Xia Pingyan, his previously humble demeanor transforming into an unsettling grimace. A dark mist erupted from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, writhing and clawing, as if intent on lunging at Xia Pingyan. At that moment, the light and scenery within the elevator began to distort. The black mist within the stout man's body sought to envelop Xia Pingyan, yet his own body felt paralyzed, rigid as ice, ensnared by a terrifying numbness. Unable to move, even his tongue refused to obey his commands, rendering him speechless. Despite his immobility, his vision and hearing remained intact. Just as the swirling black mist was about to reach Xia Pingyan, the stout man caught sight of the young man, who had only moments ago nodded and smiled at him, now brandishing a gleaming, large-caliber revolver aimed directly at his head. In the ears of the corpulent man, a word he dreaded most resounded. Fire. Boom. The two sounds erupted almost simultaneously. A searing blaze enveloped the rotund figure within the elevator, while the dark mist surrounding him shrieked and struggled in vain to escape the inferno, only to be ensnared, emitting a hissing sound, filling the elevator with an acrid scent of charred flesh. With the crack of MR-98's gunfire, a pure silver bullet obliterated the man's head in an instant. The sensation of paralysis was swiftly followed by the searing entry of the bullet into his brain, all occurring within the span of a single second. Simultaneously, within room 1706, an elderly man whose eyes revealed only the white sensed an ominous shift. Startled, he realized the impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, a surge of crimson light erupted from his pale gaze, propelling him toward the window. Yet, as he moved, he was met with an invisible barrier. Surrounding the floor of the room, a faint yellow glow had emerged, creating an ethereal wall that confined him to his spot. Beneath him, an inscription manifested on the ground, resembling the ancient script for confinement. In the void prison, the old man let out a startled cry, his body trembling violently. Amidst the convulsions, his flesh and blood suddenly disintegrated, cascading to the ground and transforming into countless black beetles. As these dark creatures emerged, they scurried in all directions, voraciously devouring the radiance of the room's floor. With a thunderous crash, the door shattered, and Yin Duo, with his silver hair flowing, burst into the room. A derisive smile played upon his lips, as he scoffed at the notion that the Order Committee was merely ornamental. How dare such riffraff show their faces in Xinchuan? Upon finishing his words, he raised his hand and coldly uttered a searing command. Fire. Simultaneously, the fire alarm on the 17th floor of the hotel and within an elevator blared, sending the guests into a panic as they rushed from their rooms. A throng of patrons surged out of the hotel, the night's series of calamities driving the hotel manager to the brink of madness. The battle raged on. In the hotel's security monitoring room, the footage from the elevator, where the fire alarm had sounded, revealed a chilling scene. A young man, armed with a pistol, was unleashing a relentless barrage upon a swirling mass of burning black mist. As he fired furiously, flames erupted from his other hand, encircling the dark cloud. In that confined elevator, it had transformed into a battlefield. Within the black mist, it seemed as though a demon lurked, as distorted, anguished faces emerged from the inferno, hauntingly materializing amidst the flames. In but a few fleeting seconds, the elevator's surveillance camera was incinerated amidst the searing heat, the footage dissolving into a flurry of static. The security personnel in the hotel monitoring room, upon witnessing this scene, turned pale with terror, mirroring the hotel manager's frantic demeanor. Chapter 68. The omen of divine arrival. Within a mere 30 seconds, Xia Pingyan had expended 3 fireballs and 15 bullets. The tenacity of the member from the Eye of the Demon surpassed Xia Pingyan's expectations. By the time the chaos subsided, the elevator bore witness to nothing but Xia Pingyan and the charred remains of a body, its head and torso obliterated, collapsing to the ground like a piece of burnt coal. The elevator circuitry had succumbed to the intense heat, rendering the lights and surveillance equipment inoperative, leaving it stranded between the 11th and 12th floors, motionless. A cascade of electrical sparks rained down from the melted elevator's interior, illuminating the space with a flickering glow amidst the fiery remnants. In the dim confines of the elevator, a grotesque sight unfolded. A corpulent figure lay transformed into a charred husk, his head exploded, yet a semblance of a smile lingered on his lips. With a hoarse voice, he uttered words that resonated with a chilling foreboding. Do not revel too soon. The final sanctum is nigh. Savor this last moment of tranquility. As the day of reckoning approaches, the radiance of the sovereign demon shall descend amidst a tempest of fire, heralding the true advent of sanctity. Our era is upon us. You shall inevitably join me. He he he. Relish these fleeting moments of peace. Then, with a resounding crack, the muzzle of the MR-98 spat forth a blaze, a silver bullet piercing through the charred lips and erupting from the back of the skull. Silence enveloped the elevator at last. 16 bullets in total. Was the true sanctum truly imminent? The final sanctum? This could hardly be a mere coincidence. Could it be that something momentous was about to transpire? The last time the brain-eating worm's essence had made such ominous declarations, Xia Pingyan had sensed a disturbance, heightening his vigilance. Now, the same unease gripped him. Yet, this was not the moment for inquiry. He surveyed the elevator, testing the mechanisms, only to discover he was ensnared within its confines, the doors resolutely sealed. Casting a glance towards Yin Duo, he observed the insects within the room engulfed by Yin Duo's flames, being systematically refined. A swirling black mist darted about in room 1706. Striving to breach the barrier Yin Duo had conjured, for the battle there was far from over. Xia Pingyan did not linger within the elevator. He leapt onto the handrail and forcefully kicked open the maintenance hatch atop the elevator, emerging into the shaft, ascending rapidly along the steel cable. He reached the elevator exit on the 17th floor. Grasping the cable, he swung twice in midair before delivering a powerful kick to the elevator door, producing a thunderous bang that shattered the center of the door, leaving a substantial breach and causing it to warp. Although the elevator doors were robust, the force of Xia Pingyan's kick exceeded a ton, an astonishing display of strength. With another kick, the breach widened, and on the third strike, it was large enough for a person to slip through. Swinging once more, Xia Pingyan leapt from the elevator entrance, executing a roll upon landing, and immediately sprinted towards room 1706. As he ran, he deftly retrieved a quick bridge clip and loaded his MR-98 with ammunition. The final day of reckoning was imminent. A torrential rain of fire was about to descend from the heavens. Time was running short for you. Our era is on the brink of arrival. An eternal darkness shall fall. I await your arrival below. We shall soon reunite. Upon reaching the room, Xia Pingyan beheld Yin Duo just as he reduced the last wisp of black mist to ashes with flames. Is it resolved? Xia Pingyan inquired, while Yin Duo turned. His expression relaxed as he cast a glance at Xia Pingyan. It is resolved. Xia Pingyan nodded, surveying the room. Room 1706 was hardly an improvement over the elevator. The space resembled a battlefield ravaged by fire, utterly devastated. He glanced at his watch, 10:28 p.m. Yin Duo stroked his chin, a serious expression crossing his face. Did you hear that? Just now? Xia Pingyan affirmed with a nod. The wretched creature, infested with the phantom monster, had uttered something about the impending arrival of the last saint before its demise. The brain-eating insect I discovered in Xianghe City mentioned the same thing. This cannot merely be coincidence. It's likely that significant events are on the horizon. Yin Duo's expression shifted slightly as he contemplated the matter. Regardless, this is beyond our purview. We should inform the provincial authorities to handle it. After all, we have already secured that 20 million bounty today. At the mention of the bounty, Yin Duo's demeanor brightened, a smile gracing his face as he glanced at Xia Pingyan. You truly are a harbinger of fortune. Who would have thought that within a day of arriving in Xinchuan City, you would uncover 2 members of the Demon Eye and locate the one infested with the phantom monster? This time, we shall make a name for ourselves before the old man. When will we receive the bounty? Xia Pingyan pondered, feeling the emptiness of his pockets. He was eager to secure some funds. This summoner profession truly drains one's finances. That 10 million seems substantial, yet in reality, it barely covers the cost of a slightly more expensive realm bead. Reflecting on the past, I recall purchasing a second-hand pickup truck to save money. No wonder Mo Yin and the others cast such peculiar glances. For a summoner, the meager savings are hardly sufficient even to fill the gaps between one's teeth, utterly meaningless. Rest assured, the credibility of the coal magnate from Xinchuan is beyond reproach. Within a few days, once the other party confirms, we shall secure our reward. Yin Duo stroked his chin, regarding Xia Pingyan with an unsettling gaze, and finally posed the question. The dog you summoned, it can track the essence of the magic spirit. Can it? The ability to trace and lock onto the essence of a magic spirit is extraordinary, to Yin Duo's knowledge. He had never encountered another summoner whose creations possessed such a talent. However, it was indeed that very dog that guided Xia Pingyan to this location tonight. Playing a crucial role, Xia Pingyan nodded decisively, expressing, "I wish for this to remain between the two of us. Should a third party become privy to this affair, it would mark the end of our collaboration. Rest assured, I have no intention of jeopardizing our financial interests. Given your remarkable capability, I foresee myself embarking on similar bounty tasks in the future, and we shall prosper together." Envisioning the financial prospects ahead, Yin Duo could hardly contain his excitement. Yet, a concern lingered. Having encountered these two individuals so soon after our departure, what shall we say if the old man inquires? If he questions you, simply assert ignorance and shift the blame onto me. I shall handle it. Understood, then it shall be as you say? Yin Duo nodded, already retrieving his phone to notify the provincial department. The aftermath team from the provincial department and the police arrived at the hotel 20 minutes later. The police cordoned off the area outside the hotel, while the provincial team took charge of the aftermath. Ahem, my dear sir, that is the situation. Xia Pingyan and I split up to search for clues, and unexpectedly, Xia Pingyan was the first to discover that something was amiss in that hotel. After we reunited, we initially entered the hotel under the guise of narcotics officers to conduct our investigation, pinpointing the location of our target's room. Seizing the opportunity, we launched a surprise attack, neutralizing the two targets before they could inflict further harm. Yin Duo recounted the events with an unfaltering demeanor, even giving Xia Pingyan a playful wink. Wang Shi furrowed his brow. He did not inquire how Xia Pingyan had identified those two individuals, but posed another question instead. Did those members of the Eye of the Demon utter any words about the true arrival of the Holy Presence before they were killed? Yin Duo and Xia Pingyan exchanged glances, and Yin Duo signaled Xia Pingyan to speak. Xia Pingyan then replied, "Indeed, when we eradicated the brain-eating insect in Shanghai City, its essence uttered similar words just before its demise. I believe this is no coincidence. The final utterances of these individuals remain of significant importance." Upon hearing the words, the old gentleman's countenance darkened, his silence lingering for a moment before he gently nodded. "Very well, I understand. Both of you performed admirably this time. The task was executed with remarkable finesse. You promptly identified and neutralized the target before it could inflict further damage. For this, I shall award each of you 50 merit points." Yin Duo and Xia Pingyan exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "Thank you, esteemed elder." According to the regulations of the Order Committee, accumulating 100 merit points allows one to request a boundary pearl. With their 50 points each, they now totaled 100, just enough for a boundary pearl. The old gentleman was indeed generous. Cough, esteemed elder, might we take on tasks beyond the province? Yin Duo, seizing the moment, ventured to inquire, noting the old gentleman's seemingly good spirits. Currently, there are no tasks within Yuzhou for tracking down the demonic spirits, but such missions abound beyond the province and even overseas. Given the tense situation and the nascent establishment of the Demon Suppression Division in Yuzhou, we are in dire need of capable individuals. If you are so eager to work outside, how about I assign you to Antarctica? The old gentleman shot Yin Duo a sidelong glance. Yin Duo quickly chuckled nervously. "Esteemed elder, I was merely jesting. Surely, I am aware of my own capabilities. I am barely managing the tasks within the province." "That is good to know. You may leave now," the old gentleman replied. Once outside the office and in the elevator, Yin Duo finally spoke. "Strange that the elder did not inquire about how you discovered the whereabouts of those two members of the Eye of Demons." "Indeed, that seems to be the case." Yin Duo glanced at Xia Pingyan and inquired, "What are you pondering?" Xia Pingyan's gaze shifted, and his tone suddenly took on a solemn gravity. If their words before dying were false, and it could be verified in a short span of time, would they not have turned their existence into a farce? Upon hearing Xia Pingyan's statement, Yin Duo's expression also altered. Chapter 69. The meeting shortly after Xia Pingyan and Yin Duo departed from the old man's office. The elder had already activated the quantum encrypted video conferencing system of the Order Committee. Leaning on his dragon-headed cane, the elder stood upright in the office as one wall slid away, revealing a massive conference display screen. The figures appearing on the screen were none other than the titans of the National Order Committee of the Great Yin Kingdom. At this hour, the committee's leaders remained vigilant, their backgrounds revealing offices or training chambers. Wang Shi's voice resonated with an unspoken concern. to declare a national state of emergency solely based on the words of a few members of the Demon Eye before their demise, raising the counter-invasion alert levels to the maximum across all provinces and ushering everyone into shelters, effectively halting economic activities nationwide. Does that not seem a touch frivolous? Even if we acquiesce, the Parliament would certainly oppose it. On the display screen, a serene figure with a mane of silver hair began to speak. Oldie, I do not doubt the capabilities of your subordinates. However, the information we have received comes solely from two ordinary members of the Eye of Demons. Even if their words were uttered in their final moments, I believe they may have been somewhat exaggerated. It is entirely possible that this is a ploy by the Eye of Demons, casting out a few individuals to create chaos among us in order to achieve their ulterior motives. Thus, we must remain vigilant. Oldie, you previously suggested that the entire nation should immediately enter a state of emergency, and now, just a few days later, you propose the same again. Have the provincial demon suppressors not already begun to mobilize? Is that not sufficient? Indeed, I share the concern that this could be a trap and conspiracy orchestrated by the Eye of Demons. The other elderly gentleman, with a head full of white hair and a grave expression, interjected, stating that based on the number of sacrifices we have discovered and monitored from the Eye of Demons in the past 6 months, their scale of sacrifice in northern Guangzhou does not reach a level that would provoke an S-class spatial invasion. To declare a nationwide state of emergency would inevitably incite tremendous chaos across the country. Even without the Eye of Demons, a large-scale spatial invasion could still occur. Their sacrifices are not a prerequisite for such an event. Especially in the past year, the activities of the Eye of Demons have become increasingly peculiar. Apart from minor sacrifices, all members of the priestly class and above have ceased their actions, seemingly awaiting something. Coupled with the recent surge in sacrifices by the Eye of Demons, I believe the words uttered by those two members before their demise warrant our utmost vigilance. The moment we have long feared may indeed be approaching. The Black Hawk Project was a subject of controversy, and its research findings have yet to be substantiated. The Europa Atomic Energy Research Center does not endorse the conclusions drawn from the Black Hawk Project. Dissenting opinions are quickly emerging. How can we ascertain the truth? It has but a singular opportunity for validation. Must we wait until millions, even billions, have perished to confirm its veracity? Wang Shi and his voice have unconsciously grown louder. Did not the members of the Eye of Demons proclaim that before the true advent of the Holy One, a rain of fire would fall from the heavens, engulfing the earth in flames? I believe this serves as a means to test the authenticity of their claims. I have previously inquired with the Space Development Administration, and currently, there are no large-scale meteorites, meteors, or asteroids set to collide with the planet Wu in the solar system. Furthermore, there are no anticipated threats of such magnitude within the next 6 months. Since July, the meteor showers from Aquarius, Capricorn, Perseus, Draco, and Orion have shown no significant fluctuations compared to previous years, all under the vigilant monitoring of the Space Development Administration, thus posing little danger to ground personnel. Perhaps we should wait a while longer, until the truly extraordinary celestial phenomena manifest, before we elevate our countermeasures. I concur. I too agree, as this seems more prudent. The majority of attendees at the meeting advocate for a correspondingly cautious approach. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Shi has struck the ground forcefully with his staff, the impact nearly threatening to fracture the very earth beneath. In a booming voice, he proclaimed, "You are all so consumed with caution that you have forgotten a crucial fact. Throughout history, the most catastrophic spatial invasions have occurred without warning. They do not wait until we are fully prepared. This is a struggle for survival, a war of life and death. The enemy will not delay their assault until we don our armor and grasp our weapons. Had it not been for the keen intuition of our summoners who discovered and successfully eliminated those infernal Eye members, we would have remained utterly oblivious tonight, deprived even of this singular opportunity. Yet here you are, debating the merits of caution?" The room fell into a profound silence, with only the elder's voice resonating in fury. I too stand with Shiha. Beyond the spatial invasion drills, I believe it prudent to notify military and political leaders across various regions, allowing those willing to access the regional command centers to acclimate in advance. Departments should also be informed to prepare for any eventualities. Some more cautious individuals have adopted a compromise, opting to gradually conduct spatial invasion drills in select cities, enabling everyone to familiarize themselves and adjust, ensuring the general populace remains vigilant. Few truly believe that the genuine Holy Spirit, as proclaimed by the members of the Eye of the Demon, will descend in the near future. Perhaps incursions of a lower grade than S-class are indeed possible. Yet, even if the situation were to deteriorate to the point of an S-class incursion, the Great Yin nation would remain unperturbed. After all, the Great Yin is not the once vulnerable British Isles, limited to mere islands and scant populations. The nation possesses contingency plans to address incursions of various magnitudes. Only in the event of unusual celestial phenomena or compelling evidence would the Order Committee contemplate elevating their response measures. Some even consider Wang Shihe to be overreacting, making a mountain out of a molehill. The resolution of the meeting was beyond reproach. As the meeting concluded and he gazed at the darkened display screen, Wang Shihe resignedly closed his eyes. Half a minute later, he reopened them, his gaze steadfast as always, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Do you truly not believe? Or is it simply a matter of unwillingness? Chapter 70. Challenge. The newly established D Group, having completed its mission with remarkable efficiency, was disbanded the following day. With no tasks at hand, Xia Ping'an found himself, like others in the Demon Suppression Guard, training daily at the base, deprived of the opportunity for field work. Fortunately, the coal tycoon from Xinchuan was quite generous. Merely 2 days later, in the afternoon of the third day, Yin Duo approached Xia Ping'an, presenting him with a transfer of 10 million as a reward for the completed mission. Upon receiving the funds, Xia Ping'an did not even consider touching the money before dialing a phone number to Xia Ning, promptly transferring the entire 10 million to her. Brother, where have you been? How did you acquire such a substantial sum? Summer Ning was taken aback by the sudden windfall and hurriedly called. It's nothing to worry about. This money is entirely legitimate. Have you considered where I work? I wouldn't dare transfer any illicit funds to you. That would only bring you trouble. Summer Ping'an understood the thoughts swirling in Summer Ning's mind and felt compelled to reassure her, lest she spiral into unfounded anxieties. Hearing you say that puts me at ease. However, there's no need to transfer so much. I can earn my own money now. Just the other day, I checked my bank balance and was startled by the number of zeros. Thought I was seeing things. All right, I'll remember that. Brother, I'll let you manage this money for now, keeping it safe for me to find a sister-in-law. Summer Ping'an ended the call, and Yin Duo, curious, inquired, do you have a sister? Of course, a biological sister. Yin Duo rubbed his face. I thought you might take that money to purchase a realm pearl instead. Acquiring a realm pearl would not significantly enhance my abilities. At best, it would allow me to master another technique and marginally increase my spiritual power. Moreover, there's the risk of failure, which could render the investment futile. However, this 10 million ensures that my sister will not need to worry about finances in the future. Even if something were to happen to me, a girl with 10 million at her disposal would have sufficient interest to sustain her for a year. Which brings me some comfort. Why does it sound like you're making arrangements for the future? None can predict whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event will arrive first. I'm heading to the training ground. Care to join me? Summer Ping'an had already changed into his training attire in his room and was ready to step out. Haha, that place is quite suitable for newcomers like you. I shall refrain from going. If there are tasks, I shall seek you out. Xia Ping'an is still engaged in the intensified 400-meter military obstacle training, a challenge that poses a significant test of physical fitness while simultaneously honing one's speed and adaptability to the utmost. Due to the members of the Demon Suppression Guard being unable to leave the base at will, many of them have taken to the training grounds during their free time to partake in various drills. The area is bustling with individuals. Even in the 400-meter enhanced military obstacle training, Xia Ping'an is not the sole participant. Upon noticing Xia Ping'an resting, a few uninvited guests approached him directly. Oh, so you are here. I heard your name is Xia Ping'an. Is it true that the summoners of the Xianhe City Order Committee lack courage? Only capable of training their running skills? Mu Qingchen remarked with a mocking smile, looking down at Xia Ping'an. Xia Ping'an set down his water bottle, casting a dispassionate glance at Mu Qingchen. As for the courage of the summoners from the Xianhe City Order Committee, that scar on your face should tell you all you need to know. Do you think that scar enhances your beauty? A cold glint flashed in Mu Qingchen's eyes as he regarded Xia Ping'an. I hadn't realized your tongue was so sharp. I may have underestimated you. But it's not too late to discover this. So, do you require something from me? I do not intend to do much. I merely wish to inform you that just now, during the combat match, I inadvertently broke Li Yunju's arm while he was in the arena. He has since been taken to the hospital. Tomorrow morning, I shall await you at the arena, eager to avenge Li Yunju. Should you possess the courage to confront me, do so. If you lack the fortitude to come, I can easily dismiss you as one would a fleeting breeze. Mu Qingchen cast a fleeting glance at Xia Ping'an, a cold smirk gracing her lips, before turning to depart. The fighting arena is located on the upper floor, a place Xia Ping'an had never visited. Given that Li Yunju's arm was broken by Mu Qingchen, it likely occurred just moments prior. The base strictly prohibits private duels, imposing severe penalties on those who dare to engage in them. However, hand-to-hand combat within the training arena is permitted. Xia Ping'an glanced at Mu Qingchen's retreating figure, lost his desire to practice, and promptly left the training ground for the base hospital. Soon, he found Li Yunju lying in a room, his arm suspended in a sling. The medical facilities at the base, especially for treating bone injuries, are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Li Yunju had been brought in just over an hour ago and received prompt treatment. Aside from some bruising and a broken arm, he appeared to be otherwise unscathed. For summoners, as long as the injuries are not fatal, they do not impede the performance of summoning techniques. This is why the authorities permit summoners to engage in combat within the arena. They may spar with fists and feet as long as no one is killed. However, the use of magical techniques and weapons is far more perilous and depletes one's spiritual energy, which is strictly prohibited. Upon the appearance of Xia Ping'an, Li Yunzhao exhibited a hint of awkwardness. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "Senior, I heard that you were injured during a bout on the arena, so I came to check on you. Are you all right?" Li Yunzhao erupted in anger. "That scoundrel Mu Qingchen. Once I recover, I shall not let him off easily. Damn it, I was careless this time. I never anticipated that rascal would have recently improved himself, integrating numerous world orbs and undergoing several divine power enhancements, significantly augmenting his strength. His combat prowess is now perilously close to the first realm. I had underestimated him, and as a result, he managed to break my arm with a single kick. The hierarchy of summoners is exceedingly intricate. Even to this day, across the globe, varying nations and regions, and even within the same nation or area, there exists a plethora of opinions and schools of thought regarding the classification of summoners. This diversity renders consensus elusive. The first realm, as mentioned by Li Yunzhao, initially served merely as a standard for categorizing the physical combat strength of summoners. The term first realm signifies that when a summoner's divine power, cultivated within a secret altar, surpasses 210 points, and they have undergone the divine power infusion process at this threshold, it unleashes their potential, resulting in a substantial qualitative leap in both stamina and combat capability. Surpassing the 210-point mark is akin to crossing a threshold, thus entering the first realm. Should divine power eventually ascend to 420 points, it would denote the second realm, and upon reaching 630 points, the third realm, and so forth. Within the community of summoners, a faction believes that the potency of a summoner's divine power should serve as the primary metric for determining their strength, categorizing them into realms such as first, second, or third tier. However, a more significant number of summoners reject this criterion, asserting that such classifications merely reflect physical combat prowess, akin to martial arts standards. The true essence of a summoner's capability lies not in their bodily strength, but in their mastery of summoning spells, the potency and effects of which cannot be solely measured by the quantity of divine power possessed. A notable issue with classifying levels based on divine power is that it may lead to situations where a summoner, who has merely integrated a handful of divine orbs without mastering substantial summoning spells, appears to hold a high rank and possesses formidable physical attributes. Yet, in genuine combat scenarios, they could be swiftly vanquished by a lower-tier summoner wielding proficient spells. Consequently, various schools of thought and standards have emerged to delineate summoner ranks. Some propose that the number of integrated orbs should dictate status. For instance, a summoner who has fused 3 foundational orbs would be classified as a first-tier summoner, with those below that threshold regarded as apprentice summoners. Furthermore, each additional orb fused would elevate the summoner's rank by 1 tier. Nevertheless, this classification system is not without its controversies. Questions arise regarding whether the count of integrated orbs includes divine orbs, treasure orbs, or other unique types of orbs. Excluding the divine power sphere, how is the strength of a summoner, who has enhanced the limit of divine power through its integration, calculated? Including the divine power sphere introduces a logical inconsistency based on the classification of divine power levels. This issue also applies to other special spheres. Furthermore, the divine power points acquired after the successful fusion of different spheres vary, as do the spells summoned. How can one generalize all spheres under a singular standard? Over a millennium ago, the esteemed sage of the Huaxia, Zhou Tianyi, integrated only 7 spheres throughout his lifetime, including the foundational sphere. Yet, the 7th sphere he fused enabled him to summon the mighty celestial god of strength. Remarkably, this celestial being, summoned by Zhou Tianyi, established the magnificent celestial Grand Canal in Huaxia within a mere 2 years, equating to decades of labor by millions, thus achieving an unparalleled feat. If we were to categorize summoners solely by the number of integrated spheres, Zhou Tianyi would be relegated to merely a 5th-tier summoner, easily surpassed by many others. Is it not flawed to assess a summoner's rank based on divine power points? Similarly, is it not problematic to determine a summoner's status based on the quantity of fused spheres? Some propose that summoner ranks should be evaluated according to performance metrics. Yet the question of who evaluates and how remains a complex challenge. Interestingly, the military of certain nations appears to share a more unified perspective, employing a straightforward and pragmatic approach by ranking summoners based on the number of beings they can summon, categorizing them into classes such as squad-level summoners, platoon-level summoners, company-level summoners, battalion-level summoners, and even legion-level summoners. However, the combat strength and attributes of the characters summoned by a summoner exhibit considerable disparity. Some formidable summoned beings possess a unique essence, making it improbable for one to summon an abundance of them. Moreover, certain summoners develop specialized professions that do not primarily focus on conjuring ordinary combatants. For those endowed with extraordinary abilities in arcane arts, such standards prove inadequate and inherently limited. Consequently, since Xiaopingyan ascended to the status of a summoner, he remains oblivious to the precise classification of his summoning prowess. Even within the Order Committee of the Great Yin Kingdom, the delineation of a summoner's abilities is merely discussed in terms of base salary, rather than rank. Those who demonstrate greater capability or accomplish more tasks receive higher salaries. A rather straightforward arrangement. As for categorizing a summoner's physical combat strength using standards such as the 1st or 2nd realm, there is no contention. It is universally comprehended and accepted. Upon hearing that Mu Qingqian's physical prowess is nearing the 1st realm, Xiaopingyan felt a slight astonishment, for, to his knowledge, within the entire Order Committee of Xiang'e City, only Tu Pulu's physical strength was rumored to be approaching the 1st realm. Could it be that Mu Qingqian's physical strength is indeed nearing that level? It cannot be mistaken. I have sparred with old Tu on several occasions, and his inherent strength, augmented by the divine energy that enhances his physique, indeed places him close to the 1st realm. The pressure I felt from that individual during our match was akin to that of old Tuesday. By the way, has he sought you out? Yes. Do not go. That scoundrel has already proclaimed his intention to ensure that the summoners of the Xiang'e City Order Committee visit the hospital. You are no match for him at present. If you go, both of us may end up here, and that would be utterly humiliating, Li Yunzu hastily interjected. Rest assured, Senior, you need to recuperate. And I have everything under control. After exchanging a few comforting words with Li Yunzu, Xiaopingyan departed from the hospital. No sooner had he left than Yin Duo's call came through. Has that worthless Mu Qingqian provoked you into a duel on the arena tomorrow? Xiaopingyan's brow furrowed. How do you know? He has already spread the word. Everyone in the Demon Suppression Guard is aware. If you do not show up tomorrow morning, it will be tantamount to slapping your own face, and you'll find it impossible to hold your head high thereafter. If you do attend, you may end up like Li Yunzu, injured and confined to the hospital. The entire Xiang'e City Order Committee would lose face. That scoundrel has grievances with several summoners from your committee. The scar on his face was left by old Tuesday. You are aware of this, right? I am aware. By the way, are you familiar with that Mu Qingqian? That fellow has struck it lucky. He fused with a treasure realm bead and has become an artifact smith, capable of forging magical long swords. His status has changed significantly. Moreover, he is the son-in-law of the Gao family and is highly sought after in the summoner circles of Yuzhou. His entry into the Demon Suppression Guard is merely a means to garner merit and establish credentials for future endeavors. His ambition is considerable. It sounds like Mu Qingqian is quite formidable. Hee. Yin Duo chuckled mischievously over the phone, suggesting, how about we make a deal? If you promise to stick with me in the future, I'll go on stage and incapacitate that fellow beforehand, sparing you the trouble. What do you think? Care to consider it? Chapter 71. The storm arises to Yin Duo's unexpected proposition. Xiaopingyan found himself both amused and perplexed, uncertain whether to regard it as a timely aid or an opportunistic ploy. That fellow's physical prowess was on the verge of reaching the 1st realm. Could he truly contend with him? My physical strength has long surpassed the first realm, Yin Duo replied, a hint of pride evident in his voice. I've merely chosen to remain low-key, without flaunting my abilities. Do you honestly think I wouldn't be able to handle him? If I lacked the requisite skills, would the old man have entrusted me with establishing the Yin Brigade? Xiao Pingyan had never witnessed Yin Duo in action before, and the revelation of his capabilities reaching the first realm took him by surprise. Aren't you concerned about offending the Gao family and Mu Qingshan? I've long found that trash intolerable. As for the Gao family, if they wish to cross me, let them. Although they wield power, Yuzhou province is not solely under their dominion. They ought to consider the repercussions of antagonizing me, Yin Duo. I fear them not. Yin Duo's confidence was palpable. Thanks. But I'll handle this myself. By the way, there should be surveillance footage from the fighting arena above, correct? Of course. Please send me the footage of the duel between Mu Qingshan and Li Yunzhu. All right, I'll send it over shortly. I must ask for your assistance once more. During our last visit to the Facebook club, did we not encounter a celestial power orb priced at 5.8 million? Upon fusion, it could bestow extraordinary capabilities, enhancing one's strength. Alas, I am devoid of funds. Do not harbor any hopes regarding me. Yin Duo immediately exclaimed with caution over the phone. Just 5.8 million. Do you not possess 10 million? What did you say? I cannot hear you. I am about to enter a tunnel where the signal is poor. Regardless of Yin Duo's protests over the phone, Xiao Pingyan persisted, considering it as a loan of 5.8 million to acquire that celestial power orb. I shall repay you for my earnings on the next mission. Otherwise, should there be future lucrative quests for locating demons, do not expect me to be at your service. Xiao Pingyan promptly ended the call. Beep, beep, beep. Within the confines of the room, Yin Duo listened to the dead air on the line, his expression twitching momentarily before he erupted in anger. You scoundrel. Do you take me, Yin Duo, for your subordinate? How arrogant. You squander your earnings on your sister, yet expect me to lend you money for an orb. What kind of absurd reasoning is this? You wish to borrow funds while compelling me to assist you, all the while adopting such an insufferable attitude, relying on the strength of your loyal dog. You wretched worm. I have no need for you. I can pursue profitable missions on my own. You expect me to lend you 5.8 million for an orb? I would rather buy you a pile of dung. As Xiao Pingyan departed from the hospital, he encountered numerous summoners from the Demon Suppression Corps along the way, who regarded him with newfound respect. Mu Qingshan has announced that he will accept Xiao Pingyan's challenge to duel on the arena tomorrow. The news spread swiftly. As there are only a few members in the Demon Suppression Guard, Mu Qingshan's actions seemed deliberately designed to place Xiao Pingyan in a precarious position, leaving him no avenue for retreat. Renowned in the summoner community of Yuzhou, Mu Qingshan's reputation contrasts sharply with that of Xiao Pingyan, who has only recently embarked on his path as a summoner and remains relatively inconspicuous among his peers in the Yuzhou Demon Suppression Guard. Few are aware of the incident involving Yin Duo, and many speculate that regardless of whether Xiao Pingyan steps onto the stage tomorrow, Mu Qingshan is resolutely intent on humiliating them. In the Elder's office, the atmosphere was tense. Mu Qingshan had broken Li Yunzhou's arm in the arena today and had already declared his intent to accept Xiao Pingyan's challenge for tomorrow. The Elder raised his gaze from behind the desk, regarding his assistant Pan Lin, who was reporting the matter, with a furrowed brow. Pan Lin, with his crew-cut and dark complexion, stood tall and sturdy like a spear, exuding an air of competence. He was not only one of the summoners in Yuzhou province, but also the Elder's assistant and driver. The Gao family has indeed become rather overbearing. Mu Qingshan intentionally provoked Li Yunzhou, forcing him into a confrontation, which led to the shattering of Li Yunzhou's hand. Now, he seeks to compel Xiao Pingyan to participate, displaying an audacious confidence. The enmity between Mu Qingshan and Xiang'an City has long been a topic of fervent discussion, with mutual accusations flying. Mo Yin has accused Mu Qingshan of attempting to endanger their colleague Anqing during a mission, while Mu Qingshan retaliated by claiming that Anqing betrayed him and engaged in indiscreet relationships with other summoners, even conspiring with other men to assault him. Consequently, Mu Qingshan and Xiang'an City are at odds, a fact the Elder is surely aware of. This matter has already spread widely. Our intervention may prove challenging. Should we refrain from intervening, Mu Qingshan, having undergone the baptism of over 180 points of divine power, is on the verge of reaching the primordial realm. Xiao Pingyan may very well find himself in the hospital, and by then, both summoners from the Order of Xiang'an City will also be hospitalized, complicating matters further. The Elder pondered for a moment and remarked that there is nothing insurmountable here. Summoners are not delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Two summoners engaging in a fair, unarmed combat on the arena will inevitably draw blood and sustain injuries, as long as no fatalities occur. This is the tradition of the Demon Suppression Guard. Even if one anticipates defeat, a summoner lacking the courage and vigor to step onto the arena is nothing but a waste. I understand. Pan Lin nodded. Oh, and there's one more thing. Yin Duo just went to the monitoring room and copied a recording of the fight arena. Oh, is that so? The old gentleman's brows twitched slightly. He expressed his desire to witness the contest tomorrow, eager to discern whether it would be a dragon or a snake. Do you believe there remains any suspense regarding the clash between Xia Pingyan and Mu Qingchen? Surely, Mu Qingchen's physical prowess must have far surpassed that of Xia Pingyan by now. The old gentleman smiled faintly, asserting that in a martial contest, should there be no significant disparity in physical capabilities, one could simply present their fitness test scores to determine the victor without the need for a stage. Is it true that Li Yunzhou was hospitalized after being defeated by Mu Qingchen in the arena? Asked Mo Yanshao as he began to speak. You are not yet a match for Mu Qingchen. He has undergone far more trials and tribulations than you, possessing a physical constitution that greatly exceeds yours. You need not step forward tomorrow. I regret that the events of the past have drawn you into this. There was a note of apology in Mo Yanshao's voice. Yet beneath it, Xia Pingyan could hear the scornful remarks of Tu Pulu nearby, who lamented, that scoundrel. I should have dealt with him decisively back then. How audacious of him to trouble us now. I am also a member of the Order Committee of Xianghe City, Xia Pingyan retorted nonchalantly. If I do not participate, it would not only tarnish my own reputation. Fear not. The worst that could happen is that I might sustain a few broken bones. We are in the Demon Suppression Guard. He would not dare take my life. If I do get injured, I can keep Li Yunzhou company in the hospital. Mo Yin remained silent for a moment before announcing that he had been assigned to the Demon Suppression Unit. For now, we are unable to intervene. But know that whether you proceed or not, we stand firmly in your support. Rest assured, I will handle everything. As the call ended, Mo Yin glanced at his colleagues in the office. Tomorrow, Xia Pingyan would take the stage. My apologies for causing you all this trouble, Anqing shyly remarked. Xiao Qingqing, this is not your fault. It is that scoundrel Mu Qingchen who has gone too far. Liu Na exhaled a ring of smoke, extinguishing her cigarette with a fierce twist. Why don't we seize the opportunity to set a trap and eliminate that waste Mu Qingchen? I concur, Tu Polo declared without hesitation. For the sake of a scoundrel. We are all at risk, becoming wanted criminals of the Order Committee, each of us morphing into fallen summoners. What kind of ludicrous idea is this? I must clarify. Do not count me in, Chen Yixing remarked as he polished his glasses. Liu Na shot a glare at Chen Yixing. Uncle, you are becoming increasingly timid. It is not timidity. Rather, I believe that scoundrel's life holds no more value than my own. I wish to live comfortably until I can claim my retirement benefits. What Nana said was in frustration. At present, we are powerless to intervene. The current Mu Qingchen is no longer the Mu Qingchen of the past. Having integrated with the orb of the treasure realm, he now possesses the ability to forge magical artifacts, backed by the Gao family, and has gathered numerous sycophants around him. Thus, to take action against him is no simple task. I am aware that a summoner in Xianghe City has recently put a realm pearl up for sale. Although the success rate for merging the realm pearl is not particularly high, even in the event of failure, there is no risk of death suddenly, Fong Lingshan, who had remained silent, suggested, why don't we purchase that pearl and send it to Xia Pingyan? If he manages to merge with it, it would grant him another opportunity for divine power infusion, which should be of some assistance. Lingshan's idea was commendable. This was indeed a gesture of support. That good-for-nothing Mu Qingchen was now intent on striking a blow to my reputation. I will contribute my share towards the purchase of the pearl. This matter initially stemmed from me, and I already felt quite guilty for involving everyone, so I shall not trouble you further. Allow me to cover the expenses, Anqing stated. Anqing, this is no longer solely your concern. It pertains to the entire Special Operations Department. Mu Qingchen is aiming to undermine our entire team, and we cannot remain passive spectators, Mo Yin remarked, then turned to Fong Lingshan. Lingshan, please get in touch with that summoner. We need to acquire the pearl promptly and send it to Xia Pingyan via helicopter, aiming to have it delivered before nightfall. The confrontation between Xia Pingyan and Mu Qingchen had evidently stirred many into action. 2 hours later, Yin arrived, his face contorted in displeasure, cursing as he handed Xia Pingyan a USB drive along with a box containing the pearl. Thank you. Xia Pingyan responded with a smile. Thank you for nothing. Remember, this 5. 8 million realm pearl represents my hard-earned money. I expect interest to be calculated on it. Merging this realm pearl is fraught with peril, and should you dare to attempt the fusion and fail, I will seek recompense from your sister. At a critical moment, Yin Duo did not falter.